Growing up in rural northern Wisconsin, there were few opportunities for earning cash, aside from service positions and agricultural work. Coming from a farm family myself, as a youth, I would hire myself out to farmers to help with the work on their respective farms, mostly crops and dairy cattle. If you never have this experience, it may come as a surprise that these farms are usually isolated and could be quite unfriendly, creepy, and sometimes dangerous. Physical injuries like losing an eye or a limb or even a life are not uncommon. This is the setting for my story. One January, I was a hired boy at a dairy farm owned by an elderly couple with whom I was acquainted with through a parish church. The farmer's house was heated by a wood furnace in the basement, where I was lodged, and among my other jobs, I had to bring in the wood and tend the fire. One day, while carrying wood down the steps, I felt pushed, which caused me to slip and fall down the stairs, landing on the concrete floor, which knocked me out temporarily. I must have been out only a minute or two, as I woke in pain and found the wood scattered all over. The farmer was very stern, and I feared how he would react to a mess and me not being busy with the work to which I had been assigned. When he did see me, he asked where I'd been and what I had been doing, and so I explained it to him. As I suspected, he was cross with me. Later that night, over supper, he told me a story which made me rethink my staying there. He related that some time ago, his wife, although a Catholic like me, had been dabbling in the occult, things like divination, astrology, cards, etc. Odd things began happening around the farm, and it was no longer prospering. He told me that the last straw had been when he awoke to find her levitating above their bed in the middle of the night. They decided to call the parish priest. The priest, whom I will call Father X in the story, was a mature, spiritual, and virtuous man whom I knew and respected. His brother was likewise a priest and an exorcist. The couple explained what was happening on their farm and house. Father X had to get rid of the occult books and the paraphernalia, and after hearing their confession and absolving them, offered to bless and cleanse the house with a kind of minor exorcism. Before getting out his handbook of rituals and his stolen holy water, he had them close and lock the doors and windows for some reason. He went through the residence, leading the couple in prayers and reciting the house blessing and minor prayers of exorcism, all the while sprinkling each room with holy water. When they reached the last room, which was the kitchen, Father X was finishing the prayers, and after everyone said amen, the kitchen door, which led outside, unlocked by itself, opened and then slammed shut. Father X then explained that this is why he had locked the doors previously, to make sure that by the door opening and closing by invisible force, he could tell by that sign that the spirit had really left. The farmer went on to explain that he liked the instruction that Father X had left him with, namely, that the devil is like a dog on a leash. The demons are all restrained by the power of God, he said, chained, as it were, and they cannot really hurt you directly unless you come within their reach. Occult practices, blasphemies, and even grave sins can put people in places within the perimeter of the influence of evil spirits And so if you want to avoid being harmed by them, don't come near them any more than you would approach a vicious dog that has been chained. I asked the farmer if the basin where I was lodging was also blessed. The farmer thought for a moment and said he did not recall that it was. The door to the basement was right outside of the kitchen door. After the experience with my fall that day, and the story that the farmer told me about what had transpired, I determined that I would not stay there another week. I left and didn't return. I didn't explain why, except to say that I wanted to be closer to the parish church and I wanted to go to daily mass. I did not have my own transportation at that time, except my bicycle. The farmer was unhappy that I left, as I was hardworking and well-behaved, but for me, there were plenty of other farms where I could work that did not have such problems. Throughout my life, I'd seen and experienced a few things that I can only describe as supernatural. Everything I'm about to tell you about actually happened, and I'll describe each experience as I remember them. The first thing I can remember happened whenever I was only a young boy, growing up outside a village in Northern Ireland called Besbrook. It was during the winter because we had a heavy snowfall the previous night, and I was outside playing with my two brothers. After a while, I went inside to warm up because my hands were frozen. My mother told me to take off my boots so that I wouldn't tramp snow all over the house. I sat down at the table with a bowl of soup in front of me, and it was then that I noticed something out of the corner of my eye in the hall leading from the kitchen to the living room. I turned to see what it was, and what I saw absolutely terrified me. I saw the figure of a woman walking down the hall towards the kitchen. I just got up and ran out the door without putting on my boots and jacket into the snow, and refused to come back inside, even though my mother insisted that there was no woman in the house. Over the next number of years, nothing happened except what sounded like somebody walking around the house, even when the rest of the household was in bed or away. Everyone heard the noises, but chose to ignore them. Then one Saturday morning while I was still in bed, I was shook and awake and told to get up and come down to breakfast. Whenever I opened my eyes, there was no one in the room, so I assumed that they had already gone downstairs. While I was getting dressed, a voice was calling from downstairs for me to hurry up. When I did get down to the kitchen, there was no one around. Everyone else was still in bed. A few days after, my youngest brother claims to have saw a young boy standing in my parents' bedroom who just stood there looking at him. Shortly after this, someone unknown attacked my brother in his bed, leaving him with a black eye. The next few years were quiet, except for the noises. Nothing else that I know of has happened in that house, except for the noises. But I did tell you that I lived outside a village. The best way to get to the village is through a wooded area, and this place is a very strange place. I could distinctly remembering a moment when I had to walk through these woods to get to the village, and all of a sudden, in the middle of the night, I saw a circle of people in white robes just standing in a circle and holding hands. I was so scared about what was happening that I ran the other direction and no longer wanted to run through those woods ever again. I actually had a friend of mine who was walking through the woods, and he swears to this day that he saw a woman just flying from the distance from one side to the other. looked like a witch, but she was floating, had really dark black hair, and it just looked like she faded out. These are the only things I've seen in my life, and with that last story, my friend has seen, but I've heard other stories by people I know. The shop at the bottom of the road is said to be haunted by the ghosts of the 7 British people killed there in the 80s, whenever the original patrol station was blown up. I mentioned earlier, I'm from Northern Ireland. There is a high viaduct in the area, which is used as a railway line. 18 people died constructing it, 1 for each arch, and numerous others have offed themselves off of it. The stories are that at times, you can see these people, and they all look sad. There's also the blood on one wall in a friend's house, and no matter how many times it is painted over, the blood still comes through. All this is true, and has happened within a square mile of where I live. My friend from Arizona and I made our first trip to the Queen Mary together. We happened to run into a paranormal researcher when we were on a tour and decided to stay the night. We rented a room with 2 beds so the researcher could stay with us and show us around the old boat in the middle of the night when the most activity had been reported. We attempted to fall asleep around 11 p.m. I managed to sleep quite easily and wasn't scared about sleeping in one of the reported haunted rooms. About 5 minutes after I fell asleep, my friend wakes me up. The first thing I remember was hearing a staticky voice and thought it was a radio. It wasn't until she asked me if I heard the voice. That was when I realized there was no radio anywhere in my room. My instant reaction was to turn on the light and look around the room. I reached up and tried turning on the light, and nothing happened. We were really freaking out now. The light had just been on. My friend finally turned her light on, and we laid there in bed for a few more minutes, and I decided to try the light again, and this time it turned on no problem. We tried to fall asleep again because we wanted to wander around the ship at 3 a.m. to avoid security guards. As soon as we turned off the lights and laid down, I saw my blanket pushed down and felt something on my arm. My friend also reported feeling things brush against her arm. As tired as we were, we just decided to ignore it all and go to sleep. 3 o'clock rolled around and we went to the pool room, reported to be the most paranormally active area on board. We took several pictures, and the researcher and my friend called out to the known ghosts. I didn't want to because I really felt like I was intruding. I felt sad and angry feelings throughout the whole area. I was looking around when we all heard a man moaning. My friend and I booked it back up the stairs and stood against the wall. After a few minutes, we joined the researcher again, and he continued to call out to a little girl named Jackie. I wasn't paying attention at the time, but I heard my friend gasp, and I looked over, and she asked me if I heard that. I missed it. The researcher heard it too. It was the voice of the little girl. She was singing for them. I will never forget my experiences at the Queen Mary, and actually plan on going back soon. I came aboard not believing, and left a member of a paranormal research group. My girlfriend Liz and I haven't been together for very long, but we share a passion for ghosts and hauntings. On our second date, we went to a couple sites in our county that are supposed to be haunted. The scariest one has to be the Jericho-covered bridge, located in either Fallston or Jarrettsville, depending on who you ask. As Liz and I drove up to the bridge, a heavy fog rolled in, almost like the ones you see in the old movies, set in places like London. This was weird, because Liz and I have been driving around the county for the last 2 hours, and we had only encountered fog in this one place. Maryland was a neutral state during the Civil War, but racism ran deep here. The Jericho-covered bridge is a grim reminder of that. It is a well-known local legend that runaway slaves were hung from the rafters of the bridge, and sometimes left there for days. As we drove over the bridge, we both felt a chill and a sense of terror in the air, like the bridge had been, in fact, the scene of unspeakable horror. Neither one of us really wanted to leave the safety of the vehicle to take the pictures we were so willing to take just a few minutes prior. Eventually, though, we did take the pictures, and when we got them developed, we found only 2 pictures had turned out. In the first one, you can see some kind of disturbance in the air towards the rafters, and in the second one, we can definitely see an orb in the area where just a minute before, the unidentified disturbance had manifested itself. A couple of months ago, I was living in a house with similar history as the hanging bridge. It was a super old Victorian-style home, very big, wide and spacious, multiple rooms. A few things happened that I thought was very spooky. The first incident happened when I was sleeping with my girlfriend in bed. In one of the rooms upstairs, we had an old music box that was in the dining room. It came with the house. I was awoken by the sounds of the music box playing by itself, and could see that the door was slightly opened. Needing answers, I hopped out of bed to investigate, not understanding how the music box could play by itself. Needless to say, I made a gigantic mistake. As I opened the door and faced the stairs, I saw a dark shadow move directly up the stairs and then disappear. I froze for a second, almost chickened out, but decided to go downstairs anyway. To my surprise, there was nothing there, and all was silent. The music box had stopped playing. Another time, I was standing in the kitchen with one of my friends, and we were the only 2 people in the house at this time. We decided to use a spirit box and play with the Ouija board to conduct a session. I was fairly convinced that there was a spirit that needed guidance and was lost. We asked the spirit box multiple questions, but at first, no response was given to us. After nearly an hour, being frustrated, we nearly gave up. That was until we asked the spirit to give us a sign that they were still there. My back started to hurt, like some kind of pressure was being applied to it. I said to the ghost, "Is that you on my back?" Now get this. The spirit box sounded like it said death on the bridge. This immediately startled us, knowing that down the road was the hanging bridge. We tried asking it follow-up questions after that. The spirit didn't say anything, and just like that, the pressure on my back disappeared. I was starting to think that the ghost was trying to tell us that they were one of the ghosts that tragically passed on the bridge. The last incident happened in the kitchen. The kitchen door was slightly opened, and all of a sudden, I heard what sounded like a girl's whisper in my ear. As I looked towards the door, I saw a lady, I think, walk past the door. At first I thought it was my friend Laura, who always used to wear jeans. So I popped my head around the corner to try and scare her, but there was no one there. I wasn't scared because it was in the middle of the day. I actually found the experience quite exciting, but also unexplainable. To this day, I've always thought these incidents were all related to the hanging bridge. The Job Corps in Albuquerque, New Mexico. I was a student there in 1973. Since then, there's been a lot of renovation on the buildings, but when I was attending the Job Corps, it was pretty much the same as it was when it was an orphanage. One night, actually at 2 a.m. in the morning, when I came back to the dorms after babysitting, I had to walk across the campus to get to my room at the far end of the campus. While walking down to my room, all was very quiet in the dorms. Out of nowhere, I hear what sounded like children laughter in the distance. It was very faint, but I could definitely hear something. Yet, through the faintness of the sound, you could still hear shouts of glee and anger, as little children would do on a playground, if that makes sense. This happened behind the little chapel that was there, but the sounds came right there from behind the old chapel, and while I looked and squinted, I didn't see anybody there. I thought to myself at the time, why would parents allow their children to play so late outside? It was cold, and it was dark. Meanwhile, my hair was standing on end, and I tested the wind to see if the noise was carried from another place. Noises can carry long distances. There was no wind at all. At the time, I didn't know that the Job Corps used to be an orphanage until the next morning, when I was talking to my friend about hearing those children. This service worker told me that she used to work there as a service worker for the orphanage. She told me the voices I heard were probably the little children that died of broken hearts while she had worked there. Her face went pale as she told me that the children she thought were treated cruelly. There are two versions of this legend that I know. It's called the Devil's Footprint. The first is about a construction worker that was aggravated with a boulder that would not budge. The man stepped on the boulder and said, "I will give my soul to the devil, this boulder will move." By the next day, the boulder had moved, and there was an imprint of a human foot and a hoof print of the devil. The man was never seen again. The other version is about a farmer that was having a terrible harvest. He then said, "I will give my soul to the devil if I had a bountiful harvest." Indeed, the farmer's harvest was bountiful, and he made plenty of money. The farmer was quite pleased with himself, until the day the devil came to collect. The farmer refused to give the devil what he wanted, and a chase ensued. They ran all around the farmer's land, and the chase ended when they reached a cliff. I believe the footprints happened when they had their final fight at that cliff edge. I've heard many stories about the devil's footprint being haunted. My fiance told me about an occurrence that happened when he was there with his brothers when he was about 13. He said that his brother was contacted by a ghost, according to him, and his brother swears to this very day he was standing in front of the church doors, and being a rebellious young man that he was, he attempted to kick the doors open. At the moment his foot hit the door, it swung open and knocked him off the steps. Now, you may be thinking that there was probably someone on the other side of the door playing a prank, but keep this in mind, the doors open inward, not outward. I also know someone that was there very late at night, and she swears that she saw hooded men walking the edge of the woods. I myself had an experience of sorts. One night, a friend and I decided to go find the place. We drove and drove and we couldn't find it. When my friend was so sure she had driven too far, she turned back. We figured we'd better wait until daylight to look for it, so we turned on the road that we thought would take us home. And what did we see? The old cemetery and that unmistakable white church. Of course, we freaked out. My friend swerved and barely escaped going off the road. By this time, we were both feeling a little unsettling feeling in our chests. Now, whether this was due to some unwelcome presence or fear, I'm not certain. I'm assuming the latter. However, needless to say, we didn't stop there that night. My name is Bobby, and I was checking out your website, and I decided I should send in my own story. We live in Grosse Pointe Shores, Michigan. This event happened on Monday, August 15th, 2005. One day, my brother named Vince was on the computer at about 4 o'clock when he heard a scream. He ran upstairs to find me and my older brother named Sam. Vince asked what was wrong, and we asked him what he was talking about, and he said he heard a woman scream, and we said nobody screamed. We were also the only ones in the house. We got scared, but eventually thought that Vince was probably hearing things and forgot about it. But a week later, me and Sam saw this website and decided to check if something was haunting our house. We checked everywhere, but found nothing. But just as we were about to give up, Sam said to me that we never checked the attic. This was the first time that anyone was up there in the attic in a very long time. We got to the attic door and opened up the hatch, and a ladder came unfolded from the top of the door. We started climbing up the ladder and got to the attic, and it was all dark. I felt the wall right behind me and found a light switch. I flipped the switch and a dim light turned on. There was this old rocking chair rocking back and forth, the one that my grandmother used to have before she died. We totally forgot that we had gotten it and threw it up in the attic. Either way, we were freaked out. After about 2 seconds, we heard a scream so loud that it knocked me backward against Sam. We climbed as fast as we could down the ladder and shut the attic door. We were so scared that we didn't tell anyone except Vince about what happened. We checked the time, and it was exactly 4:06. We now know that Vince heard the scream from the attic a week earlier. All we know about the people that lived here before us is that they were the Andersons, and that they were an old couple that lived here and raised their kids here. I don't think it was my grandma's spirit, because she was always a gentle soul and wouldn't scare us like that. Anyway, after all the kids moved out and Miss Anderson died, a short while after that, he sold his house to us about 4 years ago. I believe Miss Anderson was the one who screamed. I guess she was mad that we stole her house from her. When I was a freshman in high school, my parents moved us from the city in central New York to a big, empty house in the country. Little did we know that the house is haunted. So many things happened there that even my skeptical dad began to believe that we were sharing the house with someone or something else. My best ghost encounter occurred in the middle of the day. I walked into the bathroom and saw, from the corner of my eye, someone that I thought was my youngest sister. I said, "Hey, Lori," but she didn't answer me. Annoyed, I turned to find out what her problem was, only to realize that it wasn't her at the sink. An old woman with gray hair up in a bun, a pink flowered dress, and a white apron was drying her hands. She turned to look at me, and then she disappeared. We weren't often frightened of the ghosts and missed them when things seemed to be quiet for too long. We would lament that they didn't like us anymore. One day, I was in the house and I went into the shower. All of a sudden, there was a huge noise. I thought a plane hit the house, or at least there was a terrible car accident outside. I jumped out, grabbed my robe, and went to investigate. I found nothing out of order at all, so I got back into the shower. Not 2 minutes later, I heard that huge noise again. I jumped out, shaking this time, and checked everywhere, but again, there was nothing to find. I decided to skip my shower. I had a ghostly nightmare about this house before even moving in. My family moved into the house, and from day one, things were creepy. People before had moved out in a hurry, and their family broke apart almost instantly in 4 months. They all spread to 4 different places. When we moved in, we all got terribly sick within the first month. My mom had a life-threatening experience. My sister ran away. All the pets in the house died mysteriously with no known cause of death. My parents divorced. All of this happened in only 4 months. I walked into the house after school one day, and I heard my name being called. I knew no one was home because none of the cars were in the driveway. The voice calling my name sounded exactly like my mother, and I looked all around for her, even though I knew that she was presently in the hospital. Within the next few days, and a few more creepy paranormal events, all 4 of us left in just as much of a hurry as the one before us, leaving most of our personal belongings. We all split, each of us in a different car, to different places away from each other and away from the house. I will never go back to see it, nor would I wish the haunting of the house on anyone else. Hello. I lived at this house from 97 to 99. It was in Atlanta. My family and many of my friends were witnesses to the occurrences. Voices, electronics malfunctioning, dark figures. It happened day and night, but mostly at night. It is an older white home near the river, and for a while, we had a rat problem. The plumbers had left a hole under the bathroom sink. The rats, who were fond of shiny objects, left 2 human molars, complete with silver fillings, on the bathroom floor on 2 separate occasions. The back of the home had a foul odor, off and on, and the crawl space had been cemented over. I'm an investigator for the state, not a hysteric, but the place made a believer out of me, my family, and half a dozen friends. My then 4-year-old son complained of the man in the mirror with a string around his neck. Voices were male and female, also a small child. I've often felt the crawl space needed to be examined, just never could figure out a way to ask the officials to do such. I truly think that there is a body or bodies under that house. Myself and a girlfriend watched as a man-shaped shadow moved across the dining room wall into the kitchen where the light turned on. Well, we're checking out, if you can get the new owner's permission. So when I was about 17, my family had just moved back to Canada from living in the USA. It was a bit sudden, and being a family of 6, it was a little bit of a scramble to find a place to house all of us before the snow hit. So, my mom and dad decided to live in an old house that my grandpa had on his property, just for the duration of the approaching winter ahead. The house was my great uncle's, and my grandpa skidded from my brother's property to his place. Now my grandpa has 2 quarter sections, and this house is tucked way back away from the main house, so the powers ran from the main house, and with it being so far away, there is no running water. This house is old, so to add to the running water, there also isn't heat, only a wood stove. Just to give you an idea of where we were living in. Me, being a 17-year-old, I often stayed in town and didn't stay there very often. I specifically remember the first time it happened. I was in my bed. I was the only one who would stay downstairs. With the wood stove, everyone wanted to sleep upstairs since it was warmer. So I was just starting to fall asleep, and I started to feel the room get really heavy. I remember the feeling of not being alone. The doorway didn't have a door on it. It only had a beaded curtain, and I could feel it standing there. I then remember having the feeling of total fear rush over me and frozen to my core with it. Then, it moved closer, and I felt the bed move and someone crawl right beside me. Not in a way that was super noticeable, but in a sneaky, slow, sloth-moving type of way. I specifically remember wanting to vomit with fear. Then, I felt it, the feeling of an unshaven face rub against mine. I scrambled out of bed, holding my blanket, and ran up the stairs to my parents' room. I was so out of my mind with fear that I couldn't even scream. I slept on the floor with my dad's side of the bed. The next morning, Mom was wondering why her 17-year-old daughter was curled up at the foot of her bed, and I told her what happened. Later that morning, we walked over to my grandpa's house to have breakfast and go chat. My mom brought up my wild story. My grandpa and grandma silently listened, as my mom was laughing at the last bit of the story. My grandparents got really serious and turned to each other. Apparently, this has been an issue in the old house, and they didn't want to tell us, hoping we didn't acknowledge it, then it wouldn't bother us. I can honestly say it didn't feel angry or upset. It just wanted to cuddle. I didn't stay there much after that. I moved in with a cousin in town. Ghost stories are the most popular types of stories to talk about in the curious world that we live in. Some of us are skeptics, while others truly believe that the supernatural world is real. I truly believe that entities are real, and this is a true story involving my cousin. He didn't see a ghost, but he felt our presence, and is now fully convinced that we are visited by spirits, even though this event happened years ago, and at the time, he was truly skeptical. My cousin is a doctor, and he lives in the USA. A few years ago, he went out of the United States to Vietnam on business. He ended up visiting Hanoi, Vietnam, which is Vietnam's capital city, and stayed in a hotel with his wife at the time. Immediately after entering the hotel, they were both surprised to see a woman sprinting out of her hotel room and screaming bloody murder. It was such a shock to us at the time, it immediately gave them bad vibes about the property. Nobody knew what happened to her, and for a while, she refused to speak to any of the staff about why she felt so horrified or what happened. She looked sickly and pale, as if she had just seen something grisly. She was breathing heavily and hyperventilating. My cousin, out of curiosity, came up to the front desk and asked what happened. The staff said they weren't sure exactly what had happened, but my cousin mentioned that he was a doctor, and if they needed assistance, he would be happy to help. After a few minutes had passed, she collected herself. My cousin approached her and had a little chat. She swears that she wasn't just having a wild episode of hallucinations, and insisted what she witnessed was real. It was early morning, and the sun was barely starting to shine through the windows. The room was still dim, and the light was off. The woman had just woken up from her sleep. Again, still dark, but light enough to see the room. The hotel room she was staying in was massive, and she was in the kitchen making tea. From the kitchen, you can see into the living room. That's when she saw a man standing right next to the bed. It was the ghost of former president Nguyen Dim Dam. He was president of South Vietnam in the early 1960s, who passed away in a very terrible way. She also said that the night before, she saw a former Vietnam soldier staring at her from the window during the evening. My cousin, being a practical person, kinda dismissed it and advised her to just go home, take some medicine, and relax the rest of the night. Even after she had just calmed down a little, it was obvious she was still visibly shaken by this whole ordeal. My cousin and wife didn't take the room, but there was another couple that checked into the same room. When my cousin woke, he went down to the hotel lobby and noticed just outside the main entrance was an ambulance and a stretcher pulling two bodies into it. He asked the front desk attendant what happened. They said that the couple that checked in mysteriously passed away in their sleep, and nobody knew the cause. They suspected it was a heart attack. At this point, my cousin was starting to act a little apprehensive about staying the rest of the week there, but he continued to sleep at this hotel. His mind never let him believe that it was related to the last incident with the previous lady or tied to the paranormal. Until a couple nights later, all was silent. My cousin was a few doors down from the cursed room at the hotel. This is where it gets freaky. It was late at night, and my cousin was reading a Vietnamese book when the power started to go off and on. He looked out into the hallway to see if there was anything going on, and all seemed okay. He thought that maybe there was a problem with the electricity, so he called the front desk from his room. What he heard over the phone started to finally freak him out. He said that when he picked up the phone, all he could hear was heavy breathing, and someone hung up. Concerned, my cousin rushed to the desk. A woman was standing right there. He asked her why she didn't say anything over the phone after he had called. The woman said that he didn't make a call. My cousin insisted that he did, that he heard heavy breathing, and that someone else was on the other line, but the woman refused to accept his story. He also said that the lights flickered, and the woman began to grow pale. She urged him to bless his room, because there is something evil and it's disturbing the room. My cousin refused, saying that it was just a coincidence. Finally, a few minutes later, his wife screams. My cousin rushes to the room and asks her what happened. She tells him that she was walking out of her room when she heard voices talking as if the chatter were coming from inside the hotel room or the couple had passed away. The doctor then demanded the staff open the room, but to their surprise, nobody was there. The staff even claimed that when they went into the room, the bathroom door was open and a dark shadow moved out of the bathroom and then disappeared. My cousin still dismissed everything. He said that things were just chaotic because of the first lady that stayed in the room, and everyone was on edge because of the death of the couple in the same room. He admitted it still creeped him out, but chalked it up to merely a very scary coincidence. However, if it were a coincidence, then how can anyone explain what happened in that room? It seemed to be the only room having issues, aside from the one my cousin was staying in, where he heard the voice over the phone. Either way, this was a pretty insane experience, and I don't know how I would have reacted if I was the one who was there instead of my cousin. I don't remember the year that this happened, nor the age that I was. I still remember it though, as if it were yesterday. So, my aunt just got a new computer. She was never a technology ace or anything, so she had no idea how to get it started. When all else fails, call my mother. My mom was a whiz at computers, so my aunt asked her to come over and hook up the darn thing. My mother, being the lovely lady that she is, agreed to do it within the week. It was actually that weekend that she decided to do it. So, Mom decides she wants to go over my aunt's house, kinda late for some reason. I was very young and couldn't stay by myself, so she took me along, since calling a babysitter at the last minute would be very rude. We finally got there. I look up at the house, admiring its large size. I did think it looked pretty scary though. We struggled getting inside because my mom couldn't see the keys. As soon as we did get inside, I was frightened. All of the lights were off and nobody was there. Or so I thought. My mom wanted to get started with her work since it was maybe 9 o'clock already. She told me to stay upstairs and watch TV while she was in the basement, hooking up the computer. After a while of whining and staying upstairs all alone in the large house, I totally agreed. My mother stayed with me for about 5 minutes, showing me how to work the TV. I begged and pleaded for her not to go, but it was her duty as a sister to fix the computer. She finally went downstairs, and I was left alone in the huge living room. I decided to turn on the cartoons, thinking it would cheer me up a little. I finally started to calm down, and even laughed at the silliness of the cartoons. Then, all of a sudden, I heard the loud noises in the kitchen. Apparently, my mom didn't hear it, and to me, she was God, so anything she said went. After she said nothing, I proceeded to ignore the noise. But then it happened again. I ignored it. It happened again. I ignored it again. It happened once more. By that time, I was so annoyed at the noise because it was disturbing my cartoons. I was so mad, I forgot my rule about my mom, and I jumped up from the couch, turned around, and almost yelled, "Shut up!" when I saw this mist in the kitchen. It seemed like it was in the shape of an elderly woman with a long white dress and long white hair. I was so shocked, I couldn't scream. So I ran as fast as my little legs could carry me, downstairs into the basement, and into my precious mother's arms. I didn't tell her what happened, as I was still in shock, awe, and amazement at the creature that had stood before me. I only explained about the noises. She said she was hearing little noises, not loud noises, around where she was. I stayed down there with her because she said I could, especially when she saw my little white face. As I was sitting on the couch, playing with numerous toys that were scattered about, I heard a soft bark. Then I heard a whimper, and then another soft bark. I knew it was coming from the room that held the water tank and such. I thought about the dog, Oreo. It must have been him. But then I remembered he died about a couple months before. My aunt and uncle at the time owned no animals, not even a bird, and it was way too late for someone to let their dog out. Besides, I don't think I would have hurt a dog, as I don't believe anyone in the community even owned one. What frightened me the most was that poor little Oreo, a dog that had been banished to live outside for no reason and was never fed, died on the ground right above where I had heard the noise. I told my mom about this. She said that she heard nothing. I told her to hurry up with the computer, which she did because she was hearing things too. We both ran up the steps and out the door. After we looked, we ran to the car and got in. I was scared because the car was not starting up. Then all of a sudden, it did. I was so happy to be out of there. My cousin had heard noises such as the one I had heard in the kitchen, except they were outside of the room. Also, my other cousin claims that he heard a noise in the oven, like something was in it. He opened the oven, and nothing was there, but he swears to this day he did hear something. Now, I mentioned in the title of this story that this was a traveling ghost. I say this because most, if not all, of that family's houses have had some sort of scariness to them. My cousin's current residence is just as haunted. Doors will open and close by themselves. One time, we were watching a movie. It was over, and I wanted to turn the lights on. When I turned them on, I heard a strange buzzing sound in the laundry room. It sounded like when the dryer is done drying clothes, only it was a steady, non-pausing sound. I walked over to the doors and started to put my ear up to make sure the sound was coming from that room. As I did so, all of the lights went off and the DVD player suddenly turned on, much louder than we had it on. But the thing was, the DVD player had been turned off the whole time. When everything came on, I jumped 5 feet into the air onto my poor cousin, where I proceeded to scratch her neck, holding on for dear life. I don't remember ever watching a movie down there ever again. Later, we asked his mom if she was doing laundry. She asked why, and we told her about the sound. She said she didn't even think about doing a load of laundry. To this day, I'm still scared to stay over my cousin's house. When my sister and I were young, we lived in a newer duplex in California. It was a small place with only 2 bedrooms, so my sister and I had to share a room. We had our beds on opposite walls, but they both faced the hall. On one side to the hall was my parents' bedroom, on the other was the bathroom, and in the middle of the ceiling was a big square fluorescent light. I think that's where it lived. I can't exactly remember when it started. All I remember is waking up in the middle of the night and seeing what I remember as the electricity man. It seemed to come out of the light, which my parents left on to help us sleep. It looked like a person, but seemed to be made from the light. This happened several times over the next few years we lived in the duplex. I never told anyone about what happened until about 15 years later. My sister and I had come to visit my parents. We're all sitting in the living room talking about our childhood when my sister had asked if I'd remembered anything strange about the duplex. I asked what she meant by strange. She asked if I had ever seen anyone in the wall. I then told her about my experience with the electric man. Turns out, she saw the same thing. This is an old story, pushed out of my mind for years and years. It was 1964-65. I was 4 or 5 years old. Our family, because of my mother's recurrent mental illness, bounced around from apartment to apartment, from shelter to shelter, with or without one or both of our parents in tow. There were 4 of us, and I do not recall if any of my siblings were with me when this happened. It might have been at a foster parent's house. I just don't know. I remember sitting on the side of a small cot in the waning light of a Chicago winter. There was an odd, really dark shadow on the wall to the left of me. It was the size of a small man, and I stared in disbelief, because it had a hat on and was in profile. The outline of the lips, the nose, the forehead was perfect. I was a pro at discerning what was real and what was not real even at that age, because of my mother's problem. And I tell you, I knew that what I was seeing was real, that I was not asleep, and that no shadow could have occurred that so accidentally duplicated the perfection of the human figure that I saw before my eyes. We stared at each other for a very long time, the figure never moving. I never told a soul, as I didn't want to be thrown in a loony bin too. This is the first of many encounters over the years. My mother had the gift. My sister really has it, much more than I. About 18 years ago, I was in the Jacksonville cemetery with my husband and 3-year-old son. We were reading headstones. I believe it was in June or July. The sun was out, and there was not a cloud in the sky. As we were walking through the headstones, we saw a woman walk through the trees. Both my husband and I saw her. We thought there was something odd about her, but couldn't figure out what exactly though. We were walking towards her, and she was probably about 80 yards away. She was walking away from us and stepped behind a tree. Then, we didn't see her again. I said to my husband, "Where did that woman go?" He said, "She stepped behind the tree." We continued to walk towards the spot where we saw her. All of a sudden, rain poured down on our heads. We both looked up into the blue sky, and water continued to drench us. We ran back towards the car, and it was like the rain just disappeared. We got back to our car, and we were all soaking wet. The sky was still blue. We left right away. My fiance had just died in our townhouse. This was in 2002. He had offed himself in the head. I went back later because I couldn't go back there for a while after he had died. Anyway, I went back and I kept feeling a hand brush across my forehead. One night, I was in bed and was about to fall asleep when something grabbed my foot and was pulling it downward. I freaked out. I was the only one in the house. Then, I had a friend come over because I was afraid to be alone because of these things happening. My friend was downstairs and I was upstairs, coming out of the bathroom, and a dark floating figure floated right by me. It almost ran into me and would have had I not stepped back. It telepathically told me it was not here for me and that I had gotten what it wanted, and also would not look directly at me. I somehow felt like I was being protected by God, and the thing was actually afraid of me. I didn't feel scared. Later on in the month, I took a bunch of pictures of the townhouse because I wanted to remember the good times where my fiance had lived and been very happy together at one time. I was planning on moving because the memory of his death was just too much for me, and I always had this creepy feeling there since he had died. After I got the pictures developed, there were 120 photos in all of several different rolls of film of different things, and then the one that I had taken pictures of, the inside of the townhome. Out of all these photos, I had taken 3 of the exact place where he had died, and only those 3 photos were what appeared to be flames right in the place where he had passed. It almost looked like the portal to hell. Seriously. To this day, I cannot explain those pictures. They were taken with a very expensive camera. No other photos I had developed before or after that had ever had those flames in them like that. Just the 3 that were the exact location of his body when he died. My name is Malin, and I've just turned 21. I live in Sweden. In my parents' house, I've experienced some strange things that I really can't explain. My sister and I have always felt that there is a presence other than us. My parents don't believe in that kind of thing and have always told us that it's just our imagination. One of the first things I remember is that my father had gotten this stuffed animal that looked like E.T. He got it from his students as a present. I must have been about 4 years old and had recently seen the movie with my sister, and for some reason, I thought that E.T. was the most scary thing I've ever seen, so I didn't like this doll at all. In our basement, there are a lot of different rooms. In one of them, we had a huge box filled with stuffed animals. Every time I went down there, I took the E.T. doll and put it in the bottom of the box, under all the other stuffed animals. But the next time I went down there, the E.T. doll was lying on top of the others again. This happened repeatedly, every time I went down there. It didn't matter if I waited 2 days or 2 minutes. I of course asked my sister and my parents about it, but they swore that they had nothing to do with it. Of course it could be so that they lied to me every time I asked them, but I find that hard to believe. Anyway, I solved the problem a couple years later by giving the ET doll to one of the guys in my class. I constantly heard, and still hear, cracks and other sounds in their house, footsteps, and sometimes voices. They've always been there, and I guess I got used to it. But it took a few years before the next big thing happened. I was 15, maybe 16, and had moved down to the bedroom downstairs. I didn't like sleeping downstairs, but it was either that or a tiny room upstairs. One day, I was sitting in my bed, writing in my diary, when I heard a knock on my door. I was surprised because I was alone in the house and hadn't heard either the car nor the door open. I said, "Come in," but when no one entered, I got up and opened the door, but there was no one there. I thought it was strange, but went back to my diary. I had hardly any time to pick up my pen before I heard another knock. This happened a couple times and really scared me, so I locked the door and crawled under the covers. Then I heard scratching outside and froze. just to hear meow, one of my cats. At first I thought it was my cat who had caused the knocking, but I've never met a cat that can actually knock that hard. Another time I was in the bathroom upstairs. I just finished washing my hands and was outside the bathroom when I remembered that I left my watch on the shelf in front of the mirror. I turned to go get it and took a step into the room when a bottle of lotion literally flew off the windowsill and landed in front of my feet. The window was closed and there was no wind to speak of outside. If the bottle had fallen off the windowsill because it was placed unstable, it would have fallen right down in the cat's litter box, but instead, it flew almost 13 feet. I calmly went out of there, closed the door, and got into my room and locked the door. I've also seen a boy in the basement, a teenager. He's not transparent at all. He looks as real as you and me. I've only gotten short glimpses of him, but I know he has brown hair and a green shirt. For some reason, I most often see him around Christmas and other holidays. I wonder why. Even though some of these things scare me, I've never felt threatened, so I guess whomever or whatever is present in my parents' house doesn't want to harm us. I'm one to be afraid of the dark, but there are feelings I get. Feelings that tell me to get out. Almost a communication from my location. The basement has been home to incidents experienced by me and my slightly older sister. My experience is weird. I went downstairs to retrieve something for my mom, when I was near the stairs, an opaque dark shade of gray temporarily blinded me. Whilst running up the stairs and wiping my eyes, I swore I heard something. My sister heard something too. She was on the downstairs computer once. It had basic features. She swore she heard something whisper something close to her name. My sister sprinted upstairs as well. Finally, my parents' room. I come in on rare occasions, like when the light and TV is on, or when my mom or dad are watching a good movie. My room is on the other end of the hall. I need to pass my parents' room. When I pass their room, I see strange things at the end of the bed. I see dark, almost impish figures. Once, I could have sworn I've seen red eyes. Now, for the sound, it is very creepy, yet inconclusive. I have no idea what the sound actually is. Once, when the family and I were in the living room, I heard a broom sweep in the back of the house. Weird part, there was no broom in the back of the house. Plus, just today, on 3/20/2008, I heard something in my room exhale. I know it wasn't me. That had freaked me out. The feeling. I think I may actually have been touched too. Once, when I was 8 or 9, I was watching a show on urban legends. I felt something run something gently down my back. It was around 10 or 11, but I got up anyway, and I went to the living room where I found my mom. I told her what happened, but she just said it was just a curtain. I lived in a home in North Salt Lake City that my children and myself had many experiences over the years that we never could explain other than it's supernatural. My husband, myself, and 2 children lived in this house for over 12 years. There's a family that now lives in the house, and I do not want them to cause any problems by giving them out the address of the house. I will say that the house is located on 5th North. My children attended Jackson Elementary School when they were young and graduated from West High School. My daughter was sleeping and thought she heard her name being called, and when she opened her eyes, there was a man with a beard sitting in a rocking chair holding a hat in his lap. My daughter's bed was hung from the ceiling with chains, and her bed was 4 feet from the floor. My daughter said the man turned his head towards her and grinned at her. She also said that a rocking chair was even with her bed and was 4 feet off the floor. She told me she pulled the covers over her head, and when she peeked out over the covers, he was gone. My son told me of a man with a beard and a top hat sat on the end of the bed. My son heard his name called, and when he even looked in the direction of the speaker, the man sitting on his bed, the man grinned at him. My son pulled the covers over his head, and when he looked out, the man was gone. I was alone in the house for a few days, and on 2 different nights, I was awoken to the sound of music, violin, and tinky sounding piano. The lights were on in the kitchen and the front room. As I entered the kitchen from my bedroom, the music stopped and the lights dimmed, and as I entered the front room, the lights dimmed, and I found myself standing in the middle of the front room in the dark. I heard footsteps in the stairwell, and when I got to the bottom of the stairs, the lights were on upstairs. I started walking up the stairs, and with each step, the light got dimmer, and about at the 5th step, it was now dark upstairs. I could write about many other things that happened at this house. We never felt anything evil with our experiences, and it was always our own fear that scared us. I believe the house I grew up in was haunted. My family all makes jokes about how it was just all my imagination. There were several different occurrences throughout my childhood, nothing on a regular basis, but frequent enough for me to believe that something paranormal was going on there. I lived in this house from birth until 18 years old. I am now much older, and I still believe what I saw and felt was real and inexplainable. As a child, I always woke up in the night to get a drink of water or a snack even sometimes. I wasn't overweight, but it was a running joke in my house that I always had to get up to get something to eat at night. On several of these occasions, I would walk out of my bedroom down the short hall and into the living room where we had one of those old TVs that when you turned them off, the colors would dance for a short while and then go out. My parents were early to bed, early to rise, so I know the TV couldn't just shut off, but it would go out and there would be a human face made from those colors that actually would just swim around when it was shut off. I watched the TV during the day and it shut off and always watched to see what the colors did, but they never made the face during the day, only at night after the TV had been off for hours. The second occurrence that freaked me out completely was on one night. I was standing at the refrigerator, which was on the same wall as the doorway that led down to a small landing, which is where the back door was, and the stairs to the basement were. I always felt watched downstairs and couldn't stand going down there at night, even with all the lights on. I could do it fine during the day, but at night, it freaked me out. Anyway, the night I'm speaking of, I turned my head to the doorway. The only illumination was the light from the refrigerator, and there was a fully formed person peering around the corner from the side that would have been coming up the stairs. The horrible thing about it was that at first, I thought it was my stepdad, but then I got a look at his face a little closer, and it was his face, but almost evil looking. I swear it had red eyes, but that could have been a misinterpretation of what I saw. I ran back down to see where all the bedrooms were, and I peeked in my parents' room, and he was still in bed. I've never found an explanation of why it could have been his likeness, but I know it was definitely scary. About 2 years ago,
My boyfriend Luke and I were at our friend's house. He lived about a half an hour away from us in a small beachside suburb called Two Rocks. To get there from our house, you have to travel down a road called Wanero Road. It's a very long winding road and has no streetlights. Lining the side of the road are white gum trees. These stretch on for a few kilometers. A lot of people have crashed their cars on this road. Most end up as fatal crashes. There are quite a few crosses, especially in the white gum area. Anyway, it was about 1 in the morning when we decided to head back home, as we were both really tired after a long day. We turned, as usual, onto Wanero Road, and were chatting to each other about what to do the next day when we reached a high-end death toll area. Luke always slowed down near here because there's so many windy, sharp turns that you have to be careful. As we were driving, I looked out of the window, and to my absolute astonishment, there was an old man walking down the road with a bag in his hand. I pointed this out to Luke, but he just thought it was some weirdo who had one too many to drink. About a minute later, Luke slammed on his brakes and we skidded around, doing a 180-degree turn. We had both just seen the same man, carrying the bag, run out into the road waving his arms. We sat dead silent watching where he had come from, but nothing was there, just the trees and the butte. Not far away from where we had stopped, there was a white cross where an old man had flipped his four-wheel drive and died instantly. On another occasion near the same spot, I saw a young girl, about 17, wearing blue jeans and standing next to a white gum tree. Luke didn't see her, but I can remember that she looked sad, almost lost. There have been a lot of claims from a lot of different people about the white gums on Wanero Road, mainly about figures darting out trying to make their vehicles come off the road, or of an old man walking along carrying a bag. We don't travel down that road anymore. They've built up a new road that's more convenient for us. A few other things have happened to me in the past 18 months. I just bought a new kitten not too long ago, and she is always very alert when she is in my bedroom. Usually, she will cuddle up and purr, or go to sleep, but in my bedroom, she can't settle down. A few weeks after we got her, Luke was working a night shift, and I was home alone in bed, because I'm not fond of being on my own in a dark house. I decided that my kitten would stay with me in my room until Luke got home. At about 11 p.m., I just finished watching a movie on the TV and grabbed the kitten and headed to bed to read a book. I was a few pages in when Lottie, my kitten, started trying to hide underneath my arm. At first I thought she was just getting comfortable, but that's when I noticed she was hiding. She then started to walk up onto me, looking up at the ceiling. Her pupils were huge, and her ears were back, and her tail was wagging angrily. I tried to settle her, but she started to follow something along the roof with her eyes. I looked up, but couldn't see anything, so went back to reading, although I was very uneasy. Lottie kept following this invisible thing for about a half an hour. Then she eventually went to sleep under my blanket. From then on, when I'm alone in my room, I always feel uneasy, like I'm being watched. Okay, this isn't the first supernatural type thing that I think I may have experienced, but it is the only one that I know for sure was real. My best friend moved here to Kentucky when I was in kindergarten from Chicago, and moved next door to me when I was about 10. After that, me and her were always together, and always spending the night with each other. Loved her parents to death. That particular night, she had spent the night with me, and it happened to be her other best friend's b-day the next day. Well, maybe about 2 o'clock that day, we went over to her house to ask her dad if we could walk down there, as it was just down the road. Her mom was at work, by the way. I waited outside when the door slammed open and she was screaming, "There's something wrong with my dad." I went in and he just looked like he was sleeping. He had his arms crossed and everything. I'm glad he went peacefully. He was pale, and I touched his arm to wake him up, and he was cold. At that point, I knew he was gone. We ran to my paps, and he came over and called an ambulance. The rest is all just heartache and pain, like that comes with any death. I felt like it was important to tell you all that, because it really is relevant to the rest of the story, or at least, in my opinion, it has some correlation. Okay, now on to the creepiest moments. I was spending the night with that same friend, and I asked where the mouthwash was, and this was probably about 3 or so months later. She said her dad had some in his dresser, so I went into his room. I stood there as she looked, and suddenly, we heard this rhythmic knocking all down the side of her house. It was really fast and complicated. We freaked out and ran to her room. I think he didn't want her going through his stuff. Well, that's all that happened for a very long time. The last experience, her dog is chained up in their fenced-in yard, and it was in heat, and my male dog got in her yard and no one was home, so I rushed over there. They really didn't need any more puppies, and opened her gate to get my dog that somehow got in there. And I heard his voice again, very meanly shout, "Hey," so I freaked out and ran again. The main thing I'm wondering about is that knocking. It's really odd. I think about it sometimes, but I mean it shouldn't bother me anymore, but it does. If you have any ideas as to what this is, please speak up. I live in a small residential neighborhood in western Kentucky. My family has resided in our home for 37 years. We're the first home to ever be built on this property, as the same with several other homes in the area. Since day one upon moving into the house, we have been plagued with numerous experiences that, quite frankly, can't be explained. They are loud banging noises that echo from between the halls, strange odors, ranging from the distinct smell of death to a light scent of lilies and roses. Strange shapes of a blackish-gray smoke clinging to the baseboards. Voices that echo through the entire house, ranging from the intensity of a deafening shriek to the softest of whispers. Shadow people walk the house day and night. Strange bluish-green bars of light extend from room to room. Balls of light that chase each other around the ceiling. Full-body apparitions, plain as you and I. Things disappearing, sometimes returning in different parts of the home, sometimes never reappearing. Cold breaths in your ear, an unmistakable touch that chills you to the bone. Several homes in our neighborhood have also stated similar events. Several of the people that have admitted strange occurrences in their homes have been very religious, God-fearing people, with no reason to lie about their situations. Something is happening here. Upon researching our area, it was discovered that back in the early 1700s, this area was an old Indian burial ground. In the mid-1800s, it was decided to put in a real cemetery. The old graves were destroyed, and the remains were disposed of. A new cemetery was started in its place. However, in the 1960s, it was decided to move the cemetery once again due to flooding issues, and a new subdivision was to be put in its place. Being a contractor for our city, my father was offered a reasonable deal on one of the first homes to be put on the land, an offer too good to turn down. Our house was finished on June 14th, 1972. We moved in on June 21st, 1972. It wasn't until recently that my father told us children that he worked for the crew who removed the graveyard. Some of the graves are so damaged by water erosion that they could not be moved, so they were left, and the homes were built on top of them. Even as recently as 10 years ago, less than 5 miles from my home, a family was putting in a swimming pool. While excavating the backyard, several Indian bones were unearthed. The family sold the home and moved. Mysteriously, when several homeowners started asking for copies of our area's records, the records suddenly vanished without a trace. Here are 2 instances in which I experienced ghostly activity. They're not very long stories, but I think they're very interesting. So here goes. I really don't know if you keep up with your website, but if you do, back in 2004, a couple of buddies and I went to Thompson Creek Trail. We started down the trail. My friend and I were at the front of the group. We had flashlights, and we were flashing them at all the really dark areas of the trail. We had passed an old-looking house to our right at the beginning of the trail. Shortly after, there was a curve in the trail, and in the bend of the curve, there was a tree. It was really dark at the trunk of the tree, so I was kind of scared, and I shined my light on it. The image that had projected from my flashlight was of a very tall man and was standing very close to the tree, and a shadow was cast onto the tree trunk. It is a fact that no one was in front of me. My friend had also seen the huge shadow of a man. I've been to a lot of places on your website, and this was the only one where I'd actually seen something, and it scared the living crap out of me. On to my next paranormal experience. For me, I've always believed in the paranormal, though I've never had any experiences of my own until very recently, including the one I just told you about. I met a new friend at school, and he told me his house had spirits in it. He and his family had all something happen to them, i.e., seeing figures, hearing voices, unusual odors, and poltergeists. They even hired a priest to bless the house, and also a psychic. I never thought I would have something happen to me, but me and my mates were watching a movie in his room, and suddenly out of the corner of my eye, I swore to God that I saw a shadowy figure in his mirror, and when I turned my head, it kind of stepped out of view. I thought this was weird, because usually I can tell if my eyes are playing tricks on me, but this time it just seemed different. Another experience I had was when I was on the computer alone, and my friend was downstairs. While I was on the computer, I thought I was hearing many voices, like the background noises you hear in a restaurant. I could hear very faintly. Now, because of these experiences, I don't like being alone in this house. What I want to do next is to actually try to do ghost hunting in this house. So there you have it, my 2 experiences. I hope you thought they were interesting, because they scared and terrified me. I just moved back from Long Beach, California, from Vancouver, Washington. A longtime friend named Alan offered me one of his bedrooms, in which I could stay until I got back on my feet. That night, I felt something sitting on my chest. I remember being too afraid to open my eyes. Whatever it was, it did not move. Then I opened them and witnessed a flow of whitish-looking vapor protruding out of my chest. It went up above the bed towards the ceiling in shape of stretched-out rings. It looked similar to smoke from a cigarette. It just hovered over the bed in circles and then began to stretch and exit towards the kitchen, which was next door. I did not dare tell Alan about this experience because he is such a skeptic. I can predict his very words. "Ernie, I don't have any idea what you're talking about. You must have dreamed it. He says there's no such thing as spirits or even a god." The very next morning I told Jim, one of the tenants, what I experienced. I just had to get it out of my system. Will someone please hear me out? He had told me that a man named Ron had been staying in that very room, and that when he discovered that he had some type of incurable hepatitis, he hung himself from the refrigerator door in the kitchen. That really didn't make any sense to me, but he explained that Ron had somehow did this by tying his belt around his neck and then somehow sliding on the floor. According to Jim, Ron received a letter from UCLA about a month later, stating that he was to come to UCLA immediately because they now had a treatment for his type of hepatitis. If he'd only waited one more month, Jim told me that he believed Ron had tried to inherit my body when I was sleeping, as in, tried to possess me. This incident, however, never happened again. I do recall one time waking up at 1 a.m. in that house and hearing a repetitious sound coming from the garage. I looked out the window because the garage had a window, but it was dark. The next day Al was in the garage and I asked him what he was doing in the garage at 1 a.m. He said, "I wasn't in here. Why do you ask?" I told him what I had heard, a repetitious sound from the night before. Then, something made me focus on a small machine that sat on a shelf. I asked Al what it was. He told me that his previous tenant named Ron used to do laboratory work, and that the machine was for polishing rocks. There was still rocks in it. It had a handle that turned. When I turned it, I heard the same sound that I had heard in the morning. I told Al, but he said he must have been mistaken. No one was in the garage last night. It was locked at night, and only I have a key. I said no more. After my brother had died in his home, my family gave it to me to live in. It was an older mobile home. One day, while on my PC, which faced the same wall that my door was on, in fact, my desk was next to the door. My desk is huge, and a bigger desktop than most kitchen tables are. So sitting at my desk, I could see part of the hallway while reading, typing, or whatever on my PC. One day, I just happened to look up at the door, and there came a figure of a man. I could only see his shadow on the emergency door and wall outside my bedroom. He was either bald or had some very short hair. I just sat there and stared for what seemed like several minutes, waiting for him to either come into my room or say something. It finally turned and seemed to go into the bathroom, which was on the other side of the wall, or went in the wall, towards the kitchen and living room area. They're both open, with no wall dividing them. I was there alone, except for my dog Chewy, who is very large, over 160 pounds. I got up to check it out, because from what I saw as a shadow, it didn't look like anyone I knew. I walked by the bathroom peering in, and he wasn't there, so I kept going. When I got into the kitchen, I saw Chewy on the couch, looking out the window at the kids who had just gotten off of the school bus and were walking home. He would have barked Even if he had known whoever the shadow was, he never made a sound. There was no one there, not even in my son's bedroom. I checked everywhere. If he had gone outside, I would have heard the door open and close. The only time my brother ever had short hair was when he was in the Marines. The only other person who had no hair or short hair was my father before he had died. The chemo and radiation treatments for cancer had done that, and both were dead for about 4 years, both dying about 4 months apart. So far, this has been my only encounter with a shadow person or ghost. I never really knew they could or would show up like this. This past year, my daughter who works in a nursing home was telling me they have seen shadow people there too. They seem to be only showing up in this one hall section. I believe she said it was where the patients who weren't doing so well stayed. One patient even complained about being there in that hall. He said they kept bothering him and wouldn't leave him alone. When they moved him to another hall, he quit complaining. He did eventually die several months later. I did see this happen on Ghost Hunters too, where they saw a man's shadow like a figure on a locker. They've mentioned shadow people a few times on there too. Now, I suppose you're wondering if I were scared. For some odd reason, I wasn't at all. I just wish I knew who it was. I know dogs have a sixth sense too, and I still wonder why my dog didn't seem to know he was there. Chewie had never met my brother or my father. Even if he knew them, he would have barked at being excited someone came to visit. Hello. I want to submit 2 amazing experiences that I witnessed that involved children. Many people believe paranormal experiences by children are hard to explain away because they do not know about the supernatural and have no reason to lie or embellish their stories. The first one involved a friend's son who was about 4 at the time. My hubby had surgery at a very old Catholic hospital, which dated back more than 100 years, and he had been placed in a private room with a private bathroom to recover. We were in the part of the hospital that dated back to the 1940s. My friend and her son dropped by to check up on my hubby. He was sleeping off the amnesia, and me, my friend and her son, were sitting in chairs next to the bed. I was chatting with my friend, and her son was looking across the room into the bathroom, and he started smiling, and he waved. We thought he was waving at my hubby, and his mom told him that Mr. Rob was sleeping and could not see him wave. What he said next stunned us. He said, "Mommy, I'm not waving at him. I'm waving at the lady in the bathroom." The bathroom was empty. She told him no one was in the bathroom, and then he said, "Yes, there is," and again looked over in the direction of the bathroom and smiled and waved again and said, "Her name is Karen." We were both creeped out because he really looked like he was seeing someone, and considering that we were in an old hospital, there's no telling how many people died there. The second one involved my son. When he was about 3.5 years old, he started seeing the babies, as he called them. It started one night when I tucked him into bed. As I started to walk out, he began to giggle and wave at the ceiling. I asked him what he was doing, and he said there were babies, and he pointed to the ceiling. I asked what they were doing, and he said they waved and smiled at him and made funny faces or played peekaboo with him at night. He didn't seem at all scared. In fact, he enjoyed it. I chalked it up to imaginary friends. However, over the course of time, it became more real for him and for me. Many nights, he woke me up because he was laughing so loudly and even talking to the babies. He told me once that he never got scared at night because when he felt scared, the babies came to help him go to sleep. In fact, he never cried at night and never came to my room at night asking to sleep with me. Those of you with children this age know this is amazing. He would sometimes insist that I lie down and watch the babies, and he would make me wave and say hello to them. I would indulge him and do it, but again, I really thought they were imaginary. These visits continued for about a year, and finally one night, I wanted to push for more information, so I laid down with him and brought up the subject of the babies, and I asked him how many were there. His answer made me both very happy and sad. He said, "There are 4, and they said they know you, Mommy." The reason this was so shocking was that what my son did not know, of course, was that I'd suffered 4 miscarriages before we adopted him. I was happy that the babies had come to let us know they were okay and happy, and that they liked their adopted little brother so much, and took care of him by comforting him when he was scared at night. Sad, too, because I could not see what they looked like, but I believe one day I will meet them. My son continued to see the babies for about another 6 months, and then one day, he told me as he was getting into bed that the babies were finished. I asked what he meant, and he explained they were finished because he was a big boy and he could go to sleep by himself now. He has never even spoken of them again. When I was about 15 years old, my dad became the manager of a pub. I won't say the exact pub, as he does not run it anymore. The pub is located near Sheffield in England and is on a county road. The pub is converted from a farmhouse and barn. To get to the pub, you come off the country road and follow a small track only about a half a mile until you reach the car park. The first night we stayed there, we all slept in rooms as the pub was also a small hotel with about 6 rooms spread over 2 floors. The first night, I stayed in room number 3. When we started to go to bed, the family dog wanted to come into my room, and I laid on the carpet and would not move, even when my dad was shouting at it to leave. The dog did eventually leave, to go and sleep in the corridor, but soon after my dad closed his door, I opened mine again to let the dog in. Now, this dog is a Rottweiler with a head as big as a boulder, but the poor thing could not get any closer to me and really did not want to be on its own. I should mention that my parents divorced, and at the time, I only saw my dad on the weekends, so the next time I went to stay there, I stayed in room number 4, just to set the scene. If you come out of room number 4, to the right is an emergency exit with a push bar to open the door, which leads to the fire escape stairs, and to the left leads to a staircase, which leads to my dad's room and a spare room that was not being used at the time for little more than storage. Eventually, around 3 a.m.-ish, I turned the TV off but kept the lights on. My dad started leaving the dog in the pub area downstairs and blocked the door leading up to the bedrooms. I think he didn't want the dogs in the bedrooms, as he wanted to start letting guests stay in the rooms. I was not comfortable at all in the room. I did not want to turn the lights out, and I tried to keep watching TV. Eventually, around 3 a.m.-ish, I turned the TV off, but kept the lights on. My dad had started leaving the dog in the pub area downstairs and blocked the door leading up to the bedrooms. I think he didn't want the dog in the bedrooms, as he wanted to start letting guests stay in the rooms. Anyway, the dog was going crazy, barking non-stop. I was far too scared to go down and see what was up. I then started hearing the emergency exit bar in the door outside my room rattle, as if someone was trying to open it, but they were not pushing hard enough to open it. Then, I heard footsteps really loudly running down the stairs from my dad's room, and I saw shadows pass under the door of my room. I felt relieved. I thought my dad had come down to go and see what the dog was barking at. The next day, I asked my dad what the dog was barking at last night when he went down, and what he said sent shivers down my spine. He said he had no idea. He had never heard the dog and never went downstairs at all during the night. After some research, I found out that a woman many years ago had slipped down those stairs and fell down them, breaking her neck, and she died instantly. There was one instance when my dad's partner, her son, and I came home, and the pub was in darkness. This actually frequently happened as well. The lights would go out all by themselves, and my dad, who previously was an electrical engineer and more than capable of rewiring a house on his own, could not figure out why. Anyway, we come home. I can't remember why the pub was closed, but it was. We just had a quick scan around to check no one had broken in. Don't forget, the pub is in complete darkness. There's no lights. And right at the back of the small restaurant area, we could see a man sat at one of the tables, just staring at us. He was just solid black. Other things started to get lighter. The flowers on the table, for example, and the chairs, but this figure remained solid. We panicked and ran upstairs and stayed in one of the rooms till the lights came back on. It was not a burglar. The next morning, we checked everything, and everything was still in its place, and all the doors locked. The kitchen area of the pub was a big room, which was the old barn, and that was the worst room of the house. You could constantly feel like someone was watching you and walking past you. Whoever was watching felt angry, as if they were annoyed because you were there. No one wanted to be in this room alone. My dad had a few waitresses and bar staff leave because they felt very uncomfortable working in there. Again, after a bit of research, we found out that the farmer who lived in the farm hung himself in the barn, which is now the kitchen. And to be honest, I don't think he left. Objects would constantly go missing. Spoons would turn up again bent out of shape. And get this, the whole kitchen was cold. Even when we had cookers on, we still had to wear jumpers in there. My stepbrother and a family friend were staying in room number 7, the storage room I mentioned earlier. During the night, one of them, Neil, thought that the other, Jim, had gotten up and was leaning over him as if to check he was okay. And to make it a bit more confusing, Jim had thought that Neil had gotten up during the night and leaned over him. They both said that they were half asleep, but through their haze, could see a figure standing above them looking down. A few other things happened, such as a football came rolling down the length of the pub to where me and my stepbrother were sitting. It literally then stepped on the spot, about a foot away from us. No one else was in the house. The back door to the pub was locked at night, but every morning we would find it open, but the lock was still in the locked position. The actual bar that locks into the socket was still sticking out. There is no way it would have opened. The lock was new and undamaged, but this kept happening. This happened about a month before my dad moved out. Anyway, my dad eventually gave the pub up. His partner didn't want to stay there. The dog was never the same. It became a very tame dog, but it did start to get a little better after my dad moved out. Okay, so I've always fancied myself as to be a little in tune with the paranormal. I had an experience this weekend which sort of confirmed this, as my daughter was with me and experienced the same thing at the same time, so I know I was not imagining this. A little history first. My grandfather's sister passed away at the age of 93. She still lived in the house that was purchased by their father, my great-grandfather, in 1903. It is on the historical registry in our town, a very old, beautiful home, which has been in the family since then. She was born and raised in this house, married and lived in this house, until the time of her death, about a week ago. Her father was killed in a train accident, and her mother also lived in the home until she died. After the memorial service, my daughter and I went over to the house to get the food ready for family, which was coming over after the funeral. We were alone when we walked into the house, and I immediately got a feeling of a presence with us. My hair stood up on my arms, and I really felt like somebody was in the room with us. My daughter looked at me and asked if I felt that. I said that I did, and confirmed it when we both stopped talking and closed our eyes. You could really feel it. We got really spooked, and I told my daughter that if it was someone with us, it was indeed family, and that they would not hurt us. About that time, an overwhelming scent of lilac perfume permeated the air. It was the weirdest thing. My daughter smelled it, as did I, and we just looked at each other in disbelief. It lasted for about a minute or so, and then dissipated. At this point, I was totally freaked out. I called my aunt in Texas and told her what happened. She told me that was most definitely my great-grandmother, as she wore that type of perfume and was indeed a real lady who had tea on the porch every day at 2. It was about 2 when we entered the house. She also said it would make sense to her that she contacted me, as I was the oldest female heir to the family name. I know now that there are things that cannot be explained, but this has really gotten me shaken up. It just makes me wonder what she was wanting to tell me. A side note is that her son has recently mortgaged the family to pay his mother's hospital bills, and they could possibly lose the house. Do you think maybe she was trying to contact me for this reason? Guess I will never know. This happened to me while I was living north of Great Barrington, Massachusetts, somewhere between 1966 and 1969. We had moved there from the Midwest when my dad changed jobs. We're living in a very old house close to an ancient cemetery. The house was 3 floors, not including the basement, enormous, and once had a vandrel all the way around it. The attic was huge, dark and mysterious, all floored with rough floorboard. It had a tiny window near the chimney and a trapdoor in the ceiling leading out to the roof. My parents forbade me and my siblings from going up there and never told us why. My bedroom faced south, the front of the house. It was the only occupied room in that upstairs wing. At that age, I was between 12 or 14 years old. The old house gave me a galloping case of the creeps. Even on the brightest days, parts of the house could be dim and drafty. Winters are very cold and dark there. At that time, the house was heated with forced hot water that came up from the basement furnace. As the steaming hot water traveled its way all over the house, through copper pipes and baseboard radiators, the noise was phenomenal. There were only 4 thermostats for the entire house, so at the far end of any hallway, there would be a sharp cracking, banging noise as the cold pipes and surrounding woodwork expanded with the inflow of heat. In the middle of a cold, dark, windy night in January, the sound could wake you out of a sound sleep, heart pounding and hair on end, as it echoed all over the dark house and up the staircase. Their church down the street had an ancient clock tower that struck every hour, adding to the strangeness. Sometimes, I would awaken with the start in the middle of the night, feeling as though someone was watching me as I slept. It would be a long time before I could go back to sleep. It was on one of these nights that I had a dream about a little girl, standing at the foot of my bed, watching me as I slept. I say dream, because to this day, I'm not sure if I was awake or asleep, having fallen asleep before this happened. She looked to be only about 8 years old, and had long, shoulder-length dark hair that was braided, plaited, and tied with ribbons in a hairstyle I had never seen before. She was wearing what looked to be a pale pink dress, so formal that it looked like some sort of party dress. It was pulled up at each side with large satin bows at her hips and all kinds of fancy laces, buttons, ribbons, and what looked like little puffy sleeves at the shoulders that went down to her wrists. The skirt stood far out, full on either side of her, and went past her knees. It looked as though she was wearing lacy pantaloons, white stockings, and old-fashioned little shoes, like slippers. She held her hands folded, cupped over the other, on her waist. The overall effect would have been very beautiful for a little girl, but what struck me were her eyes. They were large, dark, and looked like she had circles under them. She was so thin, and her face didn't look at all healthy. I could see her cheekbones. She was not smiling. She was very serious and sad. She just stood there, watching me. I was too afraid to say anything. Then she slowly bowed and made a slow, graceful curtsy. It was a beautiful gesture, like something a ballerina would do. She slowly stood erect again, slowly walked to the closed door, turned its knob, and went silently out into the hallway outside my bedroom, closing the door behind her. That's all I can remember. Long after this, I was outside the house, almost directly below my bedroom window, where that massive veranda had once been. There were low-growing coniferous bushes of some kind. I was exploring around when I tripped and turned my ankle. I sat on the ground where I fell, rubbing my ankle and trying to find the rock I'd tripped over so I could dig it out and get rid of it. The rock was large. As I dug away at it with a stick and kept digging deeper, the rock kept going down and stopped about 8 inches under the earth. I dug all around it and realized it was a tombstone, about 18 inches long by about 10 inches across and maybe 3 inches thick. I was able to lift it up and check both sides of it. The surfaces were blank and laying face down under about 4 inches of soil. I left it alone. My parents said they didn't know anything about the tombstone, so I decided I wouldn't tell them about the little girl in my dream either. It was about this time I decided to try and figure out why they didn't want us up in the attic. I went up there when no one was around to try and see what I could find. There was absolutely nothing up there from what I could see by the dimness of the one bare light bulb that switched on with the pull chain just within my reach. I'd also brought a flashlight so I can see into all the corners. Nothing was there. I was about to leave when I noticed something sticking up out of the insulation material that had been put there decades ago for the ceiling of the floor below. I dusted the layers of debris off of it, and stifling a coughing fit, looked closely at what was in my dirty hand. It had once been a hat box covered in rich yellow silk. The remains of a crushed hat and what I now realized was a Victorian style was still inside. It had been richly covered in the same shade of yellow, almost golden silk flowers. It was designed to fit a little girl. I went farther into the corner and found nothing else, but my foot scraped the heavy dust and uncovered something lying flat on the wooden floorboard. It was a round metal circle, with more round metal rings inside of it increasingly smaller diameter to the very center, which was open. It was an open space, about 10 inches across. There must have been more than a dozen of these graduated metal rings, each separately covered in what had once been white cloth and sewn with 4 long pieces of heavy cloth tape from the outer ring to the smallest ring in a large X. I had no idea what it was. I put both things, the crushed hat and the hat box, and the strange ring thing, back where I found them. Sometime after that discovery, my parents were at an antique store in Great Barrington to look at furniture. While they were occupied, I went to a lady who worked there and described to her what I had found in the attic beside the hat. She said the strange ring thing was a set of hoops for a little girl's hoop skirt, and they were common in the mid-1800s. They would have been the era in which the house I was living in was built, I thought. So, something happened to a poor, sick, lonely little girl living in the house back then. No one would tell me about it, and I never learned anything more than what I mentioned here. But she had visited me late one night, in my dream, and evidently didn't want to be forgotten. We moved back to the Midwest in the summer of 1969, and never came back to Massachusetts. It's been 17 years, but it still happens to this day. It happened on a summer night on the back road connecting Mount Clair to West Milford, known to the locals as Alfie Hill. The area had very few houses at the time, and one house stood out, a brand new gorgeous home right at the crest of the dirt road. The man who lived there built it for his wife, and they had a daughter who was, I believe, around 8 years old at the time. I remember traveling the road, more of a cowpath really, and watching the home being constructed. Once it was finished, it always looked so pristine and happy. But one night, I was coming through this patch, black stretch of land, and saw the mother and daughter in the middle of the road, both in what looked like nightgowns in a mud puddle. I could see them standing there as I approached, and the moon seemed to shine on them alone. When I got to them, they disappeared in front of me. I wasn't alone in the car, so I asked did anyone else just see that, and everyone just sat there, too scared to answer. By the light of day, early, I was crossing back across the hill and saw 6, maybe 7 police cruisers and an ambulance. Crime scene tape everywhere, and one covered figure in the grass by the house, and several officers crouched by the road, beside where the mud puddle was the night before. Apparently the man had long suffered from depression and killed his wife and daughter before running to the house and killing himself. The officers said that they speculated he had committed the act the night prior to them being discovered. Still, on summer nights, you can see the girl and her mom looking down into the middle of the puddle in their nightgowns. My husband Steve, brother, and myself were staying in a condo at Sunrise Village in Killington, Virginia, to go skiing. It was in April of this year, and there was a special on the Fox News channel entitled, "Does the Devil Really Exist?" or something of that nature. It must have really affected me, as I later dreamt that my husband and I were before the devil, and he was going to decide which one of our souls to claim. I was making an argument to spare Steve and take me instead. I remember waking up as someone was grabbing my left calf and tugging on it. I looked around and saw my husband was just coming into the bedroom from the bathroom, and he saw my distress as I was waking up and shouting for him to turn on the light as I was waving my hand around me to see if I could detect any cold spots. I enthusiastically read all I can on the paranormal. I vividly recall the hand, fingers and thumb wrapped around my left calf. It was a warm hand, And no, without a doubt, it wasn't my husband's. He was in the bathroom, or my sleeping brother on the living room couch. I was sleeping, tucked in with the sheets and blankets tucked under the mattress. I think whatever it was trying to wake me up from a horrible dream. Perhaps my father, who passed away 5 years ago prior. Don't know. What I do know is that my husband believes it was a dream, and he won't accept any other explanation. This infuriates me to no end. I know it was real. Thanks for listening, and keep up the good work on your website. It's great. I've got another experience I thought you might find interesting. In October of 2006, I got orders to move from Arlington Air Force Base, Alaska, to Peterson Air Force Base, Colorado. My ex-wife and I decided to drive because we didn't want to get to the next station and not have a car. We spent the weekend with her relatives in Wasilla, then made the drive to Haines Junction and stayed the night. We really didn't sleep well that night. The room was rather uncomfortable. So we left at like 500 and began the trip to Canada. We took the Alcan, Alaska-Canada highway and pushed into the Yukon Territory, stopped and had a rather awful lunch, but my daughter, who was a year old, needed to get out of the car for a while. We pulled into White House around 1800 and decided to stop for the night. We chose the Best Western Hotel, mostly due to the military giving us a list of which hotels were best for us to stay in, and that was one. As we were checking in, I noticed a rather cold spot by a cartoony statue of a Canadian Mountie. Mind you, this was October, and things were getting cooler, but not that cold. I believe we had a room on the 6th floor and let my ex-wife and my daughter get settled while I brought in the things we needed for the night. While I was making the trips to the car and back to the room, I learned that this Best Western was once a saloon and brothel. I'd mentioned the cold spot to my ex-wife, and she had stated that once she had made the trip to Alaska in '02. This was 2 years before our marriage, and I did not know her before '03. That she had stayed on the 4th floor and experienced similar cold spots and orbs. Well, we decided to have dinner, then turn in. We had been in the car for over 12 hours, and we sorely needed a seat after the awful night before. My ex-wife said she had forgotten something in the car, and for me to get it, as she was going to give our daughter a bath and put her to bed. I went out from the restaurant and the hotel, and as I was walking in the entrance to the hotel, I kept feeling cold spots in various places. I also felt like someone had brushed up against me, and like a hand on my shoulder. Of course, no one else was around except the front desk clerk. It got stranger as I came back in after getting what it was. I have since forgotten, and got on the elevator again. I got this feeling like I was being watched, or something was there with me. Now, I was the only one in the elevator, but for some reason, it stopped on the 4th floor, and when the doors opened, an odor of tobacco filled the area. This is a non-smoking hotel, and what can be best described as a wet dog smell filtered through the hallway. When I finally got back to the 6th floor, these cold spots seemed more spread out than before, and I swear I saw some floating orbs in the window overlooking Whitehorse. By this time, it was around 1930 to 2000 at night. Of course, when I looked again, nothing was there. I also heard something that sounded like someone banging pots and pans. Obviously, there was no one there, and you weren't allowed to bring such things into the hotel. I got back to her room and told my ex-wife about it, and she said she had a similar experience in '02, without the pots and pans banging noise. We slept the rest of the night without any further disturbances and decided to head out at 6:30. While I was loading the car, it was still kind of dark outside. I swear, I saw what looked like a prospector from the latter part of the 1890s. Of course, when I looked up, he was gone. When I went back into the lobby near that cartoony Canadian Mountie statue, the cold spot really intensified, and when I got to the area where the elevator was, I saw someone out the window, and I thought nothing of it. But once I got closer to the elevator, I noticed that the person was wearing Victorian-era clothing. He passed by the window and disappeared. Again, I told my ex-wife, and she by now was picking up on animal spirits as she called them, and she was telling me it was time to get moving. But she noticed the intense cold spot by the statue as well. And like our trip to Rika's Roadhouse in Alaska back in '04, she was quick to get out of the hotel with our daughter and get to the car, while I checked out and brought the bags out. Again, I felt something brush against me, and something touched my shoulder. However, this time, the hand felt cold and clammy almost. Of course, I turn around, and no one is there. Just that cartoony Mountie statue. We get out of there okay, without any further strangeness, save for a feeling of sorrow. Then, of course, I found out it was a saloon and brothel from the Alaskan Canadian gold rush of 1898, which could explain several things, but it was the first time I actually feared spirits and ghosts, and that was because of my daughter, who was a year old at the time. Again, my ex-wife and I would talk about this till our divorce. It was probably the first time I've ever felt animal spirits. This is a personal experience that happened to me 2 years ago in Charleston, South Carolina. I'm in the Navy and had just got off the swing shift on base, leaving at approximately 11:45 p.m. from the base. The base I was at is on an old plantation's land, but I never thought anything of it. The part where I worked at was on the water of the nearby river, and the road back passed along the river for about a half mile before turning inland. Fog had a tendency to build up on the river in the fall and winter months, and the fog had rolled across the road on this particular night. As I was driving along the road coming back from work, I saw a man running on the side of the road. This was nothing special on a military base. People run all the time to keep up physical condition, but this was almost at midnight, which I found strange, and he was wearing nothing reflective at all, seemingly wearing all dark clothing. As my car came up on him, he immediately darted out in front of the car at a speed I'd never seen before. I slammed on the brakes, but it was too late. I expected to hear and feel a massive thud as I hit this poor fellow, but as the car passed through him, he vanished without a trace. I got out of the car, brights on, searching with my flashlight for a person anywhere around my car, but I was the only one as far as I could see on this road. It scared the living daylights out of me, to the point in which I started searching inside of the car to ensure I did not have a hitchhiker with me now. After getting into the car, I drove as fast as I could, with interior lights on in the car, to the nearest well-lit area, locked the doors, left the lights on, and called my father to relate the incident. After some 20 minutes of consoling me, I finally got my wits about me to drive home. However, it did not end here. From this night on, something was different about my apartment. There was a presence in that place that I haven't felt the months before the incident. I began to review sitting in the living room alone altogether because of feeling like someone was watching me. Out of the corner of my eye, I would see the bathroom light on, clear as day, but when I looked over, it would be off again. It would feel like someone would sit down next to me on the couch, but I was the only one in the apartment. Finally, one weekend my father came out to visit. Growing up with numerous ghostly and at sometimes demonic experiences, most of which he never talks about, he has become highly sensitive to the paranormal. The first day he arrived, he used the key I left him to get in while I was at work. When I got home, having said nothing of my experiences in the apartment to him, the first thing he asked me was if I ever got the feeling someone was in the kitchen area, peeking over the half wall at the television. I froze in my tracks at this. Over the course of his week-long visit, he said he also thought he saw the bathroom light turning itself on and off, and felt someone else sit down on the couch next to him, as well as seeing a shadow of a man mainly around the kitchen area, who would periodically lean over the half wall like he was looking at what was on the television. But he said he never saw or felt anything or anyone in the bedrooms. I now had a reason for my seemingly unfounded paranoia of being in the living room alone. I continued living with this feeling from the night of the incident, driving home through the following few months until I received orders to leave Charleston, and have not felt the presence of the running man since then. When I was little, about 5 or 6, we lived in a big house which was originally 2 cottages, later joined together. Although myself and my sister were young at the time and had no personal experiences, my parents told us stories about what happened there when we moved house some years later, as well as the familiar cold spots, creaks and groans. Some other stuff went on too. One day, my mom was in the downstairs bathroom when she heard a man's cough coming from outside the door. Thinking it was my dad going into the study room, which was opposite the bathroom, she thought nothing of it. When she came out of the bathroom, however, the study was empty and no one was outside. She went back to the kitchen and found my dad where she'd left him, sitting at the table. She asked him if he had come out the bathroom and coughed. He hadn't moved the whole time. Another time, my mom, my dad, and one of their friends were sitting at the kitchen table when they all heard a massive crash come directly from upstairs where my bedroom was. My mom described it as the sound of a wardrobe falling over or a full-grown male adult being thrown to the floor. They rushed upstairs to find me fast asleep and nothing out of place in my room. We even had the fireplace in my room checked in case a stone had fallen down the chimney. Nothing was found, and there was no explanation. Everyone in the house was accounted for. One night my parents were in bed when they heard the sound of a woman gently humming and singing. The sound came from the end of the corridor and continued downstairs, then eventually stopped. Again, this could not be explained. Myself and my sister were asleep, and even if we did get up, we certainly would have walked down the corridor singing. My second story is based in my grandmother's house, a manor house which is around 200 years old. My grandmother has a story which even to this day she swears was true. She was walking upstairs when in front of her she saw a pair of women's shoes on the step above. She looked up to see a skirt, blouse, and before she could see the woman's face, she vanished. My dad's family all grew up in the house, and my uncle mentioned that from his bedroom, he used to hear the sound of gravel crunching outside, like someone walking towards the house. On several occasions, he even recounts seeing 2 big black dogs sitting by his bed. Although I like the house, I always get that feeling of being watched whenever I go over. If I'm sat in the kitchen, I always want to look into the parlor, which is next in the kitchen, with the door always open so you can see in. And I always feel like someone's sitting in there. Even to this day, I refuse to go upstairs by myself, as well as seeing a key moving in a locked door from the inside when no one was in there. Myself and my sister had a weird experience. We were sat outside. The garden is kind of placed on a hill, very sloped, that you could reach by climbing some steps. From where we were sitting, we could just see into my grandmother's bedroom. She had gone out shopping and had left her 2 dogs in our bed. We were just watching them, talking, when suddenly, one of the dogs started barking at the corner of the room at something we couldn't see. She, the dog, then jumped onto the bed and started barking directly at us. Then, at the exact same time, we both saw a white mist, sort of in the form of a hand, move gently over the dog's head. He then stopped barking. My sister and I both looked at each other in surprise. We'd both seen it, but could not understand it. It was daylight, but not sunny, quite cloudyless. There was no reflections on the glass or anything like that, because there was nothing to reflect, no trees or anything behind us, and we quite clearly seen the mist from the inside of the window. While serving at RAF, Middle and Hall, with USAF, 1993-1994, I lived with a roommate from Santa Rosa named Greg. Santa Rosa is located in New Mexico. We both originally lived in the dorms on base, but got special permission from our first sergeants to move off base together. This was due to the fact that we did not drink alcohol, and drunken parties were a constant among our roommates, and in the dorms, in general, 24 hours daily as airmen worked 3 shifts. We were both practical-minded Air Force aircraft mechanics with serious responsibilities and not given to flights of fancy, and had no previous interest or experience in the paranormal or occult. I simultaneously dated an Englishman I would later marry named Bill. The cottage only had a coal fireplace for heating. Greg did all he could to keep the coal stoked, but the house never warmed, and coal always died out quickly, despite large piles of coal Greg stoked well often. The phone rang at various hours day and night, with a loud, hissing static. There was a faint, but unmistakable sound of someone whispering loudly through the static, but the words were always unintelligible. Calls to the operator to discover where the calls came from were answered that we had not received any phone calls at all during these events as far as the phone company was concerned. The calls simply came from nowhere. Greg worked a night shift, I worked days. Every night, I heard heavy footsteps come up the stairs to the bedroom landing, 4 square feet, and back downstairs after varying lengths of pause. When I was home at night, these heavy footsteps occasionally went into Greg's room. When he was at home, he heard the steps enter my room a few times. 500-year-old stairs creaked very loudly beneath thin carpet when no known humans were using them. The human footsteps could be heard anywhere in the cottage. These phantom footsteps were much, much louder and projected a foreboding emotion to the roommate at home when they occurred. The rocking chair in the living room near the fireplace rocked off of its own accord on a regular basis. Once, Greg and I were simultaneously TDY, or assigned temporary duty, to separate bases for a few months. We locked the cottage down tight as a drum. A friend agreed to check the place from time to time, but as all doors and windows remained locked, he never went inside. I returned before Greg did. Every object in the kitchen that could be moved, such as cutlery, dishes, pots and pans, bread bins, knickknacks, whatever, were taken by someone and all dumped in the middle of the living room floor. Nothing was missing. It was simply transported to the middle of the living room and unceremoniously dumped there. At other times I was TDY, and Greg experienced occurrences more often and more intensely for him when I was gone. However, his worst experience happened unbeknownst to me while I was deep inside the cottage. One night, as Greg went out to his car to go on duty, he saw what are sometimes called a shadow figure, but in much more detail. Greg was not bothered by the unmistakable occurrences in the cottage until he met this thing. It was blacker than black, the outline of a large adult male, about 6.5 feet tall, be his estimation. No facial or other features, except glowing eyes that looked at Greg in such an evil way. Greg said he was scared to death. He claimed without hearing a sound that this thing was unmistakably evil and had ill intentions, to say the least. Greg got in his car, a true British yellow Mini, and sped away as soon as he could. There is a broken down shed directly behind the house in the backyard. Both Greg and I looked into it from time to time, but refused to enter until one day we agreed to go in together. We both experienced an unexplainable strong sense of being watched from up close, though no one else was on the property. The sensation, we both agreed at the time, was an evil one. We both thought we heard heavy breathing, but neither one of us wanted to jump to the conclusion and appeared to the other one to be easily duped by what we couldn't explain. There's a storage area on the side of the house that cannot be accessed from inside the house, only by the door outside the storage area, attached to the side of the cottage. Greg and I both hardly dared to look inside after our first time inspecting the property. There were no electrical lights in the room. There was junk and building materials scattered around, as if someone dumped everything from the ceiling, and materials changed positions from time to time. Occasionally, the taps, faucets in the bathrooms upstairs turned on and off on its own accord, yet both hot and cold tap levers were always in the off position. Every unexplained occurrence was of an extremely strongly sensed nature. It always got our attention, except for the static phone calls and the chair rocking itself. Most activity took place when there was only one roommate in the cottage. Neither Greg nor I had ever experienced anything paranormal before. At least, he had not anything to this degree. Of the photos taken inside and outside the cottage, there is nothing remarkable. No orbs, light streaks, vortices, apparitions, etc. The Englishman I was dating and later married was a complete skeptic, but strongly disliked being in this cottage. He would only state, something is wrong with this house, something is strange about it. For his degree of skepticism, that was quite a statement in itself. When a man with a young teenage girl moved into the other side of this duplex cottage, Greg and I decided to warn her, without giving anything specific away about the occurrences, so we weren't planting suggestions in her mind, knowing teenagers are very impressionable. We simply welcomed her, made chit-chat, then told her when she was alone if she was ever uncomfortable or frightened, telling us she was in her bedroom alone when she audibly heard a voice call out for her. She had no history of hallucinations, swore she did not mistake it for a conversation she heard through the walls, which would not have occurred for that night Greg was on duty at the base, and that the voice was male, not matching Greg or myself.
Shortly after this, I moved in with my fiance in a nearby town, largely to get away from the occurrences, and soon lost touch with Greg entirely. The paranormal occurrences in the cottage were constant, in one form or another, and experienced intensely. It carried a heavy pull of fear or, at times, dread or terror everywhere in that cottage that never ever left. Never anything that could be called benign or benevolent. In the summer of 1996, I bought a large home in a nice, older neighborhood. My fiance lived with her parents at the time she was still in college, and I was living with my parents since I'd just gotten out of the army. We were really looking forward to getting married and having our own private place. The first night in the house felt very strange to me, but I chalked it up to being a newlywed in a new home. As time went by, the strange feelings did not abate as they thought it would. I felt more and more apprehensive, especially when I was in the house alone. The house made very strange noises when I was there by myself that it didn't make while Sandy was home with me. Also, I asked Sandy if she heard any strange noises when she was there alone, and she said she didn't. I tried to ignore the noises in apprehension, but it was getting harder and harder from the upstairs. There were just the two of us in the house, and the bedrooms upstairs were only used for storage. The footsteps seemed to pace back and forth in the upstairs hallway. Sandy claimed she never heard any of the sounds and was calling me paranoid and crazy. At first, the footsteps were confined to the upstairs, but eventually they came downstairs and into our bedroom. Whatever was making the footstep noise would come up to my side of our bed and stand there for several minutes before walking straight out of her room. I heard other strange noises in the house, like the sound of an animal growling and scratching noises in the walls. Someone or something knocked on our front door one morning at 3 a.m. so loud that I thought the door was going to come off the hinges. Of course, Sandy never heard anything and accused me of trying to scare her. I began to see small, black humanoid figures darting in and out of the corner of my vision. They would shoot behind furniture or duck into some rooms when I tried to lay my eyes directly on them. I saw them during the night and day, and began to see them more often and often. I would often get this odd feeling that someone was behind me, and if I quickly turned around, I could see one or more of those things run away. One day, when I turned around to try and see the little black things, I saw a large, black thing at the other end of the hallway. It was about 6 feet tall, and though I could not make out any features, I could tell that it was a human shape under a cloak, and it did not run away. It just stood there for several seconds to let me get a good look at it, and then it slowly disappeared. I saw that apparition several more times over the next few months, always standing some distance away and just looking at me. I was really getting scared, and it came to the point that I did not want to go home at night. The experiences were taking a huge toll on our marriage. Sandy would blame me for scaring her with reports of things that were not happening in her mind, just to cause trouble in our marriage. She would not begin to convince that I was truly scared and that something was really happening, even if she did not experience it. We stayed married for a total of 30 months before she moved out of the house and filed for divorce. But here's where the story gets even stranger. The day she moved out of the house, the frequency and intensity of the experiences began to diminish. That night, the footsteps did not come downstairs like they always had in the past. I saw the large black apparition only one time after she moved out, and that time it was translucent, as opposed to being completely opaque as it had been before. It also did not stick around as before. Once I saw it, it vanished. 4 months after she was gone, all the activity ceased. The house was quiet and still, and I no longer felt that apprehension I wrote about earlier. I've since remarried, and we live in the same house with our children. I thought that the experiences might return once I brought my new wife into the home, but they didn't. If they had, I would have sold the place. It had to be something associated with Sandy. Maybe she was into the occult or something. I spent plenty of nights with her in her parents' home when they were away, before we were married, and never experienced anything like what happened in the house. Perhaps it was the combination of her and the house that was the problem, but I hope not. If it were, then that means the same thing could happen again, and I don't want my family subjected to that. I'm writing to tell you my story. I was reading Dave's story, and it's so close to the experience that I had that it actually gave me chills. My first paranormal experience happened to me when I was 4 years old. All the experts say that things that happen to someone before the age of 5 is very hard to remember. The funny thing is that I can remember my experience like it was yesterday. My mother, sister, who's 3 years younger than me, and myself. I remember being asleep in my bed and waking up very suddenly. I looked at the doorway and I saw this full-bodied figure. The only thing is that it was completely white. I'm not talking like white, like a white wall. I'm talking white like energy. This figure to me was a child. The reason I believe this is actually because of its height. I mean, it did not have a face or anything like that. It walked towards me and got on my bed. I remember pulling the blanket up over my head because I was so scared, but I actually felt it on the bed. At that point, I ran screaming and crying into my mom's room. Her boyfriend got up and walked me back to bed to show me there was nothing to be scared of. When we got there, it was gone. Now let's fast forward to the age of 17. By this time in my life, my mom had gotten married, not the same guy from when I was 4, and they had bought a house. It was a tri-level with a full finished basement and a sub-basement. From day one, something felt very odd in the house, almost like a very heavy, unwelcome feeling. The sub-basement was probably the strangest. When you would walk in there, you could see spray paint all over the walls. I know that's not strange, but when you stood in the center of the room, you could see that the spray paint was actually covering up what looked like writing on the walls, and it was also on the floor, so that was kind of creepy. We had 2 dogs that both refused to go into my room and constantly would either stare at the wall and bark, or would stand at the stairs and bark up to the 2nd floor or down the stairs to the basement. The longer I lived in the house, the more I began to feel almost alone. It was like I was becoming isolated mentally from everything. In my room, it would constantly feel as though I was being watched. I would hear loud bangs and things sounding like they were hitting the floor, but nothing would be around. All the motion sensor lights around the outside of the house would turn on all at once for no reason. I mean, I actually began to think I was going crazy. Finally, I broke down and told my stepdad everything that had been going on. He looked at me very seriously. I remember thinking, oh crap, he thinks I'm nuts. He began to tell me about how one night After I'd gotten home from work, he worked second shift and didn't get home till around 1 a.m. We were sitting on the computer playing a game. At the time, our computer was in the front room, and you could see right up to the stairs and onto the landing where the bedrooms were. He said he saw a man walk out of my room. The man he saw was a taller man in a pair of jeans and a flannel shirt. At first, he thought it was me because he only saw the man out of the corner of his eye. But then he asked how I was doing and looked up and realized the man wasn't me. The man turned and walked back into my room. My stepdad ran up the stairs and opened my door, and I was the only one in there, and I was asleep in a pair of boxers. After my stepdad told me this, I was convinced something was going on. One weekend, while my parents were out of town, I invited two of my friends over so we could try to catch stuff on film. Of course, we got absolutely nothing. That is, until we tried to go to sleep. We had all decided to sleep in the basement because there was more room there. We turned off the lights and started to go to sleep. My one friend, Chris, was already asleep, and myself and Dave were talking. All of a sudden, the light to the sub-basement turned on, and we could see what looked like a shadow under the door. You could actually hear what sounded like the work boots walking up the wooden stairs. We woke up Chris, and we all stood at the door. We really thought someone had broken into the house. We opened up the door, prepared to beat the crap out of someone, and there was no one there. We walked downstairs and looked around. We checked the windows and everything. The windows were shut and looked like no one was there. There are a lot of things that happened, but it would be like writing a novel to tell them all. I just thought it was kind of creepy how similar my story is to Dave's. This experience happened when I was in my late 20s, back around late 1994 or early 95. I was laying in bed asleep. I felt something touch my face, and I woke up. I was face to face with a smiling old man. He crawled backwards out of my bed and stood there smiling at me. He looked like he was Caucasian descent, in his 80s at least. He had a glowing light all around him. He looked like he was at peace while staring at me. I have no idea who this was. Furthermore, I don't know why I wasn't afraid of him. He definitely looked scary to me, and I had roommates at the time. I don't know why I didn't go running down the hallway to get someone. I just stayed in bed and stared at him. Again, I wasn't afraid at all. It was almost peaceful. He faded away, and I looked at the clock in front of me. It was 3 a.m. in the morning. I stayed up a little while, and then went back to sleep. How do you talk about something like this? I didn't tell any of my roommates when it happened. I was fearful because I thought I would be outed as a crazy person. I did call my best friend, and thankfully she seemed to believe me. I gave her my rocking chair, and she wanted to make sure the spirit was not standing next to it. So yes, I think she believed me. I've thought about it a lot over the years, trying to figure out who this could have been. I told my grandmother. She's Catholic and thinks it was an angel. I've never met my father, and I have no pictures of him, so I don't know what he looked like. But perhaps, maybe this could have been my father? My mother is Spanish and French, and supposedly, my father was of Caucasian descent like the spirit of the old man. So again, maybe it was the father or grandfather that I never met. Who knows? Since then, I've now had a husband and children. I mentioned it once to my husband. He looked at me like I was crazy, and I'm not allowed to talk about it again. Anyway, thank you for reading my story. I know it sounds unbelievable, but it's the best I can do to tell you guys. These are two experiences that happened to me about 5 years ago. Here's the first story. My house is 6 years old and has never been lived in by anyone else. This started about 2 months ago. I'm laying in my bed alone, with the door to the hall and the door to the bathroom open. I swear I see the door open a little bit and then go back to where it was. I then see black figures with little or no shape appear in the doorway. Then whoosh, they are gone. I also saw what looked like people I knew, who will stick their heads in the door and then turn and leave. Last night I was asleep when I felt something nudge me 2 times. I woke up to see this black form standing beside me. It stood there for about 2 seconds, then vanished out the door. The most interesting aspect of this all is that these figures have no legs. They are just a black oval shape with no faces or arms. Just a black form. Last night was the first time it really scared me. I felt like it was the Grim Reaper asking me to follow him. Now on to my next experience, which was even spookier, I might add. I was working in a gym at a hotel in Moodsburn near Glasgow. One night, I was getting ready to leave for the night. The route I had to take was down a dark corridor to the main door. This was a walk I had made many times before, and had never any problems. But this night, as I was going along, I felt like I was being watched. As I got to the end of the corridor, I turned to close the door when I saw what looked like a white shape running towards me. Needless to say, I closed and locked the door very quickly and sprinted to the bus stop outside the hotel. The next night, I was working again and decided to see what could have caused it. I went through every possibility I could have think of, from car headlights to interior lights, but nothing recreated what I had seen. About 2 days later, I was looking through the old accident book when I found an entry from 3 years before. A man was running on the treadmill and died of a heart attack whilst using it. What was interesting was, it was the same date and time of when I saw this incident myself, of the running man. This happened to a friend and I back in the mid-1960s, when we were 12 or 13 years of age each, and we were camping with our church group, and while we had some free time, Alan and me as in Mark, decided to do exploring on our own, so we set off towards the perimeter of the park, where we found a fence that we could easily squeeze through, surrounding the park property. And bordering some large open cow pasture land was a grove of trees right smack in the middle of it. We set off across the pasture land towards the grove of trees, and much to our delight, for it was a hot day, we found a meandering stream in the grove of trees that was about 6 feet deep and about 6 feet wide, and it wandered all throughout the grove. But to our dismay, Alan and I realized that we were wearing blue jean pants and a t-shirt, and had not brought along our swimsuits, since we were not planning on going swimming until later, when the springs in the park was less crowded, so we had nothing to wear to go swimming at that time. But Alan convinced me that there was nobody around to see us, and we could go swimming like they used to do in the old days, by going swimming in the nude or skinny dipping, and nobody could tell we had nothing on. Once we were in the water, and not wanting to be labeled a coward or chicken by my friend, I quickly got undressed and we dove into the cool water. We swam around in the water for about 15 minutes when we were startled to see a young boy about our age, dressed in some dusty old-fashioned looking overalls and barefoot, staring at Alan and me from the bushes. And even though he probably saw we were both skinny dipping by our clothes hanging from the bushes, neither Alan or me felt embarrassed about it. After all of us were boys, and Alan got bold, but staying in the water, Alan said hi to him. The boy came out of the bushes, but didn't get near the banks, and he just stared at Alan and me for a solid 20 seconds. All we could think to do was ask him if he wanted to go swimming with us, but at this point, I don't think we realized it was a ghost at the moment. We just always thought it was a kid that always hung around this area and just wanted to play because we were playing around. But then, it was like he had simply vanished again. Alan and I did not wear glasses, and our vision was perfect. And we were looking straight at the boy as we climbed out of the stream. And like I said, the boy just disappeared before our very eyes. Just kind of blinked out of sight. And Alan and I quickly got into our jeans and looked around for him, but he was nowhere to be found in the bushes. And if he wanted to play with us, why did he disappear? And if he had left the grove of trees, which he didn't, we would have seen him in the open pasture land. And afterwards, we talked about our experience between us, but Alan and I didn't tell anyone of this, knowing that no one would ever believe us. Alan and I both wondered if the boy might have fallen into the stream from the crumbling banks and drowned in that stream many years ago. And as the kids our age wouldn't be caught dead wearing old-fashioned looking overalls, when all the kids we knew were wearing the latest looking fashions, was it even remotely possible that perhaps Alan and me saw a ghost that day? One who was lonely and just wanted to play. I worked at a place called Dowling as a janitor for a year. My shift was overnight, and for 3 months, I worked that shift alone. I never saw a purple orb, but I did spend a lot of time outside. What I can tell you is that after the creepiness of being in a big building all alone wears off, there are still sounds and such that can't be explained by me. Every week, if not every night, doors would open and close by themselves. Me and the others would go chasing these noises, thinking there was someone in the building, but of course, there was no one there, or I wouldn't be writing to you. And the security company wouldn't call to say an external alarm went off, so there couldn't have been anyone there. Sometimes we'd be in the library, and we'd hear one of the counselor's doors open and close. The library was the same room, but divided by office walls from the counselor area. Sometimes the classroom doors would as well. At times, I'd be in the gym and would chase the sound of footsteps. The place does make a lot of building noises. It's difficult to report on anything I heard in the auditorium, the creepiest place in the school, because the roof and heating systems would collaborate with the big empty space to make many mysterious noises that could be too easy to explain away. Plus, the auditorium was creepy because it was always dark until I would clean it, and there were so many access areas, such as backstage or the lighting area above the stage and the several doors, that would really just make me paranoid. Having said all that, I did sometimes get transfixed on the idea that an emaciated naked woman was watching me. I only got that feeling in or around that particular room. It makes no sense to me, but I did avoid it. The band room was also a little creepy. I would sometimes take my lunch there so I could listen to the radio, and the doors within would make noises like they were opening and shutting. There was one definitive time that I also couldn't explain. I went into the library and locked the door behind me because I was hearing so many noises around that door that night. Then, I climbed over the wall to the counselor's area and unlocked that door so I could rush through it when I heard the noise. Sure enough, the library door tried to open because I heard the deadbolt hit the door frame. So I ran to the hall and listened for footsteps, but there were none. I ran to look down both north and south halls along the library, but there was nobody, and there was nowhere to hide. I didn't think someone could have gotten away like that, not in that manner anyway, without making enough noise for me to hear it. A similar thing happened one night when all 3 of the overnight janitors were in there. We heard the noises in the counselor's area, so I climbed the wall while the other guys went to the doors, but nobody was there. I want to assure you of 2 things, even though these aren't really the most impressive tales. First, I don't really believe in ghosts. I'm open enough to the idea, I guess, but anytime I heard a noise, I would go looking for somebody because I assumed it was an intruder. There were times we had intruders, and times people who had rights to the building were found. However, there were so many times that we were sure there were noises, and so little chance for whoever was making them to escape, and we still found nothing, that I thought you might be interested to hear the story of Dowling from someone who was there for a long time. The building stopped creeping me out by itself about a week after I was working there alone. I heard voices and chased them, but the air unit, the building setting, and other normal noises stopped giving me the jitters by the time they became normal for me. I don't really believe in ghosts, but I saw the purple orb listed on the website after a night of chasing these noises, so I decided to write this to you, albeit 2 years after the fact. Last thing I want to say, there are 2 creepy stories about the place from a source that I'm not sure I trust, but I'll tell you anyway. One time, this guy saw people in robes walking into the woods west of the building. Another time, a girl was taken advantage of in the auditorium. A funny, unbelievable, but true story from the overnight shift. Ninjas attacked the school one night and put one of the soccer goals in the atrium. The kids did this for their overnight prank. They seriously climbed onto the roof of the school with 2 of the school's regulation-sized soccer goals and dumped them into the atrium. I chased off a bunch of kids when they were trying to get on the roof a 3rd time. They were all dressed like ninjas. My name is Carly, and I used to live in a 100-year-old house on the Eastern Shore in Maryland. This house was on a street with about 10 other houses, all closely related in shape and size, except my friend's. She's my best friend, and the man who had built all the houses in our street lived in hers. They have never had any bad experiences in theirs, up until now. My friend's older sister came back for Thanksgiving, and she woke up in the middle of the night and saw a form of a giant man. The man closely resembled Andre the Giant, even though she thought it was her boyfriend. When she looked next to her, he was sleeping. She really didn't think too much more about it until the next day, where the rest of the family shared that they had been hearing and seeing things too. My house was only a few years younger than hers. My parents bought it at an auction because the whole thing had to be gutted and renewed. As my dad was working on it, he was putting in new windows one day and saw a man. He was crouched down with his face right up against the wall, looking at the window he had just put in. The man saw my dad get up and disappeared. I've had my own experiences too. Like, we used to hear someone running up and down the halls at night. My room was right at the end, and my bed looked out the door. When the person got to the end, you could hear them turn around and run back. That wasn't too bad though. I also remember going into my room and saw a crowd of people. They were all dark figures with the outline of a trench coat that were so long you couldn't see their feet. They slowly faded away, and I didn't go back in the room for weeks. I would stay in the other guest bedroom. I had a great aunt, and she was a psychic. I loved her. We had the strongest bond you could ever have with anyone. She died of cancer, and it was terribly hard on me. I ended up with some things of hers, like her tarot cards, but most importantly, her angel cards. I'd just gotten these, and I was up in my room playing with them when I pulled up one card that had a picture of a lady on it. This lady looked exactly like my aunt, and she was surrounded by animals. My aunt had a basement full of bunnies, birds, fish. She had 5 cats and 5 dogs. The message on the card said, "A message from your loved one. I'm fine, very happy now. Don't worry about me, and don't forget about me, but don't let me overtake your life." Then it said goodbye, and I love you on it too. After I read that, I teared up and ran downstairs. I showed my mom, and she couldn't even believe it. I couldn't believe it either, so I got scared and told my mom to take the cards out of my room, just in case. My mom put it on her dresser. They were there for about a week or 2, and then they disappeared. My mom never moved them, and neither did anybody else. No one had touched them, and they had just vanished. I'm for sure that was her final message to me. Maybe not forever, but just so I wouldn't worry. It was her proper goodbye. The week before Thanksgiving, my son and I were emptying out a house that was to be torn down and this new one brought in. We were standing by my pickup truck, which we were loading, and he happened to look at a bright light in the sky and said, "Hey, look at that. Is it a plane?" I looked up, and there were no flashing lights, just looked like a wide set of headlights, no other colored lights. I thought at first it was a plane, but no sound for as low as it seemed. It came over slow and headed east, and I thought it would disappear, like over the trees, like the planes that come over do. But instead, it went up, and did so very quickly, until it was a speck that disappeared. I still wonder what it was. Was it a paranormal entity, like an orb or some sort? Or maybe something different, like even a UFO? It's hard to say. But back in 1990, my husband and I were talking outside and happened to look at the edge of our 40 acres. There, just above the trees, was a long cigar-shaped object that covered the entire line of the 40-acre parcel. It had flashing lights and looked like windows were along the side of it. It was reported in the newspaper, as a lot of people saw it that same night. It made no sound at all. My son passed away in August 2008, and I've had my grandson say that he sees him in my bathroom. I find that strange. Last week he came to me and his mother and said that there was a man in my bathroom and he needed to put his clothes on. When I found my son, he was naked. My grandson didn't see him that way, the way he passed away. He has told me many times that there are ghosts in my house. We have heard doors open and close, and sometimes the floor's creaking. Like last fall, I'd gone in my bathroom to turn off the lights the kids left on. I called out to him, thinking that maybe someone was still in the bathroom. Finally, I said loudly and impatiently, "Who is in here?" I heard a voice distinctly said, "I am," very quietly and clear. I didn't recognize the voice and thought one of the kids were playing a joke on me. and no one was near the bathroom, which is just off my master bedroom. It didn't scare me. There are other strange things that happen in my house. We hear little kids outside talking. Most of the time, it is indirect, and you can't make out what they say, and other times, something comes in clear. We just think the land is haunted. For a while now, my sister has lived in a house a few blocks away from my parents' house. I live with my parents. I would go over there to babysit my nephew when my sister had plans. Some nights I would sleep over there. Her house always had a creepy feeling to it, a thick feeling to the air. My sister had just had knee surgery and wasn't able to take care of her son, so I was spending the weekend over there. The first couple of nights were fine. I didn't mind at all. But the last night I stayed there, I was in the living room watching TV when I caught something out of the corner of my eye. It looked like a shadow. Before I say any more, I better tell you the layout of my sister's house. When you walk in, you go to the left and down a hallway. The open doorway to the left leads to the kitchen. The kitchen has another entry as well. The first door on the left is my sister's bedroom. The only door on the right is the bathroom, and the door at the other end of the hallway belongs to my eldest sister, when she's there, that is. On the other side of the kitchen is a set of French glass doors and let out into a game room, an add-on to the house. The doors are always kept closed and locked at night. The only people in the house that night were myself, my sister, the one on the mend, and her son. So anyway, I saw a shadow. At first I thought maybe it was my sister getting up to ask me to get her something. But the shadow simply vanished before I could get a closer look at it. I shrugged it off as me being tired. I lay down to go to sleep. I woke up a couple minutes later. It was around 5 in the morning. I didn't know what had woken me. I was sweating badly, and I felt like someone was sitting on my chest. I was propped up enough to see the French doors, which were across the room from the sofa. What I saw that night is engraved into my brain. There was an old woman outside the doors. She had her hands pressed against two of the glass panels and her face against another. Her mouth was open in a scream. I was scared beyond belief because I couldn't move, I couldn't speak, I couldn't do nothing but lay there. And then the door began rattling. The woman was shaking it. A shadow came out of the kitchen, and the woman vanished. The shadow vanished after that, and I could breathe again. I don't know what the shadow was, but it did make the woman go away. I like to think it was my guardian angel. Who knows? That's my story. Anyway, and yeah, it is true. My mother was born in Austria-Hungary in 1908. When her parents immigrated to the US, they left their 3 children behind in the care of their grandparents. It was 5 years until her parents were able to return and bring the children to the US. In that 5 years, my mother became very close to her grandfather and went everywhere with him. She arrived in the US as a 13-year-old, grew up, and married my father. They were a young farm couple living in rural Ohio. One night, my mother awoke to see her grandfather standing at the foot of her bed. He was smiling at her, but did not speak. She relayed that she pulled the covers over her head and then looked again, and he was still there. She then tried to wake my father, but when he awoke, her grandfather disappeared. She had the overwhelming feeling that her grandfather had died. This happened in the mid-1920s, and at that time, international long distance was only a thing for wealthy folks. Her only contact with her grandparents was via mail, which would take a couple of weeks to arrive. Sure enough, 2 weeks later, she received a letter from her grandmother verifying that her grandfather had passed away on the same day and approximately the same time that he appeared in her bedroom. My father attested to the entire happening. This was always our family ghost story that no one ever had a reason to doubt. My parents live on a farm in Sugar Grove. My stepdad grew up here with his family as a child. On Christmas Eve in 1964, his dad went into town to pick up the grandma for the holiday. With him, he took a younger daughter and his younger son. On the way home, there was a terrible accident and everybody died except the daughter. Over the years, the farmhouse was used as rental property until my mom met her husband. They have lived here now for 6 years and have had many experiences with the spirits of this home. I, too, have had some of the same. There are many voices that we hear. Marbles rolling down the hallway upstairs, foot noises walking up and down the stairway, clouds of light and dark smoke throughout the entire house, doors open and close, things come up missing, then are returned within days. If you are alone in the house and stand by the sink, you will soon hear a voice that asks you to go away. It will repeat until you walk away from the sink. Standing outside, if you look up into the window upstairs, sometimes you will see a vision of a woman standing in the window. This is believed to be Grandma. I have an 11-year-old daughter that has walked into the downstairs bathroom and ran out, stating there is a man standing at the bathroom sink. He will only turn his head and look at you, and then turn back to the mirror. He hasn't spoken yet. When my parents first came here, they slept upstairs. They had to move to the downstairs room in the winter because no matter what room you are in up there, it is ice cold. We have used electric heat sources to try to generate heat, but it doesn't work. There are also apparitions of faces, white in color, etched into the door of the master bedroom. These appear darker at times and lighter at other times. They appear to be stuck in the wood of the door. It's believed by everyone here that the spirits and happenings of this house are all those family members that were killed in the crash. After all, they all did reside here, and I think they still do. My mother passed away a little over 4 years ago. Since then, we have seen her, usually in dreams, and my father has actually seen her many times in her home. My mother had been sick with a congestive heart failure that took a turn for the worst for about 2 years. My dad cared for her day and night. Finally, the last trip to the hospital was supposed to be a routine trip to remove excess fluid. On the way to the hospital, my mother made a prophetic statement to him that she would not be coming home again. When she was given the diagnosis that no further help was available to her and she would be sent home with hospice, she refused and decided to die in the hospital instead of at home because my father had to continue to live there and she did not want him to find it hard to stay at their home. 9 days of excruciating pain from a failing liver and kidneys, and unable to get her breath, she succumbed to death only after the last of her immediate family visited her on that day. It was as if she had waited until she had seen her husband, children, grandchildren, and son-in-laws before she was ready to go. 10 minutes after the last visitor, she breathed her last. Oddly enough, the grandfather clock in my parents' home stopped on the exact time of her death. My father has refused to rewind it. After 60 years of marriage, my father has been so lost. For the first year, she appeared to him frequently with a smile on her face, and one time told him, "I love you deeply, and just want to make sure you are okay." She still appears to him, just not as frequently as the first year. Recently, my sister and father had found a picture she had painted and had a frame to give me for my birthday. My dad saw my mother the morning they gave me the gift and said she was holding a shopping bag with a wooden frame sticking out from it with a huge smile on her face. He said they communicated without talking, and he knew she was happy and proud I was getting the picture. I've seen my mother in dreams, but only one stands out as a possible contact with her. In my dream, I was looking through the picture window at my parents' home and saw her sitting in her chair with my father standing over her, talking and smiling, as if he was catching up on recent events. I went inside the house and she looked at me and smiled. I remember how peaceful she looked and so healthy. I remember saying, "Mama, how can this be? I saw you in the casket at the funeral home." She just smiled at me and said, "Well, sometimes these things just happened." I replied, "Well, I don't care how it happened. I'm glad to have you back. I've missed you." With that, I woke up. One other time, after an extremely frustrating day, I was walking in a corridor and thought I'd heard her call my name. She said, "Susie." I actually said out loud, "Mama?" She was not even there. My sister says she has dreamed of her, but never actually have seen her. My son slept in my mom's bed about 6 months after her passing, and said sometimes in the night, he felt her sit down on the side of the bed. He knew it was her, because he could smell her perfume. My nephew recalled a dream he had the first Thanksgiving holiday after her passing. He said that in his dream, he walked out of his upstairs bedroom, and she was in the hallway. He said, "Let's go get some turkey, Granny." He said she replied, "Now, Mark, you know I can't go downstairs with you this year, but you know I'm here." My family feels that she is around us all the time. I know she is with my father the most because he is terminally ill and misses her so terribly. I feel comforted knowing she is waiting for his time to cross over. My mother is a current janitor working at Rockford College, and one of the buildings she is assigned to cleans happens to be the Burpee building. There, she and some of the other ladies that work with her have lunch in that specific building every work night. A while back, she told us that during her lunch break, she saw what was a female figure walk past the room they were in. She said she wore a blue dress and had blonde hair. The room has a mirror that faced the only door of the small area. She said, and I quote, "I glanced at the mirror, a habit of doing when you're in that room a lot, and saw this thin, transparent figure walk past the door. I thought it was one of the other girls that was walking by, but it wasn't until I realized that no one that night was wearing a blue dress or had dyed their hair blonde. I walked out to see if it was a trespasser, but saw no one in the hall. I called security and asked them if they allowed any blonde, blue-dressed girl on the property. They denied doing so, confirming my suspicions that it was possibly a ghost. This is just one of the stories that she has told us during the last 2 years of her encounters with the Burpee ghosts. This just happened to me just recently, on February 8th, 2008, when I took a ghost tour of the Tuang Cemetery in Brisbane, Australia. First of all, I'd like to keep this to myself anonymous. Secondly, what I saw is true, for I did some research to see if anyone else experienced what I saw that night, and, as it turns out, a few people over the years saw it too. It was cold and partly windy that night when I turned up at the ghost of the Tuang Boneyard, Brisbane's oldest and biggest graveyard. There's a lot of strange stories connected to this boneyard, like a vampire. There's only 2 boneyards in the world that got fair dinkum vampires, Highgate in London and Tuang in Brisbane. The Bleeding Grave and Walking Statue. Yes, a wandering statue. Anyway, the tour barely began as our hostess was introducing herself when I saw something standing amongst the trees. It was solid and black. It was standing there watching us. I saw it, but I thought I was seeing things. Excitement that might have sparked off my imagination. But as I walked past the spot, there was nothing there to resemble that figure. But yet it was real, as you and I. Wasn't until a few feet ahead, I heard a weird clang sound right next to me, as if someone was banging in a pot or whatever. I thought it was the signpost rattling, but there was no signpost anywhere. Now that was frickin' weird, I thought as I hurried on, looking behind me. Most of the night I felt we were being followed by something, as I was tailing Charlie. Best place to be in a ghost tour at the end of the line. Things started to get a bit stranger, like the cold wind I felt touching me if there was no wind blowing. The same thing happened again 2 nights later, when I felt something touching my neck in my own home, or seeing things at the corner of my eyes. When I turn around, there will be nothing there. I thought I was ready for the madhouse at one point. I know that I saw something, so I researched it, and as it turned out, others saw that same black figure at the same spot where I saw him or her, whatever the heck it was, and heard the same clanging sound I heard, so I didn't imagine it at all. I hope I didn't. That's my story. I've got other great spine-chilling tales, which I'll put up ASAP. But this was the first experience I had in years, except for the ghost of my dog who came back for a few nights to bark goodbye to us. My name is Tina. I'm 33, and I have a story I would like to share with you and your readers. I've been experiencing strange things for many years now, but I've only been sharing them for just a few people who don't believe always have the need to find something wrong with the ones who do. My mom was one of those people. She would roll her eyes and say I was crazy or I had been drinking. The day she became a believer was one of the most beautiful moments we've ever shared. This is our story. My mom had surgery in her foot and was using a walker to get around. I was at her house helping her with her laundry and such, and had laid my son down in the bedroom down the hall for his nap. Mom was kicked back in the recliner and decided she would also take a nap. All my chores were done for the time. Everybody in the house was sleeping, so I went out to get into the pool. I turned on the baby monitor at the room where my son was sleeping and brought the other piece outside with me. My mom lives out in the country. No neighbors close enough for monitor to pick up any other signals from a phone or another baby monitor. It was so quiet in my mom's house, I could hear the tick-tock ticking of the clock in the room where the monitor was. All of a sudden, I heard a woman's voice so clear and loud. It sounded like she was speaking into the monitor. It sounded like peep, as in P-E-E peep. I'm not sure what that means. Maybe it was just gibberish. That's what I heard. At this point, I start to run to the door to see if my mom is still in the chair in the living room. I got to the door, snatched it open, and there was my mom, still reclined back in the chair with a really strange look on her face. I guess I had a strange look on my face too, because she said, "What? What's the matter? Who's here? Who are you talking to?" I just looked at her and couldn't say anything. She asked again who I was talking to, and I said nobody. Why? She said that she heard a woman talking. She thought she was dreaming. She opened her eyes, and the woman was still talking, so she knew she wasn't dreaming. Having to always have an explanation for things, she then assumed I was on the phone, but looked around and saw the phone and my cell phone were on the kitchen counter. That was when I came in the door, and she knew it wasn't me. I said, "Heard that too?" "Yes," she said, with a very strange look on her face. So I went down to the hall to the room where my son was still sleeping and looked around. Nothing out of the ordinary, nothing out of place. I came back down the hall and told my mom he was fine, still sleeping, hadn't moved an inch. She was a little freaked out, but she started asking me questions about my great-grandmother, who often visits me, and the places that I go. I never met my great-grandmother in person, but I've had many run-ins with her spirit. My mom didn't want to believe that Grandma visits her too, but after that day, she started to believe, not only in ghosts and spirits, but in me too. Thanks, Grandma Daisy. This is a true murder story that happened around the early 1900s in the Woods Memorial Circle, Mapleville, Rhode Island. This story is a more true and detailed story of the one before that my great-grandmother told me about. Catherine was a mill owner's daughter. She was a very pretty, tall blonde. She was engaged to a local farmer, Robert. Catherine, though, had one problem. A man, who some say had mental issues, was stalking Catherine. His name was David. David would send Catherine letters of how much he loved her, and how they could have babies together. These letters disturbed Catherine. He would watch her through the window and follow her wherever she went. One day, Catherine confronted him and told him never to talk to her again. David thought this was like a game, so he proceeded to send disturbing letters and watch her at all times. As a few days went by, he gave up. With this, he had a plan. If he couldn't love her, no one else could. So one day, while Catherine was going to the woods to get water for her family, David followed. First, he stopped at Catherine's fiance's farm. Robert was working on the farm as usual, and David came in from behind and stabbed him in the back with a pitchfork. Then he went off to find Catherine. Catherine was sitting next to a pond under a hemlock tree. David pulled out his knife and stabbed her through the neck. She screamed in pain as David ripped open her body. As she died, David messed with her dying body. Afterwards, he took her organs out, cut off her breasts, and nailed her heart to a tree, covered in blood. David went home and took a nap. He was supposedly awoken by the sound of dripping. He looked around his room, and it was covered in blood. In the middle of the room, Catherine stood there cursing at him. David had gone insane. He wrote his last letter to the police, telling them what he did, where her body was, and all that happened. He drowned himself the next day in a river, his body sprawled out on a rock, broken. Catherine and Robert were buried in a now abandoned cemetery, and David's body was thrown into a pit. During a biopsy, they found a heart in David's stomach. Some people think he swallowed her heart, while others think Catherine put it there. Still, Rumors persist that late at night in the cemetery, you could see the couple holding hands as if nothing ever happened. I believe I had a true experience with a shadow person. This is my story. It was maybe 11-ish at night. My boyfriend and myself were watching a movie. The lights were dim in the house. The house is more than 100 years old. From where I was seated, I could see the dining area, which was dark, and the kitchen doorway, which had a dimmed overhead light on, and the light was spilling into the dining room. I noticed a distinct shadow movement in the light from the kitchen, like someone or something walked past the light. I turned my head fully towards the doorway now, and saw a solid black elongated ovalish shape towards the top of the doorway, and it quickly slipped into the kitchen. My immediate reaction was not of fear, but sort of like, okay, what the heck was that? I wasn't alarmed. I continued watching the movie thinking of explanations for what I just saw. Now let me tell you, there are 3 dogs in the home as well as the 2 of us. My boyfriend's 2 dogs were asleep on the floor by our feet, and my dog was by my side on the couch. He's small. He was acting a bit odd, nervous now. Perhaps he sensed it in me. 30 minutes later, he got down and headed towards the kitchen. He had just got his head in the door and promptly stopped. I couldn't see his head and shoulders, just his back end. I saw his neck raise like he was looking up, and then it happened. It took my breath and gave me chills. He started wagging his tail, slow at first, like he was unsure, and then the momentum slowly gained. He never got to a full-on happy to see you wag. Then he abruptly stopped and came back to my side. He would not enter the kitchen. And in case you think maybe he was looking out a window, no, the window was too high up to see anything. My name is Guy, and I would like to share my experience at Lambertville High School. I've been there numerous times. I live about 25 minutes away in Pennsylvania. My friends and I are ghost hunters, and Lambertville is a favorite spot of ours. The first time I visited the school was about 2 years ago, in 2005 and 2006, and I've been curious about it ever since then. I've had many comments about history of this amazing site. I've been through some of the school, not all of it though, because the building is in poor shape. The first time we went, we didn't encounter anything out of the ordinary. Back then, we had no equipment except our eyes and ears and flashlights. We really didn't venture inside until the second trip, but that was during the day and also uneventful. The third trip back to the school was a shocker that still gives me chills to this day. We went on a summer night, around midnight, or maybe a little later than that, and not a smart thing to do, but we didn't know any better. We parked the car out in front of the steps leading up to the school. We were to go in shifts up and into the school. 2 go and 2 stay in the car to watch for cops. We were there for 5 minutes before 2 of my friends came sprinting to the car screaming, "Drive! Drive!" Me and my friend, who stayed in the car, were wondering what was literally scaring them to insanity. What they told us was pretty crazy at first. They said that while they were walking up the steps to the school, they heard the sounds of little children, little girls, giggling and laughing. At first I didn't believe it and wanted to go back to experience this for myself. I'm the kind of person that has to see to believe, but it's the hope of that proof that draws me back to this school. Anyway, that incident was about 2 years ago, and between my friends, It has been just a story with no proof. No proof. Until now. Last week, May 2008, me and my friends met up again, thanks to school being finished, and decided to go back. We went that night around 10 to 10:30 and stayed there for a good hour and ventured inside. Though we heard no laughing, I'm still a believer. I believe my friend's story and everyone else's stories of little children laughing because I caught it on tape. I recently purchased some equipment to help capture paranormal activity, and the most valuable tool I had that night was my recorder. It's amazingly lucky that I caught anything at all, because I only recorded audio for about 7 minutes of our hour-long investigation. And all but about a minute of the audio has voices on it that were not ours. I also caught the voice of maybe a teacher or student saying, "Does he seem okay?" in a 2-minute-long conversation with what I believe is a female and a male that answers a question that I ask. I've showed this tape to my family and friends, and they all hear talking as well, and the laughter seems to freak everyone out. I wanted to make sure that what I was hearing was, well, what I was hearing. When I heard the laughing on the tape, I thought, my God, they weren't joking or trying to scare us. They really did hear something that night, something that I would like to share with your website, if that is alright with you. I just want to know that there's something other than this life. And that is what draws me to the paranormal. Thank you for your time, and thank you for reading this. If you have any comments or questions, please feel free to ask. I'd love to share these clips with you guys and your viewers. This is in reference to your listing for the Hearthstone Inn, Colorado Springs, Colorado. This place has much more than a little girl. As a housekeeper there in 1999, I was able to experience almost all of the hauntings. In the south building, 3rd floor, the little girl would appear regularly, as well as the man in brown in the main bedroom, also in the southwest corner of the floor. He was harmless and would usually disappear as soon as spotted. On the 3rd floor, I've never felt alone, would often hear the little girl and running and laughing. 2 of the 4 bedrooms on the 1st floor share a bedroom. I learned to prop the door open while cleaning, or I would be locked in. The first time I was locked in, I rattled the door and was screaming for the other housekeeper. I was nearly hysterical when she let me out after about 5 minutes. Also in the south building, 1st floor, there was a bedroom at the end of the hall that used to be under the stairway. The back stairway of this building, when it was a hotel, led outside. Many of our guests reported having the dreams of the woman in this room. I would feel her, but never see her. I would have trouble with the lights and an unwelcoming presence. On one occasion, the owner, David Oxhandler, spent the night in the room on having a very vivid dream of this woman and dismissing it as a dream. He was too shaken to go back to sleep. When he stepped outside to have a cigarette, he turned around, feeling he was not alone, and actually saw her, dressed as just in the dream, floating where the stairs would have been. Rumors she was the victim of a lover's quarrel and was shot on the back stairs. The last one I knew of was in the north building, 2nd floor. One room next to the stairs facing east was never pleasant to be in. The light was very temperamental, flickering and choosing when to be on or off. I would feel a presence on the floor, but really tried to ignore it until one day I was standing near the stairs with several heavy bundles of laundry to take downstairs, when I felt a pressure on the right side small of my back. Just a little shove, and I nearly went headfirst down the stairs, and not of my own volition. Last I hear, the Oxlanders were doing haunted history tours of their hotel. Shortly after, it has been sold to another local organization. Very much worth adding some info to your site, and thanks for the space. My wife and I had several experiences in our apartment over the last 3 years we have lived here. It began with hearing noises and creaks in the building early on, and slowly evolved to seeing shadows in the middle of the night in our bedroom. We both have had experiences where we thought to have seen a little boy in blue pajamas looking at things in our bedroom. 3 major events have occurred, which I'll describe in detail. Event 1. Summer of 2006. My brother was staying over because he is a minor, and our mother was going out of town. We had woken up late to eat breakfast and were playing a game of cards. As we are brothers and there is a significant age gap, we sometimes argue. I was being a little bit of a jerk, picking on a card selection he had made, when our kitchen trash can started to rock back and forth. We were the only people present in the apartment, and we were about 10 yards from the trash can. I investigated the trash can further to find that it was nearly empty and there was nothing that could have moved, so we went to the park. Event 2. Winter of 2007. My wife and I were growing fascinated with the television show Ghost Hunters. We had spent an entire day watching episodes from the 2nd season DVD. Being cocky and joking with my wife over her growing discomfort with the mood the show was setting, I began joking about talking on the ghost of the apartment, saying such things as, "If anyone is here, come here and get me," or "You can't touch me, you're just a ghost, I don't believe in you." Later that night, at 4 a.m., I woke up quite distressed and felt that the apartment was shaking from a significant earthquake. I was sure that it was the big one and rushed to jump out of bed and pull my wife to safety in a doorway. She was in a state of shock as I lifted her out of bed and was scared of an earthquake also. When we finally got to the doorway and calmed down, I explained to her that I thought there was an earthquake, but couldn't feel it anymore. She couldn't either. I began to grow very nauseous and leaned on her for support. I told her I wasn't feeling right, and I blacked out. As I was blacked out, I heard sounds of people talking very quickly. At first I thought it was my wife, and I tried to tell her to slow down. I felt the sensation of running very quickly while I was hearing the rapid dialogue. I was growing angry when suddenly I awoke lying on the floor with my wife over me. She told me she thought I was having a seizure or something because all of my muscles had lightened and I was screaming and moaning in a sense of fear. She said that I had also grown pale. All throughout that night, I felt the bed continue to shake. Event 3. Soon after Event 2. I was angered by an experience I had felt earlier in Event 2, where I had awoken to what I thought to be an earthquake and experienced what I thought to be a form of being possessed. I researched how to hold a seance to converse with spirits present within the room and invited friends over to help with the conversation. I didn't describe the experience I had felt earlier so that it would not affect my friends' experiences that night. In the middle of the seance, one of my friends began to grow woozy and sway forward when he suddenly stopped it. He said that he couldn't go on and felt like someone was talking quickly to him, and he had felt the sensation of running, identical to my experience earlier. I shared with him my experience, and we decided not to continue. Also, this night, my friend's car got a flat tire while parked in my apartment, and only needed to be refilled with air as there was no puncture to cause the flat, as if someone deflated it. Also, another friend was called by his girlfriend within minutes of us ending the seance because she felt something had happened and was worried. He had only told her he was going to see me and not anything about what we were doing that night. The friend with the flat also received a phone call from his aunt about an hour after, whom he speaks with rarely, because she had similar concerns as my friend's girlfriend. How's that for women's intuition? Ever since that last event, nothing else has occurred. This is a personal experience that to this day has left me shaken. There is something wrong with this apartment complex. My experience centered on the apartment we were in, but from other residents, I heard other tales that made me really not want to live there, and as soon as I could get out, my husband and I certainly did. Huntrill Apartments located in South Lyon. There is a huge tree right directly in front of it. Apparitions have been seen in the little hallway between bathroom and bedroom. The panel in the hallway leading up to the crawlspace had moved on its own. Personal experience was actually in the bathtub, and the only one home when it happened. I'm all of 5 foot, and that ceiling is a good 8 feet. There was no way for me to get up there. We figured that the only way to move that panel was to be up in the crawlspace. Each crawlspace is self-contained. EVPs have gotten into the apartment of a young woman with an accent saying, "Can't stay too long," and sleep. Both still have. If you leave the apartment door open while taking a shower, you get this feeling that you are being watched. Then look out. You see the retreating figure of what looks to be a young woman. I'd had this happen and thought I'd left my apartment door open, and it was a neighbor, and upon investigation, found my door deadbolt was locked. Numerous pictures of orbs and odd shadows have been captured in this apartment. All still have. Late at night, you can also hear someone walking past the apartment, and when you go to look, there is no one on the walkway. And considering where the apartment is, there's no way for someone to get down it quick enough without hearing the sounds of running feet. Have had an experience of having the front door hit several times while I was to peephole, and no one was there. Stories were also told to me of the laundry room in the same building is also a place of odd occurrences. Feelings of being watched and hearing a young woman's voice. Have felt the being watched part, but considering that the old furnace system is right there in the laundry room, I dismissed it. A lot of my family and husband's family refused to spend the night there just cause the place gave them the creeps. And this was prior to some of these events happening. I've tried to find out if there have been any deaths or murders or anything on that ground, and I came up with nothing. All I know is that the place was just, there was something wrong with it, and I wish I had never moved into it. The EVPs were caught when that building had few residents. I still have them, just have others listen to them from time to time to prove I wasn't crazy with what I heard. The pictures are numerous, and some still make the hair on my arm stand up because of the experiences with them.
One night in October 2008, my friends Scott, Denny, and Steve and I decided we wanted to go ghost hunting. Scott was the only one who had experience with anything, and he had seen things and had things happen to him and other people in his past groups. We started off by going to Peace Church Cemetery and where the murderer Billy Cook is buried. We were equipped with a video camera, me, a digital camera, a digital voice recorder, a heavy-duty flashlight, Scott, and 2 smaller flashlights with the other 2 people. We walked around for a little bit as Scott instructed us to let our senses take hold of us and guide us as they please. If we got an impulse to do something, do it. We all had weird feelings, but eventually realized we weren't going to find anything here. We left, deciding to go somewhere that Scott had experienced before, the Waco Cemetery. Once we got there, we said our opening prayer and made our way out into the cemetery. Eventually, we split into 2 groups, me and Steve in one, Scott and Denny in the other. Steve told me to get a couple of specific things on video. He thought he had seen something he said was best described as a specter, with a head that shaped into a point and a cloaked black body. We walked around for a bit longer, and he told me he had seen it again. We walked towards the area he saw it, and didn't see anything. We met back up with Denny and Scott on the other side of the cemetery, and Scott started talking about the things that had happened to him here. He had been asking questions and talking in general, trying to pick up some EVP. He started talking about what he called the prankster that had slapped him in the face and possibly put scratches down his friend's back. We made our way back to the center of the cemetery where there were no graves, just a patch of grass. We stood around, and Steve told the other two about the specter he had seen and where he had seen it. Around that time, Scott said lights out. He took a couple of pictures, and the rest was silent. Then, we turned our lights back on for a few seconds before Scott repeated his order of lights out. This part gets a little blurry. I can't remember if it was before or after we turned the lights back on. But Scott is a big guy, wide and tall. He fell backwards onto Steve, who would have fallen on me had I not moved in time. He had fallen hard. He laid there and just looked confused, and his face was red. His glasses had flown off of impact of the fall. He asked where his glasses were. Then he asked, "Did I fall?" We tried to explain what happened from each of our perspectives quickly, as we were pretty freaked out, since this was our first experience. He had asked a couple more times as the rest of us came to the conclusion that he fell too hard to have just fallen from a loss of balance. I, for one, think he was pushed by some force. Anyway, we got him up to his feet. He looked around and said, "We're leaving." Scott was shaken, and that was all we needed to hear. As we walked back to our cars to say a closing prayer, Scott started coughing, which progressed into dry heaving. We had 8 Hardys before we went to the first place, so we knew that he had something to throw up. We stopped to wait for him, and after he felt better, we proceeded to walk to a space between the cars to say the prayer. Scott began, "Our Father which art in heaven." It was interrupted by more dry heaving. Steve said, "Scott, are you okay?" He nodded and said, "Hallowed be thy," and cut off to some dry heave some more. This time, it was so bad that he lost his glasses and was down on his knees coughing up something that wasn't there. He looked up, straight at me, and gave the most evil glare I've ever seen. I immediately recoiled in fear, with tears forming in my eyes. I asked Scott, "Scott, are you there?" He got over this fit eventually as Steve said, "Hallowed by thy what? Finish the prayer, Scott. You have to finish it." Scott straightened up a little and hoarsely started to finish, "Hallowed be thy name." Again, the same occurrence had just happened, and he just kept coughing and dry heaving. At this point, Scott has regained his composure enough to finish, and says, "For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen." As we each followed with a thankful amen, he said, "Now let's get the heck out of here." I was ahead of him in parking, so I started the car and drove out of the cemetery as fast as possible. We stopped into a church parking lot up the road. Scott got out of his car, and we started talking about what just happened. He claimed to have no recollection of falling or anything after that. That's the story of what happened in Southwest Missouri on a late October night. May you form your own conclusions, and I hope you enjoyed. I've felt the presence of ghosts at some places I've been or lived at. I've never had an experience of seeing a ghost, but I can walk into a place and tell if there's a ghost there. I know if it's a male, female, or child. I've seen dark shadows, but not all have been black. Some are gray, like the color of a rat. One night, a very good friend of mine came over and we started watching a movie and eating pizza. I saw the dark outline of a male child peeking around the corner of the kitchen. I told my friend Dawn, who is very religious, and at first she didn't believe me. I kept seeing the outline of a head and shoulders peeking around the corner. Then, about 5 minutes or so later, we started hearing a scratching noise. I told Dawn that's the ghost. She said it was just a mouse. Then, I heard a loaf of bread fall on the floor. The bread is kept on the counter far back next to the microwave. I got up to investigate. The bread was lying on the floor, but had no holes in it from a mouse. I put the bread back and went back into the living room. Dawn got up to get a glass of soda, and when she went into the kitchen, she yelled. She said the loaf of bread moved across the counter and dropped on the floor at her feet. She started praying. Every time she stopped praying, you could hear scratching noises. She kept praying, and the scratching continued. Then it got quiet. We finished the movie, and as we were talking, we noticed the lid on the pizza box, which was propped up, started to slip down. Instead of just falling down, it closed. This was very slowly. Dawn said she had enough and went home. She took the pizza and box home with her. She called me later that night and said that the ghost followed her home because her bread was constantly sliding off the counter, and she actually saw the pizza lid open when it was closed in the box. She said she threw the bread and pizza box off her balcony and prayed really hard. She didn't have any more problems, and our bread stayed on our counters after that. I was at the age of 12 to 13 when my grandmother bought me a rocking chair out of what she said was a yard sale. She claimed that they were very glad to get rid of it, and she never thought to ask why. She brought it home and sat it in my room with my dolls on it. It was an antique, so I was leery about anyone sitting in it. I never experienced any weird activities in it, but my brother at the age of 9 years was sitting in the living room where he could see it and claimed to have seen it rock 3 times. It scared him to the point where he just ran outside to my grandmother, crying and screaming. I was confused, and my grandmother told me to keep it closed and keep my door shut. Later, my aunt said she went into my room to get something, and she also seen it move. I was getting mad, thinking that there was something wrong with my chair, and hid it in my closet. The last person that had seen it move was my little cousin, due to us moving to another location. She agreed to keep it in her room, where she did not stay at the time, but went in and out of there when needed. She was doing her hair in a dresser mirror when she got a glimpse of the rocker moving. Then, to her surprise and fright, a little girl appeared. She said she was very beautiful in an older clothing. She screamed and ran from the room. It took her some time to calm down to tell what happened, and there I was, ready to get rid of it also. The one thing I did find out about the chair before giving it away was that it hated men. Due to my family's curiosity, my great uncle was determined to see it and experience it sliding away from him across the room. He was nevertheless very scared and left quickly. I'm glad I gave it away and didn't think twice, but never had it do anything in front of me. I didn't experience this myself. It happened to my mother a couple months ago, and she told me about it after it happened. What happened was, a couple of months ago, my mom was prepping for a party in our kitchen at about 9:30 p.m. Me and my brother, who were about 11 at the time, were both at the house at the time. I was upstairs, and he was in the living room. My mom told me that she was washing dishes and that she looked up at the window in front of her and she saw someone walk by the hallway behind her. She immediately thought that it was me because of how tall the person was. She called out my name and told me to do something for her. After a couple of minutes, she came to look for my brother to ask where I had went. He looked at her like she was crazy and told her that I hadn't come downstairs for about an hour. She calmed me down noticeably scared because she thought someone was in the house, but we couldn't find anyone. This happened more than once to my mother, but more noticeable. She was washing clothes and had to walk through the kitchen and saw someone poke their head out from behind the counter. She of course thought that it was either me or my brother, but when she checked, she found no one. She called me immediately and told me what had happened, and now we believe that a ghost is in the house, but it doesn't show itself regularly. 2 other things that have happened since then. One happened a couple months after that. Me and my brother had a friend over, and he had gone to the bathroom on the 2nd story of the house. No one was up there at the time, but when he came down, he said that he had seen 2 red eyes down the hall near my parents' bedroom. He immediately ran downstairs, and we told him about my mother's experiences. The other things that happen more frequently now is that our dog starts to growl at something in the hallway. She sleeps in our parents' room, and sometimes she will get up and walk around the room, and then she will stop in the doorway and growl at something in the hallway. But when we turn on the light, there will be nothing there. It has been a couple of months since anything worth reporting has happened, but we believe that it is a friendly ghost and nothing harmful will come of it. Even though I'm terrified of this kind of stuff, reading stories and watching things on TV about it is very interesting to me. I have a story to share. It's still very fresh to me, even though it happened many years ago that it has taken place. My husband and kids laugh at me when I tell them my story, just because some of the things that went on. They find it more humorously amusing than seriously true. This story took place when I was about 5 or 6 years old, in a house we lived at, in Oregon, Ohio. I really don't even know where to begin. The house was a 2-story home that wasn't huge, but sure wasn't small. I had 2 brothers, and they shared a bedroom with me, having my own bedroom right next to theirs. In their closet was this blue plastic hanging shoe rack that was left when we moved in. It was completely empty, except for a few bouncy balls and a metal jack in some of the pockets. Every day we would check these pockets because whenever we would empty them, there was always more the next day. I never thought anything weird about that. It was cool finding things in there. My room had a door that led to the closet. I never heard anything scary in my room, but one night, my grandparents spent the night. They came from Florida and were visiting us before moving on to other relatives. In the middle of the night, everyone ran into the room because my grandpa woke up screaming. He said the cat had crawled onto the mesh part of the box spring and scared him. Everyone went back to bed and nothing was thought of it. Months went by and summer was here. My brothers and I used to all lay in the hallway upstairs outside our rooms in front of a box fan my dad would put up because it was so hot. Sometime in the middle of the night, my younger brother Mike woke up, I guess to sleep in my room, and began screaming. He said my older brother's Jake's face was on the wall scaring him. Jake had been laying in the hallway the entire time with me and Mike. Still, everyone shrugged it off like the other things that had happened and figured he was sleepwalking. I've heard things throughout the night on and off after the last incident, but the last and scariest part of the house that happened to me, and I'm not sure how much time in between this happened, is one night when I was sleeping with my cat.
It was sometime in the middle of the night, and for some reason I woke up. My cat also woke up. My cat was tucked under my arm at my side, and all of a sudden, it opened its eyes wide and hissed with its hair standing up on its back. Then it darted out of my room. I didn't understand why the cat acted like this, and seconds later, at the end of my bed was this figure. It was definitely human, but was all white and misty. It had no features or limbs. The only feature I remember is seeing an O-like shaped mouth. It was just standing there, but then looked like it was moving slowly closer. I kicked my feet at it, and nothing happened. I just kicked right through it. I was scared to death and ran into my parents' room and slept there the rest of the night. I thought I heard sounds coming from the drawers in my dad's dresser the rest of the night, but never heard anything or seen anything since. My husband, like I said, finds this humorous, so last year, he bought some ball and jacks and placed them on my pillow and laughed. I would love to find out if anyone living in that house after or before me ever had any experiences like that. I always wondered why that thing would want to scare us like that. My grandfather was a member of Washington Country Golf Club in Washington County, Pennsylvania. The golf club sits on top of a hill and used to be a very old farmhouse that dates back to the 1800s. He told me stories of him along with a group of friends who spent the night at the clubhouse. Members were allowed to stay there if they wished. It was said the old farmer who lived in the house lost all of his money and the farm went under. After this all happened, the farmer then decided to end it all. My grandfather said that during the late hours of night, you can hear footsteps walking back and forth upstairs. They went upstairs, and no one was to be found. Even in the ballroom, the lights would be seen turning off and on by themselves, as doors were being opened and closed as well. I myself have been in the clubhouse, which is very old, with wooden stairs and floors. I have even seen the bar going across the staircase, where it said the farmer had done the deed. I've heard this story from other members of the club. Whether this is true for sure or not, I don't know exactly. Another story I've heard takes place in Peters Township in Washington County. I've been told by an old football coach whose family lived in the town all their life, dating back to the 1700s, I believe. He tells a story of an old haunted railroad tunnel close to Hidden Valley Road in the area. It's said that many years ago, when the railroad was a busy place, a man was hooking up two boxcars. The boxcars then rolled together, hitting the man in between the two hookups. The man was cut in half from the two boxcars, and many people say that they have walked the tunnel holding hands across the tunnel very late in the night. They said they have seen a man walking at the other end of the tunnel with an old oil lamp in his hand, swinging back and forth. They even say that a train can be heard off in the distance, but no train even came. The story has been known as Boxcar Willie. I've heard this story from many different people in the past. I've seen the tunnel myself one night with two of my friends. We held hands going across the front of the tunnel. We all then saw a very small light at the end of the tunnel. Never went to check it out, but something was there. We all saw this light. It may have been something off in the distance, but I believe it was Boxcar Willie. We all felt something very weird that night. That's why I get the feeling something was out there. When I was a small child, around 7 or 8 in the late 1950s, my parents took our family consisting of my sister and 2 families of cousins, and all their parents, plus 1 grandmother, to the UP in Michigan. The reason being for this was, there weren't enough bedrooms downstairs in the rented cabin
circa 1920s. That's where all the adults slept, and all of us kids were put in the sleeping bags up in the loft. Not too much time after going to bed, I felt a heavy presence and looked around to see if any of the cousins were feeling this, whatever it was. Alas, they were all sleeping soundly, except for me. After a while, I became very afraid, and a man's face appeared right above my sleeping bag, glowing like it was daytime. It was well after midnight. I remember seeing this face for a moment or two, before the face vanished entirely. I was so scared, I screamed in terror to leave me alone, waking up my family in the process. They asked me what the matter was, and I told them that I saw a face. They both tried to confront whatever it was, and told me that it was just my imagination, and that there was nobody there to scare me. All night long, I laid there frozen in my sleeping bag, unable to move. Years later, I returned to the same cabin. I was 18 years old now, and I was with a couple of friends. At this point, I'd become so fascinated with ghosts and the paranormal that I wanted to do some spirit sessions in the process. We ended up using a Ouija board to contact the spirits that I thought appeared to me years before as a kid. So, me and my friends began the Ouija board session. We began to ask it all sorts of questions and requested it do things for us. Things such as turning the lights on and off, knocking on the walls of the cabin, anything to get that extra confirmation. It wasn't until my friend James told me that he was getting bored of this because we weren't getting any answers, and the Ouija board wasn't even moving the planchet. It almost seemed as if the spirit had completely left, until late that night, when we went to bed. There was a rocking chair in the cabin that had been left there for years. What my friend James saw next swears it was true. I'd fallen asleep, and James had woken up to take a smoke break out on the front porch. The rocking chair was on the front porch. As James was smoking, he suddenly turns to face the rocking chair, and the chair literally rocked back and forth, as if someone was sitting there. This wouldn't stop for about 30 seconds. Then it suddenly stopped. He called me over, and by the time I had a chance to witness it, the chair stopped. This was in the middle of the summer, and there was absolutely no wind. I believed James, because he had no reason to make up any stories about the rocking chair. I mean, to be honest, it wasn't like it was the most unbelievable thing that could happen to someone. Definitely creepy, considering what we were asking for hours before. I don't exactly remember when in our friendship James said this, but we made an agreement that one day, that if either of us passes on before the other, we would give each other another sign to yet again prove that ghosts in the afterlife is a real thing. Fast forward another 12 years. James unfortunately died in a car accident the year before. It was so devastating because he had just gotten married a month prior and had a baby on the way. I was very close to his family and we remained good buddies throughout his life. Creepily enough, I had a dream that I was in the same cabin and was again playing the Ouija board with James. I then remember the Ouija board suddenly disappearing. Then we were sitting on the couch together, drinking beers and just hanging out. James looked at me and said, "If you only knew." I asked what he meant. He then remarked, "I wish I wasn't dead. I miss you guys so much." The dream ends, and I wake up with tears in my eyes. I've never had a dream about him after that. You may say that this was just my imaginative mind making up a dream of us together because I was mourning. However, I took it as a sign that maybe James was telling me he was still around. This was the only sign I had gotten from him, as in the waking world,
I've never had any. I've also been back to that same cabin for many years after, and I never saw the rocking chair move or that face ever again. Weird. I will start by telling a story that happened to me when I was about 13. It was very early in the morning, dark, as a matter of fact. I was half asleep on the couch in my living room, just about to wake up. In the hallway from the kitchen, I heard a growl, then a scratching sound. This scratching turned into a tapping, like how a dog runs on a hard floor. This sound seemed to rush from the hallway closer to me, when all of a sudden, I feel something hit me as I try to wake up. What happened next can be explained as sleep paralysis, but instead of just the feeling of being pushed down, I felt as if my chest was being torn open and my sides were ripped apart. The growling was still present, along with my whimpered voice trying to let out a scream. After I tried to put up a fight with whatever it was, a hallucination or some other being, I jumped back awake with tears dripping. My chest felt that pain for that entire day. The reason why I told this story, even though I'm not sure if it was a hallucination or not, is that it closely relates to another experience that happened not too long ago, almost a week actually. I was again half asleep in my bed, the same room where I've mentioned seeing a ghost lady at the foot of my bed, and another experience I've emailed, where I was practically having a nightmare. It was a strange nightmare, where there were faceless beings surrounding me, ripping my body apart. It's a dream, so it's very hard to explain in words. Well, usually in nightmares, you widely awaken in fear before you go back to sleep. The most disturbing thing about this is, after I became widely awake, these same apparitions were still in my room, surrounding me, muttering and growling. I then closed my eyes, fell back on my pillow, and I let out a cry. I woke my mom up. She rushed in to see what was wrong, and she saw me laying there with my eyes wide open on my pale face. I felt sick for a week since that day. I thought hard about this occurrence when I realized that the sounds and feelings I've sensed from the first story were present in what happened in the second one. It's a rough connection, but I felt the very same emotions, and I feel like there must be a connection. They both happen in my waking stage of sleep. The spirits, as I think they are, rush and attack towards the inside of the chest, and are disturbingly similar. In any case, it's something I really want to look into. I've had plenty of people spend the night here, in the living room mostly, and hear strange noises coming from that branch of the house. My room, the hallway, and the kitchen are all in the same branch of the house, which is the newer addition to the old schoolhouse building. Some of my friends who have been here late at night have felt a strange presence from that hallway too. I know I felt it as a child. I remember trying to avoid that hallway for my life. I remember when I was a little girl, my grandparents owned a colonial farmhouse that had been standing for at least 150 years. My grandmother thought the house may have been used for the Underground Railroad, because it had a few little doors and rooms off some of the closets in the bedrooms and in the basement. I wasn't allowed to go into them because they didn't have electricity, and my grandmother was afraid that I would hurt myself. Members of my family said that I wouldn't want to go in them anyway, because there were ghosts in there. Of course, I didn't believe them. I thought they were just telling me this to scare me, as any 7-year-old would. But that was all going to change one night, when I spent the night there one night. I was staying in their guest room, which had one of those little rooms off the closet. The little room was probably for extra storage, or maybe a staircase, because the back was all boarded up. And late that night, I woke up because I thought I was being watched. I looked up and noticed that the closet door was open and a small figure was standing there, glowing bluish. I screamed and ran into my grandmother's room and wouldn't go back into that room. I never saw that figure again, but I did see another ghost of an elderly farmer on the property. I was 9 this time and playing in the barn. I was upstairs in the hayloft, burrowing around in the hay. Again, like I wasn't supposed to be. Again, I had that same feeling of being watched. I sat up and looked around, and in the corner, an elderly farmer was standing and watching me. At first I thought it was my grandfather, but then I realized that his feet weren't touching the floor. As soon as I noticed this, I screamed and ran out of the barn. There have been many sightings of him since then, including one of my brothers seeing him floating outside of a second-story window. This is an experience I've had repeatedly over the course of several years when I'm in bed for the night, just falling asleep. Still, to this day, it tries to return, but I've found ways to avoid it or fight it because it scares the heck out of me. It's almost as if it were a dream, but I'm not actually asleep when it happens. I feel as if it is when I'm on the verge of sleep, but still almost awake, like just before your mind actually lets go and sleeps. There's a place in between, and it only lasts a second, but that's when this thing happens to me. I can only speak for myself. I don't know of anyone else who has experienced this, but I've heard stories. Also, whenever I remember this, it is always in slow motion. I feel as if it is something coming at me from behind always towards my back. It's like a shadow, and it tries to suck me deeper into sleep. And if I don't fight it with all my might, I truly believe I'll never wake up again. While this is happening, I'm frozen and cannot move, yet I'm aware of my room. I'm aware of things around me and what is happening. I can even hear my TV. I can scream in my mind and barely hear it all come out of my own mouth. It takes all my might and effort to open my eyes. But once I get my eyes open, I can focus on things in my room, like my dresser or door, anything, and come out of it. But it is so strong, I sometimes feel I cannot make it, and that is why I believe I will never wake up. The entire time this is happening, I'm frozen to my bed and cannot move. Please note, it's hard to explain. It doesn't feel as if it is pulling my body. It is pulling me deeper into sleep. One time, it was pulling me so strongly that when I did get my eyes open, I actually could see my room, but it was as if looking through water or fog. It still had me, even though I was opening up my eyes. This is a true experience. Believe this, I'm not joking. I would not type this much otherwise. If I were to compare it to anything, I would say it resembles the dark figures or shadows in the movie Ghost with Whoopi Goldberg that come and take someone away right after they have died. Please note, I cannot physically see whatever this is. I'm saying that this is my guess of what it would look like. To this day, I still cannot sleep without the TV. This has happened to me repeatedly, countless times, within a span of several years. When this began, I lived in an apartment near the Piedmont Hills in the Bay Area, California. I was always uncomfortable and felt as if I was being watched there. I started sleeping in the front room with the TV on because I started having really evil dreams and was so scared to be alone at this point. I would desperately beg my boyfriend to please stay home with me, but he couldn't take any more time off because he wasn't able to use any more sick days. Sometimes I'm just too scared to be there alone, especially at night. I never used to be that way, and I'm not faint of heart. I'm actually 4'11" and 90 pounds soaking wet, but I forget I'm not 10 feet tall and bulletproof sometimes. Still, when this began, I became scared. Whatever it is that followed me when I moved, and to this day I still feel it, although it's been a while since I've struggled with it. When I go to sleep, I must have my boyfriend hold me with my back at his chest, spoon fashion, and this works, and when he rolls over, I can make sure my back is touching his, and I feel comfortable this way. As long as my back or behind me isn't opened or exposed, for some reason, it isn't as bad as when I feel my back is protected, and I'm not as vulnerable when I'm facing it. I know this all sounds strange, but it is true. I work in a nursing home, 3rd shift. For the last year, I've been transferred to the 1st floor. I, among others, have seen some pretty weird stuff. It starts like this. About 6 months ago, I started seeing off-the-wall things. While all of us were at the nursing station, there are only 4 employees on 3rd shift 1st floor. People coming out of the dining room, not in wheelchairs, but walking upright and pretty darn fast. A person down one hall walking out of one room and into the next on the same side of the hall. Both rooms have non-ambulatory residents. Water turning on in one's room's bathroom. One resident that passed away about 4 months ago can still be heard laughing. I've never heard this personally, but others have. An entity that always runs in the same direction at lightning speed with arms flailing. I'm talking 28 days later style. Only 2 of us have seen this. I see it sometimes up to 5 times a night, but only when I'm down one certain hall. I call it the track runner. These are some of the real common things that happen. Now, for the ghost stories. About 3 months ago, I had a resident that is mentally with it ask me to get that man out of her room. It literally gave me goosebumps. When I asked her where he was, she said there by the mirror. Needless to say, I saw no one. So later on, I asked a coworker if she had seen anything that was different or odd. She told me to stop and went pale. About 10 minutes later, she came to me again and started talking, mainly about the things I posted above. We ended up at the nursing station in a pretty good discussion, and all of us had pretty much the same story. Fast forward to Thursday, October 14th to 15th, 3rd shift. The same resident that had asked me a few months ago to remove the man by the mirror from her room rings me her call bell. I go down and ask what I can do. She tells me to get him out of here. I ask who, the person by the dresser. She replies. Now I'm thinking too cool. I step out in the hall and get another coworker and have her wait outside the door out of sight. As I return to the room, she's now asking me, why is my husband with that stranger? My husband is dead, and I don't know that other person. I ask her where they are, and she tells me, don't act that way with me. I'm not crazy. I know what I see. Then proceeds to get verbally abusive with me. The other coworker comes in at this point after hearing what went on, and the resident goes through the same routine about her husband and the stranger with him. So we get the change nurse. Same routine. 3. About an hour later, another resident rings her call bell. At this point, 2 of us go down together, different hall. This resident is bugging us to get her out of bed. Her words, I don't want to be in bed with him. He's not my husband, and I don't know him. She was definitely shook up, so we transferred her to her chair and brought her out to the nursing station with us. While we were getting her some coffee and graham crackers, another bell rings. Again, Different hall. The charge nurse got that one. She comes back out and stated that the resident said the man by her TV told her she wasn't going to be here much longer, and she insisted that he was still there, although the charge nurse couldn't see him, even after turning the lights on. Number 5. The first lady that saw her husband in strange rings again. So 3 of us went down and left one aide to watch the halls answer call lights. This time, 2 of us stayed in the hall, and only the charge nurse went in. The residents started talking about possession and demons, very detailed and very scary, to say the least. I figured with all the weird stuff happening at work and all, I would share what I've been experiencing with my coworkers as of late. I've had other uncanny things in my life at other places, but nothing with this much activity, or so many other people that either agree with me or describe what I've seen to me first, without me asking. I have a confession to make. I'm not an ordinary person. I don't mean that I've exhibited quirky behavior in the past and I'm simply unorthodox, but I have this uncanny ability to sense things. Whether these energies that I've learned to embrace are malevolent or benevolent, I can't say, as I'm unable to clearly make the distinction. But I tend to attract unusual energies, which permeate all around me. If you happen to come in close contact with me, you may be susceptible to these energies as well. I could say that there's a supernatural component to this, but because my mind has relentlessly wreaked havoc on me, I can't say for certain what is going on. Sometimes I see things, shadows, hearing strange noises, knocks on the walls, a faint whisper in my ear, reinforcing the idea that something otherworldly resides inside these walls. All the while I'm sitting in the kitchen of my old Victorian home, and I'm the only one who lives here. I can honestly say that I don't know what is happening, but I have nowhere else to turn to. There's the cellar that I'm terrified to go into. I've literally haven't stepped foot down there since I moved in, but it's like I can telepathically hear the growls and moans coming from that dark space that I refuse to enter. I've always wanted to know if the source of all these energies came from that cellar. The thing is, I've no pets, no estranged relationships. Nobody ever sets foot in my home. I had a wife once, but she's been gone for what seems like a millennium. I don't remember what it's like to interact with anybody. I'm virtually imprisoned. I work from home. So, I became a recluse. I don't go out much these days, for fear of inadvertently transferring these energies to those who come in contact with me. Isolation is unconscionable. The fear of going insane inside my mind constantly lingers in the foreground. The helplessness of not being able to do anything about it still traps me internally. I'm mentally paralyzed. And then I have these unusual nightmares. My doctor tells me they are night terrors. So I'm laying in my bed, and the shadow opens the door. It doesn't do anything, but simply stands in the doorframe. I don't know what it wants, but I can only make out its eyes, glowing brighter than the sun. The rest the outline, a silhouette. I sweat. My body temperature drops, and I feel a cold breath on the right side of my shoulder. I look over, temporarily taking my eyes off the shadow figure, and yet there's nothing there but a mist that looks as if someone is breathing in the cold air. I look back at the doorframe, and the shadow is gone. I then lay down, staring at the ceiling. I simply just can't ignore what's going on. I want to, but even the pills don't do enough. I still see these things, hear these things, and most importantly, feel these things. I'm so scared. I don't want to be a prisoner anymore. I want a release. I want it all to end. I'm sick and tired of the suffering. My mind just won't heal. I don't want to feel. It's almost better if I don't, but I can't turn it off. Still, these images persist. In another moment, I can clearly see this elderly woman silently screaming at me. I can feel the terrible darkness emitting from her, and when she opens her mouth, there is nothing but darkness. Almost as if it is a black hole. No sound, just the mouth opening. The woman with her old tattered clothing, not from this time period, definitely not present. Victorian times, with a black dress from that era, long black hair, matted and uncombed. This being was just standing there. I ask it what it wants from me, but it remains silently screaming for a few seconds. I blink my eyes as hard as anybody could. The figure simply won't disappear. I see a single cockroach move out of her mouth. I had to have dreamt this. This night terror felt so real. It consumes me. I can't get it out of my head. I go back and forth thinking this has got to just be a hallucination. But the more I think about these events, the way they truly never disappear, it makes me believe there's an entity in this house that I can't ignore. They are communicating to me through my dreams and through some of my hallucinations that I've had as well. The therapists, the doctors, they all tell me that I've got some psychosis. Trauma from my youth remains unsolved. But these walls inside this old home has so much history engraved into it. Tell me that spirits don't exist, and I can't prove it to you. I can only tell you about my experiences and how sensitive I am to the other side. Then I think to myself, why are we so arrogant about this other side? Why do we dismiss what we do not understand? Maybe I'm just crazy. Or maybe the world wants to shield us from the fact that these beings live among us. If you truly open up your eyes and begin to understand that there's nothing that the world can't see, then you can believe. Several years ago, I was planning on moving from the USA to Australia to be with my partner, Craig. My partner and I would talk for hours on the web. What else can you do when you're 9,000 miles apart? My daughter, Catherine, who was 7 at the time, would often get in on it too. Her and Greg developed a very loving father-daughter relationship, even though he is her stepdad. One day, no different than any other, Greg and I were chatting. He wanted to talk to Catherine. I yelled for her. She was in another room, and I couldn't see the monitor. She came running and stopped dead inside the doorway. She could not see the monitor, and started wigging out, demanding that Greg shut his bedroom door, which was clearly visible behind him. She wouldn't move from where she was. We tried to coax her, but she wasn't having any of it.
Greg got up and closed the bedroom door. Catherine ran into my lap and buried her face into my shoulder, away from the monitor. She wouldn't even look at the monitor. I asked her what was wrong, and she said, "He's mean, and I don't want to see him." Completely caught off guard, I asked her who was mean. She answered, "The mean guy in the doorway." I asked her to describe him. She said he was tall, had red hair, blue eyes, and wore a dressy shirt. Deeper voice than Greg's. Oh, and by the way, Greg's voice is already pretty deep enough as it is. I tried to get more information out of her. That was all she had, or what she wanted to tell me anyway. I relayed what she had told me to Greg, and he just didn't get it. Catherine left my lab as fast as she had flown into it, yelled goodbye Greg from the other room. I wondered if she had seen something. I had episodes like that when I was her age, and they've continued. I asked Greg if she had described anyone he might know. He looked shocked for a second, and then asked me to wait. He went into the bedroom and came out a few minutes later with a pick in his hand. He looked at me, held up the pick, and said, "Wonder if this is who she saw." I asked who it was, and he said it was his grandfather Bill, who passed away in '92. It was 2007. Now get this. The pick was exactly the description Catherine had given. He was tall, red-haired, blue-eyed, had a dressy shirt in the pic. I asked Greg how he talked, and he said that Bill was old-school Aussie. His voice was deeper than most, and with the accent, it was even harder for Greg to understand him. I excused myself, and went and told Catherine who we thought it was. As soon as I said the name Bill, she smiled. She said, "I thought that was his name. That was the only thing I could almost understand." She seemed more at ease after learning it was his name. Greg, on the other hand, didn't know what to make of it. Apparently, her and Bill made peace and became friends. When I was leaving for Australia, she told me that she didn't need Bill anymore and wanted him to come over and watch over me and Greg till she got there. Gotta love kids. Fast forward a few years. Since my arrival here in Oz, I've heard a man's voice. Sometimes I can understand him. Other times, it's too deep and garbled for me to get. I ask him to repeat slower, and it gets him a little pissy. He has never told me his name, but I know it is Bill. I have that feeling. But lately, over the last year or so, I've been hearing a lot more voices. It's like being in a crowd where everyone is talking at once. I ask someone to step forward and talk only to me, but it just stays garbled. This is a weekly thing. It has gotten to the point where, when it starts, I simply say, "If you're all going to talk to me at once, then I won't be able to understand any of it." What I was wondering is if anyone else has ever heard this, and if so, what did they do? Might this be more family members who saw that Bill was able to talk to us and want to try themselves? Or might it be something bad? Sometimes, not very often, I get a bad feeling when they start talking. Bill is still with me. I asked him, but he's given me nothing. I lived in Chicago up until I was 18 and had graduated high school. My grandfather lived in the house, and we lived on the first floor in the third flat apartment building we owned next door. We had the basement that was connected to the first floor apartment as well. The basement had 3 main rooms. The front room that led outside held a half bath, a washer, dryer, and 2 storage closets. This is where we kept our bikes and skates and stuff. The center room had 4 storage closets, the water heater, and the furnace. This was the room that held all my dad's and grandpa's tools. The back room that led to our upstairs apartment was where we had the deep freezer, old clothes, camping gears, old toys, etc. The center room was awful. Just looking at it, you felt like you were being stared down. Something was sending very angry energy out from that room. If you were in that room, it was just overwhelming and overpowering. It felt as if something was going to grab you and actually hurt you. None of us were hurt, but it always felt like it could happen at any time. My sister believed it to be female. I believed it to be male. This makes me think that it could have been a demon and was just appearing female to her and male to me. The stairs from the basement led to my brother's room. The stairs and the door were extremely creepy. We always kept it locked and bolted, but that didn't do much. It always seemed like someone was going to come bursting through the doors at any time. In the bedroom I shared with my sister, we have both seen strange things. I've seen a man a few times. He would start at the head of my bed, which happened to be by the door to the bedroom, and walk towards my closet. My closet and my parents' closet shared a wall. From there, he would kind of nod his head and then disappear. I could tell he was wearing overalls, work boots, and had gloves in his back pocket. He was tall, about 6 feet, dark hair, dark eyes. I could see all of this, but I could also see the other side of my room through him. He was kind of a misty gray color. I saw him first when I was 5, then again when I was 8, and the last time when I was 14. When I was 12, I felt a pulling on my blanket. At this time, we didn't have any pets that would roam loose, and there was no way for them to get out or even reach my blanket. I feel my blanket being pulled. I kinda grumble and try to pull it back up, but I can't. So I look at the foot of my bed, and there was a boy sitting there, grinning at me, gripping my blanket. I tell him, "You let go. I'm not scared of you. Go away." And he disappears. I pull my blanket back up and go to sleep. Then we just had weird things happen. Bread would slide across the counter. Things would be moved from one end of the bar to the other. Things would go missing for a few days. These types of things not only happen in our apartment, but in the upper 2 levels that we rented out. I was in Arizona a few years back. I was at the Sonoran Desert Museum outside of Tucson. It is more like a zoo than a museum. It was summer, very few people there, and a pretty warm morning. I was in the very back of the property all by myself, taking photos of the native cactus. I was completely alone and enjoying the beautiful outdoors. I suddenly felt a terrible sense of dread behind me. I turned and looked, and there was an elderly Native American man standing there. He was dressed in all black, long-sleeved black shirt in the middle of the summer. His hair was snow white, and his face was wrinkled. When we made eye contact, I felt like someone tweaked my soul. I started to walk, fast. I wanted to get back to the front of the zoo and be where people were. I was really moving, and every time I looked back, the man was about 6 feet behind me. He never seemed to increase his pace, but kept up with me no matter how fast I walked. He casually started straight ahead,
kept walking. I made it up to the front and walked into the gift shop. He stayed with me the whole time. I decided to get the heck out of there. I hurried to the parking lot. All I wanted was to get into the car and get away. He was still behind me. When I reached my car, a coyote was standing by the trunk. I made eye contact with that animal. I can't describe it. It sounds nuts. But that coyote gestured towards the exit with his head. Of course, he didn't speak to me, nor did I hear a voice, but I just knew that the coyote would watch over me while I drove away. As I was about to get into the car, I turned back to look, and the coyote and the man were gone. I never went back. Every time I think of this, I feel as if I escaped something terrible. It's so strange, but it's like the coyote knew me, and I knew him. Thoughts, anyone? I don't take drugs, wasn't drinking, or overheated. I swear this happened. I know it sounds unbelievable, but it did. This happened in the summer, and at the time, my horse was living on an old farm not far from the sea. The farm was from 1925, with the original stables and barn. Anyway, on this day, it was only me and my horse there, and I had him standing outside while I was tagging up, since the weather was nice. Where he stood, he had the back entrance to the stables on the right side, and straight in front was the door to the barn. You had to go through the barn to get out. Everything was fine at first. Then, I got this feeling like I was being watched from inside the stable. I looked inside, thinking that maybe one of the other girls who had their horses there had come. But it was empty. I shrugged it off and continued grooming. Then, I noticed my horse had his attention towards the stables. I walked up to the door and looked inside, but again, there was no one. I got my saddle and stuff and started tacking up, and then my horse suddenly tensed up. He stood completely still, his ears forward, and all his attention on the entrance to the barn. I looked over, thinking it was a cat or something, but what I saw made the hairs on my neck stand up. In the barn stood a tractor. Behind this, I could see a dark figure. It didn't really look like a man. It was more, I don't know, liquid sort of. It stood on the one side of the tractor, partly hidden, and I could swear that it was staring back at us. It moved backward towards the back of the tractor and just vanished. Well, I hurried up with my Sadie, grabbed my helmet, and though I really didn't want to, I walked my horse towards the barn. Let me tell you, it was no easy task getting him to go inside, and when I got him inside, he refused to go anywhere near the tractor and almost ran out the other side, pulling me alongside with him. I'm having some problems with the spirit in my fiance's house again. For the past few months, the house has been dormant, and so we didn't worry much about what was going on in the home. We had one of my fiance's friends move in, and things were fairly calm and peaceful. Her friend, though, began to never stay at the house, and due to some issues, emotions got rather heated between the three of us. 2 days ago, her friend moved back after a fight, and activity has escalated in the home since then. Yesterday, I got an overwhelming sense of fear and dread while at the house, and I had an overwhelming headache come over myself. I began packing up my things and told my fiancée to pack her things because we needed to stay a few days at my house. She became overwhelmingly tired and had a headache, much like mine, and passed out. When she woke up, she wasn't herself, but quickly came back out of it. Then, I went to the bathroom, and when I looked into the mirrors from the corner of my eye, I saw something I couldn't explain. The thing was, though, it looked inhuman and comprised of only bones, I think, and it seemed to be wanting out of the mirror. I ran back, and my fiancée was packing and taking her time out, humming to the tune of an old music box that used to be in her friend's room. She started to have a play fight with me and threw a shirt at me, then casually kicked the door shut. The next thing I know, she screams and I kick the door open. She said I'd been standing in the mirror after I'd left the room. She seemed fine at the moment, and so I just watched over her as she kept packing. She began stalling again though, and I told her we needed to get going or we'd be late for dinner. She then told me that she didn't want to. She liked the house and wanted to stay there. I began to hear voices as well, other than hers in the house, and got drowsy, but kept my head about me. She finally was packed, and I got her to go outside for a brief moment to see if being out of the house would snap her out of the trance. She got rather defensive and ran off and ran under a doorway where there was a crucifix standing above the doorway. When she ran through it, she collapsed and then woke up again, perfectly fine and not remembering about the past 45 minutes, except for bits and pieces, like she had been dreaming. I've been having concerns that she may be channeling spirits by accident in her sleep and such, and this incident definitely confirms my suspicions. I'm psychologically drained from the mental strength it took the two of us to get out of the home. We're going back to the house in about 4 or 5 days, and figure it should be fine. Whatever this entity is, it fed strongly off the negative emotions that had built up in this house. I know at the strength it was yesterday, it would be much hard for me to face it and cleanse the house on my own, so we're leaving the house to settle and calm back down. By then, I feel this entity will have lost most of its power, and it would be the best time to cleanse the home and seal any portals that may have been opened in the home. I'm still a little bit apprehensive though, and if anyone could offer up some help, it would greatly be appreciated. If my fiancée is the target of any danger, I can pull through any fight normally and keep her safe, but I've been so drained, and I don't know if I can handle the cleansing of the home by myself. If anyone could please help, either physically or through even psychological support, it would greatly be appreciated. Hey there, I live in Akron, Ohio. About a year ago, I moved into my ex's house since it was nice, and well, we were in love. I lived there for about 6 months before she broke it off and decided to live in Ireland. I've been heartbroken for a long time, but I do remember some extra stuff that happened in that home. It's on Spicer Street in Akron, Ohio. About a month after I moved in, the first thing I noticed was waking up with her, and every single clock in the house, including the computer clock, wristwatches, etc., would be turned around 40 minutes ahead than what they were supposed to be. This only happened once, and after I arrived at class, she called me to explain how each clock had changed overnight. Later, she told me that the previous tenants believed the house was haunted and refused to move back in. They were both girls, I was told. We began to notice other things too, such as their stuff would get moved if we left the kitchen. The television would turn on and off. Lights would turn on and off if we left the home. Fan would move and not move. TV would turn channels with the remote being on the TV. And certain spots in the house would be unusually cold. She was scared at times, but I typically wasn't. I just thought of it as having a little kid in the home. I wasn't really worried, and I was confident that I'd be able to protect her from that kind of stuff. If you read some of my earlier posts, I see specks a lot, and I guess it gives me some sort of confidence, even if I don't understand them. My thoughts were confirmed, I believe, when I was sitting in the living room with her and thought I spotted a blonde-haired boy's face under her table. It looked a lot like a German kid, but naturally, I blinked and it was gone. There were two spots in the house that seemed really weird. The basement was odd, but not too odd, since students in the past used this place for studying. The oddest part in her house was her bedroom closet. I would step at the door and not go in. She refused to even sleep close to it. I was the one who slept closest to it while she slept between me and the wall. I didn't really see anything from it, but it did feel really weird, and it didn't feel like the kid. It was something else. Also, that closet was connected to the attic, which neither of us ventured into. After I saw the kid, I felt some sort of attachment to it. I remember she used to complain that sometimes my eyes would go completely black in the house. I'd usually counter it with me complaining about staring at me, as she slept as if I woke up around 5 in the morning, but we wouldn't argue about it. It was just weird. When we broke up, or rather, when she broke up with me, I'll admit it, her away messages often wrote how she was scared and didn't want to hear any noises, so I guess the activity in the home increased when I left. Again, not sure why. So, I want to find out more about the home, but I don't know where to start. I've been lurking on here for about 2 years now, and well, I decided to finally post about my experiences with ghosts. Really only one ghost. It happened to be here in my house for a number of years throughout the 70s. The house had been built in 1970 on an old lot where an old man had lived on a shack and had died. Now, the spirit that had stayed on the property was one of a child, though. Maybe the old man had a kid and it died. Who knows? Anyway, all sorts of stuff that one would imagine a child would do happened. You know, things would get lost, stuff would move from one place to another, vases and sculptures would be on their place on tables, and when the family would come back, the sad items would be in pieces, smashed against a wall about 3 or 4 feet away. Sometimes, of course, you couldn't get into the house because the screen door would be locked and nobody was in the house at the time. Just imagine a door with a simple hook going into the circle slot. Now, over the years, I've tried to get that hook to slip over into the lock, you know, to see if it could happen by accident. It could never be an accident. If one wants to lock that screen door, you intentionally do it. Feelings of being watched and feeling the weight of someone or something next to you in the bed. My grandma would tell me that I would go off in the house in my walker circa 1981 or 82, and I would travel all the way from the kitchen to the living room to the hallway. Now, when one enters the hallway, even in the daytime, if all the doors to the room are shut, it is pitch black. She claimed that I would be in the hallway for a couple of minutes, and then I would come shooting out from the hallway as if my walker was pushed or shoved by something, all the way back to the kitchen and crash into the wall. Now, it would take me a couple of minutes to get all the way to the hallway since I was a toddler, yet it wouldn't even take me a minute to come crashing into the wall of the kitchen. Now, I remember seeing some sort of whitish gray ball floating when I was laying down on the rug one day. This must have been 1982 or 83. I can still see that image in my brain to this day. My grandmother noticed me getting up and looking under the dining room table, and had started to shout,
Get out! Or in my way of talking back then, get out. My grandma started yelling, "What's wrong? What's the matter?" I kept on shouting and punching and kicking at nothing, all the way towards the front doorway. And when I got to the door, I kept kicking the door, and then I stopped. By this time, my grandmother, who was rather slow due to weight, had gotten to the hallway that led to the front door and was asking me what was wrong. She told me that I had said that I didn't want it here, and I told it to get out. I think I had some sort of hold over it, as I was the only child born in the house. My uncle, who was only 12 at the time, had been born in an older house. I think the spirit was attracted by the fresh new life that was now in the home, much like the spirits in Poltergeist were attracted to the little girl. You know, they wanted some sort of that life force. I think that was the case with this. I got rid of it before it got too powerful, much later on. What do you think? I've lived in this house for the past 27 years. Nothing out of the ordinary has happened since those early years.
For a while now, my sister has lived in a house a few blocks away from my parents' house. I live with my parents. I would go over there to babysit my nephew when my sister had plans. Some nights I would sleep over there. Her house always had a creepy feeling to it, a thick feeling to the air. My sister had just had knee surgery and wasn't able to take care of her son, so I was spending the weekend over there. The first couple of nights were fine. I didn't mind at all. But the last night I stayed there, I was in the living room watching TV when I caught something out of the corner of my eye. It looked like a shadow. Before I say any more, I better tell you the layout of my sister's house. When you walk in, you go to the left and down a hallway. The open doorway to the left leads to the kitchen. The kitchen has another entry as well. The first door on the left is my sister's bedroom. The only door on the right is the bathroom, and the door at the other end of the hallway belongs to my eldest sister, when she's there, that is. On the other side of the kitchen is a set of French glass doors and let out into a game room, an add-on to the house. The doors are always kept closed and locked at night. The only people in the house that night were myself, my sister, the one on the mend, and her son. So anyway, I saw a shadow. At first I thought maybe it was my sister getting up to ask me to get her something, but the shadow simply vanished before I could get a closer look at it. I shrugged it off as me being tired. I lay down to go to sleep. I woke up a couple minutes later. It was around 5 in the morning. I didn't know what had woken me. I was sweating badly, and I felt like someone was sitting on my chest. I was propped up enough to see the French doors, which were across the room from the sofa. What I saw that night is engraved into my brain. There was an old woman outside the doors. She had her hands pressed against two of the glass panels and her face against another. Her mouth was open in a scream. I was scared beyond belief because I couldn't move, I couldn't speak, I couldn't do nothing but lay there. And then the door began rattling. The woman was shaking it. A shadow came out of the kitchen, and the woman vanished. The shadow vanished after that, and I could breathe again. I don't know what the shadow was, but it did make the woman go away. I like to think it was my guardian angel. Who knows? That's my story. Anyway, and yeah, it is true. My mother was born in Austria-Hungary in 1908. When her parents immigrated to the US, they left their 3 children behind in the care of their grandparents. It was 5 years until her parents were able to return and bring the children to the US. In that 5 years, my mother became very close to her grandfather and went everywhere with him. She arrived in the US as a 13-year-old, grew up, and married my father. They were a young farm couple living in rural Ohio. One night, my mother awoke to see her grandfather standing at the foot of her bed. He was smiling at her, but did not speak. She relayed that she pulled the covers over her head and then looked again, and he was still there. She then tried to wake my father, but when he awoke, her grandfather disappeared. She had the overwhelming feeling that her grandfather had died. This happened in the mid-1920s, and at that time, international long distance was only a thing for wealthy folks. Her only contact with her grandparents was via mail, which would take a couple of weeks to arrive. Sure enough, 2 weeks later, she received a letter from her grandmother verifying that her grandfather had passed away on the same day and approximately the same time that he appeared in her bedroom. My father attested to the entire happening. This was always our family ghost story that no one ever had a reason to doubt. My parents live on a farm in Sugar Grove. My stepdad grew up here with his family as a child. On Christmas Eve in 1964, his dad went into town to pick up the grandma for the holiday. With him, he took a younger daughter and his younger son. On the way home, there was a terrible accident, and everybody died except the daughter. Over the years, the farmhouse was used as rental property until my mom met her husband. They have lived here now for 6 years and have had many experiences with the spirits of this home. I, too, have had some of the same. There are many, many voices that we hear. Marbles rolling down the hallway upstairs, foot noises walking up and down the stairway, clouds of light and dark smoke throughout the entire house, doors open and close. Things come up missing, then are returned within days. If you are alone in the house and stand by the sink, you will soon hear a voice that asks you to go away. It will repeat until you walk away from the sink. Standing outside, if you look up into the window upstairs, sometimes you will see a vision of a woman standing in the window. This is believed to be Grandma. I have an 11-year-old daughter that has walked into the downstairs bathroom and ran out, stating there is a man standing at the bathroom sink. He will only turn his head and look at you, and then turn back to the mirror. He hasn't spoken yet. When my parents first came here, they slept upstairs. They had to move to the downstairs room in the winter because no matter what room you are in up there, it is ice cold. We have used electric heat sources to try to generate heat, but it doesn't work. There are also apparitions of faces, white in color, etched into the door of the master bedroom. These appear darker at times and lighter at other times. They appear to be stuck in the wood of the door. It's believed by everyone here that the spirits and happenings of this house are all those family members that were killed in the crash. After all, they all did reside here, and I think they still do. My mother passed away a little over 4 years ago. Since then, we have seen her, usually in dreams, and my father has actually seen her many times in her home. My mother had been sick with congestive heart failure that took a turn for the worst for about 2 years. My dad cared for her day and night. Finally, the last trip to the hospital was supposed to be a routine trip to remove excess fluid. On the way to the hospital, my mother made a prophetic statement to him that she would not be coming home again. When she was given the diagnosis that no further help was available to her, and she would be sent home with hospice, she refused and decided to die in the hospital instead of at home because my father had to continue to live there, and she did not want him to find it hard to stay at their home. 9 days of excruciating pain from a failing liver and kidneys, and unable to get her breath, she succumbed to death only after the last of her immediate family visited her on that day. It was as if she had waited until she had seen her husband, children, grandchildren, and son-in-laws before she was ready to go. 10 minutes after the last visitor, she breathed her last. Oddly enough, the grandfather clock in my parents' home stopped on the exact time of her death. My father has refused to rewind it. After 60 years of marriage, my father has been so lost. For the first year, she appeared to him frequently with a smile on her face, and one time told him, "I love you deeply, and just want to make sure you are okay." She still appears to him, just not as frequently as the first year. Recently, my sister and father had found a picture she had painted and had it framed to give me for my birthday. My dad saw my mother the morning they gave me the gift and said she was holding a shopping bag with a wooden frame sticking out from it with a huge smile on her face. He said they communicated without talking, and he knew she was happy and proud I was getting the picture. I've seen my mother in dreams, but only one stands out as a possible contact with her. In my dream, I was looking through the picture window at my parents' home and saw her sitting in her chair with my father standing over her, talking and smiling, as if he was catching up on recent events. I went inside the house and she looked at me and smiled. I remember how peaceful she looked and so healthy. I remember saying, "Mama, how can this be? I saw you in the casket at the funeral home." She just smiled at me and said, "Well, sometimes these things just happened." I replied, "Well, I don't care how it happened. I'm glad to have you back. I've missed you." With that, I woke up. One other time, after an extremely frustrating day, I was walking in a corridor and thought I'd heard her call my name. She said, "Susie." I actually said out loud, "Mama?" She was not even there. My sister says she has dreamed of her, but never actually have seen her. My son slept in my mom's bed about 6 months after her passing, and said sometimes in the night, he felt her sit down on the side of the bed. He knew it was her because he could smell her perfume. My nephew recalled a dream he had the first Thanksgiving holiday after her passing. He said that in his dream, he walked out of his upstairs bedroom and she was in the hallway. He said, "Let's go get some turkey, Granny." He said she replied, "Now, Mark, you know I can't go downstairs with you this year, but you know I'm here." My family feels that she is around us all the time. I know she is with my father the most because he is terminally ill and misses her so terribly. I feel comforted knowing she is waiting for his time to cross over. My mother is a current janitor working at Rockford College, and one of the buildings she is assigned to cleans happens to be the Burpee building. There, she and some of the other ladies that work with her have lunch in that specific building every work night. A while back, she told us that during her lunch break, she saw what was a female figure walk past the room they were in. She said she wore a blue dress and had blonde hair. The room has a mirror that faced the only door of the small area. She said, and I quote, "I glanced at the mirror. a habit of doing when you're in that room a lot, and saw this thin, transparent figure walk past the door. I thought it was one of the other girls that was walking by, but it wasn't, until I realized that no one that night was wearing a blue dress or had dyed their hair blonde. I walked out to see if it was a trespasser, but saw no one in the hall. I called security and asked them if they allowed any blonde, blue-dressed girl on the property. They denied doing so, confirming my suspicions that it was possibly a ghost. This is just one of the stories that she has told us during the last 2 years of her encounters with the burpy ghosts. This just happened to me just recently, on February 8th, 2008, when I took a ghost tour of the Tuang Cemetery in Brisbane, Australia. First of all, I'd like to keep this to myself anonymous. Secondly, what I saw is true, for I did some research to see if anyone else experienced what I saw that night, and, as it turns out, a few people over the years saw it too. It was cold and partly windy that night when I turned up at the ghost of the Tuang Boneyard, Brisbane's oldest and biggest graveyard. There's a lot of strange stories connected to this boneyard, like a vampire. There's only 2 boneyards in the world that got fair dinkum vampires, Highgate in London and Tuang in Brisbane. The Bleeding Grave and Walking Statue. Yes, a wandering statue. Anyway, the tour barely began as our hostess was introducing herself when I saw something standing amongst the trees. It was solid and black. It was standing there watching us. I saw it, but I thought I was seeing things. Excitement that might have sparked off my imagination. But as I walked past this spot, there was nothing there to resemble that figure, but yet it was real, as you and I. It wasn't until a few feet ahead, I heard a weird clang sound right next to me, as if someone was banging on a pot or whatever. I thought it was the signpost rattling, but there was no signpost anywhere. Now that was frickin' weird, I thought as I hurried on, looking behind me. Most of the night I felt we were being followed by something, as I was tailing Charlie. Best place to be on a ghost tour at the end of the line. Things started to get a bit stranger, like the cold wind I felt touching me if there was no wind blowing. The same thing happened again 2 nights later, when I felt something touching my neck in my own home, or seeing things at the corner of my eyes. When I turned around, there would be nothing there. I thought I was ready for the madhouse at one point. I know that I saw something, so I researched it, and as it turned out, others saw that same black figure at the same spot where I saw him or her, whatever the heck it was, and heard the same clanging sound I heard, so I didn't imagine it at all. I hope I didn't. That's my story. I've got other great spine-chilling tales, which I'll put up ASAP. But this was the first experience I had in years, except for the ghost of my dog who came back for a few nights to bark goodbye to us. My name is Tina. I'm 33, and I have a story I would like to share with you and your readers. I've been experiencing strange things for many years now, but I've only been sharing them for just a few people who don't believe always have the need to find something wrong with the ones who do. My mom was one of those people. She would roll her eyes and say I was crazy or I had been drinking. The day she became a believer was one of the most beautiful moments we've ever shared. This is our story. My mom had surgery in her foot and was using a walker to get around. I was at her house helping her with her laundry and such, and had laid my son down in the bedroom down the hall for his nap. Mom was kicked back in the recliner and decided she would also take a nap, All my chores were done for the time. Everybody in the house was sleeping, so I went out to get into the pool. I turned on the baby monitor at the room where my son was sleeping and brought the other piece outside with me. My mom lives out in the country. No neighbors close enough for monitor to pick up any other signals from a phone or another baby monitor. It was so quiet in my mom's house, I could hear the tick-tock ticking of the clock in the room where the monitor was. All of a sudden, I heard a woman's voice so clear and loud. It sounded like she was speaking into the monitor. It sounded like peep, as in P-E-E peep. I'm not sure what that means. Maybe it was just gibberish. That's what I heard. At this point, I start to run to the door to see if my mom is still in the chair in the living room. I got to the door, snatched it open, and there was my mom, still reclined back in the chair with a really strange look on her face. I guess I had a strange look on my face too, because she said, "What? What's the matter? Who's here? Who are you talking to?" I just looked at her and couldn't say anything. She asked again who I was talking to, and I said nobody. Why? She said that she heard a woman talking. She thought she was dreaming. She opened her eyes, and the woman was still talking, so she knew she wasn't dreaming. Having to always have an explanation for things, she then assumed I was on the phone, but looked around and saw the phone and my cell phone were on the kitchen counter. That was when I came in the door, and she knew it wasn't me. I said, "You heard that too?" "Yes," she said, with a very strange look on her face. So I went down to the hall to the room where my son was still sleeping and looked around. Nothing out of the ordinary, nothing out of place. I came back down the hall and told my mom he was fine, still sleeping, hadn't moved an inch. She was a little freaked out, but she started asking me questions about my great-grandmother, who often visits me, and the places that I go. I never met my great-grandmother in person, but I've had many run-ins with her spirit. My mom didn't want to believe that Grandma visits her too, but after that day, she started to believe, not only in ghosts and spirits, but in me too. Thanks, Grandma Daisy. This is a true murder story that happened around the early 1900s in the Woods Memorial Circle, Mapleville, Rhode Island. This story is a more true and detailed story of the one before that my great-grandmother told me about. Catherine was a mill owner's daughter. She was a very pretty, tall blonde. She was engaged to a local farmer, Robert. Catherine, though, had one problem. A man, who some say had mental issues, was stalking Catherine. His name was David. David would send Catherine letters of how much he loved her, and how they could have babies together. These letters disturbed Catherine. He would watch her through the window and follow her wherever she went. One day, Catherine confronted him and told him never to talk to her again. David thought this was like a game, so he proceeded to send disturbing letters and watch her at all times. As a few days went by, he gave up. With this, he had a plan. If he couldn't love her, no one else could. So one day, while Catherine was going to the woods to get water for her family, David followed. First, he stopped at Catherine's fiance's farm. Robert was working on the farm as usual, and David came in from behind and stabbed him in the back with a pitchfork. Then he went off to find Catherine. Catherine was sitting next to a pond under a hemlock tree. David pulled out his knife and stabbed her through the neck. She screamed in pain as David ripped open her body. As she died, David messed with her dying body. Afterwards, he took her organs out, cut off her breasts, and nailed her heart to a tree, covered in blood. David went home and took a nap. He was supposedly awoken by the sound of dripping. He looked around his room, and it was covered in blood. In the middle of the room, Catherine stood there cursing at him. David had gone insane. He wrote his last letter to the police, telling them what he did, where her body was, and all that happened. He drowned himself the next day in a river, his body sprawled out on a rock, broken. Catherine and Robert were buried in a now abandoned cemetery, and David's body was thrown into a pit. During a biopsy, they found a heart in David's stomach. Some people think he swallowed her heart, while others think Catherine put it there. Still, rumors persist that late at night in the cemetery, you could see the couple holding hands as if nothing ever happened. I believe I had a true experience with a shadow person. This is my story. It was maybe 11-ish at night. My boyfriend and myself were watching a movie. The lights were dim in the house. The house is more than 100 years old. From where I was seated, I could see the dining area, which was dark, and the kitchen doorway, which had a dimmed overhead light on, and the light was spilling into the dining room. I noticed a distinct shadow movement in the light from the kitchen, like someone or something walked past the light. I turned my head fully towards the doorway now, and saw a solid black elongated ovalish shape towards the top of the doorway, and it quickly slipped into the kitchen. My immediate reaction was not of fear, but sort of like, okay, what the heck was that? I wasn't alarmed. I continued watching the movie thinking of explanations for what I just saw. Now let me tell you, there are 3 dogs in the home as well as the 2 of us. My boyfriend's 2 dogs were asleep on the floor by our feet, and my dog was by my side on the couch. He's small. He was acting a bit odd, nervous now. Perhaps he sensed it in me. 30 minutes later, he got down and headed towards the kitchen. He had just got his head in the door and promptly stopped. I couldn't see his head and shoulders, just his back end. I saw his neck raised like he was looking up, and then it happened. It took my breath and gave me chills. He started wagging his tail, slow at first, like he was unsure, and then the momentum slowly gained. He never got to a full-on happy to see you wag. Then he abruptly stopped and came back to my side. He would not enter the kitchen. And in case you think maybe he was looking out a window, no, the window was too high up to see anything. My name is Guy, and I would like to share my experience at Lambertville High School. I've been there numerous times. I live about 25 minutes away in Pennsylvania. My friends and I are ghost hunters, and Lambertville is a favorite spot of ours. The first time I visited the school was about 2 years ago, in 2005 and 2006, and I've been curious about it ever since then. I've had many comments about history of this amazing site. I've been through some of the school, not all of it though, because the building is in poor shape. The first time we went, we didn't encounter anything out of the ordinary. Back then, we had no equipment except our eyes and ears and flashlights. We really didn't venture inside until the second trip, but that was during the day and also uneventful. The third trip back to the school was a shocker that still gives me chills to this day. We went on a summer night, around midnight, or maybe a little later than that, and not a smart thing to do, but we didn't know any better. We parked the car out in front of the steps leading up to the school. We were to go in shifts up and into the school. 2 go and 2 stay in the car to watch for cops. We were there for 5 minutes before 2 of my friends came sprinting to the car screaming, "Drive! Drive!" Me and my friend, who stayed in the car, were wondering what was literally scaring them to insanity. What they told us was pretty crazy at first. They said that while they were walking up the steps to the school, they heard the sounds of little children, little girls, giggling and laughing. At first I didn't believe it and wanted to go back to experience this for myself. I'm the kind of person that has to see to believe, but it's the hope of that proof that draws me back to the school. Anyway, that incident was about 2 years ago, and between my friends, it has been just a story with no proof. No proof until now. Last week, May 2008, me and my friends met up again, thanks to school being finished, and decided to go back. We went that night around 10 to 10:30 and stayed there for a good hour and ventured inside. Though we heard no laughing, I'm still a believer. I believe my friend's story and everyone else's stories of little children laughing because I caught it on tape. I recently purchased some equipment to help capture paranormal activity, and the most valuable tool I had that night was my recorder. It's amazingly lucky that I caught anything at all, because I only recorded audio for about 7 minutes of our hour-long investigation. And all but about a minute of the audio has voices on it that were not ours. I also caught the voice of maybe a teacher or student saying, "Does he seem okay?" in a 2-minute long conversation with what I believe is a female and a male that answers a question that I ask. I've showed this tape to my family and friends, and they all hear talking as well, and the laughter seems to freak everyone out. I wanted to make sure that what I was hearing was, well, what I was hearing. When I heard the laughing on the tape, I thought, my God, they weren't joking or trying to scare us. They really did hear something that night, something that I would like to share with your website, if that is alright with you. I just want to know that there's something other than this life. And that is what draws me to the paranormal. Thank you for your time, and thank you for reading this. If you have any comments or questions, please feel free to ask. I'd love to share these clips with you guys and your viewers. This is in reference to your listing for the Hearthstone Inn, Colorado Springs, Colorado. This place has much more than a little girl. As a housekeeper there in 1999, I was able to experience almost all of the hauntings. In the south building, 3rd floor, the little girl would appear regularly, as well as the man in brown in the main bedroom, also in the southwest corner of the floor. He was harmless and would usually disappear as soon as spotted. On the 3rd floor, I've never felt alone, would often hear the little girl and running and laughing. 2 of the 4 bedrooms on the 1st floor share a bedroom. I learned to prop the door open while cleaning, or I would be locked in. The first time I was locked in, I rattled the door and was screaming for the other housekeeper. I was nearly hysterical when she let me out after about 5 minutes. Also in the south building, 1st floor, there was a bedroom at the end of the hall that used to be under the stairway. The back stairway of this building, when it was a hotel, led outside. Many of our guests reported having the dreams of the woman in this room. I would feel her, but never see her. I would have trouble with the lights and an unwelcoming presence. On one occasion, the owner, David Oxhandler, spent the night in the room on having a very vivid dream of this woman and dismissing it as a dream. He was too shaken to go back to sleep. When he stepped outside to have a cigarette, he turned around, feeling he was not alone, and actually saw her dressed as just in the dream, floating where the stairs would have been. Rumors she was the victim of a lover's quarrel and was shot on the back stairs. The last one I knew of was in the north building, second floor. One room next to the stairs facing east was never pleasant to be in. The light was very temperamental, flickering and choosing when to be on or off. I would feel a presence on the floor, but really tried to ignore it until one day I was standing near the stairs with several heavy bundles of laundry to take downstairs when I felt a pressure on the right side small of my back. Just a little shove, and I nearly went headfirst down the stairs, and not of my own volition. Last I hear, the Oxlanders were doing haunted history tours of their hotel. Shortly after, it has been sold to another local organization. Very much worth adding some info to your site, and thanks for the space. My wife and I had several experiences in our apartment over the last 3 years we have lived here. It began with hearing noises and creaks in the building early on, and slowly evolved to seeing shadows in the middle of the night in our bedroom. We both have had experiences where we thought to have seen a little boy in blue pajamas looking at things in our bedroom. 3 major events have occurred, which I'll describe in detail. Event 1. Summer of 2006. My brother was staying over because he is a minor, and our mother was going out of town. We had woken up late to eat breakfast and were playing a game of cards. As we are brothers and there is a significant age gap, we sometimes argue. I was being a little bit of a jerk, picking on a card selection he had made, when our kitchen trash can started to rock back and forth. We were the only people present in the apartment, and we were about 10 yards from the trash can. I investigated the trash can further to find that it was nearly empty and there was nothing that could have moved, so we went to the park. Event 2. Winter of 2007. My wife and I were growing fascinated with the television show Ghost Hunters. We had spent an entire day watching episodes from the second season DVD. Being cocky and joking with my wife over her growing discomfort with the mood the show was setting, I began joking about talking on the ghost of the apartment, saying such things as, "If anyone is here, come here and get me," or "You can't touch me, you're just a ghost, I don't believe in you." Later that night, at 4 a.m., I woke up quite distressed and felt that the apartment was shaking from a significant earthquake. I was sure that it was the big one and rushed to jump out of bed and pull my wife to safety in a doorway. She was in a state of shock as I lifted her out of bed and was scared of an earthquake also. When we finally got to the doorway and calmed down, I explained to her that I thought there was an earthquake but couldn't feel it anymore. She couldn't either. I began to grow very nauseous and leaned on her for support. I told her I wasn't feeling right and I blacked out. As I was blacked out, I heard sounds of people talking very quickly. At first I thought it was my wife, and I tried to tell her to slow down. I felt the sensation of running very quickly while I was hearing the rapid dialogue. I was growing angry when suddenly I awoke lying on the floor with my wife over me. She told me she thought I was having a seizure or something because all of my muscles had lightened, and I was screaming and moaning in a sense of fear. She said that I had also grown pale. All throughout that night, I felt the bed continue to shake. Event 3. Soon after Event 2. I was angered by an experience I had felt earlier in Event 2, where I had awoken to what I thought to be an earthquake and experienced what I thought to be a form of being possessed. I researched how to hold a seance to converse with spirits present within the room and invited friends over to help with the conversation. I didn't describe the experience I had felt earlier so that it would not affect my friends' experiences that night. In the middle of the seance, one of my friends began to grow woozy and sway forward when he suddenly stopped it. He said that he couldn't go on and felt like someone was talking quickly to him. and he had felt the sensation of running, identical to my experience earlier. I shared with him my experience, and we decided not to continue. Also, this night, my friend's car got a flat tire while parked in my apartment, and only needed to be refilled with air, as there was no puncture to cause the flat, as if someone deflated it. Also, another friend was called by his girlfriend within minutes of us ending the seance because she felt something had happened and was worried. He had only told her he was going to see me and not anything about what we were doing that night. The friend with the flat also received a phone call from his aunt about an hour after, whom he speaks with rarely, because she had similar concerns as my friend's girlfriend. How's that for women's intuition? Ever since that last event, nothing else has occurred. This is a personal experience that to this day has left me shaken. There's something wrong with this apartment complex. My experience centered on the apartment we were in, but from other residents, I heard other tales that made me really not want to live there, and as soon as I could get out, my husband and I certainly did. Trail Apartments located in South Lyon. There is a huge tree right directly in front of it. Apparitions have been seen in the little hallway between bathroom and bedroom. The panel in the hallway leading up to the crawlspace had moved on its own. Personal experience was actually in the bathtub and the only one home when it happened. I'm all of 5 foot and that ceiling is a good 8 feet. There was no way for me to get up there. We figured that the only way to move that panel was to be up in the crawlspace. Each crawlspace is self-contained. EVPs have gotten into that apartment of a young woman with an accent saying, "Can't stay too long," and sleep. Both still have. If you leave the apartment door open while taking a shower, you get this feeling that you are being watched. Then look out. You see the retreating figure of what looks to be a young woman. I'd had this happen and thought I'd left my apartment door open, and it was a neighbor, and upon investigation, found my door deadbolt was locked. Numerous pictures of orbs and odd shadows have been captured in this apartment. All still have. Late at night, you can also hear someone walking past the apartment, and when you go to look, there is no one on the walkway. And considering where the apartment is, there's no way for someone to get down it quick enough without hearing the sounds of running feet. Have had an experience of having the front door hit several times while I was to peephole, and no one was there. Stories were also told to me of the laundry room in the same building is also a place of odd occurrences. Feelings of being watched and hearing a young woman's voice. Have felt the being watched part, but considering that the old furnace system is right there in the laundry room, I dismissed it. A lot of my family and husband's family refused to spend the night there just cause the place gave them the creeps, and this was prior to some of these events happening. I've tried to find out if there have been any deaths or murders or anything on that ground, and I came up with nothing. All I know is that the place was just, there was something wrong with it, and I wish I had never moved into it. The EVPs were caught when that building had few residents. I still have them, just have others listen to them from time to time to prove I wasn't crazy with what I heard. The pictures are numerous, and some still make the hair on my arm stand up because of the experiences with them.
In October 2008, my friends Scott, Denny, and Steve and I decided we wanted to go ghost hunting. Scott was the only one who had experience with anything, and he had seen things and had things happen to him and other people in his past groups. We started off by going to Peace Church Cemetery and where the murderer Billy Cook is buried. We were equipped with a video camera, me, a digital camera, a digital voice recorder, a heavy-duty flashlight, Scott, and 2 smaller flashlights with the other 2 people.
We walked around for a little bit, as Scott instructed us to let our senses take hold of us and guide us as they please. If we got an impulse to do something, do it. We all had weird feelings, but eventually realized we weren't going to find anything here. We left, deciding to go somewhere that Scott had experienced before, the Waco Cemetery. Once we got there, we said our opening prayer and made our way out into the cemetery. Eventually, we split into two groups, me and Steve in one, Scott and Denny in the other. Steve told me to get a couple of specific things on video. He thought he had seen something he said was best described as a specter, with a head that shaped into a point and a cloaked black body. We walked around for a bit longer, and he told me he had seen it again. We walked towards the area he saw it, and didn't see anything. We met back up with Denny and Scott on the other side of the cemetery, and Scott started talking about the things that had happened to him here. He had been asking questions and talking in general, trying to pick up some EVP. He started talking about what he called the prankster that had slapped him in the face and possibly put scratches down his friend's back. We made our way back to the center of the cemetery where there were no graves, just a patch of grass. We stood around, and Steve told the other two about the specter he had seen and where he had seen it. Around that time, Scott said lights out. He took a couple of pictures, and the rest was silent. Then, we turned our lights back on for a few seconds before Scott repeated his order of lights out. This part gets a little blurry. I can't remember if it was before or after we turned the lights back on, but Scott is a big guy, wide and tall. He fell backwards onto Steve, who would have fallen on me had I not moved in time. He had fallen hard. He laid there and just looked confused, and his face was red. His glasses had flown off of impact of the fall. He asked where his glasses were. Then he asked, "Did I fall?" We tried to explain what happened from each of our perspectives quickly, as we were pretty freaked out, since this was our first experience. He had asked a couple more times as the rest of us came to the conclusion that he fell too hard to have just fallen from a loss of balance. I, for one, think he was pushed by some force. Anyway, we got him up to his feet. He looked around and said, "We're leaving." Scott was shaken, and that was all we needed to hear. As we walked back to our cars to say a closing prayer, Scott started coughing, which progressed into dry heaving. We had 8 Hardee's before we went to the first place, so we knew that he had something to throw up. We stopped to wait for him, and after he felt better, we proceeded to walk to a space between the cars to say the prayer. Scott began, "Our Father which art in heaven." It was interrupted by more dry heaving. Steve said, "Scott, are you okay?" He nodded and said, "Hallowed be thy," and cut off to some dry heaves some more. This time, it was so bad that he lost his glasses and was down on his knees coughing up something that wasn't there. He looked up, straight at me, and gave the most evil glare I've ever seen. I immediately recoiled in fear, with tears forming in my eyes. I asked Scott, "Scott, are you there?" He got over this fit eventually as Steve said, "Hallowed by thy what? Finish the prayer, Scott. You have to finish it." Scott straightened up a little and hoarsely started the finish. "Hallowed be thy name." Again, the same occurrence had just happened, and he just kept coughing and dry heaving. At this point, Scott has regained his composure enough to finish, and says, "For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen." As we each followed with a thankful amen, he said, "Now let's get the heck out of here." I was ahead of him in parking, So I started the car and drove out of the cemetery as fast as possible. We stopped into a church parking lot up the road. Scott got out of his car, and we started talking about what just happened. He claimed to have no recollection of falling or anything after that. That's the story of what happened in southwest Missouri on a late October night. May you form your own conclusions, and I hope you enjoyed. I've felt the presence of ghosts at some places I've been or lived at. I've never had an experience of seeing a ghost, but I can walk into a place and tell if there's a ghost there. I know if it's a male, female, or child. I've seen dark shadows, but not all have been black. Some are gray, like the color of a rat. One night, a very good friend of mine came over and we started watching a movie and eating pizza. I saw the dark outline of a male child peeking around the corner of the kitchen. I told my friend Dawn, who is very religious, and at first she didn't believe me. I kept seeing the outline of a head and shoulders peeking around the corner. Then, about 5 minutes or so later, we started hearing a scratching noise. I told Dawn that's the ghost. She said it was just a mouse. Then, I heard a loaf of bread fall on the floor. The bread is kept on the counter far back next to the microwave. I got up to investigate. The bread was lying on the floor, but had no holes in it from a mouse. I put the bread back and went back into the living room. Dawn got up to get a glass of soda, and when she went into the kitchen, she yelled. She said the loaf of bread moved across the counter and dropped on the floor at her feet. She started praying. Every time she stopped praying, you could hear scratching noises. She kept praying, and the scratching continued. Then it got quiet. We finished the movie, and as we were talking, we noticed the lid on the pizza box, which was propped up, started to slip down. Instead of just falling down, it closed. This was very slowly. Dawn said she had enough and went home. She took the pizza and box home with her. She called me later that night and said that the ghost followed her home because her bread was constantly sliding off the counter, and she actually saw the pizza lid open when it was closed in the box. She said she threw the bread and pizza box off her balcony and prayed really hard. She didn't have any more problems, and our bread stayed on our counters after that. I was at the age of 12 to 13 when my grandmother bought me a rocking chair out of what she said was a yard sale. She claimed that they were very glad to get rid of it, and she never thought to ask why. She brought it home and sat it in my room with my dolls on it. It was an antique, so I was leery about anyone sitting in it. I never experienced any weird activities in it, but my brother at the age of 9 years was sitting in the living room where he could see it and claimed to have seen it rock 3 times. It scared him to the point where he just ran outside to my grandmother, crying and screaming. I was confused, and my grandmother told me to keep it closed and keep my door shut. Later, my aunt said she went into my room to get something, and she also seen it move. I was getting mad, thinking that there was something wrong with my chair, and hid it in my closet. The last person that had seen it move was my little cousin, due to us moving to another location. She agreed to keep it in her room, where she did not stay at the time, but went in and out of there when needed. She was doing her hair in a dresser mirror when she got a glimpse of the rocker moving. Then, to her surprise and fright, a little girl appeared. She said she was very beautiful in an older clothing. She screamed and ran from the room. It took her some time to calm down to tell what happened, and there I was, ready to get rid of it also.
The one thing I did find out about the chair before giving it away was that it hated men. Due to my family's curiosity, my great uncle was determined to see it and experience it sliding away from him across the room. He was nevertheless very scared and left quickly. I'm glad I gave it away and didn't think twice, but never had it do anything in front of me. I didn't experience this myself. It happened to my mother a couple of months ago, and she told me about it after it happened. What happened was, a couple of months ago, my mom was prepping for a party in our kitchen at about 9:30 p.m. Me and my brother, who were about 11 at the time, were both at the house at the time. I was upstairs, and he was in the living room. My mom told me that she was washing dishes and that she looked up at the window in front of her and she saw someone walk by the hallway behind her. She immediately thought that it was me because of how tall the person was. She called out my name and told me to do something for her. After a couple of minutes, she came to look for my brother to ask where I went. He looked at her like she was crazy and told her that I hadn't come downstairs for about an hour. She calmed me down noticeably scared because she thought someone was in the house, but we couldn't find anyone. This happened more than once to my mother, but more noticeable. She was washing clothes and had to walk through the kitchen and saw someone poke their head out from behind the counter. She of course thought that it was either me or my brother, but when she checked, she found no one. She called me immediately and told me what had happened, and now we believe that a ghost is in the house, but it doesn't show itself regularly. 2 other things that have happened since then. One happened a couple months after that. Me and my brother had a friend over, and he had gone to the bathroom on the 2nd story of the house. No one was up there at the time, but when he came down, he said that he had seen 2 red eyes down the hall near my parents' bedroom. He immediately ran downstairs, and we told him about my mother's experiences. The other things that happen more frequently now is that our dog starts to growl at something in the hallway. She sleeps in our parents' room, and sometimes she will get up and walk around the room, and then she will stop in the doorway and growl at something in the hallway. But when we turn on the light, there will be nothing there. It has been a couple of months since anything worth reporting has happened, but we believe that it is a friendly ghost and nothing harmful will come of it. Even though I'm terrified of this kind of stuff, reading stories and watching things on TV about it is very interesting to me. I have a story to share. It's still very fresh to me, even though it has happened many years ago that it has taken place. My husband and kids laugh at me when I tell them my story, just because some of the things that went on. They find it more humorously amusing than seriously true. This story took place when I was about 5 or 6 years old, in a house we lived at, in Oregon, Ohio. I really don't even know where to begin. The house was a 2-story home that wasn't huge, but sure wasn't small. I had 2 brothers, and they shared a bedroom with me, having my own bedroom right next to theirs. In their closet was this blue plastic hanging shoe rack that was left when we moved in. It was completely empty, except for a few bouncy balls and a metal jack in some of the pockets. Every day we would check these pockets because whenever we would empty them, there was always more the next day. I never thought anything weird about that. It was cool finding things in there. My room had a door that led to the closet. I never heard anything scary in my room, but one night, my grandparents spent the night. They came from Florida and were visiting us before moving on to other relatives. In the middle of the night, everyone ran into the room because my grandpa woke up screaming. He said the cat had crawled onto the mesh part of the box spring and scared him. everyone went back to bed, and nothing was thought of it. Months went by, and summer was here. My brothers and I used to all lay in the hallway upstairs outside our rooms, in front of a box fan my dad would put up, because it was so hot. Sometime in the middle of the night, my younger brother Mike woke up, I guess to sleep in my room, and began screaming. He said my older brother Jake's face was on the wall scaring him. Jake had been laying in the hallway the entire time with me and Mike. Still, everyone shrugged it off like the other things that happened and figured he was sleepwalking. I've heard things throughout the night on and off after the last incident, but the last and scariest part of the house that happened to me, and I'm not sure how much time in between this happened, is one night when I was sleeping with my cat. It was sometime in the middle of the night, and for some reason I woke up. My cat also woke up. My cat was tucked under my arm at my side, and all of a sudden, it opened its eyes wide and hissed with its hair standing up on its back. Then it darted out of my room. I didn't understand why the cat acted like this, and seconds later, at the end of my bed was this figure. It was definitely human, but was all white and misty. It had no features or limbs. The only feature I remember is seeing an O-like shaped mouth. It was just standing there, but then looked like it was moving slowly closer. I kicked my feet at it, and nothing happened. I just kicked right through it. I was scared to death and ran into my parents' room and slept there the rest of the night. I thought I heard sounds coming from the drawers in my dad's dresser the rest of the night, but never heard anything or seen anything since. My husband, like I said, finds this humorous, so last year, he bought some ball and jacks and placed them on my pillow and laughed. I would love to find out if anyone living in that house after or before me ever had any experiences like that. I always wondered why that thing would want to scare us like that. My grandfather was a member of Washington Country Golf Club in Washington County, Pennsylvania. The golf club sits on top of a hill and used to be a very old farmhouse that dates back to the 1800s. He told me stories of him along with a group of friends who spent the night at the clubhouse. Members were allowed to stay there if they wished. It was said the old farmer who lived in the house lost all of his money and the farm went under. After this all happened, the farmer then decided to end it all. My grandfather said that during the late hours of night, you can hear footsteps walking back and forth upstairs. They went upstairs, and no one was to be found. Even in the ballroom, the lights would be seen turning off and on by themselves, as doors were being opened and closed as well. I myself have been in the clubhouse, which is very old, with wooden stairs and floors. I have even seen the bar going across the staircase, where it said the farmer had done the deed. I've heard this story from other members of the club. Whether this is true for sure or not, I don't know exactly. Another story I've heard takes place in Peters Township in Washington County. I've been told by an old football coach whose family lived in the town all their life, dating back to the 1700s, I believe. He tells a story of an old haunted railroad tunnel close to Hidden Valley Road in the area. It's said that many years ago, when the railroad was a busy place, a man was hooking up two boxcars. The boxcars then rolled together, hitting the man in between the two hookups. The man was cut in half from the two boxcars, and many people say that they have walked the tunnel holding hands across the tunnel very late in the night. They said they have seen a man walking at the other end of the tunnel with an old oil lamp in his hand, swinging back and forth. They even say that a train can be heard off in the distance, but no train even came.
The story has been known as Boxcar Willie. I've heard this story from many different people in the past. I've seen the tunnel myself one night with two of my friends. We held hands going across the front of the tunnel. We all then saw a very small light at the end of the tunnel. Never went to check it out, but something was there. We all saw this light. It may have been something off in the distance, but I believe it was Boxcar Willie. We all felt something very weird that night. That's why I get the feeling something was out there.
I'm a native of Hammond, which is very close to Maryville. I've been to Reeder Road many times, and actually know a different story of the road. The ones I saw on your site are new to me. My parents told me the story long ago, and although I've not experienced it for myself, I know others who claim to have. This may be more of a local story, but who knows? It's still something I'd like to share. Back in the 1950s, the road was often used by teens and young adults as a private makeout place. The story goes that a young lady and her boyfriend made a stop at the road. While they were parked, they heard a thumping on top of the car. They ignored it for a bit, but the girl started to become creeped out as the noise grew louder. The boyfriend decided he would get out and investigate. When he got out, the thumping stopped. After several minutes, the boyfriend had not returned, and the thumping started again. The girl panicked and got out of the car. She found her boyfriend bloodied and hung from a tree, and the thumping she was hearing was the sound of her boyfriend's feet hitting the top of the car as he hung there dead. Supposedly on warm summer nights, if you pull off into the road and park for a bit, you will hear the thumping, and if you get out to investigate, the thumping will stop, and you will find a letterman's jacket hanging from the tree above you. There is also an abandoned school out in Cedar Lake, where Hammond Baptist used to attend. The story goes that the pastor went crazy and removed some of the little ones from this world, if you know what I mean. I've personally have experienced strange happenings in the school, such as children's voices, windows that were shut on the way in open as we walked back out. Supposedly it's supposed to be the little ones trying to escape. From what I understand, a few years ago, part of the building caught fire inexplicably. I haven't been there in about 5 years. However, if you would like some directions to the place, it's a little tricky to get to, and I would be happy to share them with you if you are interested. Like I said, this is a story passed on to me by my parents, and others I know also know the story and claim to have witnessed it. I'm also aware of the satanic gatherings in the field, down the trail in the woods, usually occurring during the 2 equinoxes every year. This may explain some of the animal parts we found. Also, in this field, I've seen glowing orbs here and there, but never thought much of them since they were out far in the field. But you may be able to look into this more than I can. Oh, and the girl that jumped into the river and drowned, she is also part of this story. In Hammond, of course. She can be seen on Halloween night on Pine Avenue, hitchhiking to get to her wedding. Supposedly, if you pick her up, she thanks you for the ride and then disappears into the night. My name is Gemma. I went to a primary school in a small village where I lived for a year or two. Then we had to move into a town nearby. It wasn't too far away from my friends, so sometimes I would catch the bus there. One day, I went up to see my friend Holly. She told me that my old deputy head teacher had just died. I don't know how old he was, but apparently he got murdered. That night, Holly asked me to stay at her house for the night, so So I did. We were only about 10 at the time. Her parents were downstairs, and her 2 little brothers were both asleep. We were the only people awake upstairs. Holly went downstairs to get something to eat for me and her, and left me alone. I decided to play a trick on her. I turned all the lights off and hid under her bed in her room. I looked around. I was really scared, so I looked up and saw 2 eyes looking at me. They were glowing. At that point, I closed my eyes, thinking it was just my imagination. When I opened my eyes, they were still there. I stayed under the bed because I didn't want to move. Then, I heard Holly coming up the stairs. The eyes backed away into the darkness, and I backed away and hid again. When Holly came into the room, I jumped out and scared her. I told her about the eyes, and she believed me. Then she said, "Let's take a look inside the wardrobe." So we both opened it slowly and took a look inside. Funny enough, nothing was in there except for her clothes and stuff. So we both decided that it was me seeing things because it was dark. Later that night, Holly turned the lights off, and we both went to sleep. I couldn't get to sleep, and I kept on looking over at the wardrobe. I laid there with my eyes open, when suddenly I saw the eyes again, looking over at me. I slid under my covers. When I looked out, they had gone, but I could feel something in the room. I knew something was there. Suddenly, a black figure appeared in front of me. It laid down, and then I saw the eyes. It was staring right at me. I screamed, which woke Holly up, and she suddenly backed away against the wall. We could both see the black figure on the floor. Then it seemed to sink into the ground and disappear. We both went downstairs and stayed there for a couple of hours. We talked about the figure for ages. Then I said it reminded me of something. Holly said that as well, before we both realized that it looked like Mr. Baker. Why would he haunt us, though? We'll never know. When I was younger, I had quite a few paranormal experiences, as did my mom. The most direct contact either of us had with spirits was with her father. He died at home and lived with us when I was about 4. My mom was very close to him, and I was pretty close to him too for being so young. After he died, my mom would often be house cleaning and walk into his room where his old recliner sat and smell his unique scent, cigarette smoke mixed with cologne and whatnot. She never saw or heard him, but she would know he was there and would talk to him for a while. When I was 6, we moved out of the house he died in and into the house where my mom still lives. I never had the type of encounters my mom had with them, but I was lucky enough to see him once. First, I need to explain the setup of our house. The front and back doors are directly parallel to each other, and both have glass panes in them. The front door opens into the dining room, and you can walk straight through to the kitchen, and then to the back door. You can look from the front porch all the way into the backyard through the glass in these doors. When I was about 7, I was standing in the kitchen, looking out the window of the back door, and I could see the reflection of the front door in the glass. Suddenly, I saw my grandfather walk by the front door in the reflection, as though he was walking across the front porch. He smiled and waved at me. The whole thing only lasted a split second, but he was very deliberately contacting me. I believe he chose to do it in such an indirect way, so as to not frighten me. Maybe he was saying goodbye, since I was too young to understand when he actually died. What's really strange, though, is that I described him to my mom as looking younger than he did when he died. And when she showed me some pictures of him in his 40s, I told her that that's exactly how he appeared to me. She thinks he must have been happiest during that time of his life, and so chose to appear that way. I think it was a couple years after that when my mom had her final encounter with him. She was house cleaning again, when she smelled his familiar odor. She was in a hurry, and she told him, "I'm sorry, Dad. I can't really talk right now," and left the room. When she came back in, the scent was gone, and she just knew that was the last time she would hear from him. She feels guilty that she didn't stop to talk to him, but I think she just realized that she was ready to move on, and that's why he didn't contact her again. We do believe that he stuck around for a while after that, because he would often lose a piece of jewelry or something small, only to have it turn up right under our noses a few days later. I've had other experiences unrelated to my grandfather, but his was the only human spirit I ever actually saw. Not long after we moved into the new home, I had several experiences with feline spirits. I once saw the hind legs and tail of a cat disappearing into, not up, the top of the stairs from the landing. I know it couldn't have been our own cat, because it was pure white, and our two cats were black. Another time, I was sitting at the kitchen table when I felt a cat rubbing against my legs. I reached down to pet it, but nothing was there, and when I looked under the table, there was no cat to be found. There were also a few incidents in my mom's house where electronics would do seemingly things on their own. The TV turned itself off at least twice that I can remember. Perhaps the weirdest instance was when I was in my bedroom listening to my stereo. It has one of those LED screens that flashes at things as music plays, and when you turn the volume knob, these bars show up on the screen that move up or down as you change the volume. I was listening to music one day, and I had my back to the stereo. When I realized the volume was getting lower, I turned around, and the volume display came up on the screen, and the bars were going down like the knob was being turned. I turned the volume back up, and nothing else happened after that. This has gotten long, but I only have one more experience to share. At another sleepover with my best friend, we decided to leave a tape recorder with a blank tape in an empty room while we hung out in the living room and record whatever there was to hear. No one went in the room while I was recording, and the door was shut. When we played it back, we could very faintly hear ourselves in the living room for most of the tape, and nothing else. There was one spot on the tape where a high-pitched voice spoke in a loud, raspy whisper. It was obviously neither of us, because you could hear us in the background very softly behind it. We weren't sure what it said, but it sounded like "shine the light." It didn't make any sense, but it did creep us out. That was the only unexplained voice on the tape, which unfortunately I no longer have. That was the last experience I had that I'm certain had no physical explanation. This is a story about ghosts that I think is worth sharing. It's a little bizarre and not very detailed, but I think it would capture your interest. When I was young, I always heard ghost stories revolving around these red coat ghosts. These were entities that would often appear in our house, The home I lived in used to house British soldiers from Napoleon's time, so essentially the late 1700s. I remember one particular incident. It was late at night, and that's when I started to hear strange noises in my room. At first I brushed them off, not thinking anything of it, because you can always explain these incidents away as nothing more than just normal noises. Then, I started to hear noises which were very peculiar. I would hear faded whispers, like a group of people whispering when I would open my door to investigate the sound. It wasn't anything loud, and didn't last for too long. Of course, I ended up going down that staircase to find a root cause of these whispers. What I saw next was actually quite interesting to me. Not scary, although a bit unbelievable. After going downstairs and into the living room, I saw two redcoat soldiers for a second, just standing side by side as they quickly faded from the living room. They also had a foggy and faded quality to them to begin with, where you could barely tell a figure was there with the red colors. I'll never forget that moment the rest of my life. Growing up in Lakeland, Florida, my parents purchased a repossessed mobile home. One of the bedroom doors had a deadbolt lock, but face so the child in the room could not get out. My elder sister had this room and reported a small girl about the age of 5 or 6 that would appear in a white nightgown carrying a teddy bear. She would sit at the end of my sister's bed and just cry. In the closet of the bedroom in the same home, there were stickers and drawings on the wall where it appeared someone was punished and made to sit in the closet. There were also fingernail scratches on the wall in the same closet. In the third children's room of the same home, there was brown carpeting with a lime green shape on the floor that was the same shape of a clothes iron. If an iron fell onto carpeting while it was hot, doesn't it make sense it would just burn the carpet hair instead of change the color to green? My aunt even had to come remove a spirit once that was following my little sister all the way to school and hiding behind things when she turned around to see who was following her. My little sister said it resembled a Grim Reaper type of shadow. In the same home, items would mysteriously be moved to another area. Things would then come up missing, then all of a sudden reappear one day. I truly believe that we are not living alone on this earth, and that spirits live among us. There are a lot of theories as to why this is, but to me, I believe that ghosts and spirits are almost other living forms trapped in another dimension. Even if we have loved ones who have passed and appeared to us, to me, it's like they are leaving this realm of existence to enter another one, and they behave much like we all do, often unaware of the world they just left. I believe that the ones that chose to bridge the gap between our world and theirs are messengers chosen by God to give us confirmation that we as human beings will not lose purpose once we have left this earth, and that our souls do live on. Even if you aren't the religious type, I do believe that if ghosts exist, then God must exist in some form. Otherwise, how do these souls still live on? And what power is allowing them to exist in the other universe? Anyway, my ghost experience comes at the time I was staying at my grandmother's. It was night, and I was 11 years old. I was watching TV in the living room when I heard what sounded like my grandfather, who was a heavy-set man, but tall, make his way through the home. Noticeable footsteps, as if he were wearing boots, and they were walking across the hardwood floor. At the time, I immediately recognized it was probably my deceased grandpa, so I yelled out to Grandpa Bunky to please stop scaring me. I was hoping I would get confirmation of him leaving me alone, because I'm a very anxious person, and even though I'm in tune with spirits, sometimes I just don't want to deal with it. I don't think my grandpa honestly meant any harm by it, but I think he felt that he wasn't getting enough attention, if that makes sense, and wanted his presence to really be known that day. He was always known as a loud, boisterous person in life, the kind of man that had to be the center of attention. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I could have swore I saw the shadow of my grandfather materialize. As soon as I got up to turn directly to where he was gone and faded. So I rushed downstairs to where my grandma was. I really wanted to make sure that nobody else was upstairs, so I just asked Grandma if she was just up the stairs in the hall. She emphatically said no, and asked me why I was so concerned. I told her that I saw Grandpa, and she said that Grandpa is gone, and that while you may miss him, we have to accept this. She didn't believe in the afterlife. Funny thing was, about a year before this all happened, my great-uncle died of a disease in his lungs and kidneys. This was the exact same disease that my grandpa had died from. While that's not unusual, my older sister told me she witnessed the exact same thing that happened to me. One night, when I was at a friend's house sleeping over, she was about 17 at the time. So, I'm not entirely sure if it was my grandpa or great uncle exactly, but I still think my grandpa was the one to visit because he knew me better than my great uncle did. I also think that it had to be my grandpa because maybe he wanted my grandma to believe, but since she's closed off to this world because of her views, he was frustrated. Maybe he gave her signs and she ignored them. Are frustrated ghosts a thing? Anyway, hope you enjoyed my story. I have a crazy story to tell. I live in New Orleans. That's of course located in Louisiana, the deep south. One night, me and my girlfriend were at home, and I'm guessing it was around 5:30 in the morning. I'm assuming because that's when I got up to go to work, and I always sit by the window and wait for my ride. This morning was a bit unusual and different. I was sitting there, and all of a sudden, I felt this overwhelming chill brush past me, like an undeniable cold air. I asked my girlfriend if she was cold, and she said no. I don't know what it was, but something told me to tell her to sit in my chair to see if she felt what I was describing. It was a lingering cold that didn't go away, and told me she could feel the cold chill as well. It gave us both goosebumps, and within a few moments, the coldness quickly disappeared. The crazy part is, I think the chair is haunted. It was given to me as a present from generations in the family. I'm talking an early 1900s style rocking chair. I remember one of my uncles wanted to just sell it off eBay to get rid of it, because he didn't want anything to do with it. So I ended up taking it off his hands because of the family history. The most interesting part of this chair is, a lot of my family members have claimed to see a black figure in that chair rocking back and forth on numerous occasions. At times, it would be seen rocking on its own without anything being seen. I still have yet to witness anything like this, but ironically, A friend staying over our house actually did. It was later that night, and my girlfriend and I were in a separate room. Suddenly, my friend screams for us to come in because he just saw the rocking chair move on its own without any force. He didn't even know about the history of that chair and our family, so that made it even more terrifying, but intriguing in a way. My dad had stayed in our house once, and he said looking out the window, there's a tree outside our home, and late at night, he saw a faded man in overalls walk behind the tree and suddenly disappear. Again, none of these things have personally happened to me, but they seem to be happening to my family and friends. None of them are capable of lying. I don't see why anyone would anyway, since we're all older, mature adults, and we have no business lying for attention or any purpose really. Now, just because I said I didn't experience anything, besides the coldness in the chair, it doesn't mean my girlfriend hasn't. She told me one day when she was out on the front porch, where you could see the tree. It was evening. It was getting pretty dark, but not so dark you couldn't see anything. She too thought she saw a very dark shadow move around the tree and then disappear. She said it was the weirdest thing because it was like a fog, and you could easily see the contrast between the tree and this mysterious fog. I don't know if you've seen these type of videos before on YouTube where they show this type of stuff, but she said it was very similar to that. She's also seen the blinds from the window where the chair is positioned move from time to time without any explanation. Knocks on the walls, and sometimes her name is whispered into her ear. Again, these are her experiences, so I can't tell you if it's real based on what she said. But again, my girlfriend wouldn't lie to me for no reason. As you know, New Orleans is a city with lots of history dating back hundreds of years, and with our old home, there's bound to be some entity, especially with the haunted chair. Do you believe in this? Because honestly, as crazy it may seem, I do, even without having these experiences for my own to share. As an open-minded person, I'm not just going to hate on someone just because they have a ghost story to tell. I'll be open-minded. I'll consider their credibility and other things. If all those aspects of their personality check out, then yes, I'll have to believe them. This world is fascinating. It has a lot of mystery. I will not just ignore the spirit world. I just wish that I could experience it too. Just once. What everyone else has as well. I used to live in the Theta Chi fraternity house as a brother. There were stories talking about the house had a fire in the attic and whole sorts of supernatural and paranormal happenings. I can confirm the fire in the attic was true, and strange things did happen too. Some even reported glowing eyes in the dark of the attic. However, one of the most common had to do with the lights. We had sensors installed to cut back on the brothers leaving the lights on. These sensors only react to the movement. These lights would go on and off all the time when nobody would be in the room. We would be several rooms away, far enough from the sensors that we wouldn't set them off, and they would suddenly go on and off. Also, there were times when we would be sleeping, and we would wake up to what sounded like a large social gathering downstairs. Several of us would go down there, thinking it was a group of brothers coming home from the bar, only to find the entire house empty, and no one would be around. Also, I used to work at Have a Nice Day Cafe, and the upstairs was indeed haunted. I would have to go up there every night to take down a banner that was thrown over the exterior of the building. To do this, have to go to the roof via the upstairs. It is full of rooms, completely empty. There was this long hallway that stretched the length of the building. There was only one light that sat at the end of the hallway. As you walked down the hall, you would get the feeling that you were being watched. Several bouncers have claimed to see a man up there. Apparently, before it was Have a Nice Day Cafe, it was called Industry, and one night, a barback intentionally left the world upstairs, using a broken beer bottle, and when the bouncers would make their rounds before closing, they would have to go up there to make sure no one snuck up there. When they would flash their flashlights into the room in which the sad incident took place, the man ghost was seen crying and bleeding. He would get up and run towards you, as if asking for help. Many bouncers quit after they experienced it. I guess you could say they bounced after they saw that ghost. This is a true story of our family's experience at Theodore's Bridge in Wichita, Kansas. I grew up in Sagewitch, Kansas, a small town just north of the bridge's location. Since my family is American Indian, we always respected the legend and tales of the bridge. On May 12, 1983, my own mother was killed in a car wreck within feet of the old bridge. The police couldn't explain what caused her to swerve sharply to the left. However, they agree that something must have been in the road right in front of her. What's odd is that no animal tracks were ever found, and it wasn't another car. I was young at the time, and awoke around midnight with a horrible dream. It had to do with being grossly removed from this life. Someone had chopped my head off with an axe. Later that morning, around 4:45 a.m., I was awakened again by someone pounding on my door. It was the police looking for me. Turns out, they found my driver's license in my mom's car. Thinking it was me who died, they came to inform my parents only to find me standing in the doorway. Several years later, I was helping my dad go through some papers and found my mom's death certificate. Only then did I find out that Mom was thrown through the windshield with her head coming right off. Throughout the years, as family members and friends have drove by, the sight strange things have happened to them. Their cars would quit working for just a few moments, or they see things, like my mom standing there, looking at them and smiling. If anyone would like to email me, I'd be more than happy to talk to you about all the strange things I've occasionally seen. My name is Catherine. After the experiences me and my family have had, I know we have a ghost. It all started when I was 7. I couldn't get to sleep. I looked down from my bunk bed for a moment or two and saw, in my bedroom closet, which had no door, what seemed to be a little girl sitting in there, staring at me. She wore a white dress and was underneath either a white blanket or a duvet cover. Once me, my mom and my sister were watching a film in the dark, and suddenly, on the shelf, my picture was slammed down. One time my sister had said that she had seen the ghost. One night when we had our normal beds, she saw her walk from the closet to the end of the bed and just staring at her. Then she flew through the wall. The second time I saw her was when I was out in the kitchen. I saw her out the window, in the shed window, smiling, but there would be 2 faces beside her this time. The scariest experience I've ever encountered was when I was watching TV. I was sitting down on one of the seats when I heard footsteps coming down the stairs. I got scared and turned off the TV to ask who was there. Then the door creaked open. Then there was a noise in the other seat, like someone was sitting down on it. I was so scared that I couldn't even move. Nothing else happened since then, but I know our house is haunted for sure. The girl just won't go away. Hi, my name is Kim. I'm 18 years old, and I have a few experiences I would like to share with you. Every summer, I used to go to my Nana's farm and help out. The last time I went was a few years ago. That was when I was 14, and something creepy happened that I've since tried to forget. I think it's about time I shared it with you all. It was a boiling hot July afternoon, and I was helping to clean out one of the barns. My Nana went on and on for about an hour, complaining that it was too hot for her liking, but I decided to stay to try and finish. About 10 minutes after my Nana left, I began to hear tiny pitter-patter of the feet in the hayloft. Thinking that it was just mice or something, I got on with my work. I began sweeping when I heard laughter and two voices, one of a boy and the other of a girl, talking in hushed whispers. I peered up the stairs, feeling slightly scared, and called again, but nobody replied. As I turned to get back to my work, the voice of the girl called up here. I was quite spooked. Nobody should be up here, but yet, there I was, hearing a voice. Sometimes, though, the other kids in the village muck around, so maybe I thought it was one of them. "Hey, you're not allowed up there," I shouted as I walked up the stairs. As I got up to the hayloft, I looked up to see two black shadows with hooks through their necks, almost hanging for a split second. This faded quickly. I completely freaked out and ran screaming to my Nana's house. My Nana later told me that two little people had died in that barn when they were playing around. My mom came to pick me up the next day, and as we drove away, I looked back at the barn and saw two little faces staring right back at me from the hayloft window. Needless to say, I never went back. In 1998, I had a ghost experience. My first, and I hope my last. I was living in the second floor of a college dormitory. My colleague that lived directly under me would ask me on occasion if I was moving furniture late in the night and early morning, between 12 midnight and 2 a.m. Absolutely not. I can recall that I moved my bed once in the middle of the day when I first moved in at the beginning of the semester. I thought maybe it was a ghost because it was common knowledge that our dormitory was an old TB hospital. The entire campus was located on an old military hospital site. Our cafeteria was where the morgue was, back in the Great First Conflict, or the Great Second Conflict. I never heard anything in my room. Then, early one Saturday morning, I got up and made myself coffee and left the dormitory on the second floor and headed down the old iron stairs. I made my way across the tennis courts to make a phone call. I could see my dormitory from where I stood. I dialed the number and was talking to a friend steadily watching the stairs to my dorm. That is, when I saw a smoky black figure flailing its arms around and staring straight at me. Then it went back into the locked closed doors of the second floor dorm. They lock behind each person that leaves, so I reported it to staff. That is when I started to hear many ghost stories from the Knights Guardsmen that patrolled the cafeteria and hallways. There are many dorm buildings on campus. Anyhow, I put it behind me and continued my life. Shortly after my brother died, due to a long illness, I returned to college, but got my own apartment and shared it with a friend. It would get so cold in there. Heat turned on all the way up and the fireplace on, yet it was 70 degrees outside. I was still grieving, so I withdrew from college and took my truck on a long drive across the country. In Nebraska while at a rest stop, my entire truck swarmed with flies. I'm very clean, and so was my truck. I was eating, but still swarms of flies. I threw my food away and drove crying and screaming, trying to get them out of my truck. I stopped to wash my truck, then got a motel and shower. I returned 6 months later to my old apartment to ask around to see if the new renters had any problem. The lady that opened the door was really nice and said that she had to hire someone from another state to come and clear the ghost. She said that it was so bad that the person they hired had to have a partner come and help. She mentioned the freezing cold room temperatures, the feelings that someone was following her up the stairs, like I had. They said they do a certain ceremony and burn certain herbs to clear away the spirit, because she didn't mind her ghost clearing work, but it was too much for her. She said that the people she hired said that the bowl they used to burn herbs caught fire. The flames reached the ceiling. It was the worst ghost cleansing they had to do in a long time. Then the lady did a ceremony over me, and the feeling that something hanging on my back just went away. Actually, I felt whatever it was kind of crawl up and out of me and move my spine involuntarily. I've never had a problem since. Mabel Castle, located in Ayrshire, Scotland, was built many hundreds of years ago and is reputed to have its fair share of ghosts. There have been many sightings over the years, one of which may be the young lady Jane, who had been imprisoned in the turret for falling in love with a gypsy. I recently have been invited to participate in a sponsored ghost watch at the castle, but chickened out at the last minute due to a recent visit by a ghost expert who reported the presence of at least 3 ghosts, one of which was a crying child who had been tortured and tied in the basement. There is regular paranormal activity reported, as the castle is still being used as offices. Anyway, I'm sort of 2 minds about losing my nerve, as the ghost watch had proved eventful. Crying had been heard from the basement. When the team left at 4 a.m., they made sure all the lights had been turned off. But in the car park, they looked back, and all the lights had been turned back on. When the cleaner came in the morning, the energy-conscious ghosts had turned them off again. Of course, such paranormal happenings are not rare in Scotland. I can quote hundreds from friends and family. These are just a few. My sister and husband walked into a bookshop housed in a very old building, with a book shot straight off of one shelf, one after the other. My youngest sister lived for years in a haunted house, possibly the spirit of a young child. There were occasional temper tantrums. This is a tragic but true tale. My youngest sister and her then boyfriend George had friends over for the evening. Of course, the talk turned to ghost stories in general, when suddenly, the door of the sitting room flew open with such force, it crashed against the arm of the sofa and slammed shut again. George jumped up and pulled open the door, but nobody was there. Everyone was shaken by the violence of the event. Later it was learned that at that precise moment in time, George's cousin and his friend had drowned in the River Irvine after a night of drinking and hijinks that went badly wrong. I remember reading about the drowning of these men in the local paper at the time, but did not learn of the connection to my sister's boyfriend until later. A friend heard the voice via baby monitor which urged the baby to come. It was hard to be distinguished from the low guttural tone, whether it was male or female. When they went to investigate, no one was in the room besides the baby. My name is Trisha, and I'm writing about one of the many few ghost experiences I've had in my life. I'm fortunate to have found this site to talk to many of those who have experiences with the supernatural. I moved to Bemis Point, New York from Woodbridge, Virginia on May 1st, 2004, into a house which, as to this date, I still call my dream home, because all my life, I always wanted to live in a home so big and so beautiful. This house had 5 bedrooms, 1 bath, a basement, and a beautiful yard. I want to explain why I've chosen to talk about this particular experience in this home in Bemis Point, New York. Of course, I wasn't the only person living in a 5-bedroom home. It was me, my fiance, and my 4-year-old son. My fiance's brother and father were going to live with us. However, that didn't really work out, so it was just the 3 of us for a while. Before we all actually moved into the home, my fiance and my father went to the house to drop off some belongings of ours. My fiance had videotaped every room of the home. The home was just so extraordinary to us, like something we had never seen before. As of this date, we still hold in possession the tape which had been recorded of that home. One of the bedrooms had been painted with artwork from a very artistic person. That artwork is believed to have been finger painted and very unusual. At the time I looked at the house before we had all moved in, I went to that room with the painting many times. I knelt down on my knees in front of the painting and touched it with my hands to get a full feel of its characterization. I will say, to this date, that the painting that was on the wall that very moment had changed once we had moved into the home. First, it was a painting of a turkey, very unusual. There were many things in this house that were strange, only we didn't catch the unusual things about them until we had moved in. To this date, I only hope to find who had lived here before we had, and I will, in time, find my answers. Now you will know the beginning of this unusual experience. It started with that painting. After we had moved into the home, we began to refresh our minds a little bit of what we thought was strange. I was in the process of unpacking and settling into our new home. I went back into that room with the painting and was in shock from what I had seen. That painting was a woman, and there was writing above the painting of that woman, and it said Earth, Hater, Everything. The painting of the woman was on the wall, right on the outlet corner where a television had been sitting. I will explain to you what description I'd seen in that painting. It was a woman whose face was intensely beaten with blood flowing from her hair down through her face, and then to her arms. Her hair was hung up, as if she had been in an electric shock. Her face was bruised badly and cut up with scars on the side of her face. Her eyes were open, and the smile on her face was extremely intense, as if she was angry. I looked around the room more thoroughly, and there on the other side of the wall were more paintings. One was of a butterfly, and a mushroom was the other. On the closet door was a poem written by the famous poet, Keats. I believe to this date, the same person who had written the poem on the door had to have been the same person who did the painting on the wall. I looked around the room closer and came upon some blood on the floor on the side of the room. It was not fresh blood, because it looked like it had dried up and had been there for a long while. I closed the door behind me and left the room. I didn't go back to the room until later on through the next week. One of the rooms upstairs was right next to that room that we had turned into an office. Across the room was the bathroom. On the other side was another room we used for our bedroom. Of course, there was an attic, located right across from the room with the painting. On the door that leads to the attic is a sign that says private. I always wondered who slept up there in that attic. In the attic, there were beds, 2 of them. The beds were built into the floor and the walls. Underneath the boards of the beds were pipes. I won't say what kind of pipes, because I'm not sure. My only guess is that they are water pipes. The attic was made to be one of the 5 bedrooms in the entire house. This room, however, was among the most strangest thing I'd ever seen, the exception with the room being the painting. In this room, the attic was cross spaces large enough to fit almost 10 or more bodies depending on the size. In one of the cross spaces was another painting. This painting was put together with boards. It was handmade, and the colors of the painting were the exact same colors used in the painting of the other room. It seemed to be the painting of the devil. However, it was never confirmed of what the painting really was. There was a sofa left in the room with strands of brown hair, which seemed to be the color of my own hair, and I never even sat on the couch when we found it there, let alone had it belonged to me. Along with the sofa, there had been a brown recliner chair sitting next to the sofa. Underneath the recliner there had been a huge blood stain. In turn could have passed to be a huge stain of grease. The attic could have been turned into at least 2 rooms by the size of the cross spaces, and that's an example of how big they were. When I left the room of the attic to go back downstairs, I noticed as I walked down the stairs, there had been names engraved into the carpet of each step that I walked down. I could not make out the names, but it was indeed visible to the eye. It was very strange to me. I wanted to find out some information about the house because I began to get nervous and anxious of the situation. I turned to our next door neighbor for info and hoped to find out all I could. One side of the house was cut off by a wall where the next door neighbor had lived. It was indeed unfortunate to us because that wall was separated from the neighbor and had not been closed off to him, as he had all entrances into our part of the house. No door on our side had locks to keep him coming through our side of the home. This made me very nervous, especially throughout the night. With an exact total of 4 rooms upstairs and the bathroom and only 1 bedroom downstairs. We had turned that room on the bottom level downstairs into my son's room. It was not safe enough to put my son upstairs due to the stairwell and the fact that I was afraid that he would get hurt. Therefore, the only room downstairs we had used for his room, just outside of my son's bedroom, was the basement door and another door that led to the next door neighbor's bathroom. We were told that the door that led to the neighbor's bathroom had not been used because the bathroom toilet was broken. To this date, I don't believe that theory which had been said to us. I noticed on the side where my son's bedroom was, each door had locks on them at the top, which made me nervous because I was concerned that someone could get locked in and would not be able to get out. However, the only door without a lock was the bathroom door to the neighbor's side of the home. That seemed a bit unusual to me, as if it was purposely set up that way, so that the next door neighbors could have entrance into our side of the home whenever he wanted to come on our side. Another entrance that our next door neighbor had to our side of the house was in the kitchen right where the pantry closet is. In the process of unpacking, I had sat some pictures against the door until I got around to hang them up. Other entrances the neighbor had to our side of the home were upstairs and in the basement. There was a storage place located right between the office and the bathroom, which had 2 doors inside the storage space that the next door neighbor could use on our side of the home. On our side of the storage space were locks. Therefore, we're fortunate for the matter. The doors to the storage space were made of glass, and therefore, it would have to take someone to break the glass or professionally remove the glass in order to enter on our side. As for the basement, the neighbor would have to break the chain on our side to come up the stairs on our side. Anyway, after having suspicions of what may have happened in this home, or what could have happened, I had to talk to someone and find out something. That's when I started questioning the next door neighbor. One day, I ran into our neighbor outside, not literally, and asked him about the painting that was on the wall. I asked him if he had known of the tenants who used to live in the home before us, and possibly all he could tell me about the painting and who stayed in the home where the painting was. The neighbor claims that a girl by the name Anna stayed in that room at one time, and told me that she was the one who did the painting. At that very moment, I felt that there was more that he had known, that I need to know now. With having a few supernatural experiences previously, the feeling that someone would lead me to some kind of answer clung to me, to ask him more about what he could tell me. He told me that Anna was about the same age as me, and knew that she had been involved in many serious circumstances with others dealing with Gothic rituals, practicing witchcraft, and had camped out with others in the back of the house at a campsite where most of the rituals are being performed. He offered to take me back to the campsite one day, although I never was able to get around to it. Thereafter, I insisted on letting him take a look at the painting himself, as well as the poem from Keats that was written on the door in the room. We also went to the attic to look at the stain that was on the floor. He could not agree with me that it looked like anything like a blood stain. I showed him the names engraved into the carpet on the stairs to the attic. He couldn't make a vision of what I had been seeing. Therefore, he wasn't able to discuss that matter with me. As far as the blood in the room on the floor of the room with the painting, he did in fact agree with me that it appeared to be bloodstains. However, he could not give me any explanation of why or how it got in there. The neighbor explained that he rarely paid any attention to anything in the home, and hadn't been in the home but a few times to do some work to it. I didn't agree with that theory at all. I knew there had to be a lot of info missing that he wouldn't tell me then. The neighbor insisted on finding someone to come look at the painting. I told him that it would be a good idea for someone to come out to take a look at everything I'd seen, and to examine the home in case there was any signs of supernatural crisis. When the neighbor left, I assumed that what he intended to do was not going to happen only because I felt that he knew more than he was willing to tell me at that time. I left the matter alone long enough for me to stumble across anything else that seemed unusual to me. The day after, my fiancé and I, along with our son, left the home to take care of some business, and when we had returned to the home that evening, we saw the neighbor coming out of our house with a cooking pot. It was quite unusual to us knowing that the home had been locked up, and could not understand how he had gotten into the home without having a key. My fiancé and I got out of the car, and the neighbor walked over to us, explaining that he went into the house. He told us that we made him quite nervous about the discussion with the painting as well as everything else we talked about. Therefore, he decided to speak with his cousin on how to bless the home. The neighbor explained that he blessed the entire home using some ancient herbs that were given to him, and told us that he was trying to help us out because he felt that it would resolve the situation. After his explanation, he continuously explained that he would not go back into the home without us knowing about it first. We left this incident alone, being as it was a first-time offense, and he said he was trying to help. When we walked into the home after speaking with him, we could smell the scent of the herbs he used all through the home. It was a very strong and painful scent, almost as if it was the smell of marijuana. The smell was in a long stretch throughout the home. I was more concerned for my son. We had to leave the house for a few hours more in order to escape the smell and painful irritation of our eyes. Finally, once we returned to the home, the smell settled and we could breathe again. I wasn't actually pleased for the matter that he had came into the home uninvited and blessed the home with no knowledge of what he was doing. Still, I left the matter alone, believing that he would not do it again. In order to concentrate on other things, I used my time trying to unpack my things and cleaning one room to the next. It wasn't until the next few days later I had an incident of my own. It was in the middle of the night. We were all asleep, and I was awakened by a man who laid there on top of me with all his weight pushing on me so tight that I couldn't breathe. I thought I'd been having a nightmare, although my eyes were open, and the force I'd been using to fight and pull to escape this man's weight and the fear he had been pouring over me was only a nightmare in my life. In reality, I looked beside me as I laid there fighting to escape the fear amongst the man's desire to hurt me, trying to wake my fiancée from a sleep to save me. My fiancée laid there in a deep sleep as I could not hear a peep from my crying screams of what I had left to breathe. I had been played with that very night, if you know what I mean, laying there in my own head with my fiancée laying right next to me. With one heroic scream, I used all my weight to escape this man's arms and pushed him off of me. Frightening, all I could see was his brown hair and his back that turned to my face as he walked away with not even 2 seconds and disappeared. I sat up in my bed next to my fiancé, waiting there, holding my body, hoping he would be awake and hold me. I could not make sense of this, not then and not now. Even after, I knew it wasn't over. I couldn't even call the police because, let's face it, I wouldn't be able to explain to them of such an incident. Even so, they wouldn't be able to believe me. Amongst other things, they would turn it on my fiancé, and I would not take that route. Not then, and not now. After my fiancé had awakened, I told him about what happened. He just held me tight, and he was worried. I'm thankful he believed me. After a while, I was too angry to sit there and do nothing. I was determined to get my answers. Even then, why me? I know I'm not the only person in the entire world who has had this exact same incident. There are others. I know, because I've read about them. I know that there are others out there who have been hurt multiple times in incidents like this. I've now moved out of that home and only live 2 minutes away from there. I've not been back since we moved. There are others who I'm aware who live in that same house right now as I'm telling you this. 4 of them I am aware of are girls. I fear for them. I worry for them. Even though this isn't the only incident that happened to me in that same home, they live in there as I speak. As there have been many incidents, not so much severe to this one, I worry for anyone who lives there. This will come back to me one day. In some form, some way, it will find me, and I will find my answers. I've had the experience of the supernatural ever since I was a young child, around the age of 7 years old. It has followed me. I'm 22 now. This house I lived in Buma Point, New York was said to be over 100 years old. The supernatural experiences I've had are real. It may be some kind of gift that I've been given, but it's frightening at the same time. I only seek to understand it. Even so, it's frightening to know the answers I'm looking for. I can only do what I can to accept this the best way I find reasonable. I will tell you that the man who messed with me that night is in no way comparison to any person I've ever met or come across my entire life. This will be one of the many experiences I will never forget. I know that there are others out there who wonder just the same as I do. Why me? Is there ever really an answer to that question? And if you ever wonder whatever happened to the painting or the handmade artwork that was found in those rooms, I won't be able to explain that to you. All I can tell you is that the neighbor that lived next door to me went into the house without telling us, carved that painting off the wall, literally, and told me that he burned it. As far as the handmade artwork made out of boards, I won't ever know. The neighbor took that too. To this date, that painting exists, as well as the handmade artwork made of boards. Everything in this house exists to me, and as far as the girl I was told that did the painting on the wall, Anna, what does she know? Where is she today? My last question in regards to the landlord, John. Do you always allow your son to go into the home whenever he wants to, especially when other tenants are renting the home from you? Trust me, one day it could end up being a big mistake for him. My guess is there something to hide? I live in Arlington, Washington. When I moved into my house, the forks started bending. Now when I'm there by myself, I can hear people walking upstairs. When I'm upstairs trying to sleep, I can hear people or things running up and down the stairs. If I get up and look down the stairs, I can't see anything, but I can still hear it. Soon after we started moving into this home, our pets started disappearing. One of our cats came back, covered in what looked like blood. He was gone about an hour after he came back. All of our pets were inside pets. My aunt saw a little girl in my yard, and in the house with blonde hair. Nobody I live with or live near has even blonde hair. When my mom lived with me, she saw her too. My sister loved to listen to her stereo, but then the stations started changing by themselves. We could actually watch the bar move back and forth across it. Recently, my dad's stereo started doing that too. I got an iZone sticky film camera for my birthday one year. I took a picture, and there was an orb in the corner of it. When I'm home alone, it can totally be silent. I'll be reading a book, and my dog will start barking. I can get her to calm down, but as soon as I sit down again, she starts barking again. My cousin and I got really big chills right before we hear any of the noises upstairs. We look at our attic doors, but every morning the lock is unlocked and sometimes on the ground. Sometimes at night, I can even hear faint talking. I had a friend stay with me once, and she tried to get out of bed, but she said she felt something heavy on her. There was nothing that I could see on her. My dad went into the kitchen in the middle of the night to get a glass of water, and the freezer was wide open. This all started in '88. My aunt even had someone come and bless the home. I guess it didn't work, because it is still happening. My name is Eric, and I have a couple of occurrences that are rather interesting. Nothing amazing, but definitely weird. I've always been interested by dark things. liked to dress in black, and I liked to listen to extreme metal and such things like that, so I've always kept an open mind on such things. Well, anyways, when I was about 6 years old, me and some of my brothers slept in the floor of the living room for about a couple of years. Well, one night, I awoke for no real reason, I guess. I was still tired, so I didn't want to get up or open my eyes when I felt something unexplainable. It was the feeling that someone was near me, that wanted to hurt me. I can't explain it. I just felt that. Well, being curious, I opened my eyes and I saw an older woman crouching down next to me, and her face was right in front of mine, as if looking right at me. I closed my eyes again in sheer terror, but I was still curious to see if it was still there. So I looked, and the woman's face was still there. I didn't actually see her body. I just assumed she had a body or something. I closed and opened my eyes several times, and she was still there. I was more scared than heck, but somehow I went back to sleep. It never happened again, and I never told anybody because I really thought it could have been my imagination. But I know what I felt, and I'll never forget that terrible feeling I got. Another interesting experience I had was the same year, a few months later. I woke up for no real reason, and when I opened my eyes, I saw an older looking woman standing on the base of my brother's feet that slept next to me. I didn't close my eyes because I wanted to see if it was real. At one moment, I felt that same threatening feeling, but not for myself. But I actually feared the well-being of my brother. I went to sleep again, and it never happened again after. I never told anybody for the same reason as last time, because I'm skeptical, so it could have been either a real apparition or just my stupid imagination. I guess I'll never know.
Ever since I was a little girl, I've seen things or felt things. I haven't decided if I follow the feelings and spirits, or if they follow me. When I was 7, I lived in a huge farmhouse. I was awakened one night by a cold feeling on my cheek, almost like someone was placing their hand and just brushing it against my cheek. I sat up in bed and looked around, expecting it to be my sister trying to wake me up. Instead, I was greeted with an empty room. I tried to fall asleep all night and couldn't. For weeks, I refused to sleep on my own room and stayed with my parents. About a month later, I was back to sleeping in my room and was awakened again, but this time by the closing of the side door downstairs. I thought it was my father coming home late, so I walked into the hallway. What greeted me on the stairs still scares the daylights out of me today. When I got to the stairs, a lady that I had never seen before was walking up the stairs, or so I thought. But when I looked closer, I realized that the woman was floating up the stairs. She wore a dark brown skirt and a white blouse covered by a jacket. The white blouse had been stained in red in a few places. When I squinted my eyes to try and get a better look at the blurred image, I saw that the woman's face was battered and covered in blood. I was frozen in my tracks and unable to move. I just stood there. She didn't appear for too long until she ultimately faded away, but I'm convinced that the presence was a former owner of the farmhouse I used to live in. In my last antidote, I introduce you to my mother's family, the Sorensens, who lived in East London, South Africa, during the first half of this century. In fact, most of the family members remaining alive at this time are still living in East London, although a few have also moved to other cities in the country. Families were, in those days,
much larger than they are nowadays. And my mother's family, which had 12 children, was not unusual. This story concerns one of my mother's brothers, Nigel, who was, for some reason, nicknamed Boy. I've always known this story for as long as I can remember, but 2 weeks ago, I formally interviewed my mother. Before I start the story proper, let me give you just a little background on my family. My maternal grandmother's name was Mina, but I was, however, never fortunate enough to meet her, as she died some years before I was born. She and my maternal grandfather, Chris, did, however, instill in all their sons and daughters a deep and abiding belief of all things spiritual and religious, and the whole family were staunch Catholics. My mother and her brothers and sisters believe in ghosts and spirits, and, in my mother's own words, firmly believe that spirits of those people that we are close to in life remain close to us after their deaths. It was not uncommon, in the days of the beginning of this century, for an above average number of babies to die when very young. In my mother's family, however, only the firstborn, a boy called Ivan, died in early childhood, and the remaining 11 were all healthy and thrived, until 1944, that is. My Uncle Boy, who was 30 years old at the time, came on one night after having a few beers, and, as he did not want his mother to smell the alcohol on his breath, he decided to spend what remained of the night in his car that was parked outside their family house in Park Street. He did not have a peaceful night, however, as he was unfortunately brutally attacked and robbed. His attacker had on a pair of army boots and forcefully kicked my uncle on the head. So forcefully, in fact, that the boy later contracted and died from inflammation of the brain. He died in a hospital on July 2nd, 1944, and was buried by the family near the end of the month. The entire family was devastated, as he had been much loved. He had been the joker of the family, and always used to perform practical jokes on my mother and her older sisters, dressing up as Dracula and jumping out to frighten them and so on. He apparently had a very loving nature and a great sense of family, but had never married. On the day of the funeral, my grandmother, my mother and her sisters Lily, Janetta, and Edna locked up the house in Park Street and prepared to walk to the church, which was just down the street. They had recently received a large arrangement of St. Joseph lilies from a family friend in sympathy for Boy's death, and the flowers had been placed in a vase in the dining room before the ladies had left for church. No one was left in the house, and, furthermore, no one, other than my grandmother, had keys to the house. After the service was finished, they walked back to their house, and my grandmother unlocked the front door. The dogs were very excited to see them, most probably wanting company after having been left alone for so long. My mother, being the youngest, rushed past the others and into the dining room. She stopped dead in the dining room doorway and turned around. That's when she noticed the apparition of Boy standing right there. He had a completely blank expression and simply just pointed in the corner of the dining room. That's when my mother looked to see what he was pointing at and was horrified. She saw what appeared to be a dark figure with robes on and a hood sitting on a rocking chair. A second later, Boy disappeared, and so did the mysterious hooded figure. The most interesting part of this whole story is my mom told me that the chair was still rocking by itself moments after the hooded figure disappeared. I know this all sounds a little hard to believe, but believe me, this was a real occurrence. Believe it or not, ghosts and spirits do exist. You just have to be open to seeing them. Oh, and by the way, those lilies that you saw earlier in the story, the ones I mentioned, yes, they were face down where the apparitions were, 2 of them. I worked in a movie theater that used to be a theater before, but not movie, but stage. As a matter of fact, the stage is still there, complete with all the vents, dressing rooms, and the overhead mechanisms to control curtains. It was a very happening place during its time. There was a dining place called the Kit Kat next door to the theater, and a hotel on the other side. When the stage was closed, the place became a movie theater with one screen. It is still set up as a theater would have been in the area's segregation. It became a 2-screen movie theater recently, and the balcony has been closed off. There have been some pretty weird things going on upstairs. I was talking to the manager one night about something that happened as I was leaving pretty late. It sounded like something upstairs in the old lobby fell. Something big. I went up with a friend to check it out, but nothing could have fallen. After I'd gotten about half of my story out, the manager finished the story for me. He said that he experienced the same thing. We've both heard voices upstairs and footsteps on carpeted floors. No one ever really experienced anything, or they don't talk about it. Up until a few months ago, no one ever saw anybody. Well, that all stopped pretty recently. I've seen 2 men. I'm the only one who has seen anything. One of them was a shadow person. He was a very dark presence, so dark in fact that he almost appeared to be a cloud floating around the room. In fact, that's what he had been doing when I saw him. By the way, you could still make out the outline of this figure. He was also wearing a top hat. The presence that I saw was upstairs in the balcony. The feeling I got off of him ranks up there with the feeling I got the one time I encountered the shadow person. This guy, however, looked like he was some sort of construction worker. The manager, which is my uncle, has been doing a little bit of research and has come up with very little information. I've written a narrative about the man upstairs. My fiancé drew a picture of him without my knowledge, just from the description I had given him. I saw the picture one day in the backseat of his car, and it sent chills through my body. The city is wanting to tear down this building and put an even larger theater in its place. We do not know how long the owner of the building is going to hold out on selling it. Hi, I'm not sure if this is a ghost story, or just me being nervous because of old fables, but I'll share it with you anyway, and I'm anxious to hear what you think. First of all, I'm from South Louisiana, where ghosts, voodoo, and haunted antebellum homes are a way of life, or at least a big part of the history down there. About 3 miles from my parents' home, where I grew up, there's an old plantation house, which I believe was built in the 1800s. I know that I'm going to skip around because I feel like I have to explain everything, but please bear with me. While I was growing up, I always felt scared to be outside or even alone in my parents' house, but I don't think the house itself was haunted, but maybe the area, because it was so close to this old house. I actually never even noticed the house until like only 6 or 7 years ago, when someone finally bought it and decided to refurbish it. The house was once known as the Stephanie Plantation, then as the Halfin House, and I believe that there was also one more name for it, but I can't think of it right now. The new owner put a lot of effort into doing research into the history of the house and how it looked. You know, pretty much to find out anything and everything about it. First of all, he was a friend of my father, so we got to see the house through many stages of its rebirth. The new owner took before and after photos of the house. The before photos really scared me. There were, I believe, 5 faces or bodies of ghosts in the pictures, but they were very clear. One looked like a man, maybe with a beard and very proper demeanor. Another was a lady in the ball gown. That was what the silhouette looked like, and possibly a crown. Another looked like a small child looking out of the window, and another just a blur. One looked like a man screaming,
and it seemed to have chains on his wrists. I don't know what exactly to say about these pictures, but I know what I saw, and I know how the house felt, and I believe them. I've always felt a type of sixth sense, if you want to call it that. My dreams often come true. ESP is a frequent thing for me, and I always get these feelings. I'm not trying to say I'm psychic, because I'm not sure exactly what this is, but I have come to try to use them more and more. Anyway, the house was very cold, even though it was the dead of summer, probably 100 degrees and humid. You know, the typical South. Anyway, it had this very eerie and unwelcoming and not very peaceful feeling to it. And as weird as it may seem, I kept getting like these glimpses or flashbacks that were very dark, but they were of this house. The new owner had tons of stories of hauntings by him and previous visitors, or just stories that were documented. I talked to this friend of my mother-in-law who is really into this stuff, and she seems to think that for some reason I have a connection with this house, that it isn't just me being a channel. I don't know what to think. I don't really want to know. Every time I visited this house, I would get the creeps, and always in the same places. There was a small closet-looking space at the top, 3rd floor, which was recorded to have been used as an infirmary in the war. I was standing near it, thinking. I was getting a funny feeling about it, and didn't notice my brother behind me. As a joke, he picked me up and pushed me inside of it, and I'll never forget the black flash, if that makes sense, that came to me. I'm not sure if I actually saw it, or just remembered it, but it was one of the single most frightening events to date. It was like I could hear, just for that brief second, screaming and cries, and see so many people in that small space. I don't know, I guess I can't really explain it. Anyway, the room that was supposed to be the infirmary still has bloodstains on the floor, even though the original boards have been removed and replaced. I truly think something more happened up there. So then all of a sudden, this guy and his wife up and sold the house to my father's cousin, Curtis. He got a grant from the state to do further research on the house, and he actually tracked down many original pieces from the house. In the meantime of all of this, I get engaged, and one day, I woke up, and something told me that I should have my wedding pictures taken in the old Halfin house. So I called him up, and asked if that would be okay. He was reluctant, because he really didn't want any more pictures taken, and of the house, but finally agreed. So I went back, because I was so totally drawn to this house. Since Curtis has been restoring this house, there is a much more peaceful air in it, really. And anyway, as I was walking around, I prepared myself to be more open to anything. I walked in the ballroom, and got this very clear vision of this lady, with a beautiful gown and crown on, maybe the lady in the picture. And even though I already had my wedding dress picked out, I immediately went home and asked my mother to make the dress exactly as I told her. And she did, though she found it was very hard to understand me sometimes. Anyway, the dress turned out beautiful and exactly as I had envisioned it. And of course, I topped it off with a small crown. I went and took the pictures, and when I walked out of the room, dressed that way, I felt the most wonderful, peaceful, and almost happy vibe rush in and out of me. It was like just me looking that way brought peace to the house. The pictures went well, but there are a couple questionable ones, which I want to send to you, to examine when I received them back from my mother. They were taken on a dead tree, but where we believe someone, or more than one, was hung to death. In the tops of the trees there is a mist. I thought it was the sun, but some say no. I would just like to see what you think. Anyway, to thank Curtis, I sent him a blow-up picture of the entire exterior of the house, with me standing on the balcony of the master room. He later came to tell my father that he can't explain it, but since that day, there has been a great peaceful feeling in the house. I'm anxious to hear what you think,
And then again about the pictures. I hope I have not wasted too much of your time. Thank you. I've had several ghost experiences, but the one I'm writing happened when I was about 16. We lived in a very rural area in a big tri-level house. The bedrooms and a bathroom were on the top floor, a small bedroom, a bathroom, the kitchen, and a huge living and dining room were on the second, and the bottom floor was a 2-door garage. The master bedroom on the top floor had once its own deck, and still had the sliding door, which now leads to a 16-foot drop to the backyard. It is important to know this, because we often would hear someone knocking on that door, even when we had the blinds open, and could see there wasn't anyone there. The stairs from the second floor to the third went straight halfway to a landing, then turned right, and went up the rest of the way. On the landing on your left, if you were going upstairs, was a picture window. I was standing at the top of the stairs one afternoon, calling my 2 younger brothers. The youngest, Lee, came to the bottom of the stairs and asked what I wanted. He and Chris were getting a snack. I was going to answer him when I felt a hard shove against my shoulders. I fell down the stairs to the landing. My brother raced up the stairs to the landing, calling our other brother. I stood up with Lee's help. Since I was okay, I shrugged it off as an accident and forgot. Weeks later, my brother was in the house by himself. He was coming downstairs. I could see him through the window, and he tumbled down the stairs to the landing. He swore someone pushed him, but he and I were the only ones home, and he had been the only one inside. The next day, stupid kids that we were, we decided to test it. Lee stood at the bottom of the stairs, Chris stood outside and watched through the window, and I, really stupid, okay, stood at the top. I felt something push me, and I started to fall again. I caught myself on the rail and was standing. Something I couldn't see was trying to pull my hands off the rail. I got up and ran down the stairs in record time. Chris said he couldn't see anything, but Lee swore he saw a shadow chase me from the landing down to the second floor. After that, none of us would go down the stairs alone, and we always ran. For some reason, they wouldn't tell our parents decided to move. Only 6 months after we started living in the house.
It was spring of 2003. The grass was just getting green, and the leaves were about to turn out. I was about 15 and my older cousin was 16. We were playing video games one night when all of a sudden we heard a big bang just outside of our window when it was open. Well, we thought it was just girls playing pranks on us, so we just ignored it at first. 5 minutes went by until we heard another bang, but only it was louder, so we thought, damn, these girls. We decided, okay, we'll give them our attention. We looked outside, but all we could see were the dark figures of trees being blown around in my uncle's abandoned house. We were a bit spooked, so we decided to close the window. Maybe 15 to 20 minutes went by, still in front of the video games, when we heard it again, but it wasn't as loud as the first two. We had had enough, so we paused our game, grabbed our flashlights, and said, whoever is pulling this on us is going to get it. My cousin and I made our way outside and thought we'd split up and go around the house and find the person or people responsible for the noises and scare them. We had dark clothing to camouflage into the night and had each end of the house covered. My cousin had the front end and I had the back end, both facing our room window side. There we were waiting for the culprit when all of a sudden we heard that banging sound, but only it was repeating over and over. It sounded like a hammer. We both met each other at the window side and looked around, wondering where it was coming from. As the sound was fading, we looked towards my uncle's house and saw a shadow figure in the window. We thought it was that person who was trying to scare us. We made our way through the door quietly, and again, the sound of a hammer rapidly hitting the wall was coming from one of the rooms. The sound made us jump,
but whoever was in that room was going to get the total scare down. As we were walking down the hall trying not to laugh, we decided to wait for the sound to stop and jump inside the room screaming, thinking it would scare this person. Sure enough, the sound stops in a couple of seconds. My cousin and I counted back from 3, 2, 1, and then we said, we got you. We looked around with our flashlights, and there was no one in sight. Just as we were about to freak out, we saw the closet door close, and thought that the person heard us and ran in the closet. I acted like I was heading out the door, and then my cousin grabbed the handles of the closet door and opened it. There was only an old garbage bag filled with garbage. We inspected the whole house, and there was nothing but broken boards and broken glass everywhere, until we saw a tall figure standing at the end of the hallway, looking like it was holding something, maybe a hammer. But we were so scared that we didn't shine our flashlights on it. We just ran out of the house screaming. Now, my uncle's house has been newly renovated. His oldest son and family lives at that house, and so far, I've only been there once. Thanks for reading. My husband and I moved into the house about 4.5 years ago. Nothing happened right at first until about 6 to 7 months later. One night, my husband came to bed and I had awoke to go to the restroom. As I was in there, I heard this man's voice. It sounded like it was coming from the radio. So I went over to check it and the radio was off. I unplugged it anyway and still could hear the voice. I walked into the hallway thinking it was coming from one of our kids' room. I looked into each room to find nothing. Everything was shut off. I looked in the living room, at the stereo and TV. They were also off. I went back into the bathroom where the noise seemed to be the loudest, and it was still there. I went back to bed, and it finally stopped. My husband also told me that he had heard that same voice many times himself. My husband usually got home from work around 11 p.m., and he would go get on the computer for a little bit before coming to bed. One night around this time, I was about 8 months pregnant, and I was sound asleep. He came running in the room and freaking out, telling me to call 911. Someone's trying to break in our home, he said. He was on the computer when he heard a big crash on the side of our house where the garage cans were. He said it sounded like someone threw the metal garbage can against the fence. He jumped up and then heard footsteps on our porch. He looked towards the door and saw the door handle jiggle back and forth like someone was trying to get in. That's when he woke me up. The police came with search dogs and found nothing, no footprints or anything. My husband also said that whenever he was on the computer at night, he would hear footsteps in the kitchen and rustling around like one of the kids were looking up in the cupboards for something to eat. When he would go to check, nobody was there. He also said he always felt that he was never alone. Another time all the kids were in school, and I was doing laundry and my husband was in the living room watching TV. Well, our 2 oldest kids had shared a room at the time, which was right across from our room. They had a kid's door alarm on the outside of it. I was coming out of our room, walking towards the living room, when the alarm went off. I was nowhere near it. I looked at my husband and said, "Did one of the kids stay home from school?" My husband always took them to school in the morning. He said just no. Then he got up, and that's when we heard rustling around and something fell over. I grabbed our youngest daughter at that time and went outside. We thought someone broke in. I took the keys to the car and grabbed the phone. My husband came outside as well, but decided to open the gate to the backyard to check out the windows to see if someone had crawled in. That's when we both saw the blinds slowly go up, like someone was peeking out. Then they slowly went down. Of course, we called the police, and they found nothing again. I remember when I would have had a friend come over or something, they always said our place had a weird feeling, and a musty smell. We could smell that too, but just thought it was because the place was kind of old. We moved out about 2 years ago, and are much more at peace. Thanks for reading. I live with my mother in a rather rural area. Our house was built by our landlord and was built on a lot that originally held a small gas station. I don't know much about the history of this area or our home beyond that. Anyway, my mother started to complain that she was smelling an extremely foul odor in the house in late February 2009. She only ever smells it in our house, nowhere else. She describes the odor as stinking like rotting flesh and blood, and she says it's been very strong throughout the house, especially in the hallway and bathroom areas. I've never smelled anything like that, what she has described, and none of our guests in the last few months have either. Since Sunday, April 12th, she has claimed that the scent is now moving. It becomes fainter throughout the house, and at times, she doesn't smell it at all. We both started seeing shadowy moving figures in the corner of our eyes randomly that night. Yesterday, April 13th, she went into the bathroom to take a shower and get ready for work, and didn't smell the odor. As soon as she got out of the shower, she suddenly smelled it and felt as if someone was in the room with her. She immediately told it to leave the bathroom. The scent suddenly disappeared. 2 minutes later, the smell returned to the bathroom. She again said, "Get out," and the odor left, leaving behind a smell akin to dryer sheets, even though we don't use dryer sheets. 5 minutes later, the foul odor returned yet again, and she yelled at it, and it left for the rest of the night. Around 10 p.m. that night, I started hearing a scratching noise in the kitchen, which is attached to the living room where I was. I then heard a strange meow. It sounded unnatural, almost as though it was a human making the meow sound and not a cat. I at first told myself, it's just one of my cats, and I have two, but they were both in the living room with me and were staring into the kitchen with wide eyes, so I'm not exactly sure what the meow was from. I then started hearing a light thumping noise, as if some light object was falling on the floor, coming from our back storage room, which is right off the hallway. I investigated and found a few of my candles on the floor. They had been on top of the dresser back there. The storage room door was closed at the time of the noise, and no one was in there. I sat back down in the living room and saw another moving shadow out of the corner of my eye, this time in the living room. Mom returned from work at 7 a.m. today, April 13th, 2009, and claimed she didn't smell anything unusual. After settling in on the couch, she suddenly claimed to smell the foul odor stronger than ever. I left the room. I had to use the bathroom, and when I returned to the living room, my mother laughed at me and said, "Very funny." She then went on to tell me that she heard a creepy meow coming from the hallway when I was in the bathroom, and she thought I had made the noise. She said it sounded like a girlish voice saying meow. I assured her I didn't make the noise, and I told her about the similar sound I heard in the kitchen last night. Both cats were in the living room napping at the time she heard the noise, and I didn't hear it that time, despite being only 3 feet away from where she said the sound came from. The only things I've noticed is that certain rooms randomly become quite cold, and then warm up momentarily, only to get cold again. I also keep getting the creepy feeling that I'm being watched at times, and it doesn't help when my cats look behind me with wide eyes. My cats have not reacted aggressively, but I've noticed that my younger cat is quite jumpy lately. We moved into this place in April 2007. Beyond feeling randomly uneasy at random times, I've never experienced anything here until recently. Mom has never experienced anything like this until February 2009. Between late February and April 11th, the smell was just a constant odor, as it followed her around the house. Just within the past few days, the odor has begun moving about the house randomly, and we started seeing shadows out of the corner of our eyes and hearing weird noises. My mother, being her, thinks this is all quite awesome. She's always been rather interested in the paranormal, but has never experienced anything until now. I, on the other hand, am rather creeped out and want to resolve this issue as soon as possible. Any ideas on what could be going on? Why now? What can we do? Anything at all would be appreciated. We haven't changed anything or moved anything around in the house, or done anything that could have woken up a spirit of any kind. I'm assuming it's a spirit because of everything that's happening. I'm a little afraid of its sudden active behavior as well. It was okay when it was just an odor only Mom could smell, but now that we're both seeing and hearing things, I'm a bit concerned. I should also mention that when my mother checked out the back storage room this morning, she said the air felt heavy and she had a hard time breathing in there. She immediately left the room. I went in there a few minutes later and it was very cold, but I didn't feel that the air was heavy and I was breathing fine. I do know that the previous renters of this house owned a cat who died of kidney failure in the room now we use for storage. I'd be the first one to blame the weird activity on a ghost cat. Ghost cats seem a lot less scary than unknown creepy, meowing non-ghost cats, but the meow is really non-feline in nature at all, and the shadows that we've seen seem to be tall and human in stature. That's what really throws me off. Again, any help will be very appreciated. And oh, we're not religious people. She's agnostic and I'm atheist. So calling a clergyman probably won't help us out too much. Before I moved to Vegas, I lived in a small town in Connecticut. My family moved into a brand new house in 1992. I was about 3, and I had a new little brother. I don't remember anything for the first few years because I was so young. I had my first encounter that I can remember when I was about 7. I was sitting in bed with the babysitter reading a book. As we sat on the bed, the mattress bounced as if someone was underneath. My babysitter flipped out and took me out of the room. The next thing I remember is waking up one night and looking over next to my bed. There was something that looked like a black figure of a small animal looking at me and then ran out of the door into my brother's room. The next thing I remember is waking up one night and looking over next to my bed. There was something that looked like a black figure of a small animal looking at me and then ran out of the door into my brother's room. I screamed and my parents came in. I told them what had happened and they said it was a dream. But a few nights later, I woke up again to look over at my desk and see the image of a man sitting on top laughing. I didn't bother to tell my family because they wouldn't believe me. Another time I went to bring the dog in from outside. There was a door from the garage to the backyard that the dog used. I opened the door from the house to the garage to find a tall, blacked out figure standing right next to my dog. I freaked out and let the dog in. I told my mom, and she said a little while ago she had seen the same thing. There was also once a time when I had a friend see the man's figure as well when she was spending the night. The thing that freaked me out the most was when my youngest sister was born. She ended up in my old room and I was in another. One night, I was babysitting her with a friend and my sister was in bed. The baby monitor was on and I could hear her cooing, which was weird because she only cooed at people. I went to check on her and she was laying on her back with her hands in the air, towards the ceiling, just staring and cooing. Then her hands and her eyes almost followed something to the closet door, and then she stopped and just looked at me. A lot of other things happened in that house: noises, footsteps, and misplaced objects. We also had a motion sensor security system that would randomly go off in the middle of the night. It happened so often my dad stopped setting the alarm. Some people don't believe me and think I make all this up, but it all really has happened. It was great to log on to this website and read other encounters that sound just like mine, because I know I'm not crazy. Thank you for reading. Seriously, I really appreciate it. I was very young, maybe about 7 years old. I remember going to my friend Diane's house for a sleepover. I'd never stayed at her house before. We were playing that day, and I remember her telling me that sometimes robbers come into her house at night. I wasn't the sharpest kid on the block, but I remember thinking that was stupid and just ignored her. That night I was asleep, sharing the top bunk with her while her older sister slept below. I woke up suddenly because I was ice cold. Being it was summer, I thought the room was very cold because of air conditioning, and that since she'd kicked the covers off of me, I just needed to grab them and get warm again. However, I remember I was a very little kid who was feeling very safe because there were 2 other people sleeping in the room with me. As I glanced to the foot of the bed, searching for covers, my gaze noticed something in the doorway. 2 dark figures. They were just shadows. No definition or features, but adult-sized and human-shaped. The shadows were darker than the dark hallway. They faced in the direction of her parents' room. One pointed to it, the other nodded, and the first disappeared into the room. The other turned towards me. I was so terrified at that point that I shut my eyes tight. I waited for what seemed like ages, and finally got myself to open my eyes again, just to see if it was gone, and there it was, right in front of my face, hovering above us. Its face was nothing but a blank shadow. I think I must have just kept my eyes shut and at some point fallen asleep. The confirmation of this event, now that I am an adult, comes unwittingly from my parents. I asked them if they remembered my sleepover at Diane's, and they said yes, because I spoke of how I'd seen something in my room that night. My parents still believe I was imagining it, but people who have experienced this themselves know it is too vivid and too obscure to be an imagined event. I know what I saw and get chills even today, even as I write. I wish someone could explain this event to me. What are these shadow figures? Are they malevolent? I suppose since, as a child, I intuitively felt scared. Thank you for reading. This story takes place around the summer through the winter of 2013 to 2014. I don't remember the exact dates, unfortunately, or else I could have further proven that I encountered something at this location. I haven't posted it now before because I only recently found this website and don't really visit it this often. I decided to share this story though because it does fall under the category of personal encounters. As I previously mentioned in another thread, I have a strange companion that's been following me around. It's a black cat that seems to change height and sometimes even color that I can only see out of the corner of my eye. I named him Gabriel at a young age, and I often communicate with him without knowing it, though often I can sense him. I won't go into huge detail here since I already did it elsewhere. As someone said there, he seems to be my spiritual friend. However, this particular story isn't completely about him, though as always, he is involved. One of my friends had just finished high school, having to take summer classes while raising the baby she had while attending school, and had moved in with her biological father. The house seemed run down, in a run-down neighborhood, and it was small, incredibly small. It would be the perfect size for 1 or 2, maybe 3 college students to live there while attending classes at the campus down the street. One of the things I noticed instantly was the fact that tracks ran under the house. They were trolley tracks, from when the town used trolleys to get people places faster when buses weren't really a thing. A great big, abandoned brick and metal building behind it had a sign that just vaguely read, "Trolley Station," on it. The tracks didn't really surprise me. The town I live in has both an Air Force base and also countless train tracks running over roads. Most of them aren't in use anymore, but this place used to be a booming cattle town as well as a military base. It's filed under a small town, but it obviously isn't with all the things that go on. Anyway, the tracks didn't really surprise me, though they did make me feel a little uneasy. I suppose it's perfectly reasonable to believe that things could have happened on the job, accidents on the tracks, or even inside, that could have cost people their lives, but I brushed it off at first. That was until I went inside. The living room wasn't bad, just felt cramped. The kitchen had an uneasy feeling, but I refused to go into the basement. Gabriel kept standing in front of the door any time that I walked by, as if challenging something down there. The basement, as they called it, really just a room slightly lower than the kitchen level, had been turned into a bedroom for her father. One of the rooms, the one facing the street, was my friend and her baby's bedroom. The last bedroom, which was down the tiny hallway, had a window facing the trolley station, full of things that couldn't be stored elsewhere around the house, and I hated that room. I found in that room scratches along all the walls, and one day I decided to use a comparison. I held my hand up close to them and found that they were just wider than my hand, probably a man's hand that had caused these dark furrows on the wall. The wall was covered in a thick layer of paint, which made me wonder how long it would take someone to actually carve such deep scratches into the wall with their fingernails alone. They were definitely in the correct places to be the fingers of a human hand, and there were 3 sets on the walls, one of each except for the one closest to the window, as if this person didn't want to get close to it. Each of the sets had 2 marks, one for both hands, and they were just within my reach if I had lifted both arms. Often in this room, I would see something flash past the window, someone running past the blinds. As I looked though, I realized that whoever or whatever it was had appeared to be running, and there was nothing but a track overgrown with cactus plants. No one in their right mind would run through a patch of those, and even if they had, they would have at least been slowed by the sheer density of the plants. As I looked out the window, I saw the old trolley building, and it looked like a group of about 4 men were gathered around one window, staring out at me. I never looked up all the way to meet their eyes. Gabriel went running out of the room as fast as possible, and I followed. Then there was my friend's room. It was small, cramped like the rest of the house, but she was a completely goth Wiccan. That doesn't mean she worships the devil, by the way. She wanted us to paint the room gray. She also had us add black and red splatters and handprints all over the room. That didn't really creep me out. I thought it would be a nice touch to a haunted house, and my friend just loves this kind of thing. She was already upset since she had decided to have the baby and gotten kicked out by her grandfather, who'd she lived with for years, since she decided to not have an abortion. So we decided to go ahead and paint the room the way she wanted us to paint it. This friend has known about Gabriel for years, and she had always seemed really interested in something. She always wasn't liking the house much because she'd seen how I was reacting to things, and she knew Gabriel was making me want to leave this house. She began mentioning to me that she was surprised I wouldn't go buy the closet to paint, and I realized she was right. I refused to go buy the closet, leaving the wall the same ugly yellow color it had been before we had painted it. I didn't know why, but I didn't like that closet. She finished painting the room over there, and after the horrible smell of dying paint was gone, I was basically moved in for the weekend to keep her company, since her dad was out working and wouldn't be back for a while. He was a truck driver and was currently driving cross country. During the day, everything seemed pretty calm, but I couldn't sleep during the night. I've never gotten to sleep easily, so it didn't really surprise me, but I heard what sounded like something scratching on the door. It wasn't the dog, which was my first reaction. The giant black lab liked to wander the house and stare at corners and such, and with the room painted so darkly, I couldn't really see her. As I started to get up to open the door for her though, I found the dog practically leaping onto me to push me back down onto the bed. She wasn't growling, but I could see her snarling and on edge, just staring at the door. I'd never seen that sweet little dog so ready to tear something apart. She was a rescue who was terrified of everything. You stepping on a creaking floorboard would send her yelping into a corner. And this behavior had happened before we'd ever brought her into this house. Needless to say, I wasn't expecting to see her like this. My friend and her baby didn't wake up. The noise was too quiet for anyone else to hear. I just remember whispering for the noise to be quiet, and it did. The dog didn't relax for a long while though. I managed to get back to sleep, and when I woke up again, I noticed Gabriel pacing in front of the closet, out of the corner of my eye. The door was open, and I realized how odd that was. For one, heavy boxes of various items had been laid against it on the outside, because we hadn't finished packing everything away. And for another, that door was heavy. It opened swinging outwards to the rest of the room and was made of solid wood. It took a lot to close and open it, and it almost always seemed to snag on part of the carpet since the floor was uneven. The dog was practically in my lap at this point. I just felt scared and decided to turn on the radio app on my phone to distract myself. Static was the only thing I got, as well as strange whispered voices. I noticed a shadow stepped out of the closet itself, only to be chased back into it by Gabriel. He seemed to be calling me over, so I closed the door, pushed the boxes back in front of it, and proceeded to just go back to sleep. Nothing else happened while I was there that time, though in the morning, we found the door had marks on it matching the other rooms, and the boxes had been thrown across the room sometime during the night without waking me somehow. My friend wanted to know why I hadn't let the dog in, and why I'd moved the boxes all over the place, knowing I was a light sleeper and tended to be full of pranks. I pointed out that I had a badly sprained wrist at the time and couldn't have moved the boxes without waking her, and that the dog had been practically sleeping on top of her during the night. I told her how uneasy Gabriel seemed, and she immediately went to work trying to figure out what was going on. After the weekend ended, I was glad to leave. She was still my friend though, and we visited often. Each time, I noticed that things seemed to move without explanation when I wasn't looking, and the dog refused to pass a certain point in the hallway every day. I also was becoming increasingly unnerved about the fact that the basement was getting physically darker, no matter how many lights were on inside of it. My friend explained that her dad was what she called an energy vampire, and he fed off of negative energy. Beings who also fed off of that energy continued to follow a trail, like breadcrumbs to the room where all of it seemed to be stored. Gabriel kept me as far away from that room as possible. There were more scratch marks around the house, nearly over my head, and the door looked like it had taken a serious beating. I wasn't scared to hang around the closet and even go inside it anymore. All of those negative beings had seemed to migrate to the other room and were content to stay there. I even got up the nerve to visit the other room, where the window faced the trolley station. I didn't see the strange men over in the window anymore. I didn't see anything else that seemed to be even remotely like them, or the shape I'd seen dash by the window. In the direction of the room, where all the negative energy was stored, I realized. My friend said there was a portal leading to the realm of the dead in the closet, and she'd closed it. Her dad moved out, apparently not liking his daughter cramping his style. Almost all of the negative energy seemed content to follow him out, though one being apparently remained and liked to slam cabinet doors, torture the poor dog and me, as well as scratch increasingly louder on the doors and walls. Sometimes it even threw things across the room, though the activity almost seemed to grow less violent as I walked in. My friend could only assume it was because it was afraid of Gabriel or something. With this apparent portal closed, my friend moved out of the house with her fiancé, taking the dog and her baby with her. Everything was moved out of the house, and I was glad to never see that place ever again.
This story was told to me by my aunt and uncle who lived near Sung Chung Garden in Ipoh, and of course the eerie things that happened in their neighborhood. It happened a few years ago, and back then the locals were shocked with the news of a man getting shot multiple times in his very own car when he was refilling petrol. And having a tarnished reputation as a member of a triad group and a loan shark, the locals thought it was enemies avenging for his evil deeds. The investigation didn't progress much, and its case is closed at present. But the very car he died in was under his nephew and his name. Therefore, after his death, his nephew had the right to claim the car for his own personal use. Coincidentally, his nephew stays right opposite of my uncle and aunt's house. Both of them and my cousins are dog lovers, so they have a few dogs. The night when the nephew drove home the car, which was at midnight, the dogs were disturbed by a presence and all of them howled. Not only their dogs, but almost all the dogs in the neighborhood. My aunt was alarmed, and she expressed her concern to her husband, telling him the unusual behavior of the dogs. However, my uncle brushed it off by telling her it might be any female dog having a period, causing high mating desire among the males. She was not sure about his reply and went off to bed. The howling lasted till the wee hours, and they had trouble sleeping. The very next morning, my aunt went over to the opposite, and they talked about how peculiar was the dog's behavior. Soon she found out about the car and how the previous owner died from gunshots. She was terrified by the news and related the matter to my uncle. Basically, nothing they could do. The next few nights, eerie things started to happen in the neighborhood. One, a teenage girl staying not far from the nephew's home, was talking on the phone with her friend when she heard a coarse male voice interrupted their conversation. The voice was very harsh and sounded pitiful, and she was scared and quickly ended the conversation. 2, a lady was preparing dinner in the kitchen when she heard a man whispering and talking at the back lane of her house. She opened the back door, found no one. 3, a lady woke in the middle of the night and heard a man sobbing pitifully outside her house. She decided to peek from her window upstairs and saw a black figure sitting under a tree outside her house and crying. 4, continuous barking and howling of dogs towards the car. Soon the neighbors were complaining about the strange incidents and confronted the nephew's mother. She was concerned about the car too and decided to persuade her son to take the car to a temple for blessing, which her son gladly did. And after the blessing, strange incidents ended and the dogs stopped howling. How strange.
I just got home from this adventure and had to write about it for you guys. I'm a new community member to the Phantom Wagon, and this will be my first, and hopefully not last, story submitted to this channel. I haven't heard every scary story video on YouTube, so I could be wrong, but I've yet to hear any involving storm draining. For those who don't know, draining is a term referred to exploring the tunnels of storm drains or manholes. I didn't even realize it was an actual thing people did. It's treated almost like a sport. Me and my bud are both named David. We both like to go on any random adventures we can come up with. We've gone through over 20 different storm drains in or near our neighborhood, located in Silver Spring, Maryland. By the way, if anyone listening is a local, I have plenty of other stories about well-known Silver Springs legends or creepy people in areas to share, many with documented proof and articles. Leave a comment if you're from my city or close and want to hear some more. It's always fun to see graffiti tags by people from the past, or to even feel like the first people to explore a specific drain with a blank slate, but nothing creepy has happened during our 20+ explorations. That is, until tonight. If I were being honest, I've been impatiently waiting for something eerie to happen, so I'm clearly drawn to this type of stuff. David discovered a major storm drain. It was almost completely walkable without having to bend over too much as we traveled through the tunnels. He found one where we don't have to Shawshank Redemption shit crawl through like usual. This particular location was an amazing maze of twists and turns of various tunnel options. We took a bunch of photos between David's camera and my shit phone, which would explain the drastic changes in quality. Of course, like many tunnels, immediately we came upon a faded, but still in your face graffiti tag that pretty much says "Welcome to Hell," or in this case, the hellhole. I love graffiti, so seeing a collage of shitty tags from different decades was a cool start to that adventure. I really want to say the noises I heard were only from the people above ground that could be heard faintly, or just the echo of our footsteps in running water creating weird noises. But this would be impossible because it's midnight on a weekday, and there was literally no one outside before we got in. Like I said, it could all have a reasonable explanation, but these sounds were too, the best way I can describe it is that they almost sounded like they didn't belong. Not just the noises itself, but it was separate from all of the natural sounds occurring. And I've never heard anything like it. And we've been in plenty of drains like this before with those normal noise combinations of echoes, splashes, and crap. It all started off far away, sounded like a fast wind. This wind sound wasn't steadily creeping up to me, but instead, just suddenly burst a large gust of air directly into my right ear. Keep in mind, It is impossible to be even windy down here. I wasn't even hit anywhere else, only directly right into my ear. It actually hurt. For just a second, my ear felt like it was plugged full of water. That feeling came and went pretty fast. I now have a headache, but didn't even think too much of this. I didn't feel scared, but it was creepy. And once you reach that area of a drain where you're too far from a nearby manhole to pop out of, you do feel trapped. I mean, you really are. If you are in a hurry, there is literally nowhere to escape to. I'll admit it, this kind of adds a rush to the experience. I kept walking when that wind blow happened again, but this time with some accompanying whispers. I didn't make out any actual words, but at the moment, I didn't realize what was happening. The combined air pressure and fainted muttering were now happening sporadically. I started to feel a bit uneasy. In the back of my mind, I thought I was seriously hearing the voices of people. I do believe in ghosts, but I don't always jump to conclusions, so I tried rationalizing the situation. It definitely sounded like whispers smashing in and out of my ear, but I also thought it could have been a weird side effect to a headache, or that I was just having auditory hallucinations. The noises were happening every 10 awkward steps I would take in the puddles. I called down to David to see if he had heard them, but he hadn't. David isn't too much into believing paranormal things like me, so maybe the force was more connected to me because in a way, I wanted to hear it. I don't know how that really works. I've experienced things like this before, but I've only felt emotional responses, such as an unwanted feeling of dread or even a sense of calm, but this time the feelings were more physical than mental. It was penetrating my eardrum and giving me a migraine. Now yes, I did feel uneasy, but only because I didn't know what was going on. This now almost rhythmic pattern of intense voices eating my eardrum lasted for at least 5 minutes, but then the further and further we got into the drains, the noises stopped. What was odd were the graffiti surrounding me during this 5-minute hellish ordeal. Every area of tunnel was coated with terrible anti-Semitic and just plain out racist and ignorant tags. What is extremely fascinating was as soon as we passed through a manhole stop and entered a new connecting tunnel, not only were these walls completely clean from any paint, but the voices and ear pain stopped, and I mean instantly. What was creepy about this area, aside from the racist crap, was its specific location throughout the entire drain system. It wasn't even close to any of the other tagged tunnels, but just in a random area of the drains deep within the tunnels, almost like it was on purpose. After walking through these naked walls, we eventually came upon one of the many options of getting out without having to pop a manhole. We walked out of the hellhole back into the stars and neighborhood lights. We looked around and realized, damn, did we travel far or what? It was unbelievable. It didn't feel like we walked that much distance. In fact, we usually feel the opposite with opposite results. Of course, as soon as we came crawling out of a sewer in the middle of frickin' night in a shady part of Wheaton, Maryland, some dude was standing at a bus stop and we obviously terrified him. I started to speak out loud to David and pretended like we were looking for our dog. I'm quick to try and make myself look less shady than I already do. I've been told I give off that vibe sometimes because I always have a pulled down wool hat, visible tattoos, battle scars, a Newport in hand, and now a dirty face with dripping silk boots. I swear I don't mean to do it on purpose. I only mention this because the dude started to pick up his phone, and I was thinking, dang, I didn't even tag this time, and I'm still gonna get locked up again. But overhearing the conversation, I think he was doing exactly what I was doing. As soon as it felt like we could stick around, David and I took our time and started to try and trace above ground where we travel below. David has the technology and is also very good at mapping, so we knew where he was going, but before we made those moves, we had no idea where we were and started off in a housing complex, and the more we walked and followed our trail, we eventually figured out exactly where we were. We were now in the area of where the strange noises and ear damage were most active. That is when I started to tell David what I was experiencing there. He believed me. He's a good friend. We continued walking while looking down at David's phone. But then we stopped dead in our tracks, looked at each other, and couldn't believe it. We were walking dead center under a funeral home. I tried to rationalize it as best I could, but knowing the events that preceded this, I came to the conclusion that this couldn't be a coincidence. I think I was experiencing those creepy, painful whispers, because that exact tunnel was literally crossing right through the undergrounds of a funeral home. Whenever I'd been to graveyards, which I do not do anymore, I for the most part always felt a positive vibe. But during this experience, these departed souls did not want me there. I think the offensive graffiti even added fuel to the fire, and this is why I experienced a painful ear and headache. So while nothing extraordinarily scary happened, at least from my version of what scary is, that was definitely a creepy but cool situation. As I write this, it does sound like the perfect idea for a fictional scary story. I mean, come on. Walking in a storm-drained tunnel, literally under a funeral home, and being surrounded by paranormal sounds. It doesn't get more unique than that. I'm sure a more elaborate, embellished, made-up story would be more exciting, but I think this whole discovery in general is exciting enough anyway. David and I also plan on purposely walking under the drains of a funeral home right down the block from our neighborhood. We've been in those tunnels before, but popped out of a manhole before we even reached the boulevard. If my locals are listening, that funeral home in particular is called Collins on University Boulevard. These tunnels are a tighter squeeze, but it'll be worth it, I hope. Thanks for listening. Sure, it could have all been one big coincidence. Maybe it is just an overactive imagination, but I like to stay paranormally optimistic. Is that even a real term? Whatever. Time for a cigarette. It all started in 1967 when my dad had a stroke in the front room. I was then 10 years of age. My parents bought this old cottage in 1963. The house was built in 1740. There had been no problems in the house prior to 1967. When my dad came out of the hospital, he was paralyzed down the left-hand side and was unable to speak. That's when things started to happen in the house. The first thing that happened was my parents were in bed, and suddenly all the blankets waved and rolled completely off the bed. Also, the wallpaper in the bedroom would become soaking wet for no apparent reason, then bone dry next day. As the months passed by, my father regained most of the use on his left side, but never regained his speech. Also, my father after the stroke became nasty and violent towards me. I had to put a bolt on my bedroom door, as he would wander about in the middle of the night and come in my bedroom and just stare at me sometimes, waving a fist. One night, I was in bed, and I woke up to the bed rocking on its own. I put the bedside lamp on and jumped out of bed screaming. I unbolted the door, shouting to my mother. As she entered the bedroom, the bed was still jumping on its own accord. In front of us, we both ran downstairs, and my father knew nothing as he had some sleeping tablets. We walked a while to calm down, then went back to check. It had stopped by then, so I got back in bed and left the lights on. I had no choice. We did have a third bedroom, but to come and go, I had to pass through my parents' bedroom, and as an 11-year-old boy, I was scared of what my dad would do next, so I had to stop in that bedroom. One night, me and my mother were watching television. It was about 11:30 p.m. when we heard a terrible screaming coming from the small cast iron window, which led into the back garden, near the television. We didn't dare speak to each other, and that stopped after about 4 minutes. The next thing I knew, the television, which was on 4 screwed legs, began to walk towards us, rocking from side to side. It only stopped when the main cord pulled tight. We were by then petrified. The screaming noise had woke my father, and he came downstairs shouting, but due to his stroke, the words were not making any sense. He ran into the back sitting room. My mother said, "Go get your dad, or he might have another stroke," so off I went. Entering the room, it was pitch black. Everything happened so fast, I didn't think about turning the light on. And then I looked at the back window, which led onto the very private, unlit garden. A gray-white figure floated past the window of the side view. It was very defined. He had a three-cornered hat, a white beard, walking stick, and a long trench-type coat with 3 buttons on it with no legs visible. I ran out of the room, leaving my father, who was looking out of the other window, who hadn't seen anything. I ran to the other room to my mother. I was unable to speak properly to her for at least an hour. My father just wandered back to bed. In desperation, my mother contacted a medium. She said the spirit was called Jacob, who was only trying to help us through the difficult time. He had been a gardener who got killed when a horse fell on him, the medium said. Things became so bad, doors banging, strange sounds in the middle of the night, not helped by my father, who everybody was scared of. I had an older sister, and she moved out in 1968 to get away from the situation. In the end, my mother put the house up for sale in 1972. And that last night, it was terrible. My father was in bed asleep with those sleeping tablets again, so he was unaware of anything. Me and my mother was huddled up in the front room. We stayed awake all night, doors banging from under the floorboards, moaning noises. Then dawn broke at 6:30 a.m. Everything stopped and went calm. We couldn't wait to move out. After we sold it, nobody lived in it longer than 18 months, till it became empty 25 years ago. Around the time this event occurred, I was around 11 or 12. I am a female, and I guess you could say I live in your basic, small, no creepy town where everybody knows each other and nothing super creepy goes on. Although we do have some surrounding towns that are pretty sketch and full of druggies or whatnot. But anyway, here is my story. Me and my mother were visiting a neighboring town of ours, maybe 10 to 15 minutes away. We were there helping out my stepmom set up a reception for a wedding that would be held later in the week. It took place in a building called the Lions Hall, which is basically a place for get-togethers and such. Now, something you should know now is that the town we were in was one of the sketchier places, and it was in one of the worst sections. Me and my sister were outside of the building, walking around and talking, when this guy pulled up in a truck. Now my stepmom was expecting someone to help carry in a few things, although she didn't really know him. So thinking nothing of it, we just assumed it was him. So then he got out of the truck and went into the building. We could hear him talking to our stepmom. He was there for a while, but then finally came out of the building and went back into his truck. Now at this point, me and my sister were still outside walking around. We noticed he was staring at us, blankly, with no real expression on his face. He sat like that for a while, until me and my sister had enough and walked around to the back of the building. Then that's when he started the truck and slowly crept around the building, sort of following us. We went around and around, doing this for probably 4 minutes or so. We could tell something was seriously off, but then, just as we turned the corner to where he was gone, like poof into thin air. We never heard him drove off or anything, and that was enough for us. So we ran inside and didn't go back out for the rest of the day. We never spoke about our encounter to anyone. So as far as I know, weird sketchy truck guy, let's never meet again. A few months ago, I was staying at my friend's house. Basically, I'd gone to sleep as normal. I usually sleep perfectly, but this time, I woke up at 5:35 and felt weird. I took the blanket from my face and looked to the foot of my bed and saw 2 girls, both blonde, didn't have a face, and had little blue penny dresses on. I looked at them for a good few seconds and turned back over to sleep. I told my clairvoyant friend, and she told me she's always thought I had a talent for seeing the beyond. Thank you for reading. I know this is kind of short, but I guess it was a kind of cool story. I'm living in Birmingham, and I'm thinking there has to be some haunted locations that I could go to and feel around, given the history of the city. I started doing some research, looking for some local haunts, and lo and behold, I come to find out that I live 15 minutes from one of the most haunted places on Earth, Sloss Furnace. The factory was built in the 1800s, and hundreds of men died there due to the grueling nature of the work. I read about the history and ghost stories other people told about the places and decided that this was going to be my first ghost hunt. My trip to Sloss Furnace occurred over the course of 2 days, the first day being my first time, and all I did was just walk around the place, read the exhibit signs, and explore the grounds. They turned the furnace into a museum that is open to the public, and they also use the grounds to host concerts, weddings, and other social events. They happened to be planning for a wedding the first day I was there, and a few tourists were milling around, so I wasn't completely alone, but the place was fascinating. I was able to walk into a few of the off-limits areas and look around. I pulled out my phone, started recording, went into the boiler room, and managed to catch a few orbs in the footage. It was cool, but nothing to write home about. I left, went home, and that was that. On the second day, at Sloss Furnace. My second day at Sloss Furnace will go down in the history books of ghost hunting. I managed to do what the ghost hunters, scariest place on earth, and countless paranormal investigation teams have failed to do, and that is film an actual ghost. One ghost would be impressive indeed, but what if I told you I filmed at least 5 ghosts? I can almost guarantee you that you have never seen ghost footage ever that comes even close to what you are about to see. When I pulled up the second day, it was a rainy, gloomy Sunday afternoon. As I drove to the gate, I saw a sign blocking the entrance saying that the museum was closed. It was hardly secure, so I just parked my car across the street and walked in through the front entrance. There was a construction crew working on the left end of the facility away from the actual furnace itself. When I walked into the entrance, I could see remnants of the wedding party from the day before. Apparently, they weren't responsible for cleaning. I made my way into the boiler room, took out my phone, and started recording again. Here I am all alone in a damp, dark factory, listening to the sound of the rain beating down against the roof, armed with only a cell phone. I walked through the boiler room, filming as I went along, and decided to call it a day. It wasn't until I got home, watched the rest of a playoff basketball game, and looked at my phone when I realized what I just captured. I was able to count at least 5 ghosts. The best part about it all is that I have proof. When you look at the film, go to the 320 mark, you will see a ghost. Go to 344, you will see a ghost, and up to 350, and you will see a literal ghost scene. If you slow it down, you will see ghosts peeping from different corners. Amazing. This is hands down the best ghost footage you will ever see. When I was younger, my father told my brother, sister, and myself that there was a ghost story that happened in a family apartment in Chinatown. Apparently, it had something to do with a friend who was visiting the family from out of town. The story took place in the 1950s or later, and whatever the friend experienced scared her enough that she left in the night and never returned. For a long time, my father denied ever having mentioned that there was a ghost story. Only recently, and seeing that my siblings and I were grown, did he finally admit ever telling the story and gave us the full tale. During the 1950s, my grandparents still owned a large Chinese restaurant on Mott Street. Since it opened until very late, they often came home after closing around 4 in the morning. My father and his siblings often helped out working there and would often come home late as well. It just so happened that a friend of my aunt's was staying over that week. Since my aunt was busy working at the restaurant, her friend relaxed in the family apartment, which had a piano in the living room. One evening, the guest was alone in the apartment and decided to play several songs on the piano. She knew that there was nobody in the apartment and played without disturbance. At a certain point, the guest stopped playing, and when she did, she heard the sound of someone clapping their hands in the same room with her. The guest knew that she was supposed to be alone in the apartment. She was so scared by this that she left before anyone from my family returned from work. Through all the time that I'd spent with people and alone in that apartment, I'd never experienced anything strange at all. One possible explanation may be the thin walls that the old buildings in Lower Manhattan have. The building was built in 1886, and the fact that someone in the building's stairwell could hear a lot of what's going on inside the apartment. Could the guests have mistaken the sound of someone clapping in the stairwell with someone in the room? Or were the clapping hands so unmistakably near that there was no mistaking that the invisible person was in the same room? I guess we'll never truly know the answer to that question. Chinatown in Manhattan, New York, is the largest Chinatown in the United States, although fast becoming upserved by two additional New York City Chinatowns. Chinatown, Manhattan has a long history from the mid-1800s when the first Chinese immigrants arrived off of Ellis Island. As we all know, different cultures see the world uniquely through their own personal beliefs and customs. Many of the earlier Chinese immigrants arrived from Guangdong province in the south of China. At the time, it was a very poor part of the country that had felt the effects of war, famine, and general unrest. The vast majority of these early immigrants even came from just a few hometowns in that same area. Perhaps it is a unique belief from that part of China, but some of these immigrants believe that ghosts don't have chins. When my grandfather arrived in New York City around 1919, he worked in a grocery store that was owned by his brothers and some relatives on 32 Mott Street. Like many of the stores in New York City today, there was, and still exists, a cellar directly below the store, accessible by a metal door on the sidewalk. These cellars were, and are still used today, as stockrooms for inventories. It was in one of these basements where my grandfather had a very strange experience. One day, my grandfather had to go down the cellar to bring up boxes. Climbing down by himself, there was no one else in the cellar. Although it was during the day, it was still very dark in the recesses of the cellar, which stretched back under the store into the shadows. Midway between moving boxes, my grandfather noticed, out of the corner of his eye, a figure standing in the shadows. My grandfather recalled that the figure gave off a very malevolent presence. Knowing that there should have been no one in the cellar, my grandfather continued facing away from the figure, but kept looking at it from the corner of his eye. My grandfather said, "Who's there?" From the direction of darkness, the figure gave a low and undistinguishable reply, more a mumble than a word. My grandfather knew that the figure would disappear if he looked straight at it, so he tried to get more details of its appearance. The low voice showed that the presence was a man. Its shape was definitely that of a man. My grandfather also noticed the presence had no chin. Surely it was a ghost. Giving in to the urge, my grandfather finally turned his head to look, but there was nothing in the spot where the figure had just been. Knowing of this story as he was growing up, my father also had to frequently enter that same cellar to get things. Sometimes he would look through the corner of his eye into the shadows, but was always disappointed not to see anything. For those of you who live in the New York City area, you might be interested to know that the grocery store is still around. Instead of selling groceries, it's now a gift shop. The original woodwork has not been changed, and the store looks like the same as it did when my grandfather worked there in the early part of the 20th century. It's located on 32 Mott Street. I do know the people who currently run the shop, but I've never mentioned this story to them. Chinese believe in a phenomenon that can be translated into to be weighed down by a ghost. This is a fairly common occurrence in which someone wakes from sleeping to find themselves completely paralyzed but conscious. During these short moments, people often report unexplainable experiences, including hearing voices talking to them, feeling sensations, and hearing people in the room that should not be there. A relative of mine lived in Confucius Plaza in Chinatown, New York City. Those familiar with this part of town will recognize it as the tallest building in Chinatown. This curved brick, 44-story co-op rises at the foot of the Manhattan Bridge entrance and forms a unique wind tunnel. There are many urban legends about Confucius Plaza, which slowly emerged since it was built in the mid-70s. My relative lived alone in his Confucius Plaza apartment, which had a kitchen, bedroom, and living room. On one particular evening, my relative fell asleep on his couch in the living room. He later woke to find himself totally paralyzed and unable to even open his eyes. As he lay there, he heard someone enter through his front door, walk through every room of his apartment, and leave through the front door, slamming it as they left. At the moment the door slammed, my relative was suddenly able to move again and immediately sprang up. He opened the front door, but saw no one going down the long hallway. He searched through the entire apartment and found nothing missing or disturbed. In the summer of 2011, I accompanied my uncle back to the US. He now lives in Iowa. I spent a week with his family before returning back to the Philippines. On my return trip, I decided to take a few more days off and see the sights of Chicago. I've been to the US on numerous occasions, but this was my very first to Chicago. I was looking so forward to baseball and food. I booked a room at the Congress Plaza Hotel because of its accessibility and reasonable rate. It was close to subways, where I could go with ease to a Sox game at Comiskey Park and to O'Hare for my flight home. The hotel is quite old, and it looks old. You can hear it creak in some areas. The room I was assigned to was on the 4th floor, I think. It was on a corner, and you could see Roosevelt University on East Congress Parkway when you look out the window. The hallway outside leading up to my room was always eerily quiet. The first night after I got back from eating out, the room became really cold. I thought it was really strange because it was nice and warm outside. Also, it got cold suddenly, but not gradually. I ended up sleeping with the bed sheet, blanket, and bed cover on top. It was cold just that one night. I would be out during the day to explore the city and get back after dinner. Every time I got to my room, some of my stuff would be moved. I initially thought it was the cleaners, so I hung a do not disturb sign outside my door. I would still get back to my room with my stuff moved. Nothing was missing though. All my stuff was accounted for. What validated the rumors I've heard that this place is haunted was when I saw a shadow figure. There was a dresser at the foot of my bed with a biggish mirror. While in bed one night, recalling my visit to Chicago's Field Museum that day, I saw reflected on the mirror a shadow. It was peeking out from the bathroom door that was slightly ajar. The lights were off inside the bathroom, but I could still make out a distinct human shape. It was darker than the dark bathroom, but it was solid. I stared at the reflection for I don't know how long. I couldn't really tell if it was staring back at me, as it had no face, but somehow I had the feeling that it was spying on me. There was just solid blackness where a face should have been. I blinked to make sure I wasn't just seeing things, and sure enough, it was still there. I got out of bed to confront it. Honestly, I'm not sure what I was thinking then, but it vanished. I went back to bed, looked at the mirror again. It was no longer there. Has anyone been to this same hotel and experienced these? Thanks for reading. Now, this is not an event that had taken place in front of my own eyes, but it has surely happened to my grandfather. My dad told me this story, and it gave me a chance to look at spirits who have yet to rest, but are not actually scaring people to death. Here is my grandfather's tale. My grandfather was only 36 years of age, and he of course needed a job. He had looked in agriculture, the stores down the street, even the Starkiest factory that was quite a ways away. No jobs whatsoever. Finally, after 3 weeks of looking, he had seen an ad for a wanted bus driver for the night shift position. At the time, he didn't care what kind of job it was or when he had to work. All he cared about was supporting his family. After a few days, he had gotten the job to work from sundown to an hour before sunset. The bus driving job was steady. He really didn't have any riders unless it was someone who also worked late. Soon, he had picked up on which riders came on, what time they came on, and where they should be dropped off. But a year into the job, he had gotten a new rider who would only ride for that one night. He saw the man standing at a stop to which no one had stood before, and for the first time, he could stop there. The man was described as well-rounded, pale, with a blue suit, which was very odd because it is so hot in Samoa, even at night. Like every other customer, my grandfather had welcomed him with a smile. Being the kindly fellow, my grandfather also tried to talk to him. He asked him, "How are you doing this evening? Where did you come from?" and just normal conversation questions. The only thing this man replied to is where he should be dropped off. My grandfather tried to get something cheerful out of the pale man, but there was no response. As soon as the bus got to the destination as stated by the man, my grandfather opened the door, looked up to the mirror, and said to him, "Here is your stop, sir," and looked behind. Usually, at this time, you can hear the passenger get their stuff together and proceed to the front, but not this time. He heard dead silence. He looked up at the mirror again and saw nothing. This is a true story, and although I don't believe in ghosts, it did raise some goosebumps. The first week, I was driving around 1 to 2 a.m. I got a signal to pick up a rider at the music factory. At that time of night, the streets were dead and the music factory was empty. The address didn't seem right to me and kept having me circle around back to a deserted old road. Thinking that the GPS must be off a few blocks, I decided to circle around the next few streets. I even made 5 phone calls to no avail, no answer or voicemail. I started thinking maybe I was being set up to be robbed. But I guess my curiosity got the best of me, and I had to see for myself. After all, somebody could be drunk or hurt. Let me backtrack a bit and explain that the Uber screen shows both my car and the figure of a person and a closing distance as you approach. The road behind the building is old and unkempt. I thought to myself, this doesn't look good. I kept driving further back, and the distance between me and my rider closed in, until finally the road came to a dead end. My display spoke and told me to turn right, and my rider would be 100 feet away on my right. I turned slowly to my right and saw a very old cemetery. The gates were standing wide open. Off in the distance, about 100 feet away, was a white foggy figure standing by a headstone. My hair stood on end, and I was instantly covered in goosebumps. Needless to say, I decided to skip that fare. In October of 2009, I started a new job working security. I got posted in Banning, California, at an Edison substation. I was working graveyard, patrolling around the outside of the substation. I'd been there for a few nights. Nothing really seemed out of place at first. We had 4 checkpoints we had to tag with a GPS device. We didn't have access to the inside, nor the east side of the area, due to a neighboring business. The south side fenced the street. The west had a narrow path to walk, and a business beyond that, surrounded by a chain-link fence. The north side had a field, and after about 50 feet, a set of train tracks. Checkpoint 1 was the southeast side. Checkpoint 2 was the southwest corner, which I posted my truck. The northwest was checkpoint 3, and 4th was the northeast. There was an area by the train tracks not on the patrol, but it was the actual northeast corner. I walked up to the far area beyond my normal patrol area, as I was prone to do. As I came back around, I felt the air suddenly get colder and heavier. I thought nothing of it and continued on by checkpoints 4 and 3. As I started down the corridor between 3 and 2, I saw a figure about 6 foot, blonde hair, thin build, and slightly glowing walk through the fence, from the inside the substation, and through the fence on the opposite side, traveling from east to west. I carried a handheld spotlight since there was so little lighting to the area, and the guy was nowhere to be seen. I ran back towards checkpoint 4 and regained my composure. I cautiously walked back to the area I had seen the figure to make sure the fence hadn't been cut. No holes, cuts, or anything else I could find. No footprints, nothing that suggested it had happened. I went back to my truck and dropped the tailgate and sparked up a cigarette. I set it down to grab something out of my lunchbox, and as I went to retrieve my smoke, it glowed like someone was dragging off of it and then fell to the ground. I thought at first maybe it was a breeze, but the night was completely still. I'm not sure if it was a ghost or maybe residual energy. I'm not sure if the substation still has security there. I was transferred off that post for a better position a week or so later. If there's no security and you decide to visit, I don't remember directions. Watch for Banning PD because they do frequent the area. I guess it started when I was little. My mom and I have always been a little more open to the things unexplainable. I was about 5 years old, making my brothers 4 and 3. My brother, who was 3, is autistic, and his tick was trains. My mother would hear his toy train go off. It made choo-choo noises and played music and flashed lights when you push buttons on the side. Every night for months, and she thought it was just us playing at night. She would come back to check in on us, and we would be sleeping. At the time, me and my siblings shared a room. Finally, my mom took the batteries out of the toy train. The next night, without it having batteries, my mom once again heard the train going off. Me and my brothers were downstairs, and my mom went upstairs to check on the noise she heard. She turned the train off and returned downstairs. A few minutes later, I swear I heard giggling, and I know I was young, but I clearly remember the figures of a little girl and boy walking down the stairs. It was just shadows on the walls, like their outlines. When I looked from the wall to the stairs, nothing was there. When I got older, my mom told me that night, after we saw the shadows of the kids, that she told the kid ghosts, if you're good, you can stay. If you're bad, you have to leave. My mom said she never had experiences with them again. The toy train never went off on its own again. I don't know what happened. I can't explain it. To this day, my mom still swears she saw the 2 kids. I don't know if they were bad. My mom said we were never harmed. The train thing going off went on for months until the night it went off without having any batteries. I don't know what to make of it. Maybe it was just a coincidence. I have no idea. I was a long-haul trucker for many years. In December of 2004, I had a delivery in Winchester, Virginia, and a second stop in Washington, D.C. At my first stop, I was delayed and didn't get unloaded until 2 a.m. I left Winchester heading east on Highway 7. Around 2:30, I came to the intersection of Highway and a Route 601 near Bluemont. At a gas station, I pulled in to check my map of Washington in anticipation of my delivery. The station was closed at that hour. There was virtually no traffic going by, and it was a cold, moonless night. While I was sitting there, someone knocked on my door, startling me. I jumped and turned off my interior light so I could see outside and rolled down my window. A man was standing there in an airline flight crew uniform. He had 4 stripes on his shoulders, indicating a captain. He was without a jacket on a very cold morning. He climbed up on the step of my cab. He smelled like he had bathed in kerosene. When he got close to my face, I could see that his cap had the TWA insignia on it. "Could you give me a lift?" he asked in a voice that seemed raspy. I assumed it was from the cold. I was really taken off guard. It was odd. I was in a dark, rural area on a freezing night being asked by an airline pilot wearing short sleeves for a ride. I asked him where he was headed. "I work for TWA. I gotta get the Dullies to work a flight. Please give me a ride. I'll pay you," he responded. "Well, how about I give you a ride to the next open store where you can call a cab?" I offered. "Okay, thank you, he mumbled. He said that we could descend. I didn't know what he was talking about, but I didn't want the guy to freeze out there. He climbed down and shuffled around the front of the truck. When he passed the first light, I was struck by the fact that he seemed to have long sideburns, a la Elvis. When he continued on to the right, he totally vanished. I don't mean faded away, he just ceased to exist. I jumped out of the truck and looked all around with a flashlight, even under the truck. He was just disappeared. As I continued on towards Washington, I remembered something odd. TWA had gone out of business over 2 years ago. What was going on, I wondered, totally perplexed and shaken by the experience. When I got home, I did some online research. What I found has totally turned my beliefs upside down. I've always thought that ghost stories were hokum, but with what I learned, I'm no longer sure. It turns out that on December 1st, 1974, a TWA Boeing 727 Flight 514 descended prematurely through a low cloud deck and slammed into a rocky outcropping on Mount Weather, Virginia. The aircraft disintegrated with all 92 people on board killed. The flight had originated in Columbus, Ohio, and was supposed to land at Washington National Airport. It was diverted to Washington's other airport, Dulles International, because high winds had closed National. According to cockpit voice and flight data recordings, the crew mistakenly believed that air traffic controllers had cleared them to descend to 1,800 feet from their previous altitude fix of 7,000 feet. This error, combined with strong downdrafts, caused the aircraft to hit the mountain at 1,600 feet above sea level. At the last second, they broke out of the overcast, only to see the rocky and snow-covered mountain looming in their windscreen. The captain's last words to his co-pilot were, "Get some power on," just moments before the recording abruptly ceased. The place of the impact was less than a mile south of where I encountered whoever or whatever it was that I saw almost exactly 30 years later. I don't want to definitely say it was a ghost, but the fact remains that there was someone who appeared to be an airline pilot with a very dated hairstyle, wearing a uniform of a defunct business. I no longer am a trucker, but this has troubled me for over 2 years. If anyone would have any insight into this, I'd appreciate your help. Thank you. Maybe most of us have experienced driving at night, maybe in a foggy night, a cold night, or even some people have been on a bus on their way home. In my case, I was on my motorcycle. It all happened in Mexico. This was exactly 2 years ago. That night, I had gone to my friend's house. We watched a movie. It started around 9 p.m. and finished at 11 p.m. It was around 12 a.m. when I left his house. There I was, at max speed on the road, just feeling the breeze on my bike. To get to my house, there is only one trail. There is another road to get to my house too, but it takes forever, so I took the one I always go on. It was a silent night. I could only hear the owls and the air as I was passing through this trail. At a long distance, I saw a kid. He was just standing there in the middle of nowhere. I got surprised, and at the same time, I felt really scared. As I got closer to him, I slowed down a bit. He asked for a ride, but of course I denied to give him one because it was midnight, and this was not normal. I continued the trail like nothing ever happened. Whenever I'm on my bike, I sometimes close my eyes for a bit just to feel the breeze. Somehow, it feels like I'm flying, so I close them for a couple of seconds. Once I opened them, I was not on the same trail anymore. I was on the other road I did not take. I noticed because I know my trail like the tip of my palm. I also knew I was on the other trail because sometimes I would take that trail to visit my uncle. I decided to go back and take the same trail because it was going to take forever. Once I got on the same path again, I noticed the same kid up ahead. This time I felt pretty scared and nervous. I slowed down and decided to give him a ride. He got on my motorcycle. I did not even talk to him. I just kept on going. After a few minutes, there was a curve up ahead. After passing this curve, I turned around, and the boy was not on my motorcycle. I felt really scared at this moment, and I just had this weird feeling. And so I got home. I told my parents about it next day, and they surprisingly said that there was another person who experienced the same incident that I had. My parents told me not to drive so late, and as a result, I tended to listen to them. As some of you know from reading my previous stories, I've just recently moved to Los Angeles with my fiance and little brother, and you would also know about the new houses I've lived in, I'm currently living in, and the things that have taken place in those houses. Well, I guess that isn't enough for me, because I have to deal with them at work now. I'm a mechanic at a very popular and very busy motorcycle shop. Every day, myself and 6 other guys pull through maybe 25 plus bikes in a 10-11 hour day. Now, that doesn't seem like much, but we don't just do repairs. We also do custom paint jobs and other custom jobs, so it's quite time consuming. So in other words, it's ridiculously busy and we don't have time to mess around. However, someone seems to have the time to pull pranks on us. This past Monday was busy as hell. The showroom was having a huge sale, and for some reason, the owner thought we should have a sale on a few things in the shop, which was retarded because, as I said, it was busy as hell. It was around noon, and I decided to take an hour and go to Jack in the Box. When I got back to my work area, all of the drawers on my toolbox were open, and every single one of my sockets were scattered across the floor. I yelled over at Rod and told him if he needs to borrow something, not to make such a mess. I used a little more colorful words, though, because I wasn't too impressed. He told me he wasn't even near my bench. He was doing airbrush the whole morning. Well, the pranks went on for the rest of the day. Nothing as bad as before, just missing tools, and I would turn around to find that drawers were open when I knew they were closed. Finally, it was time to close up for the night. Since I am the manager of the maintenance department, I have to stay an hour after everyone has left to do invoices and whatnot. I was at my bench pricing out a few things a customer wanted when I heard some coughing. It was coming from the long hallway at the rear of the shop that leads to the dumpsters. A special code is needed to open that door and can only be opened from the inside. Plus, it makes a very annoying creak, followed by a loud slam when it is opened. So I was a little shaken to find no one there when I went to check it out. I walked down the corridor to go see if the door was propped open at all. No, closed tight. I just turned around to head back to my bench when I heard the coughing sound again, only this time it was coming from the shop. I jogged down the hall and into the shop to see who was there. No one. This is when I just stood there and went, great, now I have to deal with them at work too. I went over to my bench where I had left my invoices, which were very important and needed to be put into my computer right away. And they were missing. I gave up. I had enough. So I grabbed my coat and left. Didn't finish sweeping. Didn't power wash the floors. Nothing. I got home and told my fiance and brother about what happened. Chris thought this was hilarious because he usually gets all of the annoying ghosts pulling pranks on him, so he got his little cheap shots in, and that was it. The next day, I got to work, and when I turned on the shop lights, I could not believe my eyes. Everyone's tools were spilled all over the floor, and a hose that I had rolled up nice and neat before I left was pulled out. Finally, I had enough, so I started yelling at the spirit. After yelling at it, I began cleaning up the tools and putting them back where they belonged. As I was cleaning, I swear I heard a very mischievous chuckle coming from the corridor. "Yeah," I said, "hilarious. I'm having the time of my life over here. So funny," basically sounding like a retard. If someone came down and saw me arguing with nobody, I'm sure that would have looked a little weird. The rest of the day wasn't that bad, until closing time came and I was alone again. I started to smell the faint smell of a cigarette. I followed the smell to, you guessed it, the corridor leading to the dumpsters, and, yep, you guessed it again, nothing. I turned back to my area to finish sweeping, and I noticed at the corner of my eye, the missing invoices from the previous day were neatly stacked on my workbench. I leaned on my broom and smiled. I guess I finally got through to the spirit, and he felt bad or something. Since that week, nothing out of the ordinary has happened, other than a power outage that happened when two other mechanics got into a yelling match. Was the spirit angry that they were arguing? I don't know. I'm just going to say it was a coincidence. Until next time, God bless. It was the middle of August, and the harsh wind blew hot and humid, kicking up a storm for the evening hours. Off to the north, the black clouds had started to brew and roll. It was about 6:30 p.m., and my date was late. He would not tell me where he planned to take me. It was a surprise. Now, being 30 minutes late, I begun to wonder what could possibly be going on, if I would be going anywhere. I walked out into the open front porch and could almost smell the rain coming. It began to grow darker. I decided if he arrived, we would just stay at my house until the storm passed. I then started to worry that he may be riding his motorcycle. Motorcycles and thunderstorms do not mix. He knew I despise motorcycles, but, well, hopefully, he would be in his truck. As the dreaded motorcycle came around the corner, the rain began to spit big fat drops. He got off the bike and indicated we needed to hurry up. I told him I was not going. It was raining. I was not getting on the bike, and I wouldn't even if it was not raining. After he became increasingly angry with me and refused to stay at my house until the storm passed, he got on the motorcycle and started off into the downpour. I looked up, and all I could see was flashing red and blue lights, such as those coming off an emergency vehicle. I watched for a few minutes, thinking there must have been an accident right in front of my house. I could hear screams of agony, sounding if they were coming from a few feet in front of me. No one was there. I turned around to grab my iced tea I had brought on the porch with me. As I turned back, the lights were all gone. There was no evidence of an accident either. I shook my head and turned to go into the house. As I turned, I could hear the unmistakable roar of his motorcycle starting, and then screeching tires. I whirled around, and nothing was there. I turned back around after a few moments, and decided I would sit on the porch for a while. Surely the heat had gotten to me, causing me to see and hear things. After 20 minutes later, my mom called me at the screen door telling me I had a call. I asked who it was, as my mom was familiar with all of my friends. She stated she didn't recognize the voice. I went in and answered the phone. The voice on the other end of the line clarified my name and asked how I was related to Mark, my would-be date from earlier. I told him I was not related, that we had been dating for a few weeks. I was then informed that he had my name and phone number. Mark had been in an accident on his motorcycle. The roads were wet and slick. He skidded out of control and came to a rest on a couple of those sand barrels that are used for street barriers. As the accident was being described to me by phone, I looked up and saw the flashing red and blue lights again. I heard the screech of tires. I closed my eyes tightly and said a silent prayer. As I opened my eyes, again the lights and the screeching sounds were gone. I was told to contact his parents and come to the hospital. They would not release his condition to me over the phone. I told my mom. She drove me to his parents' home, and I told them of the call. We all went to the hospital together. By the time we arrived at the hospital, Mark's left leg had been put into a cast all the way to his hip. His scrapes and cuts had been cleaned on his arms and face, and he was arguing that he did not need to have the cervical collar on. Mark ended up staying in the hospital overnight for observation, but he eventually recovered completely. We did not continue to date after that night because he stated I jinxed him. About 3 years later, he had another accident on a motorcycle, which ended up breaking his back and his pelvis. causing him to give up motorcycles for good. In 2009, I was living in Texas at the time. I was working out at the prison on day shift. It happened to be on lockdown at the time, meaning no one out of cell movement for the offenders. I was working with my partner, having a conversation with them to keep us awake, because if you didn't, you would fall asleep. It was that boring. I was talking to him when I stopped in midsection. What I saw did not frighten me, but surprised me, as I usually did not see any or much activity in the ghost area, in the prison. I worked there almost 2 years, and this was the first sighting out of 2 that I had at this prison. I saw a white man walk up to the last cell, dressed in offender's clothes, look over me, and then walk through the prison door. I got up to check on it, thinking no way. All I saw was an offender sleeping on his bed. He was Hispanic. I walked back to the table where my partner was sitting. He asked me what was wrong. At first, I refused to tell him because the last thing I wanted was for him or offenders overhearing it and being ridiculed. Finally, he came out and said he believes in ghosts, that he's seen them before, and then started telling me stories of the other prison he worked at. Keep in mind, most ghosts are seen most active at night, or when there is not much activities going on. I finally had the courage to tell him. Thanks for reading my story. Located in Munnsville, West Virginia, is the old West Virginia State Maximum Security Prison. Now, this prison has a long and sometimes violent history. Prisoners were murdered in their cells by other inmates during riots, and most notably, they were put to death in the electric chair, Old Sparky, who was built by an inmate from that facility. The prison is closed now, but you can still tour it, and if you are brave enough, even spend the night there. Once we had received our initial briefing about the facility, we were allowed to tour it on our own and pretty much go wherever we wanted, even places the public isn't allowed. While touring the facility, I was in a section of the prison known as the Sugar Shack, supposedly where some of the worst offenders were housed. I was the only person in this section of the prison at the time, and while I was up on the 3rd tier, inspecting some of the old cells, when down below me, the cell door slammed shut. Now, this wouldn't have come as much of a surprise to me if it weren't for the fact that all the doors had closed at once, which is what they are supposed to do, but they are controlled by a lever from a central location, which I could see from my vantage point, and no one was there, and the lever was still in the up position. Taking that as a cue, I left that section of the prison and made my way down to the basement in the location of the hole. This was a place they say drove some inmates mad. While in the basement, I kept having the feeling of someone following me, and as I grew near to the hole, a feeling of dread and despair almost overwhelmed me. I kept my senses, though, and started to make my way deeper into the basement. I caught the glimpse of a figure, just off in the shadows, moving from right to left, that should have brought them into the light. What little there was, but they never appeared, and I didn't see them go the other way. Once again, I took this as a cue to leave. I went from there up to the medical and dental ward of the facility. No physical events took place there, just a sense of foreboding over the area. This all led me to believe that something is still behind the walls of the prison, and that they may never be able to leave. I'm going to do an all-night ghost hunt of the facility, and I plan on taking some video and audio equipment and see if I can capture anything on film or tape. Thanks for reading my experience. My following story is about my visit to the famous Fremantle Prison, Western Australia in 2009, when I was around the age of 14. I attended the Torchlight Tour with my best friend and her mother. The Torchlight Tour runs for 1 hour and 30 minutes and is completely in the dark. All you have is a small torch that the tour guides hand out to you. The prison itself was actually pretty old. It was created in the 1850s. Back then, I wasn't very informed of the paranormal, and quite frankly, I was a bit of a skeptic. I had heard that the Fremantle prison was quite haunted and very notorious for sightings of apparitions. I eagerly wanted to experience some kind of ghost for myself to put my skepticism to rest. We toured Fremantle Prison because it was my friend's mom's idea. She thought it'd be a little fun outing for us as she'd like to keep us entertained and interested. This tour, from what I remember, was around the winter months, so it took place at 6:30 p.m., and being winter, was very dark by then. I had a digital camera, the basic kind, that I had brought along in the hopes to try and capture something out of the ordinary. I'll just note that since this was 5 years ago, I can't remember every single area we were shown, but I have vivid memories of the places I do remember seeing and being in. So if you've ever had a tour and mine seems off as to which areas were entered first, I apologize for my poor memory. I've tried remembering what each area was called, but I'm still unsure and can't be bothered doing tons of reading to research it. We were waiting for the tour group and to be called, as we got there quite early, so my friend and I were sitting on a low rock wall, mucking around just near the entrance to the prison grounds. I remember taking a few silly snaps together and taking random shots of the entrance here and there, reviewing them with my friend to see if we had discovered anything in the photos. Nothing came up, yet. The tour guide yells out for the group to gather and get prepared. He pulls out a large box full of little black torches and says, "These are yours to keep as a souvenir to remember your time here." As each person in the group took a torch, we entered the block. I think it was one of those rooms where they search the convicts, strip them, and give them prison attire to wear. There was a long locker room type bench, big enough for the whole group to sit on. The tour guide told us to find a seat, then proceeded to tell us a little history, what we can expect from the tour, and basic rules. The first room in the building we entered was what I believe to be a kitchen. It had these huge metal type containers, and I don't remember if we were told what they were used for. I took a couple of snaps and followed the group to the next area. I believe the next place we were shown was the courtyard leading to all the other areas of the prison. The tour guide stopped and gave us some more history as I snapped pictures of each section of the courtyard, including a picture of the guide. He then led us to the main cell block, which felt super eerie and cold. Above us was what the prison named the suicide net. As there were numerous cells on different levels, it was popular for inmates to throw themselves off the side and fall to their death. It took 2 years for their government to install the suicide net, so as you could imagine, prisoners were still launching themselves over the railing. As the guide was telling us about the stories, a dummy appeared out of nowhere with a net catching its fall. Most of the group were quite jumpy, as you could imagine. Exploring deeper into the block, the tour guide told us about artwork that the convicts had done on their cell walls. We weren't allowed to take photos of the art with flash on because it can fade the paint. I took pictures of the other cells in the hopes of capturing something paranormal. After we toured the cells, we moved out to another courtyard for where the inmates would go daily to stretch their legs. The next thing we came across was the whipping post in another section outdoor area. The tour guide explained it would be used to punish convicts by whipping them and lashing them, and then covering the convicts with salt. The guide asked for a volunteer, and being the weird child that I was, raised my hand immediately. Giggling like an idiot, I gave my friend the camera and asked her to take photos of me while the tour guide demonstrated the punishment procedure. I remember that I couldn't stop laughing as he was showing the demonstration. In the courtyard, there was a freedom mural that was painted by an inmate. It was beautiful, a sunset behind a beautiful field of lush green grass and tall trees. The tour guide then proceeded to show us death row, to which I snapped a picture before we entered, when an actor wearing prison attire popped out of one of the cells and scared the living poop out of all of us. He then explained the history on death row while each of us briefly popped our heads in the cells before a guide then took us to the gallows. The gallows felt extra eerie. Seeing the rope and the open trap door was super creepy. I took a couple of snaps before the guide stopped us to tell us about the convicts who were hanged. After that, we went to the church. This area felt almost frantic, as if it were full of people, noting that torchlight tour groups are less than 35 people, even though the church was very spacious. I took a few photos of the cross, then sat down on the bench to rest with my friend and her mom. As we took in the atmosphere, I turned around to take more pictures. We got back to my friend's house rather late. The prison is quite far from where we live, and we're extremely tired. Before we decided to hit the sheets, I thought it'd be a good idea to review all of the pictures I had taken. A few silly pictures of my friend and I, a few of the entrance to the prison, and some rather odd photos. The first odd photo was in the kitchen of the big metal tubs. In between the two tubs were these perfectly round, different color orbs, about 4 or 5, some of them transparent and some of them full. They were all different sizes. The next photo was of our tour guide in the courtyard. Above him looked like what I assumed to be the moon, but with zooming in and inspecting further, it was transparent. It almost was like a creamy color. The photo after that was of a random spot in the courtyard, the creepiest of the entire series. There in that photo stood a man in what looked like a white doctor's coat. You could barely see his facial features, but I could make out that he had glasses. He was completely transparent, and only his head, shoulders, and torso could be seen. He had no legs in the picture, but you can see his long coat hanging freely. Next to him was a large transparent orb that almost had like a green aura around it. The rest of the photos had a substantial amount of orbs. It was crazy. Numerous sizes, colors, and transparency. The most orbs were in the church, floating around the cross. Maybe that's why it felt rather crowded in there. Unfortunately, I deleted these phones off my camera after having them for a few years. I didn't feel the need to have them anymore, but I highly regret it now after thinking about my experience the other day. It would have been great to share the photos with you all, especially the one of the doctor. I apologize if this was a rather long submission, but thank you so much for reading. When I was 9 or 10, my family and I took a ferry to Port Townsend. We walked along the beach and eventually began to explore the town. One of the first places we came to was a courthouse and jail turned museum, a single lady running it. I remember it being empty except for us and the lady. The first floor is the courtroom. Go down a staircase, and that leads to the jail cells downstairs. We looked around for a short while, and then decided to go downstairs. As you were going down the stairs, the cells slowly come into your view. Poised inside the cells were lifelike dummies positioned in various poses. If you don't expect to see them, then you're going to be startled. Once we reached the cells, my mom saw 2 evil-looking spirits inside the cells. One of them was an old lady shackled to the wall, with long shaggly hair, staring at her with an evil expression, a terrible, able grin with no teeth. The second was a man. She said he was very nasty looking. My mom later told me she wanted to bolt up the stairs right up then. My experience there was a lot tamer. My dad walked into the cells to see what it was like. When he wanted me to come in, as I tried to walk towards the cells, it was like there was an invisible shield around the cells, and it was preventing me being close to them. At least that's what it felt like. Needless to say, we went to that museum again. The lady in charge never mentioned any ghosts. Either she never went downstairs, or if she did know, kept it a secret. We didn't come across any ghosts in Port Townsend that I can recall. Thank you for reading. When I was 12, which was last year, I went to work with my mom. She worked at Boulder County Jail until I moved. Now, my mom was a nurse at this jail and worked nights, so I went to work with her. Being the adventurous type that I am, I went wandering off. I explored everywhere. I went through every building I could find. It was cool. That night, at exactly midnight, I was looking through the little window on a door that leads to the kitchen in the jail. So as I was looking in there, the big metal spoon to one of the pots started turning. Now, with that being creepy enough, the figure of a man started to appear, or at least the outline of him did. From what I could see, he looked like he was maybe in his late 30s or early 40s and was a little bit plump. As I watched the figure turn the spoon to the pot, he looked at me straight in the eye, and then he kind of faded away. I stood peering through that window for a second or two to see if he was going to come back. He never did. A few hours later, at about 2 a.m., I went back to the kitchen to see if he was there again. And he was. But this time, there was another figure in the kitchen with him. This one looked like he was about my age. I stood there amazed for a few minutes. Then both of the figures looked at me, smiled, did what looked like a wave goodbye, and faded. I never saw them again. A few nights after going to work with my mom, I asked her if any of the cooks that worked at the jail had died. She told me this really long story about how he brought his son to work one day, and they both mysteriously died at the jail. She told me the night that I went to the jail with her was the 5-year anniversary for the death of the cook and his son. I never forgot that night, and I don't think I ever will. I am a 56-year-old Vietnam veteran and business consultant. I do not do drugs and do not understand the following story. We used to live in a 2-story, 10-year-old house in Fremont, California. We lived there until May of 2003. In December 2002, just a few days before Christmas, I woke up at about 5:30 or 6 a.m. and walked over to the bedroom window. I parted the vertical blinds and cursed under my breath because it was still raining like it had been for days. As I turned away from the window, my body chilled from head to toe. Standing right in the middle of our bedroom doorway was this huge ghost dressed in a hooded brown robe. The guy was at least 7 feet tall and filled the whole doorway. Where his face should have been in the big hood was just like a swirling mass of energy, and you also couldn't see any hands or feet. But he totally filled the whole doorway. As I looked at him, he extended his arms forward like he was offering me the short staff or rod that he was holding. It was maybe 24 inches long. Then I turned my head away for a moment, and when I looked back, he was gone. I left my wife asleep as I drove to work, still kind of in shock and debating whether to tell my wife. I decided to and called her on my cell phone. She was silent for a few months and said, "Oh my God, that explains it. I thought I was dreaming, but I opened my eyes after you left, and this huge figure in a long brown robe and hood was leaning towards me from your side of the bed, like he was offering me this short rod or stick. Then when I sat up in bed, he was gone." Now we were both feeling kind of strange. That night, on the way home from work, my wife stopped to use a gas station restroom, something she'd never done before since she only worked 20 minutes from home. When she arrived home, she pulled into the garage and pushed the button to close the garage door behind her. As soon as she stepped into the house, she could see it had been robbed. Our son Colin, who lived with us, had come home 5 minutes earlier and had surprised 2 armed gunmen up on the 2nd floor in the dark. Colin ran out of the house with the robbers behind him. They got away, but hadn't stolen anything. If my wife had arrived home just a few minutes earlier, as she usually did, she would have locked herself in the house with 2 armed robbers. I do not understand what has happened. Who was the brown robe figure? Was he there that morning to warn us about what was going to happen that night? I don't know, but it's kind of creepy. He never appeared again, but that night Colin reminded us that several weeks earlier he had been alone with his girlfriend in the living room sitting on the sofa. Something caused him to get the chills. As he looked up, he saw this robe figure looking down at them from the railing in the loft above them. They quickly left the house. When Colin originally told me his story, I had told him that he had a very active imagination. Then a couple weeks later, the robe figure appeared to me and then my wife. That night, as I was cutting sections of round, rod-like wood dowels to put in the window sashes, I got the chills again. Was the guy trying to hand me a staff or rod to try and tell me to put it in the windows? If anyone has info on ghosts in hooded brown robes with a rod or staff, I'd sure like to hear it. An Asian lady friend told me about a house of hers who knew of this kind of thing and called him a guardian angel that somebody has to give you or will to you. My brother-in-law Larry was killed in Vietnam on September 20th, 1970. To say his death left an enormous hole in our lives would be an understatement. To this day, we often speak of him and remember him fondly as a much beloved member of our family. I've always been very close to my eldest sister. She and my brother-in-law were married only 3 years when he died. Having been widowed at age 23, she decided to remain on her own and live in the house they had recently purchased. Thus began my frequent visits to stay the nights on the weekends and keep her company. One night, not quite 2 years after Larry's death, we had both been in bed for less than half an hour. I was 15 years old. My sister was 25 at the time. Neither one of us had ever had any type of encounter that we considered out of the ordinary, but this one night would change that. As we began to doze off after our customary chatting between rooms, I slept in our spare room directly across the hallway from a bedroom with our doors open. We both clearly heard footsteps crossing the kitchen floor, not a dozen feet down the hallway from where we slept. The footsteps sounded like someone was wearing heavy, leather boots, and when they reached the carpet in the hallway, the footsteps naturally silenced a bit, with only the sound of heady padding and an occasional creak to give away the fact that they were still coming down the hall. While this was happening, my sister called out from her room and asked if I could hear that, and I answered her immediately that I could. By this time, the covers of the bed were securely over my head. There was no way I wanted to see what was going to soon pass by my door, or worse, maybe into my room. The next thing I knew, my sister was reporting a nearly opaque, adult-sized mist forming in her room, just opposite her bed in front of her dark pine closet doors. The moon was full that night, so there was just enough light filtering through her shutters to softly illuminate the room so she could clearly see what was happening. Although I was nearly sweating with fear, I still asked what the mist was doing, of course hoping in part that it would not float my way. Apparently, it hovered for a bit in front of her closet doors, then floated around the bed to the other side of the room before it began to dissipate. Her dog, who slept in her room and would bark at the smallest of unfamiliar sounds, never awoke. Needless to say, we slept little for the remainder of the night. Still, we were convinced that Larry had returned for a visit. After that incident, while she never received such a visit again, my sister did have a lampshade that would repeatedly turn askew during the day while she was at work. The lampshade was rectangular in shape, so it was easy to spot when someone twisted it around. I witnessed this myself. We would go to bed at night, only to find the shape askew again in the morning. This went on in spurts, off and on, until she sold the house and moved nearly 8 years after the night of the footsteps. The shade was twisted tightly down. An earthquake couldn't jar it loose unless the lamp fell completely to the floor. The lamp itself stayed perfectly stationary, only the shade was twisted. We always thought this was Larry's less scary way of letting us know he was still around. The day my sister moved into her new home, the lampshade never twisted askew again. A few days ago, I was sitting on my bed in a small room that has a side window. I turned on my computer and started listening to music. Everything was okay until suddenly, I saw a human shadow through the window. It was just a shadow, yet I could make out the head and the body. There were no hands or legs. It disappeared after 5 seconds, and I was shocked. I turned on the light and ran down to find out who it might be. And you know what? My yard was empty. I looked around for a few minutes, then I came back home. I still didn't know who or what it was. But that wasn't all. That night, I went to bed around 11 p.m. I had just fallen asleep when I suddenly woke up and felt frozen. I couldn't move. Something was pushing my body and I was hurting. After a few minutes of being frozen, I then felt like I was about to blow up. I got out of my bed and I was breathing hard. I had no idea what was happening. Then, I heard some strange sounds from my kitchen. It sounded like chewing sounds. I ran down my kitchen, turned on the light, and there was nothing down there. Around midnight, I was freaking out, so I called my friend to come to my house. When he drove up, I saw a girl in a white dress and with long hair standing next to the gatehouse. I felt scared, and I screamed to my friend, "Hey, watch your back." Just then, the figure disappeared. My friend saw it as well, and he was more frightened than I was. He said the shadow had been right next to him. The figure looked like a 20-year-old girl with a white face, but also Vietnamese. It was extremely unusual. We sat next to the bed until morning. The next day, I invited another friend to come over and take some pictures, but nothing happened that day or the day after. I think the ghost just visited the house to make us look horrible and to scare us a little bit. Isn't that what ghosts do? Thanks for reading. When I got back from Vietnam, I went to live with my mother in Chicago. Chicago is where I was born and lived all my life. My encounter happened either in 1968 or 1969. My mother had a summer home in northern Illinois and would go there every weekend. So I would be home in our third-floor apartment every weekend by myself. I would usually fall asleep on our front room couch watching TV. One night, I woke up somewhere in the middle of the night and went to the kitchen for a glass of water. As I walked through the doorway, going into the kitchen, a transparent short-haired or bald man or boy ran out from our pantry, looked me straight in the eye, almost like he hesitated for a split second, then ran into the gas stove area and disappeared. The look in his eyes was like someone being startled or caught doing something wrong. It was so real that when he ran closely by me, I kind of moved back, like if someone is going to bump into you. It all happened so fast, and I was in the process of waking up, so it didn't really hit me as to what just happened or what I just saw. I just continued to the sink for my glass of water. Mind you, this all took place in seconds. As I turned on the water and filled my glass and started to drink, it then hit me. Wow, I stopped. I was just in a little shock. I was frightened. Then I thought maybe some intruder was in the house, but no. This figure ran right into the stove and disappeared. And this figure was semi-transparent. Needless to say, I was afraid. I thought that maybe because I saw him, he would kill me in my sleep, so I couldn't tell anyone. I stayed up half the night and finally did fall asleep. 1 or 2 years later, I found out that the landlord's son had died in our house. I don't know what floor or exactly when or how, but I do know it was before my encounter. My mother moved out of the house, and I got married and went on with my wife. I never went back there to see if I could find a picture of the landlord's son. For many years, I thought about it and wished that I would have gone back, but now it's too late. This was over 40 years ago now. I'm somewhat of an artist, not very good, but I did draw a face picture of my encounter. I don't know what happened to that picture. The vision that I have of him is vivid in my mind to this day. Maybe I should try to draw another picture. And that's my story. In my senior year of high school, the Vietnam conflict was still going on, and I had a pen pal who was over there. At lunchtime, I would leave the school and go over to a small church located a block from the school and sit in there and pray that my pen pal was okay. One day, I was leaving the church to go back to school, and I noticed a very old 1950s car across the street. There was a man standing outside of the car, and a very young boy playing with the wheel. The boy looked to be about 5 to 6 years old. As I was walking out, the man beckoned to me across from the street. When I got there, The man said that the man looked too old to have a son that age, wants to know why I went into that church. I smiled and said, to pray for the end of the Vietnam conflict. The man told me some things that were personal, then stated that the conflict would end soon, but another will start. I smiled and walked about 10 to 20 feet and looked back. There was no car, no one around. I was close enough that I would have heard the engine start and see the car go away, but nothing. Way back in the 70s, when our neighborhood wasn't very occupied and only a few houses were around, my aunt, one of my sisters and my mom, was left alone in our spooky, dark, and silent house. She was left playing in one of our living rooms where a lot of spiritual activity happens. Suddenly, she could hear footsteps coming from the ceiling, hard and loud footsteps that seemed to linger right above where she was playing at. Chills crept up her spine, and she began to move away, but the footsteps and banging just kept following her wherever she went. Even when she was running and screaming, the steps ran and followed her until she finally ran outside to daylight. This story has been validated by my other aunts and uncles, but let me share my own experience. Since my grandfather is a World War II veteran, he's seen and experienced a lot more than most other people. The whole family believes the spirit protected him through the war, since one of his experiences was running back and forth along the front line in an intense gunfight between Filipino and Japanese troops. He was commanding his troops back then. In any case, fast forward to the year 2004. My whole family was relaxing in our rest house about 40 miles north of this city. The land the house is standing on is cursed. All those who have owned have gone bankrupt. I believe this is true since my grandfather is losing a lot of money to an evil and possibly possessed eldest daughter. My experience happened while falling asleep in his room. Strangely enough, I felt an intense presence within the room, but I didn't feel scared or creeped out, which is something I am prone to feel. The presence just felt safe, but it sure was there, as I could feel it enveloping me. I was half asleep then, and simply fell back into my deep slumber a minute later. I later narrated my experience to my grandfather, and he simply smiled and said, "Yes, it's true." I wasn't born with the ability to see ghosts, unlike most of my maternal family, but I do know when they want to be felt, and I can somewhat read other people's minds and form somewhat of a subconscious link with them while talking or engaging in casual conversation. Another story involves the death of one of our longtime nannies in a spot she loved to sit on during the afternoons. She died of an embolism close to a year ago. One of our maids told us that on the night of her funeral, our maid was cleaning the plates up all alone in the house. Our whole family was in a rest house where the funeral was held, when all of a sudden, the dog started barking rather wildly. She looked out the kitchen window towards the porch where the dogs were barking and could see them looking up at an invisible figure while howling and barking all at the same time. The porch was where our nanny used to sit during the afternoons before she died. The invisible figure soon retreated back into the house, as if retiring for the night. Take note, this all happened at the night of my nanny's funeral, probably visiting one last time before passing on to the other side.
When I was 2 years old, my family and I moved into a quaint little neighborhood in a small city outside of San Antonio, Texas, where I still reside today. It's a quiet place with virtually no crime. In fact, most of the people who live here are retired Air Force families from nearby Randolph. The streets in this neighborhood are named after ancient civilizations and important figures in ancient mythologies. One particular street was named Gothic Drive, after the Gothic tribes which ransacked Rome towards the end of the Great Empire's reign. As one would expect, this street was constructed in a way which mirrored the Goths' macabre reputation, if you will. Trees are planted so close together that sunlight is obscured and most of the street is blanketed in shadows, even in the middle of the day. The houses on that street, though small,
are Victorian in design and are always dimly lit at night. Hedges and lines line the trees, adding to the eeriness and mystique of the street. In spite of the dark aesthetics, I never felt uneasy or disturbed when I walked or drove through this street, until one night when a stranger appeared. The year was 2007. It was a clear, moonlit summer night, and I was driving home from a particularly bad date. Goddamn. The radio was tuned to my favorite station, and my thoughts were geared heavily toward what had happened earlier that evening, of course. As I turned on to Gothic Drive, the beams of my headlights struck something unusual on the other end of the street. Once I got close enough, I was able to make out the figure of a slender woman who was dressed in a black outfit of some sort. Soon I was able to see the figure almost as clearly as I can see the laptop in front of me now. It was a nun. The sight of a nun in my neighborhood was unusual, but not so unusual that I paid much attention to it. I remember shrugging my shoulders and saying to myself, "That's weird," and continuing on with my commute. Then something strange happened. When I looked back to catch another glimpse of her, I saw nothing. She had disappeared. I am a practical and skeptical person, so I initially wrote this incident off as product of the situation that I was in that night. I figured that my heightened emotional state from the bad date had caused my mind to play tricks on me. Why my subconscious chose a nun as a manifestation of my frustration, I could not seem to figure out. Until I realized a few weeks later, during a brisk midnight stroll, that my explanation was dead wrong. It was later in the summer, and I had decided to go out for a late night walk to alleviate some boredom and bum off some energy accumulated in the form of energy drinks. Yeah, I know. It was stupid to drink those kind of drinks so late at night. Give me a break. These late night strolls were part of my nightly routine, thanks to the fact that my neighborhood is relatively safe, and I am usually not the only one out. The neighborhood was quiet that night. Everyone seemed to be in bed, with the exception of one jogger and a few stray cats. And a raccoon. I hate those things. Anyways, I deviated from my usual routine slightly and decided to walk through Gothic Drive. Something I rarely did because it leads to the main road in my neighborhood, and I typically did not like to venture out that far. Tonight was different. I seemed to have been emotionally drawn in that direction. The houses on that street were unlit, and the street lamp was off. I slowly made my way toward the end of the street. Suddenly, the street light lit up brilliantly, and there she was, standing in the rays of the lamplight. I was not afraid, not even close to being afraid. It was apparent that she wasn't an ordinary woman, or even from this dimension. Her dress was black. Even the bright light from the lamp above her seemed to be absorbed by her dark ebony remnants. She appeared to float slightly above the ground. It didn't seem to have any feet. For some reason, I could see her face quite clearly, even though I was more than 20 feet away from her. She was a comely woman with dark eyes and soft crimson lips. She was smiling. I walked towards her, shouting "Howdy" or something to that effect. The nun didn't move or speak. As I approached her, I blinked once. She vanished. I was in shock. Had I really seen a ghost? Was my imagination playing tricks on me? Then, a terrible thought hit my mind. Was I hallucinating? I have a history of mental health problems, yes, depression, different anxiety disorders, and I knew that schizophrenia can cause one to lose touch with reality and even have hallucinations. Was I going nuts? My fears were relieved when I found out that I'm not the only one who has seen the nuns. My brother told me he saw her one night while driving home from night classes at a local community college. Many of the neighbors I've talked to say that they've encountered her on different occasions. They told me that her facial expressions tend to reflect the moods of those who cross her path. If you're angry, she will have an angry expression on her face. If you're happy, she will smile. And so on. The mystery of the ghostly nun fascinated me, but my focus soon shifted away from her when school started up again. I did not think much of her for several months after that. Then, one night, I saw her again. This time, things were way different. I had stormed out of the house after a vicious verbal exchange with my mother over something absolutely stupid and trivial. I'm not going to get into it. I had no intention of returning home until after my mom had gone to bed, so I decided to take a long walk, which meant going down the main road. To access the road, I turned onto Gothic Drive. I did not expect to see the mysterious nun, but sure enough, there she was. She stood under the street lamp, looking straight at me. I could see her face from where I stood. She was not smiling this time. I could feel hatred and pure anger emanating from her. The expression on her face was beyond menacing. It seemed as if she was ready to lunge at me and rip my heart out. Her eyes were dark and piercing. She knew what had transpired in my home after a few minutes prior. This time, I was afraid. Deathly afraid. I turned around and ran home as fast as I could, looking back occasionally to make sure the woman wasn't following me. When I finally reached home, I locked the door and apologized to my mom for starting the fight earlier. I told her what I saw, and she forgave me and helped me calm down a bit. My frightening encounter happened in February 2008. I've not seen the nun since, and frankly, I don't even want to see her again. This experience has certainly turned my skepticism of the paranormal on its head. Prior to these last few experiences, I'd never seen anything that I could not explain through logic. I certainly have a more open mind when it comes to the paranormal. You better believe it. And I still wonder about the nun from time to time. Who is she? Why is she wandering the streets of a suburban town? How is she able to sense our emotions and reflect them back at us? I may never know.
Long story short, recent breakup, very distraught, cried out for help, felt abandoned by everyone, and finally fall asleep. Around 3:30 in the morning, I wake up to go to the bathroom and realize I'm completely paralyzed. I can't move except turn my head from side to side. I can't speak. I feel like I'm sinking deeper into the bed. After watching the clock for about 30 minutes, I decided to try again and can't get up. I'm scared because I have no control over my body. My mind is clear though. I'm not dreaming. I'm wide awake. Next thing I remember is a man in a black suit. His face is a black void. He's standing on the side of my bed. I know I would be terrified, but I'm not. Strangely, everything about him was pleasing. Creepy, but pleasing. He didn't speak, but somehow I knew he wanted me to go with him, to take his hand and go with him. That's when I looked away. At the foot of my bed are 3 monks. No faces, just brown robes. Every time I tried to get up to go with this man, it felt as if the monks were pushing me back down. This went on for about an hour. I just kept trying to get up and go with him, and the monks kept pushing me back down. Eventually, I quit looking at the man. I refused to look at him. When I finally got the courage to turn and check the time, the man was gone. I looked at the foot of my bed, and the monks were gone. Only then was I able to get up. A couple of years later,
I had a near-death experience. Has anyone seen a man in a black suit, or monks, all without faces? Back in May, I moved into an upstairs apartment. At first I experienced nothing out of the ordinary. Then I met my downstairs neighbors, and that was when things started to get very strange. The first thing that I noticed was being so tired after I got home from work that I literally would come home and fall into a deep sleep. The first time that happened, I had someone stole money from me. At the same time my neighbor's electric was about to be off. The amount of the bill was $120, which is the exact same amount that was stolen from me. Next, things went from very strange to downright creepy, as in like a haunting. Not things moving around as much as pictures being drawn on my floors and walls. This individual had me believing that he was Satan and that he was my guardian angel from the beginning of time. I found that very hard to believe. I began communicating with what appeared to be a spirit. I asked him questions, and he would grab my head and shake it yes or nod it very lightly. I moved out last month, but my neighbors are still with me. Now, I live with my friend, more than 20 minutes away. There's a symbol of Satan on their flat screen TV. I can grab this entity with my hands and stab it to the wood floor. Sounds incredible, huh? I can see him in the air, where he is floating around. And the house is warm, and it's also distorted, like when you look at a barbecue grill. My question is, how do I make him go away? Is there a way to block his energy from me? Any advice would be welcome. I googled projecting yourself from your body. That is how I found out about astral projection. I've been having these bizarre, terrifying experiences on and off for almost 20 years, but most frequently in the past 5 years or so. This week it has happened to me 3 times, and although it never occurred to me before to do any research on the internet, my sister suggested it, and the first link I looked at brought me here, to another woman's story. I was astonished to find that her experience was almost identical to my own, and now I'm bursting with curiosity about it. Maybe someone out there will read this and will be able to give me some sort of explanation. It always happens when I'm in bed, either just as I'm drifting into the sleep state, or later at night when something awakens me and I begin to fall back asleep. I always think that I am awake when it begins, but now I'm not so sure. I feel like I'm awake, feel like I'm in my body, and then suddenly I am not in control. It didn't used to happen this way. But for the past few months, anytime it happens, it begins with a ringing in my ears that rapidly grows louder. The ringing is so unpleasant. It's like a super high-pitched monotone. This is accompanied by a sudden sensation of floating or weightlessness. The floating sensation is actually nice. It feels free, and sometimes I get the feeling that I just need to let go and let it happen. But I don't ever seem to be able to do it, because it quickly becomes very scary. Always with these episodes, I have the sensation that something or someone is there and taking control of me. Perhaps that's just my mind's interpretation. I don't really believe in malevolent entities, but it's a powerful sensation. The floating feeling feels like something is taking me away. I don't know how else to explain it. Taking me away or trapping me, and immediately I have an overpowering urge to fight it. That's where the paralysis part comes in. I get terrified at this point because I feel myself as floating, and sometimes I actually do move around. I'll be carried off of my bed or through a wall into another room, and the whole time I am struggling against it. I feel like I'm under 100 feet of water, or like I have chains around me. I try to move my arms and legs, and I can't, or if I manage to do so, it's with an incredible lethargy, and it's so slow, so feeble, that it's useless. Sometimes I try to shout or scream, and I can't make any sound come out. Other times, I've literally tried to throw my body around, so that doesn't really work either. Generally, I struggle for some period of time, and then suddenly I'm opening my eyes for real, and in my bed, right where I started, and I'm always shocked to find that I haven't moved and the world hasn't ended. This has happened to me so many times now that I can recognize it when it happens. Even as it is happening, I'm telling myself that it's not real and I just need to wake up, even though I feel like I'm fully awake. This is definitely not a dream, and not the normal dream state. It feels 100% real and physical, and I remember every episode so vividly, all the way back to the first one when I was 17 years old. I don't know what to make of it. I was stunned when I read the other woman's account. It is several years old at this point, and saw that she described these exact same sensations. Many people had comments about being an out-of-body experience or the beginnings of one, and this is something that had never occurred to me before, but I suppose it all makes sense now. My questions are, why does something that I would think would be a fascinating experience feel so negative and terrifying? As I've said, some part of me always does have this urge to let go and not struggle, and tells me that everything really is okay, and I should just go with it. But every time I try, I just feel like there is something, or this someone, a very negative something, trying to do something to me, and I always end up fighting against it. I know I'm probably opening a big can of worms by putting this out here and asking for opinions, but my curiosity now, after reading some other people's experiences, is too strong to resist. Can anyone give me any idea what's going on? And if this really is me attempting to have an OBE, why does it feel so terrible? And how can I let go and have a positive experience? Thank you so much for reading. About a week and a half ago, I was sleeping next to my boyfriend, and about 4:30 a.m., I woke up to use the bathroom and play a little bit of my RPG game on my iPhone. When I was done, I turned off the lights and slept on my stomach. I held my boyfriend with my left arm. I couldn't sleep. My eyes opened in the dark, even though they were shut. At this point, I leaned up, still on my tummy, and looked at the clock. 5:08 a.m. I looked at my boyfriend, and then he was gone. At this point, I knew exactly what was happening. I was astral projecting. I knew I astraled at this point, but I didn't want to deal with this. I've always astraled by accident, so I slept back down on my stomach. At this point, I felt continuous tugging, and I turned to my right. We slept on the floor, and I'm on the wall side. A sparkly, glittery, blue human with arms, heads, legs was pulling me. It was even on its knees on my legs. I was scared. I said, "Oh my God, please, you're ruining my sleep. Stop." My eyes shift from reality to spirit realm. Finally, I got back. I told my boyfriend. It was like 5:30 a.m. Anyways, I googled someone in the psychic experience site and said, imagine a human glass vase filled with glitter and blue static people. So, I was like shocked. I'm not alone. It was baby blue, white, little pink, lavender, sparkly as hell. Thing is, no one died around me, so I didn't even know what it was or what it wanted. I joined the site to see if any more people can give me answers of what these spirits are. Thank you. For as long as I can recall, music has been a big aspect in my life as far as my emotional state. It has this way of invoking emotion in a way quite like nothing else can compare to. One thing I always wanted to learn was the piano, which up until recently, I haven't been able to play as well as I wanted to. I guess it was this aspect of how much you want something versus how much you imagine it that led me to the current situation. I'd often imagine myself playing some musical instrument while listening to some song in my memory that eventually and accidentally start to project itself to the point that I can hear it in the friggin' sky. As much as I try to focus on somehow keeping it in my own mind, it just so happens to manifest outward into the real world. Now, I apologize if anyone has heard music in this sense, as it may be my fault and I'm still working on containing said abilities. It's to the point now where anything I imagine sometimes projects outward, which I'm not sure if it's normal or not. One of my favorite things to imagine or project are thought experiments involving my favorite topic, astrophysics. I can picture exactly how the universe works and have written a formula on how time itself theoretically works, which solves Einstein's theory of relativity. It's an ongoing thing which I've developed over time, with the first part of it, as I recall, happening in the 6th grade. I was explaining to my teacher that you could go from point A to point B, being any distance apart, and that the only thing that was a factor was velocity. He said that there was a problem. You'd break every bone in your body under acceleration, and said he'd love to read a book about it someday. Time volume theory, basically time itself, is a whole separate thing when spoken in relation to the universe. Time, from my perspective, is more of a volume than a numerical scale which moves one way. Einstein's theory needed space-time to be infinite, but due to the tools he had available, was unable to prove it definitively. Mine proposed that time is not infinite, as it has to have a start and an end. Otherwise, there's no way to tell how much time has elapsed. Time which is finite, over the universe which is infinite, by space which is just a container, equals relativity of 3 parts, your observational time span, over time variables which are mass density, mass velocity, and gravitational field, over an observed object's time span. A big aspect of today's current astrophysics view on the cosmos says that space is expanding, which doesn't take a few things into account, primarily distance measured using redshift techniques. It measures via the star's luminosity, but in a way that proposes light travels in a straight line. When you factor in that line has to go through dark matter and the warping of space around mass, that its trajectory path is curved, it would cancel out the aspect of space expanding, and most likely would show that space is static with dynamic objects that move within its environment. A lot of what I learned over the years as a result of my passion for astrophysics came from Isaac Asimov books, encyclopedias, and documentaries such as The Universe on History Channel. The rest has come from pure thought experiments in my head where I can imagine a set of conditions within a specific environment and simply imagine the outcome of the situation due to my scientific, electrical, and mechanical aptitudes. A few years back, when I first started to learn about my psychic ability, the first thing I did was explore deeper into the realm of my imagination, which led me to some amazing discoveries, in addition to many theories on how life in the universe worked. In theory, of course. I definitely look forward to future experiences as I hone my abilities and push myself to explore new horizons, with the only limitation being those I impose on myself. Thanks for reading. I found myself at church as every week. I hadn't slept at all the night before, but all in all, I felt fine walking in and sitting down. A few minutes pass. I drink my coffee and I wait for the music to start. The band begins playing and I relax into my chair a bit, with this strange feeling starting to overwhelm me. The best way I can describe it is that I was distancing from everything and everyone around me, and there was this extreme pain growing centered in between my eyebrows, along with this extreme warmth. I felt shaky and weak, and this pull was growing. I knew that I could resist it if I wanted to, but I chose not to, for the sake of seeing what would happen. It was almost as if I was being pulled to my left and forward, not physically, but mentally. The pain in between my eyebrows split, and started to move to slightly above my temples, on each side of my head. As the mental pull got stronger, the pain from my temples began to grow. Everything around me felt far off. I was watching from a third-person perspective as I stood over my body, which was still lounging in the chair. The area around me and my body was an expanse of gray, and I could see the silhouettes of the people who were sitting beside me off in the horizon. I was alone in this expanse of gray, floating beside my physical body, just watching myself. I watched and felt horns start to tear out of my physical body's skin. The pain was intense and overwhelming throughout this entire process. The horns continued to slowly grow. As I watched solemnly, an orb appeared about 6 feet in front of my physical body. The orb itself was translucent with a slight golden sheen, but it held in it a liquid of yellow and white that I could only describe as liquid light. The orb slowly floated over to me until it was about 3 feet above my physical body. It floated there for a moment before the liquid inside the orb was released to flow down into my face. As soon as the liquid came in contact with the horns growing on my head, the horns melted as if they were made of metal. The liquid light relinquished the pain I'd been experiencing as soon as it touched my face. The metal that used to be my horns fused with the liquid light, and they slowly moved down my back together and pooling as one at my shoulder blades. Extreme warmth followed by excruciating pain as the metal liquid launched off my back, forming jagged metal bones like those of bird wings. I felt hurt but confused and also enlightened at the same time. I slowly felt myself drifting back into my body, and I felt physically ill and weak. I felt like I just went 3 rounds in a ring with a professional boxer. I haven't really ever been a religious person before. This was my 3rd time going to church, and I don't know what to take from this. I know this last bit isn't astral projected related, but I feel it is relevant to the story. The day after this happened, I was meditating, and I had this image of a masculine figure with the metal wing bones I had. I knew he was me, but he looked hurt. He was sitting up, and there was dirt all over the metal bones. Then there was a flicker of blue light, and there were these tendrils of light extending down from the bones where feathers would have been on normal wings. The tendrils of light slowly undulated, as if they were seaweed floating underwater. Thank you for reading. Last night I had a very vivid, multi-sensory lucid dream. After a few minutes the visitor left. They dematerialized or whooshed away off my right-hand side. With it came a sound I've heard before. It was a very quick but drawn-out note or chord that seemed to become louder before disappearing. Previously, I've had experiences when meditating of a person's light body entering through the crown of my head with a similar but lower and uncomfortable noise until they are in and around me. They then proceeded to communicate through hand signals and images and gestures they made with my body. When they left, there was a similar sound, but much louder, and I felt the being pulling away. It is almost as if a whole person is sucked into a vortex like manna down a plug hole. Once the last of the form disappears, the noise ceases. Last night, when the visitor appeared, I said yes to it, in that I had a conversation with the person. We were face to face. It was therefore unlike the full body takeover described above. It was a two-way conversation, and I could feel their physical body too. Then they left with a whoosh. Was I receiving an astral visitation from someone projecting directly to me? Does this low, quick, pulling noise sound familiar to anyone? If so, is this typical when being visited by someone performing astral projection? Thank you in advance for your input, advice, and guidance. I see these visitations. They're not infrequent, but this is the most recent as benign. I have no fear associated with them. I would just like to know what type of experience this is, and whether the sound is somehow characteristic. I feel kinda silly writing this, since I haven't talked much about it since it happened. I'm 17 now, and still can't come up with any explanation other than spirits. I've always been a believer, and hoped to one day have my own encounter with ghosts. I never thought it would be as terrifying as it was. 8 years ago, summer of 2000, my dad's family was having a reunion, and we all decided we would stay at Oak Island Beach in North Carolina. I'm not sure if that is the exact name. I know it was something to do with oak in it. The week we were there, the weather was very fickle. It rained most days, and the sun was only out 3 or 4 times. Most of our time was spent indoors. My parents, sister, and grandparents shared one condo. My dad's brother and sister and her family shared another, and his step-siblings were in the third, with their children. One night, while it was storming, my cousin Josh and I went to the condo to play video games and watch TV. Everyone else was in our condo, playing cards and drinking. We played Dino Crisis and an X-Men game and decided to watch cartoons after about an hour. We spent another couple of hours just goofing off when the storm really started picking up. We were sitting on the couch, talking and laughing, when we heard a creak on the balcony outside. Neither of us is scared easily now, and we weren't then either. I looked out of the sliding doors, but everything was pitch black. We went back to our conversation and had no interruptions for a couple of minutes. When a bolt of lighting lit up the beach, we saw a man standing on the balcony, dressed in a trench coat. He seemed to be looking out at the sea. It all happened so suddenly. We didn't believe what we saw, no matter how skeptical we were. We weren't about to go and check like I had with the noise. After a couple of minutes, we noticed the door was fogging up. Not the entire thing, just a little patch about 6 feet off of the floor. We were very spooked now. During the next bolt of lightning, we both saw the man standing against the door, looking in on us. He screamed, and I screamed, and we jumped over the couch, headed for the door. We yanked it open, and as we did, we heard the sound of glass breaking. We didn't look back, just ran across the parking lot to the other condo. When we came in, we were soaked and out of breath. Our parents started to freak, asking us what was wrong. When I told them, they just laughed and brushed it off. We kept begging them to call someone, but they refused. After about a minute, they got fed up with it. They grabbed us and their umbrellas and dragged us over there. When we went in, the place was just as we left it. The door was intact, and no one was on the balcony, not even a footprint. I know I didn't imagine it. I believe that the spirit was drawn to me for some reason. My cousin has had no other experiences that he has told me about, and I've had quite a few, but none as intense as the first. Anyone that has had a similar experience, know that you're not alone. Finding the site has opened my eyes to the world of ghosts and those that have been affected by them. Thanks. My Aunt Terry, from my father's side, lived in Oklahoma. When I was about 16, she came here to Memphis, and she told me about a house that she lived in. She said that when her husbands and kids moved in, there was a barn out back, and she said when she walked in there was an upside-down pentacle on the barn floor. After she saw that, she never went back out there. One night, when everyone went to bed, my Aunt Terry heard the dogs barking in the kitchen. She went into the kitchen and watched her dog bark at a corner in the room. The next night she went to bed, and the TV in the living room came on by itself, and she said it did it every night. So one night, she decided to unplug the TV, and she went to bed as normal, and the TV still came on. Then another day, after everyone ate dinner, they were all sitting in the living room. My aunt looked out the window and saw a pair of red eyes. Her husband saw them too, and it really freaked them out. On yet another night, my aunt and uncle and the kids were leaving to go see a movie, and on the porch stood a beast with red eyes, and half his body was human, but the rest of him was like an animal. She described his hands and feet as hoofs. Well, after they got home that night, my aunt and uncle made the kids sleep with them, and Catherine started to get really sick. When my aunt and uncle tried to take her to the hospital, the car wouldn't start, so they had to push the car all the way down the street, and it started right up. The doctors couldn't find out what was wrong with Catherine. my aunt and uncle decided to move, and every morning the car wouldn't start when my aunt had to go to work until my uncle pushed it down the street. After my aunt and uncle found a new place to live, when they got everything they owned out of the house, Catherine got better immediately, and the car never gave them a problem, and the TV never came on by itself again. Some strange occurrences, but I swear they're true. Thanks for reading. The Hampton Inn on Warner Road, off Route 279, has a haunted room, which is number 417. My husband stayed in this room while on a business trip in March 2008. He frequently stays at this hotel while in Maryland, but never had an experience like this until he stayed in room 417. This was his room for 3 nights, and for the first 2 nights, he was very restless and didn't sleep well, which was not a normal occurrence for him. On the 3rd restless night, he realized that he was hearing noises inside the room, not from adjoining rooms. These noises were hangers moving around in the closet, the refrigerator door opening, noises from the bathroom, and the sound of glass being set on the nightstand next to the bed. Final thing that really spooked him was that something grabbed his side as he laid on the bed, trying to ignore the sounds and fall asleep. He was not imagining any of this. He could still feel the sensation of his side after jumping out of bed. He looked around the room and checked the deadbolt lock on the door, and all was secure. He considered packing and checking out, but it was 3 a.m. He finally fell asleep and checked out the next morning. He has since stayed at the hotel and was offered the same room upon check-in, but he refused it. The hotel clerk wanted to know why, but he didn't want to sound foolish and wouldn't elaborate on his experience. For the record, he didn't believe in ghosts or spirits until this happened. We believe that someone must have died in this room, heart attack or something, and their spirit is trapped there. We dare anyone to stay in this room. It is creepy. Last year, I was living in an apartment on the far northwest side of town in Chicago, Illinois, and had one experience in an apartment that for the most part was pretty quiet, but for this experience. I lived in a frighteningly active apartment on the northeast side before this occurrence, so this didn't really totally freak me out, but I was sitting in my living room on the couch reading. The sun was reflecting through the blinds, which I halfway closed, and the TV, which was directly in front of me and perhaps 8 to 10 feet away, was off. I sat reading for quite some time, and at one point looked up and into my reflection on the TV screen. Sitting a few inches from me was a woman with a pageboy hairdo, perhaps in her early 40s, with glasses on. I could see her curves as she sat, so there was no mistake that she was a woman. I turned instantly to my left side, irrationally expecting to see someone sitting next to me in my lockdown apartment, where I knew no one but myself had been the entire day. No one was there, of course. I looked back into the TV reflection again, and she was no longer there. May I point out that there was absolutely nothing in that apartment that could have made such a reflection. I was on the 2nd story, so there was nothing inside that could have reflected that way, no nearby trees, etc. It was a bona fide experience. There was this one terrifying experience, though, that has haunted me ever since while being in that apartment. I was sitting in the bathroom, doing my business, as usual. I left the door open because I felt very uncomfortable with the door closed. I don't know why, it just gave me that feeling. I saw that same lady, early 40s style, with the pageboy hairdo, right outside the door. It was like she was fixated on me, and she appeared momentarily, just staring at me.
Although the bathroom light was obviously on, the hallway outside the door was pretty dim, so you could just barely make out the outline of her face and her body. There were some slight changes with her this time. The only difference being this time was that she looked like she was in some kind of nun outfit. It was really creepy. This was the moment where I was terrified. I didn't know what to think. She kind of looked like Mother Teresa in a way. It also looked like she was trying to open her mouth, but somehow couldn't. Like she was unable to speak or something. Maybe she was in danger. Just like that, she disappeared. And later on in that day, I also saw an orb float around. It was pretty eerie. For the record, this was a highly Polish neighborhood, and had been for years, so I have a feeling it was some old Polish lady that couldn't leave her building. I lived there for a year, and am now gone. I also have a theory that because she is Polish, that she was wearing the nun attire due to her religion. You see, Polish people are Roman Catholics usually, so it all made sense to me at the time when I thought about it. Thanks for reading. I had a personal experience at this bed and breakfast, and it was so exciting. A friend of mine and I were staying in this B&B, the Henderson House, while we visited her daughter at a nearby Baptist university where she is a cheerleader. We stayed in the downstairs guest bedroom by the dining room. When we arrived, they were setting up for a big sit-down dinner and reception with round tables covered in white tablecloths. It was a big affair that went on for a while we were at a football game. When we arrived back at the B&B later that night, it was late, and the staff was cleaning up and putting up the tables. They apologized for making so much noise, and said that they'd be finishing up for the next hour or so, washing the tablecloths and putting them away. We were exhausted, so we each took a shower, and my friend crawled into this beautiful mahogany bed, and I pulled out the sleeper sofa and settled in and watched TV for a little while. Finally, it quieted down somewhat out in the parlor, so we turned off the lights and immediately fell asleep. I woke up some time earlier as 3 women in gowns brushed by my bed, carrying things. We had gotten quite friendly with the innkeeper and her staff earlier, so I really didn't think that much about it, and wondered why they had put things away in our room before morning. The next morning, I asked my friend what the women were doing in our room the night before. She said, "What women? No one came in here," and she motioned towards the door where the deadbolt was still locked. She went out to the dining room for breakfast a little before I did, and as I was walking out into the hall, she walked up to me and said, "Come here, the owner has something to tell you." When I walked into the kitchen, the owner looked up and said, "So, you saw them, huh?" I told her I saw 3 women in gowns, and she said, "They are dressed in wedding and bridesmaid dresses." She then walked into the parlor and opened the big old photo album and turned to the page that showed a wedding party lined up on the staircase. It was them. They are seen from time to time, getting ready for a ceremony, and the bedroom where we stayed at was once a porch that leads around to the front of the house. Because it is a Baptist college, they don't promote these ghost stories, as the college frowns on it. But she said many people see them. There is also a ghost of a captain, army or sea, I didn't quite get, but he haunts an upstairs room with a big bay window and is seen often too. It was not a frightening thing. I loved it, in fact, and hoped to go back again. They were not see-through people, and had I reached out, I could have touched their dresses. Maybe. In the year 2000, my husband and I moved to LaGrange, Georgia, to a fairly new apartment on Old Airport Road. His job had transferred him from New Hampshire, and he was able to be on a 5-day shift, 5 on and 5 off. That meant he would not be home every other week, as he was a truck driver for a major store chain. Anyway, after being there a month or so, we decided that it was a great little town to settle down in and began looking for a house. During this time, we had no incidents at the apartment. After another 2 months of searching, we finally found the house we wanted. It was a 3-bedroom ranch with a small in-ground pool located in a rural part of LaGrange. When our offer was accepted, we were ecstatic. This is when my 4-year-old son began falling out of bed at night, something he had neither done before or after living at this apartment. Eventually, this led him to waking up in the middle of the night, and I would have to go in and confront him, which was usually fairly easy to do, and he'd go back to sleep, only to wake up later again in the night. When I put them to bed, I would sit in the hallway between both of their doors. Daughter's bedroom was at the end of the hall, which was about 10 feet long, but their doors were close together. I would have all the lights off, except the hallway, and once they were asleep, I'd go and get on the PC in the dining room, adjacent to their hallway. This hallway had a bathroom at the opposite end of the bedrooms and a laundry closet where my washing machine were. One night, my son insisted I lay with him in bed, so I laid down behind him, closest to his closet, with him closest to the door. My eyes were closed, and we were both resting quietly, when suddenly he half sat up in bed and said, "Who is that?" Naturally, I asked, "What do you mean?" He said a woman in a long skirt just walked by his bedroom door and headed to his sister's room. Of course, this is the week my husband's gone, so I'm alone in the apartment, thinking someone must have broken into our second-floor apartment. So I got up and looked. My daughter, who is 9 years old, thankfully was sound asleep, so I checked her room, closet, and under her bed to make sure no one was in there. I questioned my son again, and he said no one passed back by his door, and there's no exit from my daughter's room, just right by my son's room. I brought both kids to sleep in my bed on the other side of the apartment that night. Another night, I sat in the hall again until they were both asleep. Now keep in mind, all the lights are off except the hall, which includes their big walk-in closets. No lights on. When they were both sleeping, I got up and used their bathroom at the end of their hall. While in there, I heard what sounded like a toy hitting the wall in my son's closet, which shared a wall with the bathroom. Thinking that he woke up and started playing, which was not like him at all, by the way, I went to his room to find him sleeping cozily, but the closet door halfway open and the light inside open. Okay, so now I'm freaked out because I know that the door was closed and the light was off, and yes, his bed's right next to that closet, so yeah, I took them into my room again. Again, on another night, my son wakes up again, but this time my husband's home and we're all asleep in our own beds. I can hear my son crying, so I go to comfort him, but he's not there. My husband and I can't find him, but he's still crying, sobbing, a terrified cry actually. In a minute or two, we find him hiding under the sink in the bathroom at the end of his hallway. He told us the mean lady won't let him pass. He had tried to come in her room, but she stood in front of him. Again, he described her exactly the same. Long skirt, hair up behind her head, and she makes faces at him. Now I know for a fact I'm dealing with a ghostie here, but husband thinks I'm just going nuts and putting stories in the kid's head. My daughter, meanwhile, never notices any of this and is not disturbed. While on the computer one night, late around 2 a.m., I hear 3 distinct loud knocks under my feet. One on the left in the small kitchen, one directly below my feet, and one to my right. Sounded like someone downstairs used a broom to knock on the ceiling in extremely rapid succession. I sincerely doubt that anyone could move as quickly in the downstairs apartment and get by the furniture they undoubtedly had there, just as I had mine arranged. I know for a fact the lady and her kids were in bed by 10 at night. So the bank has decided that they will give us a loan on any house in Lagrange, except that one, because it's rural, so we try another place and another. One night, I'm sleeping, and have a more vivid than any other dream I've ever had. Kind of like a dream nightmare. In it, we live in the house, and I'm looking for my son, only to find him floating face down in the pool. I woke up crying, and made up my mind that there's no way I'm ever moving into the house. So now I must convince hubby, who thinks I'm nuts anyway, and is determined to get to the house. Well, having bought a puppy when we started looking for a house, this collie is now almost fully grown size, but he still has accidents, so we keep him penned in the kitchen with a large baby gate. When we go out, this doggy somehow gets past the gate by pushing a corner or whatever, and is running around our apartment. So one night, we're going out to dinner, and hubby and I lock up Poochie and set 2 high back dining chairs against the gate. Keep in mind, our apartment is carpet, thick and plush everywhere, except the kitchen. When we return, Puppy is looking at me from my kids' hallway, and the gate is still exactly as we left it, and the chairs are too. Not one thing had moved, but somehow, according to Lovey Hubby, I'm supposed to believe the dog vaulted over the chair backs and somehow landed without killing himself or breaking my dining room table, which was a mere foot or two from the chairs. Yeah, okay. My downstairs neighbor's kids told me that their mom was upset because I let my kids run around my apartment, banging at all hours of the night, mostly after 10 p.m., and she can't believe I let my kids stay up so late. She has to get up early, yada yada yada. Except, my kids are in bed every night at 9 o'clock, and asleep no later than 9:30ish. I see a shape leaning out of the kitchen door, watching me as I watch TV and tell it, "Come sit by me," and leave my son alone. It didn't sit with me, but it didn't bother my son that night. I never noticed my dog noticing anything. The only cold spot in the house was the kids' hallway, and not always, just mostly. Hubby slept in son's room one day, in the afternoon, and, even though we had central air, complained that he sweat like a hog, and had the worst nightmares ever. But the place still isn't haunted, and yes, he steadfastly refused to ever sleep in there again. I saw blinds move on their own, doorknobs that rattled when I was alone in the place, and no, it wasn't a teeny shake caused by some truck rumbling by, which was there some 50 to 100 feet between the side of our apartment and the road. This was a defined and voracious shaking, a definitive hello, I'm trying to open the door, but no one in the apartment but me. Finally, my husband grew tired of trying to get a loan for that house, and mysteriously, everything stopped. No more rattling of this or that, no shadows, but by now, it is also true that the 4 of us were sleeping in my waterbed, in the one room that never seemed affected by the haunting. But I noticed everything in the apartment changed, and felt cozy again. But by then, I'd also decided that tornadoes, large cockroachy-looking bugs, and the ghost belt were too much for me, and we packed up and came back north. Interestingly enough, when we returned home to my parents' house, which we later bought, which has never ever felt anything but perfect there were 3 knocks on the bottom half of my bedroom door one afternoon. I was alone in the house. Immediately, I felt that was the spirit or something, telling us we made the right choice by not getting the house. My father believed that it was his mother who had lived and died in North Carolina, who knew something bad would happen to my son if we bought that house, especially since it all seemed to stop when we stopped trying to get financing for it
and gave up on the house. My son has never been affected by any other ghosty type stuff since then, and he's never fell out of bed again either. Feel free to email me if you choose. While I was working at a hospital in town, I had the opportunity to come in contact with many ghosts. I worked on the geriatric floor, and elderly people died there every day. If the power suddenly went out and immediately came back on, a person had just died. This happened every time. One of the most notable apparitions that I've personally seen was a man with a cane that is seen wandering the halls at night. People admitted to the hospital would often report tapping sounds and seeing an old man's face grinning at them from the hospital door, which all of them had. One lady of about 80 kept telling me that she saw this man's face in the mirror in the bathroom, and that half of his face would look badly beaten and disfigured. There have been reports of a cloaked man praying over the dead bodies of the recently departed. I can remember one incident where I walked into the morgue and I saw a body that was recently pronounced dead and covered. I could have sworn that I saw the fading presence of this monk kneeling over the body for a few seconds, then disappear. I would feel the air in the room be so cold, but after he vanished, it warmed up. Another popular ghost at the hospital was the Grim Reaper. The Reaper was a dark figure that would come through the window at the end of the hallway. He would shut doors, touch you on the shoulder, etc. Late at night, you could feel that someone was there, and you would see a dark figure out of the corner of your eye. As soon as you looked up, he was gone. My favorite story to tell is this. I was helping a woman get her bath early one morning. I was asking her how she slept, how she felt, etc. She told me that she did not get a wink of sleep because of the man's face she saw in the window. She said that she thought it was tree branches, but she got up in the middle of the night and saw that it was a man's face staring at her through the window. This woman was just in the hospital for a kidney infection. She wasn't on any drugs that would make her hallucinate. On third shift, you could hear children giggling and hear them running up and down the halls, but there are no children on the floor. If you went past the operating room at night, it would be locked, but inside, you could hear instruments clanging and things being thrown around. Haunted church stories seem to be popping up frequently lately, and I'm here to say that I have a brief story that will involve just that. There's this Catholic church that I used to constantly clean. This was in Vermont, and the church had to have been built in the late part of the 19th century. Very beautiful windows, looked immaculate. Anyway, I used to work as a janitor cleaning the halls late at night, when I would be the only one there. There were many times when I would hear the organ notes playing repeatedly. I would hear the echoes of human voices speaking together, like whispers, and sometimes even clear words. One night, I was cleaning around the church once again. I was all the way at the end of the church when I heard the organs going off. It wasn't the usual sound either. It sounded monstrous, as if someone was literally stomping on the organs. I looked immediately in the direction of where the organ sounds were coming from, and I could have sworn I saw a cloaked figure at the organ and playing it. It was the typical transparent-looking apparition, and when I walked even closer to get a better look, the figure had seemed to disappear. That was, of course, the worst of what I had witnessed, but there were times where I would see the organ once again playing by itself. I'd see a note or two being pushed down by itself when nobody else was in the room, and it was quiet. Anyway, that's all I have to report. I don't work at this church anymore, I'm happy to say, but I thought it was worth sharing.
I wish I could say that this wasn't a real experience, but unfortunately, I can't. At least this will always make for an entertaining read. My name is Shannon. I'll be 18 in 11 days. I live in Georgia, and I'm writing to you because I feel so alone. For as long as I can remember, I've dealt with ghosts. I don't know what they are or what they want from me, but they seem to follow me. For the first 5 years of my life, I lived in a trailer in Mississippi. I can only recall one incident from them because I was so young. I remember it was a beautiful day in spring, and I was sitting on a picnic table in our backyard, making mud pies, when suddenly I heard what I thought to be my mother's voice calling me from the woods. I started to follow it. The closer I got, the further out into the deep woods the voice seemed to go. I almost followed it all the way into the woods, thinking my mother was calling me, but suddenly I heard my mother's real voice calling me from the trailer. I turned and saw her waiting for me next to the picnic table, so I ran back and told her what had happened. She, of course, said that it was my imagination. About 12 years ago, our family moved here to Hiram. Every single night for years, I was terrified to sleep because I saw shadow people. They were like three-dimensional shadows that looked like people. I saw them in my room at night after my parents would put me to bed. When I'd call my parents into the room, they would turn on a light and the shadow people would be gone. They said it was my imagination. Lots of other things have happened, and there have been witnesses to some of the events. The house will shake at times. The doors will open and close on their own. I've seen dolls move on their own. A glass has exploded in my hand for no reason. I know glasses will explode from temperature changes, but there was no change in temperature at all. There was a music box that music would play in other rooms of the house when the music box wasn't around. I've heard footsteps when no one was home or awake. I've heard voices. The list goes on. I thought maybe that there was something wrong with me, so I went to a psychiatrist. She said that there's nothing wrong with me. I've learned to verify that I'm really hearing something, because even my cats notice something and hear a lot of things. If they hear it too, their ears perk up. I've tried talking about it before, and they either don't believe me and think I'm making it up, or they think I'm crazy. I really feel alone, and it would be nice if you could give me some sort of guidance. What should I do? Should I do anything? Well, I apologize for the long email. I'm sure that you get a lot of mail every day, and I hate to add to the pile. Thank you for your time. My name is Luann. I'm 19 years old and live in a little redneck town in Virginia. I live with my grandparents and have lived all my life. My mom was 14 and in the 8th grade. My mom had a very best friend named Wendy, who was 13. They did everything together. Soon after our house was built, Wendy's parents were not getting along and were going through some separation and divorce procedures. Wendy and her mother had moved to Woodbridge, Virginia, soon. During the time of the separation, Wendy spent a great deal at my mom's newly built house. They spent much of their time in my mom's room, which is now my room. Then came the time for Wendy and her mom to move. It was very early one morning. Wendy was in the back of the van, holding a glass coffee table steady. This was in the days before seatbelt laws. There was a drunk driver on the road and hit the van head on. Everyone made it out with semi-serious or minor injuries, but not Wendy.
The corner of the glass coffee table hit her in the head and killed her instantly. Years later, in 1985, a week before my mom found out she was pregnant with me, she was in the family room talking to my grandparents about going on birth control. My grandmother and my uncle both caught a glimpse of a girl standing behind my mother, and after that 2-second glimpse, she was gone. My uncle and grandmother agreed that it looked like Wendy. Oh, and she was actually shaking her head when she appeared. We believe that she was shaking her head because she knew my mom was pregnant and didn't want her to go on birth control. Ever since then, everyone in my family has caught a glimpse of her in our house. I usually never get any negative feelings when she materializes, but there was one moment I witnessed her ghost that completely terrified me. I was in the shower, I was home alone, and I had the door completely wide open. It was late evening, and I heard the door to the bathroom slam shut. It startled me so much, so I got dressed and headed out the door. I could have sworn I heard my name being called in a gentle, quiet whisper. It sounded like a little girl. I go downstairs and walk into the living room, and then I see the lights flickering. I also start to hear the sounds of footsteps walking across our hardwood floors. At this point, I thought I had an intruder in the house. I go to call the police, and after I hang up, I rush upstairs to hide in my bedroom. The thing was, as I was running upstairs, I could have sworn I saw the presence of a little girl, in black, in the corner of my eye as I ran for the stairs. It was only for a couple seconds, and of course, my mind was just thinking about hiding from this intruder. I could have just been seeing things, but I swear, I saw a girl for a second. The police showed up, of course, couldn't find anyone, and all was quiet. My parents came home, and I told them what happened. They were just happy that I was safe. It wasn't until a few days later that I realized it could have been Wendy. Because my room used to be my mom's room, she's in my room most of the time. I feel her presence there a lot. When I'm upset, no matter where I am in the house, I can feel her there. No one has seen her until my mom became pregnant. My family believes that she was sent to watch over her best friend's daughter. This happened to my cousin and I in Lato too, in a ranch-style house my family and I used to live in. My cousin woke up in the middle of the night to my voice, or so she thought it was my voice. She looked at me, and I was sound asleep and not talking. Also that night, it was probably 4 or 5 in the morning, and I felt someone pecking on my knee, and it wasn't my cousin because she was sound asleep, so I just thought it was my imagination. As we were eating that morning, my cousin had told me what she had heard. I freaked because I knew that whatever had pecked me on my knee was not my imagination. Nothing was ever actually seen in this house, but a lot of things were felt and heard. A few months after that incident, my cousin was staying the night again. Everyone in the house had been asleep for 2 or 3 hours, but my cousin, she was so addicted to the game The Sims, and she was still on the computer. As she was shutting down the computer, she heard voices coming from the hallway directly to her right. She looked down there and saw nothing. The voices she heard, she knew were not any of ours, so she ran to the floor where she had made her bed and covered her head up. I guess the voices must have stopped after that. A lot of times I would hear cabinets shut, dishes clank together, and other odd unexplainable noises. One night, my brother got home from a friend's house around 1 or 2 in the morning.
I'd been asleep on the couch in the living room for at least 4 hours, and my parents had been asleep in their room for about the same amount of time. As my brother got out of his car, he looked towards the door that went directly into the living room from the outside. It had a little window on it. He could see the light from the TV that I always left on at night, but he also saw a black figure looking at him from the inside. He ran in the house and noticed I was on the couch sound asleep. Then he went into my parents' room and asked if they'd been up, and they hadn't. What is scary is that the thing was in the same room with me. The next night, I slept on the couch again. Do not ask me why. My brother was not home yet, and my parents had went to bed. I was watching TV, and I got kind of uneasy, so I laid down and covered up my head. After a while, I heard the glasses in the kitchen sink clanking together. I started to sweat. Then I felt as if someone was coming into the living room, where I was. When my brother arrives home and the noises stop, I got up and looked at the dishes in the sink, and none of them had been moved. About 14 years ago, we moved into a house that was built in the 1950s. I believe that used to be a boarding house and was right in front of a cemetery. There were lots of noises heard there, and a few spirits as well. I remember staying home one day from school, and my mom was asleep because she worked nights, and I heard a voice say my name. It scared me because we were the only ones home, and it was a voice I had never heard before. My mom would be home during the day by herself, while my brother and I were at school, and she would hear a music box playing. At the time, we had music boxes, but they did not play the song she heard. My mom would be sleeping on the couch, and she would hear footsteps coming through the kitchen, which was right next to the living room where she was. One time, when that happened, she grabbed her shoes and didn't come back till we got out of school. She also would be sleeping in her bed, and it would start shaking. This also happened to me. The shed in this house was directly behind my parents' bedroom, because their bedroom used to be a garage. Well, anyway, my mom would be lying on her bed, and she would hear someone or something walking in there. The odd thing was, it sounded like boots on wood, but the floor in there was concrete. We had a little dog out there at the time, but there is no way it could have sounded like that when it walked. One night, my mom, dad, and brother, we were all sleeping in my room because we put the air conditioner in there in the summer. Well, anyway, it was a cool night, so they had turned the air off and left the door open. My mom, for some reason, looked at the doorway and felt as if there was a presence there. She just put her face into my dad's back and went to sleep. The next day, she found out that her beloved dad had died, who lived in Kansas, and hadn't been found for a few days. She believes that it was him in the doorway. My brother saw a ghostly head in his bathroom one night. It was in a mist and was bald on top with hair around the edges of his head. We believe it was my great-grandpa. This happened at my grandma's house on September 2nd, 2004. It was my grandma's birthday, and my mom, my little cousin, and I went there to have cake and ice cream. Well, my little cousin decides she wants a Miracle Whip sandwich. She pressed up against the door frame, asking my grandma if she could have a sandwich, when all of a sudden, she looked towards the microwave in the kitchen and screams, drops the jar, and runs to the couch where my grandma is, and my little is crying hysterically. We were all like, what just happened? For some reason, I became very cold and got goosebumps and had the urge to sit up. My little cousin wouldn't tell us what she saw. My grandma tried to tell us it was a mouse or a bug,
but I highly doubt it, because she wouldn't have acted like she did. My grandma believes in ghosts, but I think she said that to make herself feel better, because she knew she was going to be there alone when we left. My little cousin, I believe, has forgotten about the incident, so I did not know what happened. Other things have happened at the grandma's, like something kicked her bed very hardly one night, and she also seen the spirit of a young girl dressed in white one day while lying on her couch in her living room. She's seen a shadow-like figure outside her window, which she knows wasn't a human because her cat started hissing and acting weird, and there's probably been other things that happened that I do not know about. I don't believe I've actually ever seen a spirit, but I know I felt them because in certain places, or sometimes when I talk about the spirits, the back of my neck starts to hurt and feels weird, and sometimes my head will start hurting. I have so many stories to share with you, but I will send them at a later time. My cousin and I were out in Glenpool, towards the boondocks where my grandparents used to live, watching TV late at night. We weren't really tired, hyped up on caffeine from Pepsi and Sprite, just hanging out and trying to see how long we could go without passing out to sleep. At first, I thought I was just hearing things, or my cousin thought I was being a jerk and screwing around. But the louder the sound got, and closer, that's when we both turned the volume down. We then went to turn to each other and ask the same question. Was that you? Did you hear that? Of course, it was like a scratching, shuffling sound outside, and we both dismissed it, thinking that perhaps it was the family pets or wild animal, since the house was out in the middle of nowhere. Instead, curiosity got the better of us. I suggested that maybe it was a ghost, and she promptly crawled towards the window for a peek. She didn't say anything, standing still, like if she moved something would see her. I started to talk, but she silenced me with the wave of her hand. When I got over to the glass, I stared off into the black yard, expecting to see a deer or something. Instead, what I saw was a thing. Best word used to describe it. It was all black, nearly invisible in the shadows it clung to. The only way we were able to see it all was due to a distant light pole. It was skirting around. I guess the dogs must have felt the tension in the air, because at that moment, they all went into wild barks at this intruder. It swung its head, or what seemed like a head, towards the sound of the barks, then up to the window we both watched it from. There was nothing there, no face, nothing at all. Needless to say, both of us were terrified to see a hooded, faceless figure staring back at us. It disappeared, melting into the shadows. The dogs yipped, dashing for cover. Both me and my cousin were cold, shocked, afraid, and speechless. We don't know what it was looking for in our yard, or what it was at all. I used to believe it was a person thinking of robbing our house, or at least I tell myself that so I don't get freaked. Though the truth seems a lot creepier, it is still the truth, and neither I nor my cousin can deny that. When I was 11 years old, at about 3 o'clock in the morning, I woke up to hear the sound of my dad plowing our driveway. He soon left for work, and I couldn't fall back asleep. After all was quiet, I got out of my bunk bed and climbed down my stairs and walked into the hallway. I went to the bathroom and then back to my room. I climbed into bed and crawled over towards my pillow. It was then that I turned around and was about to pull my blankets over me when I noticed two bright green lights in the corner of my room, directly in front of me. They were glowing and hovering in the same spot I just walked through. I was confused and tried to think of all the possible things they could be. Smoke alarm light? Glow-in-the-dark plastic stars? Anything? I started to get more scared as the time passed because I tried to eliminate the fact that it could be a spirit. I tried to figure out if it was my eyes playing tricks on me. Perhaps I saw the lights from a clock and my eyes just needed to adjust to the darkness. I didn't turn any lights on while I got up. I blinked my eyes in a different spot on my wall and tried to see if the lights would follow my eyes. They didn't. At this point, I looked back to the spot and there they were. I was so scared. They were eyes, and they were staring at me. I was terrified. I couldn't move at all. I was laying down resting on my elbows, just staring at them. They moved forward a foot or so, very slowly. Then, they moved back, and just as slowly, vanished to the left through my wall. I was so scared they would come back, and that's the end of the story. Riverdale Road has a lot more than just that certain place by 132nd. Riverdale Road is spooky throughout the entire road. It's weird. Sometimes the road stretches and shrinks. The bad side of the road actually starts on 104th, North Glen, and goes all the way to the end of the Highway 7, Boulder. But anyway, from 104th to Highway 7 is approximately 13 to 15 miles. I was paying attention to the mileage, and I was going about 35 to 40 the entire time. I started at 104th, and by the time I got to Highway 7, I had only gone 9 miles when I turned around to go back the other way towards 104th again. When I got there, I went 16 miles. Now tell me that isn't creepy. If you pay real close attention to the road, you could almost see it stretching. There's also this turn called Dead Man's Curve. It's a real sharp turn. The recommended speed is 25, but easily done at 40. There's a cement block wall bordering one side of the turn. If you turn that corner around 2:30 a.m., you will see a woman in the middle of the road, holding her hands up, waving for you to stop. When I went around that corner, I didn't have time to stop because she's right there after you do a half 90-degree turn. I ended up hitting her. I got out of my car and looked all around. Absolutely no one was around, but there were handprints on the hood of the car. Also, if you turn onto Riverdale from 112th and turn left, there will be a huge line of trees on the either side, and it just looks like a dark cave of trees. And there's a very mean jogger spirit that hitchhikes and jogs around there. My sister and I were driving around on that road and went through that little cave of trees, and she said she first got a glimpse of the light on his shoes on the left side going away from 104th, and as you get closer you can see that it's a person, and he was holding out his hands for hitchhiking. Then, all of a sudden knelt down in the running position, and as soon as we got close enough, he jetted out in front of us. My sister said that there were bodily fluids and body parts all over on the windshield, and she blinked, and it was all gone. She said as soon as he knelt down getting ready to run, she saw that his face was just a skull, and his hand was bones. So yeah, it's not just that spot right by 132nd. There are millions of ghost and spirit stories for that road. Believe me, I've gone up and down that road billions of times. I used to do it about 5 to 7 times a day for about a year, so I know that road pretty well. I moved to Overland Park, Kansas, during my 6th grade year, along with my brother, stepfather, and brother. The 5-story house we lived in was in a new neighborhood, and I never took the time to research the land on which our neighborhood was built. Of course, I didn't know what experiences I would find myself in throughout the next few years. My night's routine consisted mostly of sitting in the sunroom on the 4th floor that looked towards the hallway leading to the 2 bedrooms, a bathroom, a linen closet, and the staircase which led to the master bedroom, while reading whatever book I had at hand. I can't recall how long it had been since my family and I moved into the house. However, I remember this night clearly. My parents went out to eat, and I stayed behind, at home. I was curled into the corner of a sofa that sat in front of a set of windows, reading Guardian by John Saul. The first incident happened well after the night sky had darkened. I was concentrating heavily on my book when I began to hear a knocking coming from outside. It sounded almost exactly like someone hammering on the side of the house. Looking up from my book, I turned and looked outside to see who could be outside at such a time. However, I couldn't see anyone, so I turned around and made myself comfortable to engross myself in my book. Again, the banging continued, and the most effort I put into looking out the window again was angling my head and looking out of the corner of my eye. After a few minutes, the sound outside stopped, only to begin inside. This time, it sounded as someone was banging a hammer on the pipe in the basement, 3 floors below. The banging was 4 or 5 short clangs, and then silence. I'd raise my book again until I was interrupted by another round of clangs. The only thing I could do was try my best to ignore it. As I continued to read, I experienced this unnerving feeling of being watched. I tried to reposition myself on the couch, shifting my legs from underneath me and stretching out, but nothing would unshake their presence. I finally set it on propping my feet on the table and resting the book on my knees. It was then where I could see in my peripheral vision a man standing on the top step of the staircase leading to my parents' bedroom. He stood in complete black, perfectly still, and watched. When I looked directly at him, he disappeared. I figured all the noises in the man I saw were a result of reading the book, and because of this conclusion, I refused to look up at the staircase again, regardless of the fact that the man was still there. I never spoke of the clanging of the man once my parents came home, because I figured it was my imagination. My parents were arguing when they came home anyway, so I tried my best not to get in their way. Most of my time was spent in my room when there were others in the house. You could blame it on adolescence and wanting to be by myself. It was there in my room where another strange incident occurred. I had my radio cranked to the highest decibel and was rocking out when I heard a knock on my door. Turning down the radio, I rushed to the door and opened it to find no one standing outside. I shrugged, thinking I was hearing noises due to the loud radio, closed the door, and cranked the radio back up again. A few minutes later, I heard the knocking again, but this time, instead of turning down the radio, I opened the door while the radio blared. Again, no one stood at my door. I walked into the bathroom, which was immediately to my right, and checked behind the drawn shower curtain because my mother would love to hide and jump out behind me as I walked down the hallway. Well, she wasn't going to get me this time, only she wasn't behind the curtain. I walked down the entire hallway, checking the kitchen and bedrooms before going to my parents' bedroom. It, too, was empty, so I hightailed it to my bedroom, shut the door, and sat on my bed. I figured whoever wanted to come in would, so I no longer answered the knocks. Whoever it was knocked twice more and then stopped. Months passed and the knockings continued, and the man stood on the top step of the staircase. After a while, I became so used to it, but I never mentioned it to anyone in my house. I always figured it was my mind playing tricks on me. Eventually, the sounds and the man disappeared, and I never experienced them again until years later. My mother and I were standing on the back porch one night while she smoked a cigarette. No one was allowed to smoke inside because my younger brother was asthmatic. While she smoked, she mentioned, "I see people in this house." I casually looked at her and replied, "You too?" I can't remember the look on her face, but the sound of her voice distinguished her fear. She told me that she continuously saw 3 people standing on the staircase leading to her bedroom. Only the people she saw were dressed in white. She said that the people she saw stood on the stairs day and night, whereas the person I saw was dressed in black and only stood at the top of the stairs at night. She told me of a night when she was smoking in the garage, and she heard a knocking on the door. Figuring it was her husband, she knocked back in return. Moments later, another knock, and she returned it, and again, until the door opened, and her husband asked why she was knocking on the door. Her answer was, "Because you were knocking." He informed her that he had been downstairs watching television. A year or so after I shared our experiences, my mother and brother, and me, of course, moved out of the house and into an apartment across the street from the neighborhood. My mother and her husband were separated, but he continuously stayed at our apartment anyway. One night, my mother decided to drive back to the house to feed our dog that we left behind at the house, while my stepfather was inside our apartment sleeping. I remained behind as well, sitting outside in the back patio. My mother was gone for 10 or 15 minutes before rushing back through the front door. The hairs on her arm were standing on edge, and she couldn't seem to collect her thoughts. She finally asked, "Do you think I'm crazy?" I laughed and asked why. She explained. While the dog was eating out in the garage, she had gone inside to close the blinds in the formal living room. While her back was the rest of the room, she heard a distant voice saying, "Get out of the house." She said she shook it off and walked up to the sunroom to close more blinds, where she again heard, "Get out of the house." Finally, while closing the blinds in the kitchen, she said that the voice was so close that she ran out of the house without closing the remaining blinds, jerked the dog into the garage, and sped back to the apartment. A year later, we moved to Georgia, where there have been no experiences in any of the houses we've resided in. I've been debating with myself as to why she and I would see people standing on the same staircase, and if their different clothing represented anything. Maybe because that's where most of my parents' fights would take place, or what was trying to get our attention by knocking on the walls. What I do know is that now that my mother is no longer married to the same man, we haven't experienced anything of the like since.
Unfortunately, this is a true story. This was back before the internet was a news source, so I don't have any articles to link, but I do vividly remember reading about it in the newspaper afterward. I was really young when this happened. 1990s to ballpark the time. Back when I was in elementary school. I'm 27 now. Back then, I lived in an apartment complex some ways away from school, so every morning I would hop on my bike and pedal begrudgingly to school. Same route every morning. I also had a Hindu family for my next door neighbors. They were nice people, and I often had their kids over because they didn't really have any toys at their house. And kids can't hang out without their toys. This particular morning will always stand out in my mind from any others. I was biking to school, coming up on a cross street. My neighbor and her son were walking ahead of me. I remember seeing them a couple feet from the curb, in a car turning from the far lane on the street leading into the one they were crossing. I must have looked away, because the next thing I remember is looking up and seeing the boy laying flat on the ground right next to the curb, his mother kneeling, leaning over him, and screaming. This was a while before cell phones. I remember with acute clarity being in shock and riding past them. Time seemed to slow down. The boy was face up, staring blankly at the sky with blood trickling out of his nose. His foot was twitching, but other than that, he seemed motionless. I will never forget that face. His mother's wails will never leave me. I went to school that day because I didn't know what I should do, what I could do. I ended up reading in the newspaper some days later that he'd slipped into a coma, and they'd found the person who had hit him. It was a female drunk driver. Thankfully, the boy did survive and came out of his coma, but he was paralyzed from the neck down thereafter. I don't remember talking to him or playing with him again after that. Maybe they moved. But this experience will always stay with me and will always be a reminder of why you should never, ever drink and drive. No excuses. My place of work is very haunted. I work in an old veterans hospital that has been converted into offices. It does feel a little bit strange consistently entering a room, only to realize that it isn't a hospital anymore, but an office building equipped with cubicles and computers. On my first day on the job, I encountered some really unsettling activity. I consider myself a pretty logical person, so I don't want you to dismiss this as merely fiction or chalk this up to seeing things or hallucinating. Anyway, I was in my usual office tending to my daily activities. I was alone in the building that day and had to close up when I heard what I thought was a male voice coming from down the hall. The voice sounded raspy, but soft. Again, I was the only one there at the time, so I walked down the hall to trace the source of the sound. I was able to catch a glimpse of a male spirit peeking out from what is now the photocopy room, but I'll never forget the look in that man's eyes. It was a look of helplessness, a feeling of absolute despair, and before I could even think anymore, the image of the man faded into thin air. Then there was perhaps the most peculiar experience of them all, and happened a few days after seeing the raspy-voiced man. I know before I get into this particular one, you're going to laugh, but I shit you not, I was not laughing at this particular moment. Sure, you can tell me that this was bullshit, that I was making it all up, and all that other crap, but all I can give you is my word. I was running behind schedule on this particular day at the office, and getting frustrated. On top of that, my boss asked me to work overtime and close up for him, and I reluctantly agreed to do so. Finding myself alone again, it was just after 9 p.m. when I finally got caught up with all my paperwork. I quickly tried to close up everything and head out through the hallway and out the door to the parking lot, but I stopped before that. Again, this was highly unusual because there was no logical explanation for this, but what I saw next was perplexing. I looked into the conference room, and I could have sworn I saw a bearded man dressed in all white with long brown hair, kneeling over another man, as if trying to resuscitate him, and the man throwing up a peace sign a millisecond later. It was creepy to me at the time, but I felt an overwhelming sense of peace too. This all lasted not even 30 seconds. Now, I'm not going to say that this was Jesus or something like that, but the timing was too impeccable. I couldn't tell if this was the same man from the day before, or if it was another spirit. but it almost seemed as if the bearded man came to his rescue, possibly taking him up to heaven. Again, I'm not even close to being a religious person, so I don't know how these circumstances work. The following experiences weren't as climactic as the ones above, but still unsettling to say the least. A couple of months later, I could have sworn I saw two shadow people at the end of the hall early in the morning, then immediately noticed another bolt in front of a desk halfway down the hall. Wasn't able to get a good look at them, just knew they were shadow people. At the same time, my husband got the chills when I told him. Months later, I even saw a soldier standing outside of what was the operating room at one time. His head was down as if praying. The rest of the experiences here are still filled with much activity. I've had my husband visit the office, and he's experiencing things as well. There used to be a morgue on another floor, and he once heard a yelp coming from the used-to-be morgue room. My husband had even encountered seeing shadows in the men's bathroom and would constantly experience spirits turning off the lights in the bathroom. The only sensible conclusion I could come up with was that there was no way that a person could sneak in because the doors are very creaky. We're not the only ones who have experienced these things, as other employees have openly discussed spirits being in this building. One gentleman took the elevator up and had a conversation with another gentleman. When his floor came, he turned to wish the other man a good day, and no one was there. Some have spoken of footsteps late in the evening. One guy got to a point he would tell the spirit it was just him, and the steps stopped. Yeah, to say this is a haunted area is kind of an understatement. Thanks for reading my story. I had to come back home 7 years ago to help my mom. My dad had passed the year before, and it was becoming too much to go back and forth. I was working at the time, and Mom could still get around. I have to mention that Mom has since passed away. She's been gone for nearly 4 years now. Anyway, this particular event happened on a Wednesday, and I will forever remember it. My mom had already gotten up and was going downstairs to fix herself something for breakfast. I went into the bathroom to wash up. I had a funny feeling come over me. I can't explain it other than to say I felt something was very wrong. For one thing, I haven't heard any noises from the kitchen. The bathroom is at the top of the stairs, so I opened the door and listened. Nothing. I grabbed my robe and was about to go down the stairs when I saw this woman at the bottom. She startled me and I froze. We stood staring at each other for maybe 10 seconds. She had shoulder-length brown hair and a white floor-length gown. She never spoke. She did, however, point towards the kitchen. My heart sank. I understood immediately. I ran past her and into the kitchen. I turned into the dining room and screamed, "Mom!" She was lying unresponsive on the floor. I ran over to her crying like a baby. I kept calling her and trying to pick her up. I pulled up one of the chairs and tripped while trying to get my mom into it. We both crashed to the floor, but I finally got up and pulled her onto it. I was hysterical. I kept trying to talk to her, but she just stared at me. I ran to the phone and dialed 911. The fire department is right around the corner, so they got there in no time. Her blood pressure was sky high. We went to the hospital and I called my sister. My mom stayed for 3 days and came back home. We found out she had a clot in her heart. She had gone into the dining room to sit down and catch her breath and just collapsed. Later that day, I went home and only did I remember the lady. I got on my knees and thanked God for letting me be at home that day, and for finding my mom and myself worthy enough for him to send an angel to alert me about her situation. That was May 2013. She died November 13th, 2013. Let me finish by saying that I've been in the healthcare field for over 20 years, but when you see what I described, everything you ever learned goes right out the window. Out with my two brothers and my dad fishing at around 12 in the morning. Me being maybe 12 or 13 at the time, William was older and Jason was younger. We were on a bridge that stood over a large body of water, and I was honestly becoming a bit bored since we had been fishing for the past hour. The only real exciting thing that happened was when my dad hooked a skate. It was a kick watching him struggle to maintain the pole. He had let out a mean steam of curses when his line snapped, signaling his loss in the battle. The area was surrounded by forest and was beautifully lit by the night sky. I would look over the bridge's wall countless times just to see the moon's light reflecting off of the dark, steady waves. The bridge wasn't made of wood, but concrete. It was strange looking. Now that I think about it, instead of being only about 3 feet off the surface of the water, it was maybe 10 or 15. I assumed that it was made for walking or riding across. It was narrow, but just wide enough to fit 3 average people side by side. Upon stating that I wasn't having much fun, William led Jason and I down to a large blackberry bush. It was set just next to the beginning of the bridge, so my dad could still see us. With our group, we had 4 dogs. It seems like a lot, I know, but we currently still have only 2 of our said 4 dogs. Tragedies happen, I suppose. Back to the story. 2 of the dogs are German Shepherds, the dogs we have currently. Other than them, we had a border collie and a foxhound and Muda mix, a very beautiful dog, tall and slender, but with just the right amount of muscle. He was all white with the exception of fall points and freckles. Also, very, very fast. Here's the confusing but necessary part. The female German Shepherd was Charlie, the male German Shepherd was Simon, the foxhound mix was Buddy, and the border collie was Sophie. Okay, now that we've gotten that down, on with the occurrence. We weren't really collecting the berries. It was more of a pick and eat thing. Every now and then, one of us would shout out, startled by the sudden prick of their finger from a thorn. Charlie and Buddy were my personal dogs, leaving Jason with Sophie and my dad with Simon. As I was feeling around for berries with Charlie sitting at my side, Jason left to give my dad some. I turned around to watch him go, Sophie at his heels. Before I could turn back around to face the bush, something caught my eye. Something big. My first thought was that it was a tree, that is, until it turns its head towards me. It locked eyes with me. I felt paralyzed by fear. I barely managed to wave my arm around in William's general direction, trying to catch his attention. He must have noticed as he responded with a quiet yeah. Turning to see what I was looking at, he began to say something, but immediately stopped. All emotion drained from his now pale face. "Who is that?" he would ask me. I could only mumble what. Not that I didn't hear him, no, I was correcting him. This thing was massive. Really, the only color you could see on the creature came from its eyes. They were wide, human-like. From where I stood, they almost looked orange. The rest was basically a silhouette. I could feel the presence of the dog next to us. Charlie snarled, stalking closer bit by bit. I wanted to jump at her, do anything to keep her away from it. Simon was staring intently, as was Buddy, but kept his position in front of William and me. The thing was standing on its hind legs, but looked like a big, hairy dog, at least something with long, pointed ears. It had lengthy fingers, or more than likely, claws. It leaned forward a bit, but not much, almost as if it wanted to intensify its glare, or maybe just to get a better look at us. I jumped at the sound of Charlie snapping her jaws at the thing before bounding towards it. I nearly choked on my breath as Buddy followed her. I frantically looked around for Simon, who was cowering behind William with his head bowed down, growling. William started to run faster after them, and I started to cry, from both fear and slight anger. I heaved a breath and willed my lungs to run as fast as I could. William was on the track team and played baseball, but he was the least of my worries, because I was too. It was the fact that we were chasing 2 dogs, and a terrifying animal-like creature. Now that I think back on what I did, I must have been insane. Nevertheless, I chased them in the woods. We eventually slowed to a stop as we saw the dogs ahead of us. They were standing defensively, barking and snarling the cryptid. I couldn't see exactly, but it looked as though the creature was now on 4 legs and smaller. The dogs fell back, as though they had been pushed and scurried away from it as an ear-piercing scream sounded. Buddy took off back to the bridge, where we later found him, and Charlie crouched in front of William and I. The scream sounded strangled, unlike anything I'd ever heard. I had let out a fearful shout before I felt something grab hold of my wrist, which, believe me, did not help my situation. William was trying to pull me along, trying to get us the hell out of there. All three of us ran towards the bridge. The whole way there, it felt as though the creature was on my heels, me being in the back by maybe a foot. Once we were free from the trees, we didn't stop. We bolted into the water, William and I. Charlie merely followed, not knowing what to do. I whipped my head around as we stopped and saw nothing but pine. I choked on my tears, feeling both relieved and terrified of what had just gone down. Back on the bridge, we told our dad. He called bullshit, that we were just playing a prank. But you heard the scream, right? We would ask him. He would blow us off completely and continue fishing. He was, and still is, a skeptic. Gotta see it to believe it, is his paranormal motto. I honestly don't know what that thing was, and I don't think I want to. Part of me is curious, but all of me wants to know what I'm dealing with, so I have more information on the subject. I can't be the only one who's seen it. Today, I'm going to tell you a story I haven't told anyone before, simply because they will think I'm crazy. I don't know why all this even began, but what I do remember is when. It was 7 a.m. in the morning. I was all alone in my house, which I share with my family. I was sitting in the dining room while reading a book. I knew that I was alone. I heard someone. I heard my brother's voice. He was calling my name and asking me where I am. I was extremely confused because I checked his bedroom and saw that it was empty. I stood up and walked towards the voice. It was in the hallway. There was nobody there. I suddenly saw someone's shadow. I was so scared I ran out and waited for my bus outside. For the next 2 years, things moved in our house. My bed moved. My bedroom was also colder than everybody else's. I always had a feeling somebody was watching me as I fell asleep, but yesterday, there was something far worse. I fell asleep with a huge feeling of being watched, but I also smelled some kind of cologne, a man's cologne that I have never smelled before. I shook it off and soon fell asleep. Around 3 a.m. in the morning, I woke up gasping for air. I couldn't move, breathe, or even scream. I felt my arms touching my head, neck, my belly and legs. I heard some kind of language being spoken in my ear. I tried so hard to scream, but I wasn't able to. That went on until the morning. They would let me go for 5 minutes and then continue their torture. After they finally let me go, I had a huge panic attack. I didn't sleep. Today I'm scared. I don't want to eat. I see them. I'm scared. I don't know what to do. I'm afraid to sleep and I'm afraid of the dark. My husband and I moved into a house built on an old battlefield ground. This field goes on for miles and miles, then there's nothing but graves. Such a bloody massacre happened a long time ago during the Civil War in Nancy, Kentucky. When we first moved there, strange activity immediately started happening. We began hearing voices outside mumbling to each other. Note that we have no one that lives close to us for miles. We go outside to investigate and find nothing. We go back inside. It starts up again. We try to fall asleep and hear old music, kind of like an old music box. This keeps us awake for some time. We were never able to pinpoint the location of the music. Every there on out, activities increase. We go on outside on our porch and sit. At night, we see shadow figures moving along the trees within the woods. We'd also be in the living room and hear something walking on our front porch often. We run outside to investigate. Nothing there. My body was numb from fear. My husband, trying to act calm, was looking at me. I could tell he was in shock like I was. We knew this was something paranormal, and we are very skeptical people about paranormal stuff too, until this happened to us. It changed everything. A whole new door opened up that we were not familiar with. We thought maybe if we don't think about it much, maybe it would just stop. So living there for a week now, we decided to make a flower garden together and enjoy the beautiful weather. I put some little bunny figurines in the garden, and also little chickens and turtles. That night we started hearing footsteps again on our front porch. This time I told my husband let's not go out. I was hoping maybe it'd just stop if we just ignored it. It kept going on for a good while. We also noticed it's now pounding loudly on our windows. Okay, we had a candle on the window seal outside. We lit it nightly to keep mosquitoes away, but we hadn't lit it for days. The pounding was getting aggressive after a few days. I look out the window and the candle was lit. My husband and I were surprised to say the least. So we went outside to investigate and look at the candle. I noticed that my little chicken figurines in the flower garden were turned upside down. The next night, I put an app on my phone that allows me to capture EVPs in video in low-light situations. My husband thought I was crazy and was skeptical about capturing anything, but I started talking and asking, "What do you want and who are you?" My EVP app was going off in the direction where my husband was standing. I snapped a picture outside in the dark with my husband posing against the wall. We went inside and reviewed the photo. Amazingly, we saw a dark shadow figure of a man floating behind my husband in old clothes. Now we got proof. We showed it to family and friends, and they agreed something is going on here. The place crept me out so much, we decided to move. I found out later that someone died on that property in a garage fire a long time ago. I don't know if that death is related to the Civil War, or is the cause of our hauntings, or it's the old soldiers still there, or maybe both. What I do know is that strange things happen there. This whole ordeal happened when I was around 10 years old to 13 years old, when I lived in a particular house. The house was quite old. It first belonged to my grandmother when she was younger, and at the time, we were renting from her. Many of my grandmother's antique personal items still occupied the house that had belonged to much older relatives that had passed. The importance of these objects was that objects of those who passed away could channel their energy, and this shadow man I had seen could have possibly been an old relative. He could have even been one that had passed away in my lifetime, since there was actually quite a few deaths of older male relatives whom I still quite miss a lot. The first I was aware of this man, I was around 10 years old. The memory is faint, but I am positive what I felt and saw at the time. I was in my room with a friend, and we were chatting away when we heard sort of a distinct creaking sound. When we turned our heads, we noticed the shade on a lamp that was on my dresser had somehow flown off of the lamp to a nearby spot on the dresser. Being the young child I was freaked out, and we stayed in the living room the rest of the night. I was about 12 years old, I believe, when I first actually saw the figure who had done plenty of subtle disturbances throughout the years since my first encounter with it. I had stayed home from school since I was pretty sick and was watching Drake and Josh on television to pass the time. I heard the front door open, and then saw, as well as felt, a tall man out of the corner of my eye passing by the entryway to the TV room which I was in. Automatically I called out, "Hey Dad," thinking he had returned from work early. There was no response. I paused the show, and the house was dead silent. The feeling of the man's presences was gone too. I knew that I had seen something tall and shadow-like walk somewhat quickly past the entryway. I got up to investigate and found that the house was indeed empty. My whole body was shaking, so I did what came to mind. I cuddled up in my blanket on the couch and turned the volume up to try and erase the so prominent fear that had filled me and waited for my parents to come home. I had seen this shadow man a couple of times after that, each time thinking it was my father, and each time finding out it was not. Those memories are far less prominent in my mind, but are still there. We moved from the house later the next year, and since then, I have not seen nor felt the shadow man. Have you ever seen a shadow figure like this? This is my story of what happened to me at work. I don't know if it's a ghost or anything, but I hope that someone may have opinions. Okay, so I was walking back from giving someone their food to go back to the kitchen. Then I saw a little boy outside of the door. He looked like a normal little kid, so I smiled and walked on. I didn't think anything of it. But then, he was at the drive-thru window. Then again, was back at the door. And so on until the last part. I saw his head at the same time in the door and the window, with a little smile. Then he went back to one, and I saw him running. Then he disappeared into the parking lot. The weird thing about it was 9 p.m., and it looked to be about 5 years old. No adults around. It's not the first time I've seen a little boy appear before. One time I was at home, and I'd seen a little shadow boy. I went to tap him on the head because I thought it was my brother. My hand went through his head. Description: around 5. Not pale skin, but not tan either. Bluish gray eyes, sandy brown hair. Wore a striped shirt with gray pants. Cute little smile with a few crooked teeth. Was he a ghost too? Thank you. New Orleans, the Bayou, cemetery tours. Witnessed the devastating effects of Katrina, and right on time to watch my son play college baseball. Then my guests entered into my experience. My first experience started when I captured the most beautiful sunset from home plate facing the swampy area where we were playing. As I looked at the picture, I noticed 2 orbs. One was quite noticeable, as it was a small ball of light in the bottom of the photo. The second was the strobe light coming from the sun behind the clouds. Okay, I'll get to the best part. So I checked into the Whitney Hotel, located in Midtown New Orleans, rich in history. An old bank that is still in use, but is also the hotel that has been renovated with 9 floors of winding halls, leading one to get very confused and turn around, so to speak. Let me mention, the entire time I stayed at this hotel, there was not one other guest ever spotted by myself or my parents. In fact, the only people you saw were the same 5 employees that all seemed to be interacting amongst themselves in an odd sort of way. They were always there. One was the chef, yet never saw one person sitting, eating, or drinking in the restaurant and bar. These same characters were always around, out of nowhere. They were eager to share stories of the hurricane, history of the hotel, and the architecture and other tidbits of the city. What I thought so peculiar was there was nothing ever mentioned of ghosts or hauntings. I will preface this by saying there was a strong sense of something, but I could not quite place my finger on what it was exactly. I finally put it out there and asked, "What about ghosts?" The 2 staff members shared a look and stated, "Oh, you can say that." They shared hearing silverware falling in the middle of the night, sounds from the 100-year-old basement, and the bank vault closing and locking when no one was around. I retired to my room, 6:11, at around 8 p.m. I noticed the complete quietness of the floor. Again, not one other room guest was around. I laid down and fell asleep. Approximately 2:13 p.m., I became aware of a feeling between my legs, as if I had been punched. I was in somewhere between sleep and wake, and had remembered the feeling in the pit of my stomach that told me someone is in this room. I laid there paralyzed as I tried to rationalize what was happening. Was there someone in my room? Why isn't the spot where it was hit not as excruciating as it should be? There was still the feeling, but no pain, rather a strong pressure feeling. Then I felt the most gut-wrenching, gut feeling, sick to your stomach feeling began to rise in me. The feeling that someone was there, and this was not going to be good. My heart was racing. I was frozen, unable to roll over to look in the direction where I felt the person was standing. 30 seconds in, I am now fully aware and awake and scared to death. I thought, I need to get control. I can either lay here or take action. At this point, I leaped out of the bed and walked 3 feet to where I felt the person standing, as it was in the direction of the restroom. It was at this point that I swear there was a figure, see-through, dressed in black and white, streaks on the face area. It wasn't a pleasant presence. This feeling I had was of sheer terror. Then it was gone. As I gathered my bearings, slowed my heart, and tried to rationalize what I just experienced, I felt a sort of calm presence come over me. I laid back down, and I instantly fell right back to sleep. I awoke refreshed and wondered why it was so easy for me to fall back to sleep. In the past with nightmares, it's always been difficult. Not this time. I didn't mention this to anyone for a few days, but that feeling of complete terror, dread stayed with me. I returned to work and shared the experience with a coworker. The fact that it was so real and the feelings it caused me is what prompted me to share my experience, and hopefully can find others with similar stories so I don't feel like I am crazy. Thanks for reading.
Several years ago as a child, around the age of 7 in the town of Wheat Ridge, Colorado, there was a Mexican restaurant that was operational in the same building that is now known as Clancy Irish Bar and Grill. I'm 34 now, so that tells you how long it has been.
It's been so long that I actually have no recollection of the event that I'm about to speak on, but my sister swears that the story is true. It was questionable until several years later, my 5-year-old daughter had a similar experience in the same restaurant. Now let me rewind to the beginning of the story. Keep in mind the building still exists under the current restaurant name of Clancy's Irish Pub and Grill. My sister is 8 years older than me, and every now and then, she would always talk about the event that happened when I was 7. At that time, it was a Mexican restaurant that was very popular and well known. As a family, we had gone there one night to eat, and being the ordinary little punk that I was, I'd wandered off to explore and ran up the stairs to the next level of the restaurant. The upstairs was apparently closed to customers and is where the restaurant office was held. My sister said she saw me run up the stairs, and so she chased after me to take me back downstairs. All she remembers is seeing me stop, as if I was frozen, at the very top of the stairs for some reason. She called out to me from the bottom of the stairs. However, she said it looked as if I was staring at something and was in a trance and would not budge or acknowledge her. She then walked up the stairs to grab me, thinking I was ignoring her. Immediately upon reaching the top, she felt a cold chill and said she had felt also extremely uneasy and even scared. A few years later, the restaurant closed down and the building was left abandoned for over 10 years until another restaurant decided to take it over again. My family and I were living only a few blocks away at the time and saw that there was a construction crew remodeling the inside and just doing minor touch-ups to the exterior. Seeing the remodel, I couldn't help but think about the story my sister would speak about from time to time. I told my wife about the story, and of course, she did not believe it. A couple weeks after the restaurant had been open for business, I decided we should go eat there just to see what it looked like after the remodel and to also try the food. When we arrived to the restaurant, I picked my daughter up and carried her toward the building. As soon as we got closer to the building, my daughter instantly started screaming and yelling and having a fit, even though she was perfectly happy while in the car. When we got inside the restaurant, my daughter started screaming even louder, and as we passed the staircase, she looked up and pointed up to the top of the stairs while still screaming her head off. We decided to leave shortly after because she would not settle down. As soon as we got in the car, she instantly stopped screaming and calmed down. This may be a coincidence. However, the next week, my wife and I talked to my wife's mom while visiting her and told her of the story of when I was young. We also told her the situation with my daughter when we went there recently. Her mom asked where it was located, and after we told her, she gave us a very serious and shocked look and told us a story of her own. Her mom told us that her friend at work had recently spoke about her son doing an electrical job at the same building during the remodel. Her friend's son apparently was an electrician and was working upstairs when he heard someone whisper in his ear, "Look outside." Just after hearing that, he heard a loud crash outside. He ran to the window and saw that someone had crashed directly into the parked work truck. He also had told her that he was the only one upstairs at the time when he heard the voice and then the crash happened. This restaurant also later closed within a month and was then bought out by Clancy's. Clancy's is still there, and I also believe it is still haunted upstairs. I've always wanted to visit again and speak with the employees just to see if they had any stories of their own. However, I've never been back since. Thank you for reading. When I was a teenager, I had kind of a chip on my shoulder from family problems, etc. So often, I would not be very emotional with friends or show my feelings. I had a best friend. Her name was Rhonda. We just clicked from the moment we met 2 years prior to her death. We both liked talking about things like life after death and paranormal stuff. We once told each other that whoever passed away first, we would contact the other. Little was I to even imagine at that time that this would indeed come true. I remember one time we went swimming with a few friends, and one friend took me in the deep part of the water, knowing I could not swim, and let me go. I almost drowned, and Rhonda was the only friend who came and sat with me while I was crying because it scared me so bad. She was very empathetic to me. Rhonda herself was an excellent swimmer. she had awards on her bedroom wall that she had earned from swimming events. Yet she understood what it must have been like for me to have almost drowned not knowing how to swim. That is the quality of a best friend. In 1982, I was 15 years old and my best friend Rhonda was 17. She was looking forward to turning 18 in 3 short months. We talked daily, went for walks, did all the teenage stuff together. One day she called me on the phone and asked me if I wanted to go to an outdoor type of party at Cullen Park, a small boat dock park at the Maumee River. It was a very hot day in July, the 27th to be exact. She said about 5 other people were going, and that they were going to have a cookout, play volleyball, and go swimming. I said to her, swimming? Why would you go swimming in the Maumee River? She said she had done it before, and that you just had to wear your sneakers or water shoes to not get cut by rocks or glass under the water. I still did not like the idea of going in that fish-smelling dirty water, so I told her and she said, well, you don't have to go in the water. I know you don't swim anyway. She said I can just go for the cookout and maybe playing volleyball. I said okay. I have $20 in my pocket and I could chip in for food and drinks. Yes, I will go. We hung up the phone. I sat there thinking to myself and thought, I just don't know if I want to go. I called her back and I said, Rhonda, I don't know. I think I'm going to pass on this. And she responds by saying, oh, come on, Rose, you will have fun. At first I said, okay, I will go. And then I changed my mind again. Finally, I said for sure, no, I'm not going to go. Sorry. And she responds again, fine, be that way, and hung up the phone. That would be the last words I would ever hear from her. I sat there in my kitchen and I felt so bad. I had nothing else to do that day and I thought to myself, maybe I should go. I called her back and her mom answered the phone and she already left. So I pretty much dropped the idea then and there. The next day, I was sitting in the dining room of my home where I live with my dad, and there was a little black and white TV we had on a table that was turned on. The new news was on. I looked at the TV and saw a picture of my boyfriend Doug, who was 18 at the time, and it said that he had gotten electrocuted to death by climbing an electrical fence the night before, July 26th. I was in shock. I could not believe what I was seeing or hearing on the TV. The first thing I did was dial Rhonda's phone number. I wanted to tell my best friend what had happened to my boyfriend. I guess you could say I really needed my best friend at that moment. Her phone was busy. I tried another 3 or 4 times and kept getting a busy signal. I ran down the street 2 blocks down to another friend's house. He was an older friend of the family. I was very distraught and just in total shock. I ran all the way there. He answered his door and I spurted out what had happened and he said, come on, you need to calm down. We can go for a car ride and a talk. So we go to get in the car and a neighbor of his came running up to his car and said, did you hear what happened? He said, what? The neighbor said Rhonda, who lived 1 block from him and that he also knew, had drowned in the Maumee River. He said that they were looking for her body. Now, I was already in shock about my boyfriend, and then I hear my best friend is dead. I didn't believe it. I said, no, you are a liar. That's my best friend. My other friend got me in the car, where I proceeded to fall apart crying. I can't remember the ride or even getting home after that, or even what we said. The next thing I can remember is standing at Cullen Park, looking at the river where many others were looking for my friend. I told myself, no, she couldn't have drowned. She was such a good swimmer. With all the awards she had hanging on her wall from swimming, there's no way she could have drowned. But what I didn't know was the river has currents in it, and that is what took her down. I had told myself, she must have swam to one of the little grassy islands around there, and she is knocked out, but someone will find her. It was 2 days before they found her body in the river. All I can remember is not being able to sleep, shaking a lot, for months and months. I worried that my best friend and boyfriend never knew how I felt about him. Because I didn't show my emotions or say things like I love you or you are my best friend, my biggest worries were that they left this world and did not even know how much I cared about them. There was no funeral showing for either of them, for obvious reasons, which made it kind of hard to accept they were really gone. So now, Skip ahead 5 years. I've been bothered by them not knowing each day of my life. It was something I felt horrible about. One night, not even specifically thinking of either of them, I went to bed. I had a dream. I was sitting in my bedroom, and the furniture was arranged just how I had never had it before arranged. And Rhonda, my deceased best friend, was sitting next to me on the bed, and we were talking. I wanted to tell her she was my best friend and that I missed her so much and how much it had hurt me that she died. But I could not get the words out. And then I just realized, in the dream, that my left arm was itching really bad. Before I went to scratch my arm, Rhonda said, "You need to scratch your left arm, Rose." I looked at her and I said, "How did you know my arm was itching?" And she said, I know how you feel." She had a smile and that unique giggle she had that I missed so much, and she kept saying, I know how you feel." The dream ended there. She was telling me she knew the things I was feeling without me actually having to say it. This was a visitation in my dream. I know that for sure. Very shortly after that dream visitation, I also had one from my boyfriend, Doug, who had died the day before my best friend did. In that dream, we were in my bathroom and I was crying. I was crying harder than I ever cried in my life, and he was holding me saying, "It's okay, Rose. It's okay." He also said, "I know how hurt you are, and I know you cared about me." I kept telling him I was sorry, so sorry, and that's where that dream ended. These were not dreams that I willed to happen. I've lost many other relatives, including my mother and father, and have never had a dream like that about them. I'd never had a dream before those two that were so real to me. I'm 50 years old now, and I remember every single aspect of those two dreams, and I know my boyfriend and my best friend and boyfriend visited me in a dream state because it would have scared me any other way. In the dream, I felt safe and everything felt normal. It was like I knew they were gone in the dream, but it seemed normal to see them and to be talking to them. Wow, I have to say, it has taken a lot out of me to write this stuff out, to go through those emotions again, reliving such tragedy, but I felt it important to share this with you. It is a 100% true story, which can be proved from newspaper archives about both their deaths, and I have copies in a scrapbook and stuff from both of them. Blessings, Rose. It was raining heavily that night. I was on my way back from the night class. I boarded a double-decker bus. Thinking that it might be more quiet to take a nap upstairs, I took a seat on the center of the bus in the upper part. The bus takes 30 minutes to reach the terminal, which was near where I stayed. I closed my eyes, thinking of taking a short nap. After about 10 minutes, I heard a boy talking to his mother. I was sure that I was the only passenger aboard that bus. Then the little boy was speaking in a very different language, from which I could hardly understand. Looking at his mom, half of her face was covered by her long hair, so I didn't really have a chance to see her face. When I closed my eyes once again, I felt like the boy was sitting beside me and was whispering in my ear. I opened my eyes again, and he was at his seat and pointing at me, laughing loudly. It felt so eerie. Then suddenly, I felt a gust of cold wind blow past me, followed by a sound of a girl in a low pitch talking to her boyfriend behind me. I turned my head, and at the same time, the rain and thunder outside the window sounded heavy and loud. I could hardly hear what they were saying. I remember I was the only one on the upper decker when I boarded, and I closed my eyes less than 10 minutes. Why were there 4 others on the bus? I did not doze off, and I'm sure the bus did not stop. This time, I told myself I need to keep my eyes open. I was worried if I closed my eyes again, another 2 people might appear. The rain was heavy and the night was quiet, so therefore the bus driver did not stop at most of the bus stops. There were 3 more bus stops to go. I walked down from the upper deck and stood near the driver's seat. The driver said to me, "What a lonely night. You are my only passenger." And I responded by saying, "I beg your pardon?" "There's some other foreign passenger on the upper deck." The driver did not answer me. Then suddenly, the bus skidded and crashed into a tree. I knocked against the metal pole in front of me and fainted. When I opened my eyes, I was still sitting at the bus stop, waiting for the bus. It was still raining heavily. I thought I had a dream, but my head was swollen. How can that be? When I turned my head to the left, a heavy-set man was sitting at the first seat. A lady and a boy was sitting right beside me. The lady's hair covered half of her face, which I cannot see clearly, and a boy and a girl were hugging each other behind my seat. I shivered and stood up. The little boy said, "Are you leaving? Our bus is not here yet." I did not turn my head. I waved to the coming by taxi and quickly got inside. When I entered the taxi, the driver said, "What a lonely night. You are my only passenger." I was shocked to hear this twice and felt uneasy. I quickly aligned from the taxi and entered a night coffee shop, took out my mobile phone, and called for my dad. Then the waiter came near me and asked for my order. I ordered 2 cups of coffee, thinking my dad would be here soon. Then I heard the waitress whispering to another, "This lady is ordering a coffee for that little boy also." I turned my head and looked at them, giving me a weird look. The other waitress walked near me and asked, "Are you going to ask your boy to come in, or let him stand outside my door?" I just ignored her, pretending I did not hear what she said, and hoped that my father would be here soon. After the coffee was served, I saw my father enter, and I felt safe. On the way home, I saw the taxi that I just halted was in the accident. It was badly crashed against the tree, and there stood an overweight man, a couple, and a mother holding a boy staring at the taxi, and the nurses were busy carrying the injured man into the ambulance. Lucky, I was not in that taxi. The little boy turned his head, stared at me pointing and laughing. When I reached home, I was sick for almost a week. My mom brought me to a medium, and the medium sent me and my mom to that bus stop to do some spirit chanting and offering. I guess you could say this was one wild night.
A lot has been happening lately. Comfortable and uncomfortable things. Some of these happenings just leave me curious and confused as to why all of this is happening. I've been experiencing things to the point where I've broken down, and I shall tell you how and why right now. One day, I was sitting in front of the door to my brother's room, just casually sitting there, listening to music as I waited on my brother to come back. When he finally came, just as I turned my head towards him to say something, I was kept completely shut and frightened over what I had just seen. I let out a small scream, which left my brother worried and motivated him to ask me why I had let out a sudden reaction. I explained it all to him, about how I saw a solid figure of a man that stood right behind him. Now, I really didn't believe in the paranormal, and to see something like this just shook me. I did, and still do believe that spirits are real, but my view on seeing them had totally changed around after this incident. I am religious, and I pray more often than I used to back then, which has helped me a lot because I feel more protected and safe. But it doesn't end there. When I found out that my brother was experiencing the same things as me, we told our mother, and she sat us down to explain it all. We found out that she had similar things happening to her in the past too. And I had also learned that when my mother was trying to get pregnant with her first child, me, that she was targeted by black magic and had been attacked by a shadow person. That gives me a feeling that something or someone, the spirits, may have gotten through some closed doors. I'm not a professional or anything, but it's something I assume may have happened. Anyway, we've had our house checked out by different mediums, and they all said the same things. They told us that something was in this house. But the thing is that I feel like there's more than one spirit in this house. One I sense as good and the other I sense as bad, but not demonically bad. I can feel it in my gut. Most times, out of nowhere, I will occasionally see a black mist pass by the corner of my eyes, but I end up dismissing them as my imagination. The way these spirits contact me are through my dreams, most of the times, rather than in my awake hours, although
I've seen the solid figure of a man twice in the same hallway I had an encounter with the first solid figure that appeared behind my brother. At night, I feel cold touches, especially on the side of my head, and the feelings of pins and needles stuck into my hands. Very recently, it was as if I was completely drained of my energy, and no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't think straight. Hours later, I was totally fine and slept well. But this isn't the only time that something like that has happened. One night, I was sleeping and I felt this voice speak into my ear. It was vividly clear enough to make me understand the words being said, and the voice was soft, yet in a little harsh tone. It said something like, "You think you're clever, don't you? I'm stronger than you, girl. Try me." That's when I woke up. My heart was racing so fast to examine if one of my siblings played a harmless yet frightening prank on me. But when I realized there was no way for my siblings to do that to me, I froze in shock. My bed was against a wall then, and since my door's a bit broken and the floorboards haven't been fitted back in properly, if you open the door, it would create a loud sound that would make anyone jolt. I'm a light sleeper, by the way, so there was no way that anyone could have pulled it off. Plus, I don't sleep against the wall. I always sleep away from the wall, so I would have known and felt something get onto my bed and lay beside me. It's just confusing me, all of this. I found myself crying one day because of it. I don't know what to do. I've decided to keep myself devoted to God and to follow the light, as I know that's the only thing that assures me safety. I'm sorry for posting such a long story, but I would like to know your opinions and advice on what I should do or about what's happening to me. Thanks. Number 2. My name is April. I'm 21 and have a story to tell you about the experience I had with the infamous Ouija board. You have heard stories of Zozo the demon, right? Well, he is real, and I have read stories on him, but didn't actually think it was true until it happened to me. 3 months ago, I had moved in with my sister, and I had brought a couple friends over to hang out that evening. We were all smoking a cigarette when I came up with the brilliant idea to play the Ouija board and ask otherworldly spirits questions about the afterlife and questions about the future. Now, I have played the board by myself for many years, with little to no negative spirits speaking with me, but this evening was in fact different. We sat at the table and put our hands on the cursor and moved it clockwise around the board as we said Ouija out loud 3 times. My friends weren't avid believers in the paranormal or using the board from rumors they had heard. I asked, "Is there anyone there?" The cursor moved slowly to yes. "Who are we speaking with?" The cursor repeatedly went from Z to O and continued to do so after the question was asked. "What do you want?" It quickly spelled out her. "Who is her?" I asked. It spelled out my friend's name, and I was freaked. "What do you want with her?" It spelled out, "I want her." Very quickly, the cursor returned to moving from the Z to the O yet again, and I was getting annoyed with this because it wouldn't tell me why it wanted my friend. It just spelled out, "I want her," repeatedly. My friend, the one the demon wanted, stupidly called him a pussy, and the board spelled out death. That's when things got bad. I got angry and told her not to provoke him because he was capable of bad things, and I sure as hell didn't want anything happening to my friends. The other friend just sat there freaked out, not speaking the entire time, as we continued to ask it questions, which I don't recall. The cursor began feeling hot under my fingers, and I asked my friends if they felt it too. They said they did. I asked it another question, but its answer didn't make any sense. It spelled out. The word it spelled out was mama, over and over, and would not move to any other letters, so I cussed at him because I was getting annoyed. The one friend took his hand off the cursor and refused to play anymore, and the atmosphere immediately changed. I could feel Zozo in the room now, and the air was heavy, and I began to get scared. All of a sudden, I didn't feel like myself. I felt if something was inside me. I felt the most intense hatred I've ever felt before. I began to laugh hysterically and then cry like I had no control over my emotions. My mood then turned to hatred again, and I turned to look at my friend, the one the demon wanted, with the most evil smile. I felt it inside. It wasn't me smiling. It was the demon. We all stopped playing the board after that, but the heavy feeling in the air and its presence remained. It took a bit before everything felt normal again that night, and I felt like myself, but when it did, I was certainly relieved. I feared for my friends' safety that night, but fortunately, none of them experienced anything after leaving. My advice: do not mess with the Ouija board. Evil presence in the flat. Since moving out of the flat, when I was going through my divorce, I've made a point of not going back in there unless it was really necessary. When we had tenants renting the place, I'd no need really, but the tenants left, and my mom decided to move in there. Suddenly, I had to go there quite often. The atmosphere in the place was always thick to me. It was like the air was harder to breathe. On one specific night in April 2015, my mom sent me a message and told me strange things were going on in the flat. Not one to leave my mom alone when she was far less open than I was, I ran to the flat. She was sitting in the lounge when it came in, and she asked me to step into her room and tell me if I smelled anything. As I took the one step into her room and came to the closet, on my left, bed to my right, there was the very distinct smell of cigarette smoke hanging in the air. I walked towards the bed, and the smell decreased, towards the closet, and the smell was stronger. No one in the yard smokes, so the chances that it could have been carried in from outside are zero. The closet is also not close to any windows, so the fact that the smoke was centralized to that spot was enough to get my hair standing on end. I went back to my mom and asked her if this was all she had been experiencing. She said no. The whole week, she could feel someone take hold of her ankles as she lay in bed, until one night, where not only did something take hold of her legs, it pulled her halfway out until she got panicked and started kicking. By then, her legs were completely off of the bed. She swore to me for a second it felt like she had kicked a solid human being, but no one was there to be seen, although she clearly smelled the smoke. The weekend, I had Tim and Eileen over and explained the story to them. Tim went into the flat alone, leaving us by the pool, and after about 5 minutes, he came out. He said that the person in the flat was a man, middle-aged. He gave features to this man that had my mom and I looking at each other. For my South African compatriots, the man looked like a thinner version of Eugene Terror Blanche. I asked Tim if he could see the man's right arm, and Tim told me that the man made an effort of staying in silhouette. I went into Adam's room and fetched my mom's wedding album. I found a picture of my paternal grandfather and showed it to Tim. Tim nodded. The man in the flat was my mom's father, Johnny. Johnny had lost his right arm in a car accident. Considering he had been instrumental in the abuse I suffered in the flat, not to mention that he was responsible for the death of my gran when she was 32 years old. My mom was 5 at the time. Neither my mom nor I were very happy about the fact that he was in our home. My mom told me to take every picture of him out of the album. She took the pictures, gave them to Tim, and told him to burn them. After he had destroyed every picture, Tim told us what he needed to cleanse the flat, and he went in, alone. He was busy for close to 2 hours. By then, it was late afternoon. As night came around, my mom went into the flat. For some odd reason, the main switch of the electricity was off. Strange. She switched the power on and went to her bedroom. My son, T, came into the flat and told her he smelled smoke. Since they are both asthmatics, very bad timing. My mom ran out of her room and saw the box that she had set down on the stove catch fire. Yes, not the smartest move putting flammable materials on a stove. Curious though, my mom never cooks in the flat, so the stove mains are always switched off on the circuit. Yet, every plate on the stove was glowing red, turned up to full heat, and the box and its contents were on fire. Mom yelled and grabbed T, rushing to get out. Tim rushed in, grabbed the box, dropped it in the sink, and doused the flames. Outside, both my mom and my son were having full-on asthma attacks. When Eileen and I were able to get my mom and my son calmed down and breathing, we speculated as to why the stove would have been turned on when it is never used. Tim stated very simply, "You burn my pictures, I will burn you." A sick parting gift from a bad old soul. At long last, the 14 hours of flying nonstop from Singapore to London was over. Max managed to get the key to his hotel room. The thought of having 2 days off in London overcame the trauma he endured during the 16 hours of duty time. The flight was packed with demanding passengers, and it was hard coping with his senior crew. After having a shower, Max took a train from Gloucestershire Station and left for Piccadilly Station, the nearest tube station to London Chinatown. Max's favorite duck rice was in a restaurant in Chinatown. He would never fail to visit Chinatown for his favorite dish. The restaurant was crowded with diners from all over the world. It was noisy too. There was only one small table available, and the waiter ushered Max to that table. Chinese tea was served, and before Max could sip his tea, an old haggard-looking lady of European descent sheepishly asked Max whether she could share the table. Max gestured her to only the left seat. She took a bow and thanked Max. The old lady and Max had placed their dinner order, and it took a long time before their dinner was served. While waiting for their meals, Max and the old lady did not speak to each other, except for the occasional smile they exchanged with each other. After dinner, the old lady was pleasantly surprised when Max paid for her meal. She insisted on paying Max, but Max politely declined to accept. During the time when they were waiting for their dinner to arrive, Max noticed that the old lady was dressed in old tattered clothing. The dress was old and patched up, but it looked clean. She had an old, worn-out handbag. Max took pity on the old lady and decided to pay for a £5 dinner, which was nothing more than a plate of fried rice. After all, Max told himself that the allowances he earned on his London flight was more than $1,000. That night, Max was woken up from his sleep by some noises which sounded like someone talking to him. He looked up, and in the dim room light, could see an old lady seated across from his bed in a chair, smiling at him. Max noticed it was the same old lady who had shared his table at Chinatown. At this point, Max could feel the goosebumps all over his body. He was scared stiff, but the old lady lifted up her hands, smiled, and vanished into the thin air. Max could not sleep and remained so until dawn. Back at Singapore a week later, Max found out that his wife was pregnant. They had always wanted a baby, but Max's wife could not conceive. They have been married for a couple of years, and the knowledge that his wife was pregnant was indeed good news. The following news his wife was pregnant, Max also won a big sum of money by betting on lotteries. Indeed, Max and his wife suspected the old lady whom Max met in London must have given them good luck. "3 years ago, I used to study in France, and I worked part-time at a restaurant in winter. This is a very old restaurant and an expensive one. My job was to clean the whole restaurant before it was noon. So every day early in the morning, around 5 a.m., I used to start my job, and it would take around 2 hours to complete. I like to share the strange experiences I had in this place. In the morning, when I'd start work, it was always dark. Every day, the first thing I did when I entered the place was to lock the door from the inside. After this, I turned off the alarm systems and then would turn on the heating systems. Each and every window was kept closed in the building. The restaurant opened at noon, so all the other employees started work after 11 a.m. I mention this to prove that there was no possibility of someone else entering the place from outside playing a role in my experiences. While working there most of the time, I got the feeling I wasn't alone. I remember many instances where I suddenly turned back because I would feel as if someone was behind me, a feeling of thin air brushing me. Most often, I got confused, but never got scared, maybe because I didn't have much time to think about it. When I worked upstairs, the building is 2 stories. Sometimes I heard footsteps coming from downstairs, or heard someone running up or down the staircases, and at those times, I come to the ground floor to see if my boss or the chef had come. Only 3 of us had a key, but strangely enough, not even once they were present. The next thing I did when it happened was run towards the main door and see if it was locked properly, and it was always locked. Those times, I just eased my mind, telling myself maybe I didn't hear anything. Since no one ever told me about the building's haunted history, I never wanted to believe there were paranormal presences. Other than this, sometimes I heard doorknobs turning. At times, strange sounds from the kitchen were heard, but whenever I checked, nothing was there. This building had some particular locations where it got so cold even though the heating systems were on. When you are at those places, you tend to get the feeling someone or something is always there, and it never moves from there. One of the creepiest places was the huge cellar in the basement. I had to visit the basement often to refill wine. The cellar and the basement were unusually cold. I often felt humming kinds of sounds from the cellar. It is hard to explain how, since these sounds were not heard, but felt. I worked in that place for 3 months, and in all those 3 months, I had noticed lots of strange things happening. My instincts were saying to me all the time that there were entities in that place which never belonged to our world or dimension. Regardless of that, I dismissed this instinct every time. I also need to say, I never ever experienced something which threatened me. If I saw something as a threat, maybe I would have quit my job. Now, sometimes I think that what I did back then by rejecting or neglecting the presence of paranormal entities, I saved myself from lots of unwanted haunting, which might have disrupted my lifestyle. I strongly believe that the fact I never showed any weakness was the main reason I was not harmed or threatened. After 3 months of work, I found a better job which suited my education, so I decided to leave my job. Something happened on the last day of my work which changed my whole attitude towards that building. It was a conversation with a barmaid who was working there for more than a year. The last day, I was waiting for my boss outside the restaurant to get my last pay and bid goodbye. It was almost 11:30 a.m., and one of the barmaids, Sophia, was already there. Since I had the key, I opened the restaurant door for her, and she went in. While I was outside, within 15 minutes, she came back running outside, and I could see she had a pale and panicked face. She sat next to me, and I could see from her looks she was terrified. She lit a cigarette and started smoking. I asked her what was wrong. She replied to me, "It's as usual. The things inside scared me." I was confused hearing this and asked her what she meant. She looked at me with a puzzled face and said, "Don't you know? Ghosts," and said she heard the usual footsteps and voices. She also said she felt as if someone touched her shoulder from behind. At this point, I noticed she was sweating like hell. I remind you it was winter and freezing even with thick jackets on. Once I saw this, I knew for sure she was damn serious about it. I tried to calm her down and told her that I too had experienced these things, but I never took it seriously and that I never accepted the ghostly presence inside. She said I was lucky I wasn't harmed. She was also shocked to hear that I usually start work as early as 5 a.m. In fact, even my boss didn't know I start work that early. I had to finish work before noon, and they thought I started work at 10 or 11 a.m. If someone had known the timetable I used for my conveniences, I'm sure they would have never allowed me. According to Sophia, throughout its history, the building was notorious for haunting. It was believed ghosts belonged to various centuries were present in that place, and also some other entities as well. People believe the presence of alcohol, food, and other luxuries were the reasons for this building being a hotspot for haunting. The building had always been a restaurant, a hotel, or a bar in its lifetime. Some people would flood to this place to have fun, and it seems the souls of those who never saw light still visit this building. There were also some ghosts who were trapped inside the building for unknown reasons. Most of these employees and guests, when being alone, have felt the presence of these ghosts. This includes voices, touches, and moving shadows. Sophia also mentioned that a murder or a suicide had taken place in the basement long ago. She wasn't sure about it, but said the basement had the strongest sightings. Some employees were working inside the basement and had seen moving shadows and strange whispers in their ear. Unlike the voices heard, these whispers were very clear. After my conversation with her, I really felt terrified, but also lucky to not have been threatened by ghosts. Now, Sophia was only 18 and was one of the fun-loving people in that restaurant who loved playing small jokes, so it was possible that she was trying to fool me. So that afternoon when I met another employee, Adela, who was a friend and was someone respectable in her 60s, I told her about my conversation with Sophia, and this old lady friend confirmed everything Sophia said. She also yelled at me for working so early alone in that building. She said the ghosts were very violent sometimes, and she mentioned an incident. One day when Adela, my boss, and another employee were having their last drink for the day, almost around midnight, suddenly they heard huge bangs and very loud noises from the kitchen. She said it sounded like someone was screaming out of anger. They were all scared because the whole place was locked from the inside, and there weren't others present in the restaurant but these three. Then after around 5 minutes, once everything had calmed, the three of them, together with some people from the neighboring hotel, had gone to the kitchen to see what had happened. She said the food trolley kept in the kitchen had banged the door for the rear entrance of the restaurant, which was through the kitchen. In the rear, there was a small garden, followed by a huge wall. The door was locked. It had occurred to them that something had been banging the trolley against the door. What frightened them was the kitchen knives, which were very sharp, were seen scattered around the kitchen as if someone had thrown them all over the place. Had some employee been present at the kitchen when this happened, then most probably he would have died or severely gotten injured. After this incident, my boss had brought a priest and purified the place, and things have calmed down a bit for some time. Then everything had started up again. Luckily, the kitchen haunting had never repeated. The year was 1980, and I was 14 years old. My parents and two younger sisters were living in Saudi Arabia, where my father was stationed as part of a phone system upgrade project for the kingdom. The school for expatriates, Americans, British, Canadians, and others from all over the world, only went up to grade 9 in Saudi Arabia, and so for the grade 10 school year, I was sent back to Canada to live with my grandmother in a small Ontario town, not far from Ottawa. My grandmother lived alone. my grandfather having died long before I was born. She was very religious and very involved with our church community, along with her regular Sunday attendance. My family didn't practice any religion and never went to church, so it took some time getting used to on my part being away from my family for the first time, living in a small rural town and living in a religious household. Further complicating things, I inadvertently crossed the school bully early on in the school year and found myself a pariah at the local high school where I was the new kid. To be exact, I had a hard time adjusting to this environment, and as a result, I stopped going to school. This upset my grandmother deeply, and she sent me to go see a doctor who prescribed me some kind of antidepressant. I just threw the entire bottle out the window. Drug me was not the solution. I would take my bike and go to the library or find a park on a nice fall day and read books. At night, I would stay up and watch late night TV like The Tonight Show with Johnny Carson. The apartment was on the second floor of a house by the railroad tracks on the north edge of town. It was old and musty, and the floorboards and steps up creaked. There was only one entrance to the place, and if anyone came in, I would be able to see them coming up the stairs and pass by the living room where I watched TV. One night in November, I heard my grandmother sobbing from her room, which was down the hall. I knew I was the reason for her distress because I had stopped going to school and she didn't know how to deal with me. Then I heard her talking. At first I thought she was talking to herself, as this was 1980 and there were no cell phones and she did not have a phone in her room. The only phone was in the hall and she wasn't in the hall. Then a man's voice responded to her. "Don't worry, Anna," he said. Chills ran up my spine and I froze in my chair. The voice was deep and clear and in the house, and yet I had been in the living room all evening and no one had come into the house. I heard her sobbing some more, and one more time the voice spoke, "Everything will be all right." I remained in that chair until dawn. I'll never know if that was my imagination, my grandmother speaking in a different voice to herself, or perhaps, as I imagined at the time, it was the voice of my grandfather's spirit comforting my grandmother. Whatever the case, I've never forgotten that moment, nor the feeling of creepy dread that crawled up my spine, as something from the other world seemed to pass into this one for the moment. This is an experience that occurred over several months. In the autumn of 2012, I was home from university one weekend. On the outskirts of my town, there is an old graveyard called the Red River Cemetery. It is very old. The earliest graves are from the 1790s and associated with an abundance of local history. The Great Revival of 1800 occurred there, the first camp meeting in Christian history. A lot of spiritual activity happened at that event. This cemetery is a regular spot for me. It is a pleasant drive into the fresh country, and the entire graveyard is surrounded by ancient trees. In the back of the cemetery is a reconstruction of a log church that was once there. You feel as if you are going back in time when you go there. It is serenely silent and still, and there is a nostalgia with all the graves and arrangement of trees. In the center of the cemetery is a separate walled graveyard. It is an elaborate family plot, and the old wall dates back to the 1830s. There are many graves in there, and one has sunken in and opened. Vandalism or other natural occurrence? Not entirely sure. I walked around the plot for a few moments. I had come here many times before, and nothing strange had ever happened. But this time, I felt an unpleasant feeling. It wasn't very strong, but I felt that I should get out of this plot. I did so and continued to walk around the cemetery. Then it started that night. I mostly had insomnia, but I did drift into sleep eventually. The line between the two is blurred, but I definitely know that I was awake most of the night. In lack of a better term, my mind was tormented. Seemingly out of nowhere, my mind burned with the image of these two particular graves in the back of the walled plot. It was scorched in my mind. I had nightmares when awake of these two graves, and never could I get my mind off of them. It was something I've never experienced before. The thought and image of these graves blared and blared in my mind, and I felt terrified. I knew I was awake, and I was afraid in my own home. I felt I wasn't alone. I covered myself in the middle of my bed with this torturing thought of these two graves. As the night wore on, the thought or nightmare, I can't recall which, I had a dream of the people buried there. I remember specifically seeing a man, young, but I couldn't tell how young, and his face was a blur. He wore brownish beige clothes, pre-1850-ish style. He may have held pale hair, but I can't recall specifically. He was a little heavy-set, not fat, just big. This image is crystal clear in my mind, and in my torment, I knew it was one of the people buried in those graves. This incident was absolutely dreadful. The next day, I was emotionally disturbed. My parents didn't know what to think. If I thought about my experience, I would start to cry. A few odd things happened that can be attributed to coincidence, but nevertheless odd. My dog was barking at nothing. Then the washing machine went crazy and started moving. The repairman said a part inside had gotten loose. It never done that, nor has it again. Again, this could be coincidence. Eventually, I put it out of my mind. It was disturbing, but I couldn't let it get in the way of my studies, so I carried on with my life. Then came the spring of 2013. I became curious again about those graves. I wondered, just who are buried in those graves? I thought if I found out, some sort of mystery would be solved or a question would be answered. So I gathered my courage and went back to the cemetery. I found the two graves. They were there. I wrote down the names but misplaced the exact information, but the individuals were two siblings. There was a Jane, and she passed away when she was 28 and had 3 children. Her brother's name was Chatham. He died when he was 21 or 22 in the 1810s. They were the children of a Kentucky senator, who is also buried nearby, and the site of their old family home is nearby. Nobody special, and I thought little of it. That very night, I woke up at exactly 3:30 a.m. Insomnia again. I had been awake for a few moments, and then my doorknob wiggled. I stared wide-eyed at it for the longest time. It had just wiggled. My first thought is that it was my cat. Sometimes she opens the porch door, then tries to open our doors. I prayed to God, please let that have been my cat, then I can sleep in peace. I convinced myself it was my cat, of course. The next morning, my cat was on the porch, and the porch door happened to be locked. Kitty had not snuck in, so I interrogated my mom, dad, and brother. They denied my accusations. They wouldn't do that. Then, the next night came, and I awoke again at 3:30 or 4:30. When I went to bed, my brother, who was in the den, right outside my room, was watching TV. But here, I was awake again, and I could see the light coming in, where I could see under the door. Then my door opened. I heard the doorknob turn, and it slowly opened, about halfway. Then it began to close again, but didn't close all the way. Then there was a flash of light in the den, and it went dark. I stared at it for a while. I thought it was my brother, because I thought he stayed up all night watching the show and opened my door for some reason. Thus, I wasn't scared, and I got up and closed the door. I attempted to go back to sleep, but was a little bothered. I asked him about it the next morning. He didn't know what I was talking about because he swore he went to bed at midnight, and he has no history of sleepwalking. I did my usual interrogation and everyone denied it. I was ambushed and became frightened. Later that day, I was on the computer and heard my mom scream my name twice, as if from outside, like she needed help. I rushed outside to get her aid. She was calmly tending the garden. She looked startled when I got there. "What's wrong?" I asked out of breath. "I heard you scream my name." She said she never did and looked at me like I was crazy. She thought I was playing a joke on her. She'd never play a joke like this on me. Since this moment, nothing has happened with the incident. I even went back to the graveyard and got no bad feelings. It was a lovely autumn noon. Me, my parents, and my granny were on our way to visit relatives. Everyone was a bit on edge, as these family gatherings tend to be extremely awkward and competitive, so they thought it was the perfect time to express their views on political matters, which is always so delightful. For these reasons, I was rather annoyed when we arrived at the cemetery. Our final destination was visiting live relatives, although visiting dead ones can be competitive as well, as our culture has a knack of graveside landscape design. But my granny also wanted to pay our respects to the deceased because she can't go there by herself too often. I used this opportunity to keep my distance and to gather my wits before standing in front of the grand jury on matters of finance and romance. I raked the leaves and started looking about. I was pleasantly surprised to notice I felt at ease. Previously, I've always felt uncomfortable in graveyards, jumpy even. I started looking around, observing the old, shadowy trees, leaves swirling down. There are mossy graves with old German names, barely possible to read now, Lithuanian names. It's close to the border. Sometimes I would notice a name I have heard, probably from local gossip. I was mostly enjoying the nature, though. At that point, I think it's important to admit, I felt anxious and a bit depressed because of the visit, but the graveyard felt to me like a park. Graves, just like some monuments dedicated to soldiers. However, when we were about to leave, I approached the graveside, almost from behind. Suddenly, I thought to myself, a young girl. Then I got scared because I didn't know if it was really a young girl. I rarely visit there, and I've consciously memorized just our family spot, a few graves around it, and some grave with, I think, Lithuanian names on the way in because it is so close to the path, you almost step on it, and that makes me feel bad. The more I tried to brush the impression off, the more persistent it got. I don't really know how to explain it. The kind of presence I felt was like, it wasn't even physical. Let me give you a clear picture here. You are hanging out with your friends, watching a movie, laughing about this or that. Suddenly, someone says, "Oh, it's too bad John isn't here." And you feel like it would just be the perfect time if John was here, like he is truly missing at your party. That is the kind of presence I'm speaking about. You don't miss John's appearance. It's such a pity he's not here. The sofa looks awful without him. You don't miss any particular quality. You miss his presence, his being. That is what I felt. Like there was this presence of a particular young girl that I felt. It wasn't threatening or anything. I just got freaked out by my own old self. Then I also noticed, or perhaps before, I can't place these two in order because maybe that directed my attention to the grave, that a candle had fallen off the edge of the gravestone, and I felt I should have probably picked it up and placed it back. There was this little angel figurine too, and I thought maybe that was why I decided it was a young person. Although, I'm not sure I saw it from where I was coming. I don't know why. People just don't place angels on the graves of adults and elderly. Maybe it's because jobs and wrinkles don't seem angelic and old people mostly don't like flying. Sorry, couldn't resist a joke. I approached the front and counted the numbers that added up to 23 years. A girl. The graveside was neatly raked, not just raked to sweep away the footsteps from the sandy oil. Someone had even made ornaments in the sand in the traditional manner. I thought it was a perfectly good practical reason not to get involved. I was scared to do something awfully wrong and cause something terribly bad. I didn't want to ruin someone's thorough work, so I started stepping away slowly, having that internal fight with myself. I knew I had to go and put that candle back, but I told myself, come on, it will fall off again when it gets windy. Who cares? The candle's probably burnt out anyway. This isn't an abandoned grave. Someone will come. The grave was cared for. I can't go around picking up everything. As I later explained to my friend, I was probably worried that when you go to heaven, you still have to be preoccupied with order. I'm messy and I've been persecuted all my life for that. I hope when we die, we don't care anymore about such nonsense. I don't want anyone to visit me in my dreams, telling me to clean up under my bed. Finally, I rather unwillingly went back and placed that candle on the stone. I prayed to God to take care of this young soul and to protect me because I mostly had no idea what I was doing, so God had to take care of me. And as I walked back to the car, I suddenly felt really happy and warm around my shoulders. It wasn't a jolly kind of happiness, more like this, all is right kind of happiness. And it stayed with me until we found out my cousin had lost a lot of weight, which made everyone feel plenty of things. Thank you kindly for reading this experience. P.S. My granny saw me by the girl's grave, and she told us about her. It was some kind of tragic, unexpected death. I'm saying this because it might be that she had told me this before. The girl had died several years ago, as the grave was on the way out, and maybe I had unconsciously memorized it. It would be honest to mention this option. I just started experiencing whatever is going on, and it is really scaring me. A few weeks ago, my sister and I went to the local graveyard to test out this ghost radar I got in the app market for my droid. That's my phone, if you didn't know. I didn't think it would really work. It's just a circle with lines around it and a scanner, and if there is a so-called apparition nearby, a dot appears on the scanner in the direction it is. There was a slight breeze that day, and it was sunny. We got near the graveyard, and the scanner started going crazy. Dots were appearing everywhere, red, yellow, and green dots. The colors meaning the strength of the so-called entity, red being the most present and green being the least. A word or phrase appears at the top of the screen sometimes, like something to do with their death or whatnot. A large amount of phrases and words began appearing, some names and some frightening words like hanged or murder. The creepiest part of the whole equation was when a name appeared. The name was Peter. My sister and I started wondering if the Peter that appeared was an inhabitant of the graveyard. We started looking at gravestones, and we actually found one that said Peter Longs. It was a little scary, but then again, there is a lot of people named Peter in this world. We started talking to the so-called spirits. Like I said, is there anyone here with us that would like to share things via my radar? I started getting replies like crazy. Random words and phrases were blazing around like a wildfire. We then started to go home because it was getting near dinner time. Everything was good from then on for about 2 days. My whole family started hearing footsteps, knocks, bangs, etc. My sister said that she heard her name called, and then a bottle of her perfume flew off of her shelf and across the room. I later started seeing shadows and hearing muffled talking in the room next to me, even when nobody would be in there. Everything was starting to scare me, so I spoke out to them and told whatever was plaguing my family that it had to leave my home. Everything was quiet and back to normal until the next night, when I was laying in bed trying to sleep. I felt really cold, all of a sudden, and my TV turned on really quick, and then it turned off again. I went to my sister's room and saw her sitting up in her bed, looking really frightened. I asked her what was the matter, and she said that her TV turned on and off again. I told her that the same thing happened to me. We were both scared as can be, so I just slept in her room that night. The most recent and scariest experience I have was when I was home alone one night because my family was out at the store and I didn't want to go. I was just watching TV, and then the channel flipped. The remote was all the way across the room when that happened. Later, I got in the shower, and as I was washing my hair, I heard a knock on the bathroom door. The door swung open, and one of the knobs in the cabinet hanging on the wall fell to the floor. I was so scared that I called my mom, and I went to my neighbor's house until they got home. But are these experiences attributed to me going to the graveyard recently? I don't know, but I'm really terrified of all these events that occurred. But I guess in a way, it is kind of entertaining. Not in a good way, but an interesting one. Thanks for reading.
I've lived in New Mexico my entire lifetime and never moved. As a result of living in the center of the Southwest, I've heard the story of La Lorna multiple times and in many different versions. I live very close to about 2 rivers, and when I was little, I heard a version of the story where she drowned her children in the river that I could easily walk to. I never thought I would pay much attention, nevertheless see her, hear her, and slightly see, but recently, all that changed. I have 3 friends that are brother and sister to each other. It was summer of 2008 and we were having a sleepover. We had been planning this for about a month, and earlier in the day, we had bought all the food and other snacks we could imagine. We had planned to fire up the grill and make s'mores at about 8 p.m. and just sit outside and have a good time. At every sleepover we have, it seems that the Halloween decorations seem to get taken out of the closet a lot. 8 p.m. came around and we made s'mores in the front yard. It was fun, seeing as I was the first, second, third, and last to set mine on fire. We walked around barefoot in the driveway for a bit. I set the skull on the wall of our patio. After a bit, we sat in front of the door, talking silently. During a small moment of silence and nothing to say, we heard a moan come from up the hill. It sounded outside and very close, but still far away. We ran inside, and in the haste, I nearly got shut out. We were all accounted for, and we ran into my room. When we heard it, it seemed like it was coming our way fast. We all believed it was La Lorna, but we shook it off as one of my neighbors trying to scare us. The 2 streets we lived on had ex-criminals and people with mental disorders everywhere. I eventually noticed that it didn't have the plastic skull with me. About 2 or so hours later, I walked through the dark hallway, switching on as many lights as possible right when I was in my entryway. I looked out the narrow window next to the front door. I saw what looked like a misty shape of a person hovering there. It kind of looked like a woman, but I couldn't tell very easily. It was all very light. I didn't stay to find out. I turned tail and ran back to my room. Right before I got to running half of the 2 feet into the hallway, I looked down a bit and saw my plastic skull right next to the door. I'm still not sure if that really was La Lorna, but one of the friends at the sleepover, the older sister, had heard once before,
and the moaning sounded just the same, and she heard her. The other sister with us was hearing bells for the rest of the night. This story goes way back before I was born. My uncle told us the story on one Christmas day, when I was like 7 years old. He told us that when he and his work friends went to a bar to relax after a hard day at work, he saw the scariest thing in his entire life. When he got near to the ravine, he saw a lady in white weeping and crying looking down, standing at the edge of the ravine. So he said, "Are you okay? Be careful, you're going to fall." But no words came out of her. My uncle described her. He said she was wearing a long white dress and she had no feet, actually floating in the air. He could only see her back. After a few seconds, my uncle felt really bad and he started backing up. Her weeping became louder and louder. Then she turned around and my uncle screamed. Her face was indiscernible and she had horse legs. She was part human and part animal. After that, he never walked home alone at midnight around the ravine. He said that, at night, he could hear her weeping soft in the air, and he still gets the chills down his spine. People say that when you hear the weeping lady far, far away, she is right outside your house or near you, and when you hear her really close and loud, it's because she is far away. My mom is a first-generation American. Her parents moved from Mexico to El Paso, Texas, before she was born. The supernatural was very prevalent in both sides of her family. My grandfather claims that we are descended from the Apache warlord Victorio, and that the spirit of Victorio appeared to him and his brothers when he was a young man. My mom had many experiences with ghosts and spirits, but she said that none was more terrifying than her experience with La Lorna. Her family lived in a decent-sized house on the banks of a canal on the south side of El Paso. At the time, the family had 3 dogs. My mom describes all of them as the toughest dogs in the block. One night in the dead of winter, my grandfather was telling my mom one of his great stories when there was a loud commotion in the front yard where the dogs were. The dogs were barking to wake the dead. My mom and her dad went outside into the front to see what was going on. They were joined by my grandmother. They had not noticed this before, but a fog was slowly creeping around the street. The air was chill, but different from the cold of winter. The cold went down to the very bone. The 3 dogs were barking towards the fog, or more accurately towards the canal that was by the house. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the night air. My mom described it as the most terrifying cry she has ever heard in her entire life. She says that it lasted for a full minute before finally dissipating. When the scream left, the fog lifted and the dogs returned to the way they were before. My mom asked her dad what the scream was, but all he said was La Lorna and told her to go back to bed. Naturally, she couldn't sleep and instead listened to her parents debate over whether or not to call the cops and report her murder or something. In the morning, when it was light out, my grandfather went down to the canal but unsurprisingly found nothing. When he came back, he told my mom the legend of the woman who drowned her own children and is now fated to cry out for them on the banks of the river where she killed them. And to this day, my mom is convinced that she heard La Lorna on that night so many years ago. Another close associate of mine who has had a close encounter with La Lorna is my former karate instructor and confirmation class teacher. He is Irish and a devout Catholic, but firmly believes in the existence of ghosts and the paranormal. When he was a teenager, he lived in New Mexico, close to the borders with Texas and Mexico. Like any good teenager looking for a rush, he liked to ride around with his brothers after dark and watch for ghosts in the old graveyards. One night, he and his brothers managed to convince a couple of girls they were sweet on to come along. They were sitting in the car in the middle of the desert when a deep fog started setting in. They were unsettled and decided to leave, but the car wouldn't start. Suddenly, he says that everything went completely and utterly pitch black. My friend flipped, but his brothers were frozen in their seats, unable to move a muscle. He yelled, but they still didn't move. He reached over and managed to finally start the car. He was 15 and didn't even have a license, but he drove out of there like a bat out of hell. When his heart finally stopped racing, he stopped the car. He turned to his brother and asked him what the hell happened back there. His brother, with his face still white, asked him incredulously, "Jim, did you not see her?" He shook his head no and asked his brother what he was talking about. His brother told him that when everything had gone black, a strange translucent white woman appeared outside of the car. She looked like a wicked witch. She reached her hand into the car, through the closed window for Jim's neck, but stopped and drew back when she touched it. She then disappeared, and that was when the car started. Jim reached up to his neck and fingered the St. Michael medal he always wore. He firmly believed that the archangel responsible for defeating Satan protected him on that night. Whatever the spirit was, a demon, La Lorna, or some other frightful specter does not matter. Jim is firmly convinced that it was La Lorna, and that she was stopped from whatever evil she intended, and he never stops praying to St. Michael. Hi, my name is Michelle. I'm a mother of 4 children, but when this happened, I only had 2. My oldest was 5, my youngest was just a baby. When my second child was about 4 months old, we lived in a trailer park across the street from an open field in Sodus Point, New York. It was supposedly a battlefield in the War of 1812. One night, around midnight, he woke up crying. I heard someone or something singing, or rather chanting to him. It sounded so weird. I couldn't understand her, but she kept singing until he went back to sleep. This proceeded to happen every time he woke up in the middle of the night, up until the night before we moved. Needless to say, he slept with me every night. I was really scared that something would happen to him. I never figured out what it was. Some people tell me it was the ghost of a slave, and other people say it might have been the ghost of a nurse. Yet, other people said it could be the ghost of La Lorna. She threw her children into the water and drowned them, and was condemned to walk the earth until she finds her children. She supposedly steals babies in the night, trying to make up for the children she murdered. It still scares me. It was the weekend after Thanksgiving, Saturday, around 3 a.m. 2011. My sister and I were watching movies on Netflix, enjoying our days off due to the holiday. Everyone was sleeping because, after all, it is very early in the morning. All of a sudden, we began to hear a moaning or crying coming from a woman. It was very loud and it was terrifying. It sounded ugly, like a woman in pain or despair. It went on for about 20 seconds, then it stopped for 10 to 15 seconds. Then it began again, even louder. Told my sister to grab the phone to be ready to call the police because I thought a woman was being raped or being assaulted near our house. I stepped outside, scared, to see if I could prevent a crime. Shouldn't have done that, could have been dangerous. When I got to the front of the house, there was no one outside, yet the crying was literally in front of me. It was a foggy night as well. My sister came out, and the crying lasted for about 2 minutes. We were puzzled. We looked at each other, and we both got chills. We were both thinking the same thing. I don't want to come to any conclusions. I'm Hispanic and grew up with the legend of La Lorna. Many people in the Hispanic community swear that that malevolent spirit does exist, and even say they have heard the cries in their native countries and in Southern California. I'm not sure what I believe in regarding paranormal activity and such, but I do have an open mind and like to do as much research as possible before making any firm decisions. This experience happened in November of 2010, a month after having my youngest. I just had a procedure to remove a kidney stent 2 or 3 days prior. I was sick almost right after leaving the hospital and felt horrible, but it was my first time going under anesthesia, and a nurse had told me it was common to feel ill. I was running a low-grade fever about 100 degrees Fahrenheit. The baby had awoken for a 2 a.m. feeding, and I was holding him standing in the living room in front of the heater. I was chilled to the bone because of the fever and feeling a bit dizzy. I thought, oh geez, I'm going to cook the baby. Just then, about 5 feet away from me, appeared this man. He was tall, over 6 feet, buff large muscles, a stern face. He wore old brown-looking clothes. It reminded me of stories of fur trappers out on the frontier. Maybe it was animal skin, but I'm not sure. He had the same style satchel that crossed his body. The strap on one shoulder and the satchel rested almost on the opposite hip. He had long brownish hair and brown wings that went almost to the floor. He was standing beside me, one of the dining room chairs that was pushed away from the table with one foot on the seat. He did not smile, but I wasn't afraid of him. Surprised for sure, but instead of freaking out, I just said a muffled hello, and then he disappeared. I felt like I needed to sit and cautiously sat on the chair his foot was on, saying, I'm sorry if you were using this chair, but I need to sit. I thought later, maybe that's why he was there. I was holding a baby with a fever and standing too close to the heater. Maybe he wanted me to sit, but I also understand that I was ill and it could have been some sort of fever hallucination. I did many internet searches trying to find out who this was, but I found nothing that matched. I suppose I was wondering if anybody else has ever seen a man like this, or may know who he is. Thank you for your time. I hope I described him well, but let me know if there are any further questions. So when I was younger, about 11, my family and I lived in a 2-bedroom trailer. We had a small little hallway coming from the living room to the main room. My mom is Christian, and she listens to a Christian music radio station, and we would listen most of the time in car rides. Keep this in mind. In the room I shared with my brother, our feet were pointing towards the door which showed you out to the hallway. If you were to go to the left, you would go into the living room, and if you'd go to the right, to my parents' room. This one night, I woke up in the middle of the night randomly. I looked up towards my feet and saw a slightly tall man singing a song I knew I had heard in that radio station before. He just sang and stared at me, but his voice was so beautiful. I don't think Zahn or anyone else could sing just like he did. Also keep in mind, my dad wasn't home at the time. He was in jail. So the man started walking out into the hallway and walked towards the living room. I was not scared. I was more mystified of the man's presence. I got up and went to my room and asked her if she had seen the man, and she said no, and so I explained to her that he was singing the song on the radio station. I don't remember the name or how it sounds. Up to this day, I firmly believe that it was an angel watching over my family and I. My grandma has gone to explain that the way you know it's an angel is if you don't feel anything but peaceful, and if it's a demon, that you get bad chills and are scared to the max. This story didn't happen to me, but it happened to my sister. In our town, there's a bridge that is on a dirt road that is said to be haunted. It's called Hollow Bridge. They say a couple were murdered, and the wife still comes around every night about 2 a.m., which is the time they died. This was about 100 years ago, or so I am told. Do I believe this story? Not really, but I'll go with it. They also say that if you are there at night and you see her, she will tell you something you don't want to know. When I was 15 and my sister was 17, I've seen something. One night, my sister, her boyfriend, my boyfriend at the time, and myself were all there around 2 a.m. It was a very clear night. Well, all of a sudden there was a fog that was rolling up to the bridge from the tree line, about a quarter mile back. I couldn't believe my eyes, so I freaked out and we left. So forward a year, my sister who at that time had a different boyfriend had called me bawling her eyes out. After she calmed down, she said that the hollow woman told her she would die on the hollow, which is a very dangerous road since it was not paved and it was very narrow. I told her to calm down and that it was just her imagination. She would be fine.
A few nights later, we shared a room. We were sleeping and she woke me up out of a dead sleep from her crying. I woke her up annoyed and asked her what her deal was. She told me my grandmother, who neither of us met since both grandmothers passed away before we were born, had come to her in her dreams, telling her that one day she'll need her and she'll be there to protect her. At that point, I was kind of freaked out, but I dismissed it, telling her she needed to go to bed. 2 weeks after the dream, about 5 p.m., my brother comes rushing over to my friend's house, which was right behind our house, crying, and kept saying, "Amber, Amber, Amber." My sister, being a very rebellious child and into bad things with bad people, I asked, okay, what did she do now? It wasn't new that she had gotten picked up by the cops. He said she's in the hospital and that she was in a bad car accident on the Hollow. I felt my color drain from my body. It felt like my soul left me. I dropped to my knees, remembering everything she had told me about the Hollow and my grandmother. I knew at that time my mom, cousin, and oldest brother were rushing to the hospital and a half an hour away because she was life-flighted. I grabbed my 2 younger brothers and held on to them for dear life. Thinking I could lose my sister, I wanted to be as close to them as possible. The next 5 hours were hell to me, getting my brothers to sleep, trying not to cry while I waited for the phone call to know what happened. She had broke her neck, a hangman's fracture, along with her wrist and her upper arm, which went right through her elbow. The doctor said that she had a 30% chance of surviving the surgery, and if she did, she would be in a halo. Once she came out of surgery, if she survived the night, she would only have a 15% chance of ever walking again. The next morning, they took her out of the coma, and she was talking and being her stubborn self. They realized that she was moving her feet and legs. We all cried. We couldn't believe that she had survived this and will walk again. The doctors say she had a guardian angel on her shoulder that night, because there is no medical reason as to why she should have survived. Almost 10 years later, she has a beautiful 8-year-old little boy. Yes, still has problems with her neck and arm, but has never went down that road again. That road is now paved in certain areas, and a very strict speed limit is attached to it. But still, to this day, I say that she was warned, and she had a loved one at her side that day. Sorry this was so long. I hope you enjoyed the story. First, as far back as I can remember, I've always been fascinated with the paranormal. When I was around 8, I believe, I started seeing a blue lady out of my bedroom window. She always seemed to be walking towards our house. I thought maybe I was imagining things at the home. One night, I finally went outside to make sure it was something with my window, but I still saw her. When I came back in, I told my parents, who they said they saw glimpses of her going into my bedroom. Hearing that got me excited, like there was something special about me. But not long after I stopped seeing her, I do recall hearing my name a few times clearly, but no one was home. This blue lady had a majestic aura about her. A very serene, very peaceful and tranquil aura. I can't explain it more than that, but it just felt good. Not like it was a bad presence or anything like that. Then one night, I had a dream where a lady in a white dress and long curly blonde hair looking like the lady in blue appeared out of nowhere. She had gave me a kiss on the cheek, and I woke with what felt like ice-cold lip marks on my cheek. After that incident, I had nothing paranormal happen again that I recall. Although my family says all paranormal activities quit as soon as I moved out, I happened to find this coin in my house that says Guardian Angel on it. This coin has followed me around for 18 years. There have been times I've lost it, but somehow found it randomly later on. Recently, I had lost it at my previous house and never found it. I recently happened to find it in a used car I purchased from a family friend within the time I've been at my current residence. I've had a few experiences in the last 6 years that are paranormal, but those stories, yeah, they're for another time. Thank you for reading this, and
I hope that you may find comfort in this story.
This all happened 6 years ago when I was visiting my great grandmother in the Free State. I've always been scared of the dark or sleeping alone, so I asked if I could sleep with my aunt, and she didn't have a problem. I'm 30 years old, by the way. The first night wasn't so bad, as I had the comfort that I wasn't alone in bed. I heard dragging footsteps in the kitchen and the door opening and closing, but was too afraid to wake up and investigate or wake my aunt up for something that's not there. I just laid there on the bed, listening to this thing and person dragging feet around in the kitchen and opening and closing the doors between the dining room and kitchen. I ultimately fell asleep. The next morning, I asked my aunt if she'd heard anything, and she said no. The second night was what scared me the most. As we laid there sleeping, I just suddenly turned and my eyes opened wide, and there, inside the wardrobe, I could see, since the door was half open, was a dark male figure with red eyes peeping through. Our eyes just met, and I couldn't scream or move. I just stared right back at those red eyes, and it spoke in Soto, South African language. It said, "I'm not here to scare you, but to scare that one." Meeting my aunt, and I can't remember what happened after or how I fell back to sleep. I told my aunt about it, and we had to sleep with the light on for the rest of my stay. I still can't get the black figure with red eyes hiding in the wardrobe out of my head. The first strange experience I had was during my sister's 10th or 11th birthday party. At the time, my family lived in a house in a blue-collar town in New Jersey. The house was set up where the front door was, up a flight of stairs. Once inside, there was a landing that led to another flight of stairs upstairs and another leading to the lower level. Downstairs was a long hallway with a doorway leading to the garage. At the foot of the stairs, which formed one end of a long hallway, there was a closet under the stairs. There was a laundry room at the end of the hallway, and finally large living room. My sister had invited all of her friends, and everyone was having a good time. After eating cake, the grown-ups went upstairs for coffee, and the kids stayed downstairs to play on their own. At a certain point, we all decided to scare each other by telling ghost stories in front of the laundry room. My sister and I had always thought of it as the creepiest spot in the house, and it proved to be the perfect spot to tell ghost stories. When you opened the laundry room door, you stared down a long dark room with a shaded window at the end. The doorway to the laundry room was a small recess at the end of the hallway. The house quieted down as we started talking about scary things. After a few of those stories, everyone started to get into the spirit. My sister and I were sitting at the end of the hall, looking down its length. From our vantage point, we could see the wall along which the door leading to the garage was. We were midway into someone's ghost story when my sister suddenly noticed that the door leading to the garage had suddenly popped open just a bit. She remembered that the door was definitely locked. We walked over and closed the door and made sure to lock it again. By then, all of us were terrified and thoroughly petrified in our own little recess. As little kids, not one of us wanted to move out of our spot or make a noise. Just then, someone rang the doorbell, which made everyone jump 3 feet, but was enough to kill the moment. Everyone started laughing. Our house was new when we bought it, and nothing strange had ever happened to anyone in my family there. Now that we're older, my sister and I still bring up this incident with my sister, and we both have a good laugh. She still swears that she locked the door. Growing up, I spent a lot of time reading true ghost stories and still do. When we were little, my sister and I would borrow the ghost books from the library. The best were the ones with real pictures. I remember reading one of those ghost books when I was in middle school. It was right during the time when midterms or finals were coming up, and I had a pile of school books on my desk. A ghost book was tucked away there somewhere, and for a break, I'd pull out the ghost book. At the time, I was part of the school basketball team and proudly received my practice jersey, which I still have, that I kept hung on a hook at the back of my bedroom door. That night, I was studying for finals with the bedroom door closed. My desk faced the wall, and the door was 4 feet to the right. I had my Walkman on. Do you remember those things? And started getting into the rhythm of doing my English homework to the tunes of rap. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I was distracted by some movement. I looked up to see my jersey swinging back and forth on the hook. It looked just as if someone had tipped the hanger to one side with a finger, causing it to swing. Right away, I checked to see if the door was locked. Maybe my father had opened the door after I didn't hear him knocking. I didn't want to be bothered while studying, so it was logical that I would have locked it. When I checked, the door was definitely locked, and there was no noise behind the door. All the while, the jersey continued swaying back and forth, eventually stopping after losing speed. Next, I checked to see if the window was open, but it was November, and the windows were all closed to keep out the cold. Right before I noticed the jersey swinging, I'd just put down a very large, hard-covered dictionary onto the desk. The dictionary was about 10 inches long and 3.5 inches thick. I thought maybe it made a slight wind as I put it down, but no matter how many times I tried, I couldn't cause the jersey to move from 4 feet away. I didn't feel scared and just continued studying with the Walkman on. Nothing like this has ever happened again, but I can't explain what caused that jersey to swing. One of the most bizarre experiences I've ever personally had was with my family while staying at a hotel in Atlantic City, New Jersey. It happened around 1997, and I was lucky to have most of my family there to experience it with me. Atlantic City is an interesting location for strange experiences. The casinos draw many from the New York area and beyond, but along with this brings the good and bad of social ills that come along with games of chance. The summer of 1997 was a typical one. Like we did many summers before, my family drove down the shore to spend a few days enjoying the beach and casinos at Atlantic City. As usual, my father arranged the trip and found a new hotel with a very reasonable price. The name of the hotel is called the Flagship and is still located at the northern end of the boardwalk, far from the other casinos. After a long, cold winter, my family was anxious to see the ocean and asked the front desk for an oceanfront view. We were told that the only room available wasn't facing the ocean, but with 2 queen-size beds, the room was very comfortable and that we could see the ocean from the side of the balcony. It was the perfect size for my parents, my sister and I, and we agreed, and the man at the front desk gave us 2 door cards. Our room was on the 10th floor. Looking back, none of us recalled running into many guests in the hotel at all. However, we thought that since the hotel was new, it was just beginning to attract customers. Once we found our room, we used the room card to open the door and went inside. Right away, things went wrong. The room was very dark. The curtains for the sliding door to the balcony were pulled, and extremely cold. It was a typical hotel room, except for a small kitchen area right in front of 2 queen-size beds. At the foot of the second bed was a sofa bed. Then beyond the second bed, there was a sliding glass door leading to a small balcony. Although we were facing the interior of Atlantic City, just as the front desk mentioned, we could see the ocean on one side of the balcony. Very soon, we found out why the room was so chilly. The air conditioner, which was located on the wall above the sofa bed, was turned on full blast and wouldn't turn off. As I mentioned this to my father, I saw my mother fidgeting with the front door's electronic lock. Like she often said, and did, she checked to see if the door was locked when closed from the outside. It wasn't. Inside the door, there was a sticker that explicitly stated that the door was always locked on the outside. Not so.
We also realized that the stove in the small kitchen wasn't working. Then we saw that there was a small leak coming from the mini fridge as well. My father called downstairs, and soon a repairman came up and fixed the AC, the stove, the refrigerator leak, and even the front door. He mentioned that the lock should always be locked from the outside and seemed puzzled by the device. We gave the man a big tip and then quickly made our way over to the casinos. When we arrived back to our room, well after dinner, we immediately felt how cold it was in the room and turned off the AC. After washing up, we watched some television before turning in. I remember one of the programs was about ghosts, and we watched that one for a while, not realizing what was to come. My mother and sister were the first to go to bed and turned off the lights. They slept in different beds, with my mother in the bed closer to the kitchen area and my sister in the one near the balcony. I stayed up reading on the kitchen table with the dim light on. I had some trouble falling asleep that night since the sofa bed mattress was new and was still covered in plastic. I must have felt lazy because I left it on and suffered because it was very hot and not very conducive to a good night's rest. At breakfast the next morning, my sister told us about something strange that had happened during the night. All night long, she said she felt someone brushing past her bed as if trying to walk to the balcony door. At the foot of her bed, there was about a foot of space between her bed and the end of my sofa bed. She said it felt exactly like someone was squeezing through the tight space and rubbing against her bed. At first, she thought it was me trying to get outside the balcony. Then when she looked up, she saw my father and I still sitting at the kitchen table reading. At the time, none of us really believed her, and we went out again for a day of walking on the boardwalk and then gambling at night. That night, I stayed up later than everyone else. I talked to my sister about what she experienced the night before. I also told her to let me know if she felt it again. As soon as she got in bed, I sat down by the kitchen table to read, glancing over towards her bed every once in a while to see if anything happened. After a while, I gave up and continued reading before getting up to wash up in the bathroom. When I came out of the bathroom, my sister was sitting up in bed. She said that she again thought I had squeezed past the bed to go to the balcony, but then she opened her eyes and saw me come out of the bathroom at the other end of the room. I was positioned on the sofa bed so that my head was right next to the little space at the end of my sister's bed. If someone walked past, I would have surely felt something, but that night I didn't notice anything at all. As usual, it took a little bit of time for me to sleep. I listened intently and tried to feel any wind or changes in the room, but eventually gave up and slept. I had by then taken off the troublesome plastic cover and finally had a good night's rest. The next day, my father woke me up early to rent bikes for an early morning boardwalk ride. Then he went to my sister and woke her up as well. As soon as he did this, my mother, who planned to sleep in, suddenly sat up in bed and turned on the lights in the TV. We asked her why she didn't want to sleep, since it was still only about 5:30 a.m. She told us that she wasn't very tired and that she felt like waking up, which is unusual since she usually likes to sleep past 11. We all thought this was pretty odd. My mother loves to sleep late. She kept giving us vague reasons about why she wouldn't go back to sleep, and even turned on the television. Later on, she told us the reason why. At breakfast, my mother told us about the strange incident that happened that night. She had woken up in the middle of the night. It was late, and she could hear all of us either snoring or breathing the natural rhythms of a very good night's rest. She was sleeping on the right-hand side of the first bed and was lying on her side facing inwards, but gradually she realized that she felt the sensation of someone's back lying against her own. At first, she was convinced that it was my sister, but she was pretty alarmed to realize that my sister was in the other bed, 4 feet away.
Slowly, without opening her eyes, she moved closer to my father. The feeling was very real, but very slowly, the other person's back gradually went away. My mother said that in the morning, she hadn't expected my sister to go riding bikes with us, leaving her all alone in the room. After we left, she tried her best to stay awake. She turned on all the lights and turned on the television, but eventually she fell asleep anyway. As my mother told us this story, my sister chimed in saying that the person walked past her bed all of last night as well. This time, though, she also felt her sheets being gently pulled away to the corner of the bed towards the balcony. For some reason, whenever she turned to face the balcony, it would stop. When she turned back around, she would feel the bed bulge a little, as if a person were rubbing past it. Also, she felt energy waves from the foot of her bed. After we came back to the room from breakfast, all of us were not so sure about our room anymore. Despite this, we still had a day of vacation and fun to look forward to. After we got what we needed, my father went downstairs early to get some brochures. Then my sister and I walked to the elevator while my mother got some last-minute things. We were both standing there by the elevator doors when we heard my mother anxiously calling us back to the room. When we got there, she looked a little shaken and said that the front door wouldn't lock from the outside again. She said that all the while, as she was rifling through her suitcase looking for something, she had a bad feeling and couldn't wait to get out of the room. Once safely outside, as an afterthought, she turned the handle to see if the door was locked from the outside. Once again, it wasn't locked. This time, we went downstairs instead of calling for a repairman. The front desk seemed puzzled about the lock. They said that the lock should always be locked from the outside. They were at a loss as how to fix it, and finally recommended that we get another room. Everyone felt very relieved, and we quickly gathered our things to get out of the room immediately. We got another room upstairs, and this time, our new room was perfect in every way. Not surprisingly, the rest of our trip was pretty relaxed, but we sometimes joked about what would happen to us if we stayed another night in that room. All of us agreed that there was something in that room that wanted to be left alone. It didn't want to scare us, but instead just gently showed us that we had to go. For some reason, my mother and sister feel that it was a child or a little boy. If this is true, perhaps something happened to the boy in the room. Everything seems to point to the balcony where things seem to emanate from. Perhaps the boy fell off the balcony, or maybe someone died in the room. Maybe the spirit felt an affinity to the woman, as opposed to my father and I, who didn't experience anything. The flagship is now a luxury timeshare condo. I'm not sure if it's still partly a hotel. While we were there, the hotel operators aggressively tried to sell us a timeshare, but of course, we turned them down every time. I wonder who bought the timeshare for that room on the 10th floor, and if anything similar happened to them. I have a brother who works in Hong Kong. Many of his clients are from this area in China. One of his clients was a Hong Kong businessman in his 40s. This client often went on frequent business trips to Shanghai and Beijing for his company. My brother was very familiar with this man, as were many other of the people working in my brother's office. My brother worked closely on him on several large projects, and they often made small talks during breaks. On one occasion, he told my brother that on one of his visits to Shanghai, he was staying in a hotel and had just returned to his room at night after a long day's work. He washed up, turned down the lights, and then got into bed. He had drifted off into an exhausted sleep when he was violently awakened in the dead of night. In the pitch darkness, he felt the ice-cold hands of a woman clasped around his neck, strangling him as he tried desperately to break free. After a few seconds, the hands finally let go, and the man jumped up and turned the lights on. As he scanned the room, he found himself absolutely alone. The room looked just as it had before he got into bed. Upon his return to Hong Kong, He was profoundly shaken by the incident and consulted with a very good fortune teller that his family knew well. The fortune teller told him that there was a woman following him around. He didn't know the reason, but that was the case. My brother's client was a businessman, and in spite of what had happened to him, scoffed at the idea of some mysterious ghost lady following him around. My brother and his client had a good laugh about this during their break. Still, my brother warned him to be careful and to make sure he was a gentleman to a lady ghost. A few months had passed before my brother heard what had happened to his client. Many of my brother's colleagues were talking about it in my brother's office when the topic came up. They had heard that the client had died in a hotel room in Shanghai. The cleaning lady had discovered his body in the room, alone and lying in bed. We sometimes wonder what really happened to this client. We wonder if he just died of natural causes, or if those cold hands returned during the night. If so, who was she? I don't know, but it's a strange story.
When I was in my early 20s, a friend and I decided to rent a house together. We found a lovely old house near the Mississippi River, and I was immediately drawn to it. After we moved in, we both began to notice banging on the walls and lights blowing out constantly. The lights we attributed to bad wiring, and the banging, I truly believed, was my friend, and she truly believed it was me. The layout of the house was one we had never seen before. There was a hallway that led from the front living area to the back bedroom areas that was at an odd, slanted angle. I always felt uncomfortable going down this hallway and found myself going around by way of the kitchen. After months, my friend and I decided to take in a third roommate to help with expenses. During the next month or so, after this third roommate moved in, we noticed an increase in frequency to the noises, banging, and lights going out. We also began to notice that every month, and this is really weird, right around the time that all three of us began our menstrual cycles, a very large stain began to appear in the middle of our living room floor. We tried constant shampooing, but it would always reappear immediately. Then after our cycles were finished, the stain would disappear on its own, only to reappear the next month. Our third roommate then became very withdrawn after only a short time of being in the house. She began to go directly to her bedroom and never came out except to go to work. Her personality has also changed drastically. She went from being very funny and outgoing to a complete loner. She would also say very inappropriate, weird things to us. We had known this girl for some time, and her behavior was quite unsettling. She finally told us that she was not comfortable in this house and was moving out, and she did so that very day. Shortly after she moved out, the banging noise began in earnest, and we started noticing our things being rearranged. We began to laughingly and nervously admit to each other that something was not right in this house. However, neither one of us felt threatened by any kind of the weird happenings, and in fact, I personally actually felt almost protected by it. We started to call our ghost George, and would talk to him whenever the banging would begin. We were trying to watch something on TV, and George would start banging or knocking. We would say, "Please, George, not right now. We're trying to see this." And he would actually stop, at least until the show was over. Unfortunately, no matter how much we begged him to stop putting the stain on the floor every month, that never ended. In fact, it got bigger and darker the longer we lived there. One kind of amusing episode happened to us one memorable evening. I decided to let my boyfriend at the time stay overnight with me, although I usually didn't do this. Just as we were dozing off, a very loud bang sounded, coming from the hallway. My boyfriend sat up and asked, "What the heck was that?" Immediately, a knocking began at the far end of the hall and rushed towards my room very fast, knocking louder and louder the closer it came. My boyfriend said, "That has to be your roommate being funny." I just laughed and tried to explain about our ghost, and that I thought he might be angry that I had a male friend overnight. He said that was bull and got up to investigate. Just as he came to the hallway, the knocking began again, all around him. Needless to say, my brave 6'4" boyfriend ran straight out the front door and never came back in the house. Anyway, after a few years, my roommate and I decided we were going to move to a cheaper apartment, closer to where we worked. As soon as we started packing, the noises, and especially the lights going out, began to get really bad. I was even starting to get a little frightened. One day, as we were finishing up packing, we decided to go check in the basement and see if we had anything left down there. While we were down there, we decided to go in the old fruit cellar, since neither one of us had actually looked in it. We found some old fishing equipment. We also found an old shirt box that was sealed with tape and felt kinda heavy, so we brought it upstairs and opened it up. Inside was a bunch of old pictures. Most of the pictures were of a young man of about 25 or 30. In many of the pictures, he was in our house and standing on the porch of the house. There were also some antique glass slides with pictures of him in the military uniforms. We dated the stuff around World War II. We decided to call our landlady, an elderly woman, around 80 years old, to tell her we had found the box. When we called her and told her what we had found, she hung up on us. We called back, and her daughter answered and said that they didn't want that stuff anymore, and we could have it or throw it away. We thought it was very strange, since normally our landlady was a sweet old lady, so we decided that some of the stuff in the box might be worth more money, and we would sell some of it. Some war medals, and even an old stock certificate. That night, I put the box on the kitchen table, and we went to bed. In the morning, we were going to move the last of everything, and as we were preparing to go, I asked my roommate what she had done with the box of stuff. She said she hadn't touched it. We looked everywhere and couldn't find it. Finally, around lunch, we got hungry and decided to cook a frozen pizza. We turned on the oven and immediately began to smell something burning. When I opened the oven, there was the box. Okay, I swore my roommate did it, and she swore I did it. So we left the box on the table again and left to move some things to the new place. When we got back, the box was gone again. This time, we found it immediately in the kitchen pantry, so we kinda laughed it off and put it back on the kitchen table. About 10 minutes later, I walked into the kitchen and it was gone again. I decided the heck with it and decided to just go finish the bedroom closet I had just minutes before been working on. When I stepped up on the chair to wipe off the upper shelves, there was the box. That did it. I said out loud, "Okay, George, we promise not to take your stuff," and put the box back in the fruit cellar where we had found it. We left that day and have never been back, but I've always wondered if the next tenants ever heard from George. I've worked for a domestic violence shelter for approximately 7 years. While I personally have never seen anything, there are always odd sounds and unusual occurrences. Let me start at the beginning. The house is 2-story with an attic and a basement and over 100 years old. I really don't know much else about its history. The local domestic violence center purchased the building, which had been uninhabited for a number of years, did some renovations, and began operating an anonymous shelter for battered women and their children. Over the years, there have been numerous sightings of a young couple. A woman in a long flowing dress can be seen periodically walking up the long staircase. A man in dark, old-fashioned clothing has been seen in the living room and at the top of the stairs outside the attic door. It is usual for all who went into the attic or the basement to feel uneasy and not alone. Recently, the sightings seem to have increased. A church group came over to the holidays to sing Christmas carols to the residents, and a young boy pointed to the ceiling and said, "Look, there's an angel." The only thing seen by the others in the room was a hazy, grayish fog that wasn't in any particular shape. A few months later, one of the employees' daughter was in the living room, alone, working on a school project, and looked up to see a gray, transparent figure looming in the doorway. She screamed, and her mother raced in to see the figure moving slowly upstairs. It was as if the ghost was checking in and didn't mean to frighten the young girl. Perhaps the most interesting aspect of this haunting is that the couple together, fitting the same descriptions of the man and the woman seen in places of the house, have been seen in one bedroom upstairs. To my knowledge, at least 3 residents in the last year have been awakened at night to see the woman sitting on the edge of the bed with a man standing behind her. The couple has been described as comforting and reassuring to those who have seen them in this manner. And these apparitions have seemed to know when these residents were about to face a particular trying experience. One woman was going to court the next day for an order of protection. One lady was facing a decision about the custody of her new little baby. And one woman was about to embark on the dangerous underground trying to change her identity in order to hide from the husband who tried to kill her. All 3 of these women felt as though the ghosts were trying to tell them that everything was going to be alright, and, as it turns out, the dire situations facing each of these women worked out in their favor. I personally find their presence reassuring as well. Women and children who came through the shelter are very often depressed, sometimes hopeless, scared, insecure, and anxious. I think that the fact that they are comforted by these spirits is a sign that these are good spirits who seem to approve of the work being done in their house. They've never tried to scare anyone. Sure, lights turn on and off by themselves, and the dishwasher is forever turning on by itself. Maybe they are just trying to figure out what these gadgets are. I do not know anything about the history of that house, but I assume these spirits were once residents of this house. Based on their actions, they seem to be good and well-wishing. I hope they continue to watch over the shelter and help the current residents.
I just sent you info on the old Kelly house in Houston, Texas. I used to rent there with 4 other people. It's a 3-story, turn-of-the-century house built by Mr. Kelly. He owned Kelly Lumber Company and used this lumber to build the house. The rent house goes for about $2,300 to $2,000 a month as of current. It has a long history of hauntings that started right after Miss Kelly committed suicide. We found out about this info by accident, which I will describe later. I was the first to experience the haunting. I just moved in and had a friend over. The front window blinds at the entrance slammed shut and closed by themselves. It scared my friend so bad, he ran out of the house. I shared the house with 4 other adults. 2 of them, ladies, were amateur mediums. Just local psychic fairs and healing centers was their occupation. We overlooked the house together before we rented. Upstairs in the master bathroom is a set of old French windows above the sinks. It has a crank to open the windows. 2 of us tried to open it, but it was weathered and painted shut. We forced it, and it would not budge. That year, the hard freeze came early, and our first evidence to share together of the haunting became known. All 5 adults and 2 children were accounted for. Matt, one of the roommates, came down from taking a shower and asked was there any reason for us having the other bathroom windows open. Sandy and I looked at each other with raised eyebrows, with disbelief. We asked Matt again to be sure we had heard him right. We investigated. Sure enough, when we got to the top of the stairs, you could feel the cold winds blowing. As we entered the bathroom, Sandy and I stood shocked to see the French windows fully opened. We debated the issue in our heads, but there is no way Matt himself could open the French windows by himself, even if he was on steroids. I tried to reel in the windows using the crank. It was rusty and hard to close. I had to use tools to shut it. That moment on, we all knew we had a problem on our hands. A few weeks later, Sandy wanted to use the house as a gathering of friends to share vegetarian meals. Her ambition expanded to the public. For public relations, she wanted to write something about the house, but steered away from haunting stories. She struggled with different concepts, but succumbed to telling the story of a couple and their tragic love for each other. The story is about a recently engaged, mischievous young lady that plays a practical joke on her fiancé at their engagement party. From the upstairs balcony, she pours water on her boo down below. This enrages him, and he scolds her with fever. Shocked and dismayed, she bursted out into tears and ran to the other side of the house to the porch, which was located on the second floor. Heartbroken and drunken with wine, she hangs herself. It wasn't until violent weather did the secrets come out. On October 13th, 1993, a tornado paid us a visit. It was all over the nation, in CNN. It was simply unheard of. A tornado touching down near a large downtown area, especially in Houston. The tornado struck our neighbors next door in the apartment building across the street. Because of her national cover, and Sandy's interview with news reporters being broadcast over the nation, it prompted an old resident to pay us a visit. The granddaughter of Mr. and Mrs. Kelly came by to see if we were all right, and wanted to share pictures and stories about the house. We wanted to ask her questions too, without sounding nuts. We already had a couple of occurrences of the haunting since then. We decided to manipulate her in going upstairs to the upstairs master bathroom. Then, we unfolded to her the news about the house and its little gifts. She hesitated on entering the bathroom, which raised questions in our minds. We told her about the windows, and suddenly, she started to get very nervous. She finally told us that the house was in fact haunted. It was in that very room where she found her grandmother hanging from the ceiling. One night way after the death of her grandmother, she went into that room and saw the apparition of her grandmother laying in a fetal position in the corner of the room. She could hear faint sobs in the room many times before, and in another encounter from that same room, she saw 3 ghosts hanging from the ceiling. She said they were too dark to make out, that they were just silhouettes. It was like they were hung like chandeliers and were swinging gently. The room used to be a screened-in porch overlooking her grandmother's garden. She was so overwrought with pain in her knees so much, so she couldn't garden anymore. It crippled her to the point where she was using a wheelchair and had an elevator installed. She couldn't take it anymore and took her own life. Margaret, one of the other roommates, always complained about her knees. I started to have problems myself. She told us about their dog, which is buried out back near the pool. The granddaughter heard scratching noises when she was a little girl at the back door. The dog had been dead for years. She would hear a cabinet open and shut when the scratching sound occurred. Then the sounds would stop. She says of seeing an apparition of her grandmother in the garden, and it was too much to bear, and never stepped foot in the house again till this day. I would be more than glad one day to show you the house. Many people that lived in the house had shared similar stories and are still around the neighborhood. Drop a word or two. When I was in my 20s, I'm 30 now, I used to always go camping with my older brother during the autumn months in Washington State. This story won't be very long, but it'll always be an unforgettable experience. On one of the days we were venturing out to go camping, we ended up taking the back roads on the way to the campground. The total drive was about 3 hours long, and got up early in the morning to make the drive. If you're unfamiliar with Washington State scenery, it is breathtaking. Lots of trees towering over you as you drive through, mountainous landscapes, green pastures, etc. It is, in my humble opinion, the best place to be in America. Well, anyway, we ended up staying for a couple of nights and set up a tent in the middle of these woods in the campground. It was just us and nature. I remember we sat on a log and built up a fire every night, roasted s'mores, admired the beauty of the nature here, and just took in the impressive scenery, as we usually do. One of the nights we were doing this, my brother thought he heard another person scream "help me" from afar. "Josh, you think that person is in trouble?" he remarked. I didn't hear the sound, so I dismissed it and told him how absurd it was, because I was certain we were the only ones here. "Come on, Tim, we always camp here. Nobody is here." At that point, my brother insisted that he heard a voice, pleading for help. He even said that while we were asleep in the tent one of the nights, he could see a shadow moving around just outside the tent. He grabbed his flashlight and shined it in the direction of where he saw the shadow moving, but it was gone. Another night, he could have sworn that someone was unzipping the tent while we were sleeping. He took out his flashlight and got out of the tent to investigate. He said that he saw a mist slowly disappear and dissolve into the trees. I remember the last night we were there, my brother and I had a debate on whether or not the campgrounds here used to be an Indian settlement. We later found out that the Native Americans were known to frequent these lands, and that there was a story long ago that a little boy drowned in a nearby river. He has been known to haunt the campgrounds. Anywho, as we were talking, the campfire that we just started went out the moment we mentioned anything about Native Americans. It was not windy at all, and the fire was very strong. It startled us so much that after a couple hours, we said we had enough and ended up driving home later that night. It was about 3 a.m. as we were heading back home, and we started the car up. I ended up driving us back home because my brother was too rattled from all the events. Now, this is the freakiest part. My brother told me that as we were leaving the campground, he saw an old Native American man with a beard in the rearview mirror, with a tomahawk in his hands. He was pointing towards the car, and he looked completely human. I looked into the rearview mirror myself and saw absolutely nothing. Either my brother was playing games with me, or we just invaded the territory of natives, and they were very upset with us. Hi, my name is Diane. Growing up in Detroit, my family lived in a house that was haunted. On several occasions, my family would hear loud crashes that could only be described as boxes of dishes being smashed. Everyone in my family experienced several ghost contacts in one form or another. On 3 different occasions with 3 different family members, a man about 60 was seen wearing a plaid flannel shirt. This man merely stood there, looking at the person, never attempting communication or harm. I was about 8 when he appeared, and I was the first one to see him. Although my sister, who was 7 years older than me, was not present. I'm telling you this right now so later you will understand. My relatives from out of town were visiting, and the adults were sitting in the living room after dinner. I was extremely quiet, in the hopes that only a child can have, that they would forget that I was there. I was sitting on the couch, and the front door was open, with the screen door closed. I saw the man wearing a red plaid shirt, standing at the front door and looking in. I told my family about this, and they thought I was overtired, so they put me to bed. Later that same week,
My older sister was getting into the shower when she saw a man in a red plaid shirt standing in the bathroom with her. She freaked out and told my mother, who this time listened more closely. She then revealed that she too had seen the man in the red shirt standing in the kitchen by the sink, looking like he was getting a glass of water. All family members routinely heard footsteps throughout the house, especially going upstairs into an attic bedroom. The steps would continue across the floor. All family members experienced this together and separate on several different occasions. My sister, whose bedroom it was for a while, admitted she was scared to sleep in that room and was frightened, very often thinking that someone was coming into her room. I later had that same bedroom and became so afraid of it that I began sleeping on the living room sofa. On several occasions, dishes in the house would break when put in a certain china cabinet. On 2 separate occasions, a silver meat platter in the china cabinet, whose doors were kept closed, flew across the room at my mother. Lights turned off in the basement would be on when we woke up every single morning. The dryer would routinely come on by itself, and even after the electric was checked, this still continued. The basement had an old coal room that had been converted into a storage room with paint cans and stuff. This room had a negative feeling, and no one in the family liked to even go in there. Likewise, no one in the family wanted to go under the stairs, although no one ever had a mysterious occurrence in those places. Every family member in that house had their name called on different occasions, many times when they were home alone. One occasion comes to mind. My father, who was home alone, was working in the basement. My mother's sister and I were out shopping at the mall. He distinctly heard the front door open, even though it was locked, and someone walked across the living room and kitchen. He went upstairs and found the front door locked, as he knew he would. It was then that someone called his name. He answered, and no one said anything after that. Another all-family experience came when we all went to visit my grandmother, who lived across town. We even brought the family dog. We were returning home, and as we pulled in the driveway, I saw the drapes move back, like someone was watching us return. I remember distinctly asking if anybody had seen that. My father countered, "What did you see?" I told him, and he and my mother and sister agreed that that is what they saw too. My dad went into the house first while we waited in the car. Everything was just as we left it, with the doors locked. On one occasion I awoke to having a woman standing at the foot of my bed. She disappeared as soon as I got a good look at her. She said her name was Anne and she had lived in that house. No one in that house ever saw Anne again. This house had an addition that was a formal dining room off the back. It had built-in china cabinets that would fly open on no occasion, even after my mother put hooks on them, thinking the wood was swelling. Music was often playing softly. All in all, it was a weird place to live, and we were all very glad to move, but we did live there for over 20 years. My parents moved into an apartment, as I did in a different location, while staying with them because I had become extremely ill. I had a unique experience of a ghost nurse who took care of me. My parents were asleep, and I was lying on the sofa, so hot, but lucid. I could hear them snoring from the bedroom. I heard soft slippers shuffle across the floor and felt a cold hand lovingly touch my forehead, checking my fever, a comfort. I was not afraid, and somehow thought Grandma is here, but I had no evidence of this. I remember keeping my eyes closed, just knowing my nurse did not want me to see her. I was very conscious of my parents snoring, and knew it was not them. When the feet shuffled off, I opened my eyes and got up and looked at my parents. They were sound asleep. The whole situation lasted maybe 2 minutes, yet I started to improve that night. I now live in Indiana, and a few years ago, my husband and I rented a little farmhouse. Our landlord lived right behind us, and the farmhouse used to belong to his grandparents, now both deceased. Not long after we moved in, we began to hear things, and my 2-year-old daughter would wake up in fear, crying about a man in her room. I would say, "Where?" and she would point to a corner of the room, but I would see nothing. We would often hear footsteps coming up the basement stairs with no one there. This is happening in front of other witnesses also. We would sometimes hear a man in the basement talking, but couldn't make out what he was saying. Now, the basement was a creepy place where I always sensed being watched and followed. There was a little room that used to hold well water with a heavy door that had the window painted white. I felt this room was evil, and I hated it. Unfortunately, my washer and dryer were down in the basement, so I had to go there often. For a long time, the ghost just made noises, not meant to scare, just moving about the house. Later, he would come into our bedroom at night. I never realized it until I saw your site and David and Sherry's site, but he came in the room a lot more than the 2 times I saw him in human form. I would either be asleep or almost asleep, and I would see a ball of light drift slowly into the room. It would sometimes move to the side in front of my closet, or to my horror, it would come right at me and hover right above me. I didn't realize then that the orb was the ghost. I thought I was dreaming a weird dream that seemed like I was awake, because I saw the room exactly like I was awake. Apparently, because I was awake. I would be half asleep and angry at myself for having such terrifying visions, so I would angrily think in my mind, "Get out of here, stop," and it would disappear. Twice after that, I woke up to see a 30 to 40-year-old man with dark hair and a red and black lumberjack shirt. I would catch him staring at me beside my bed. Oddly, I was so tired that I just rolled over and went back to sleep. I found out later from my friend who used to live next door to the house that my landlord's grandfather had died in the house. His name was Pete. Also, he had been a grumpy old man. Funny thing was that both times I saw him, he was a younger man. Anyways, he never really bothered us, so we had no problem. We only moved out because we bought a new house this past year. To this day, I still can't believe I calmly co-abided with a ghost. I've been reading stories on this page for over a year now. Why? I don't know. I'll always find myself scared at night. But look forward to the new entries every month. I thought it might be time to submit my scariest. I'm very sensitive to the spiritual world, so I have many. Okay, a few years ago, I met my current husband, Joe, during the beginning stages of his nasty divorce to his wife, Jennifer. Jennifer was raised in a Jewish family that had a lot of problems. Before they married, they lived in the downstairs apartment of Joe's father's house. His sister and her family lived upstairs. They had experienced some ghostly activity when they were children there, but it was all positive, like smelling roses throughout the house. Jennifer's brother, Andrew, had joined a devil-worshipping cult and moved to California. Eventually, he realized I was crazy and sick, so he hopped on a bus and journeyed home to Massachusetts. At every stop, one of the members was standing outside the bus, just staring at him. He made it home, but did not escape. They came to him at night, played head games, and did not allow him to let go of the devil. He was also very heavy into drugs. Joe was,
and still is, a member of AA, so he invited Andrew to live with them while he tried to recover and get off the drugs. Unfortunately, Andrew couldn't, and one day he said to us, "I just want to live to see you two get married." A few weeks after their wedding, Andrew was found hanging from a tree in a nearby park. After the funeral, Joe was consoling Jennifer when he heard 3 knocks on the door. He went to answer it, but no one was there. All of a sudden, a rush of energy entered his body, and then everything went black. Joe awoke to his brother-in-law, holding him down and trying to stop him from convulsing. He had come downstairs to find out what the knocks were from. Joe and Jennifer got Andrew's wonderful leather living room set. They moved to Connecticut and split up shortly thereafter. I came along pretty quickly and also got pregnant pretty quickly as well, so we were not allowed to see the family, for they were ashamed of Joe's actions. One night, I had a nightmare of being chased by an evil and angry spirit through a house I had never seen before. I was flying from room to room, up many stairs. Finally, I went into a room where there was a child spirit on a bed, and very scared. I remember holding it while watching the spirit fly up the stairs at us. Then, I awoke. I told Joe about this because it was so vivid. He just about died. I described every room down to the wallpaper of his father's house that his sister still lives in. We were invited over shortly after. His family began to forgive him and understood his reasoning, not to mention they had a beautiful niece, granddaughter, that they did not know. When I walked in, I knew I had been there before. Amy, Joe's 7-year-old niece, said, "I knew you had blonde hair. I had a dream about you last week." Strange. A year later, I went to a psychic who I had never met before. She told me a lot of stuff about my guides and messages from them. Well, one was this. That spirit that was chasing you, it is the sibling of your boyfriend's ex-lover. And that was it. We just finally sold that dang leather furniture. I hope Andrew leaves me alone now. This is a true story that happened to me. It is one of many, and I mean many stories, that happened to me that involve spirits. It started one night. I was spending the night at my grandma's house, in the spare bedroom. She has 2 spare bedrooms. One is mine, and one is my older sister Tammy's. I used to sleep in my room, but after that incident happened about a year ago, and no one died or anything. The room just went wacko from the presence of a spirit when me and my friend Damien were in it. I haven't gone in there since. So now I stay in my sister's room, since she doesn't visit as much as I do. I was laying down, looking at the white ceiling, like I always do when I can't sleep. All of a sudden, I saw a black shadow coming from the bottom of my eyes. It slowly covered my whole vision, and it turned black. It was holding my head down, so I couldn't even move. I got so scared that I swung my hand at it, and it was just like swinging at smoke. It just separated, and then moved back together. The most terrifying and weirdest part of this all is that it really seemed like there were eyes, glowing red eyes, that were coming from this black shadow. The next time I met the black figure was when I was at home. I was having a sleepover with my friend Sarah in the basement. We were both on the pull-out couch across the room from the bar. She turned and looked over, and then saw the black figure just staring at her with glowing red eyes and leaning up against the bar right in front of her back. She slept facing the other way for the rest of the night.
Again, I had a sleepover with Sarah in the basement. This time, I saw it. It came through the roof right above me, with its arms and legs straight out to its side, as if it was in the shape of a star. When it popped through the roof, I could see smoke come from around its body. What is this thing? Why is it following me? What does it want? Will it hurt me? And then slowly, it lowered itself towards me. I was so frightened. I didn't want to tell Sarah because she might get scared, so I pressed my head into the bed, trying to stay away. I was right in my sleeping bag, so I couldn't swat at it again. And then Sarah leaned over and asked, "What are you doing?" Then I told her, "That thing is right above me." She looked around me and saw nothing. "There's nothing there, Trisha." And I thought, how could she not see this? It's right there. How could she not see this? And then I said, "Hey, it's right there. It's right above me." She then tried to prove that there was nothing there and waved her hand over the top of me. Just as she did that, the figure jumped up and spread its arms and legs again and just popped through the roof. That was the last time that I saw that figure. I have many other stories. Most of them I'm going to submit to this page. If you have any questions, or if you want to talk to me about spirits, ghosts, or angels, email me. Odd things have always happened in my family. As a child, I was raised by my grandparents on the hoops of a reservation. There was no question to there being spirits on a reservation. My grandfather came from a long line of medicine men. Although he doesn't practice medicine, he says he remembers everything he witnessed while he was learning to practice. Something scared him to death, and some things he says are very comforting. He says it was a practice of good versus evil. Some ceremonies were so intense that they were physically attacked by apparitions. Large, small, white, sometimes gray or black images. He says the spirits are present all the time, as if waiting for the right moment to strike. He always said if I was harmed in any way, I shouldn't point blame to anyone or anything. He said to express in words, "You aren't getting the best of me, just loud enough for me to hear it." Even when whispered, it was a means of protection. He said sometimes late at night, family members that have passed away would come knocking at his window, mostly his brother. He said he knew when it was his brother and when it wasn't. His brother gave him a sense of happiness or protection, but the others came with evil intentions. He said that all encounters are warnings and signs of bad things that are about to happen, or when sickness was about to fall on the family members. He said he knew when evil ones were around. When they came to his window, he would feel a cold breeze, then a strong sense of fright. Chills would overwhelm his body, and then a split second before he saw or heard anything, he would be paralyzed, completely taken over. The chills got worse, and when he would try to yell, nothing would come out. Sometimes he said he felt like he was dying and feeling every bit of it. Of course, this only time this happened was when it was pitch black in his room. Sometimes they reached in for him from outside his window or from right underneath his bed. He said it wasn't the same feel as someone grabbing you physically. Their grasp pierced right through to the bone, much like a snake wrapping tightly around you. Only every bit of the inside would also feel constricted, right down to the bone. We always had traditional singing gourds hung up around the house. These were used for funeral wakes. Almost every time a force was present, it was through a dead family member, even if it was just a dark shadow. The dead were used as portals to reach the livelihood of our people. He said the gourds served as a warning system. If a force entered our house, the gourds would rattle like crazy, much like an alarm system, protecting the house from theft. He said this would cause the dead to return to their resting place. It was a reminder that the person was dead, and that he was only causing distress. The evil using it had no way of evading or entering our house. If the force was strong enough, the gourds would not work. He said if that happened, we would all experience cold chills and a sense of fright. He said you'd have to feel so scared you wouldn't want to move, and that if you didn't convince yourself to move, it would only get worse, and that one person would be taken as an outlet for the family. Sickness or death would fall that person. To this day, I've never seen or experienced anything of that nature, but deep down inside, I know it's all true. I've heard the gourds go off, but never felt anything. My grandfather says they still visit him. I love my grandfather for everything he has shared with me. He says that all of this is only fair warning, and that this happens to everyone. Some just don't notice. The next time you fall or get in a fight, just think, who is really behind it all? I could go on, but I think it's best to stop here. Okay, here's a story I heard from my dad. My dad used to work at a warehouse at the Goodyear facilities in Akron, Ohio. There were stories floating around about various ghosts and whatnot associated with the various buildings in the planned campus, which, if you ever visited Akron, you know, sprawls over a vast area. Anyway, one of these stories involved a ghost that followed you through various warehouses as you walked and was never seen, only heard. My dad was always working swing shifts at this plant, very little seniority, and so he was there at all kinds of wacky hours. One night in the winter, he was working the midnight shift in one of the supposedly haunted buildings. There was only 4 guys in this particular building, and my dad, being the rookie in the place, was given all the crappy jobs. At about 3 in the morning, my dad's supervisor instructed him to go to the 3rd floor of the building, back in the oldest part of it, to pick up some fluorescent lights, because the small storage area in the machine room was out of them, and they needed to replace a few. So, being as superstitious as you can be, my dad was sure he was gonna see a ghost in that very dark, very scary old building. Up the dark stairs my dad went, one by one, sweat pouring off his face, even though this part of the building was barely heated. When he finally reached the 3rd floor, he felt a little stronger, probably adrenaline. So he bravely pushed open the door to the adjoining room between the stairwell and the storage room. This room used to be a rubber cutting room. It wasn't used for anything anymore, since manual rubber cutting was no longer done. There were a few large containers sitting around, but for the most part, the room was empty. There was a thick layer of dust covering most of the room, except for a small path where people walked to get various items from the storage room. Spiderwebs everywhere, and the occasional squeak from a disgruntled rat were just enough to give my dad the total spine chills. But he pushed on, being a man, and not supposed to be afraid of anything. He started walking across the abandoned rubber cutting room towards the storage area, when very faintly, he heard footsteps behind him. Whirling around ready to fight, he peered into the dimness. Nothing was there. He assumed it was his nerves, which he had worked into a frenzy by this point, and he turned quickly, embarrassed, and continued towards the storage area, when sure enough, more footsteps. He slowed. They slowed. He sped up. They sped up. With his heart racing, he slowly turned around. Still, nothing was there. Drenched with sweat and scared nearly to tears, he bolted towards the storage room, his feet pounding heavily on the thin metal floor. The footsteps were even louder now. Every step he took, another step followed, not an echo, but right behind him. He made it to the storage room, fumbled with the lock, ran inside, and slammed the door behind him. The room was very small. All he could hear was the pounding of his heart, threatening to blow right through his chest. The only way out was the way he came. After calming down a bit and smoking about 5 cigarettes, he was feeling brave again. He grabbed a large box of lights, decided to fling open the door, and run like hell as fast as he could cover the 50 to 75 feet to the stairwell. Getting up his nerve, he grabbed the door handle. He slowly turned it. As soon as he heard the click of the latch opening, he flung open the door and sprinted towards the light in the stairwell. There were the footsteps again, closer than ever, right behind him. That's when it happened, tripping over something. He sprawled headfirst into the darkness. Total quiet met him. Darkness and quiet. He slowly rose to his feet, putting one hand behind him to help him get to his feet. Once again, the footsteps crept up behind him. That's when he finally got the guts to look in the direction where the footsteps were coming from, and what he saw astonished him. He saw an old man wearing an eye patch and had a cane in his hand. He had suspenders and overalls on, and a blue hat on that resembled Mario from Super Mario Bros. The guy only appeared for about 30 seconds, but it was long enough to notice the presence. The figure disappears. He rose to his feet and walked back to his coworkers, never telling any of them of what he found. Years later, he still tells stories about sending the new rookies up there in the middle of a dark night when all is quiet to walk across the metal floored room to get light bulbs that aren't really needed. It all started when I was about 10 or 11. This story is very true, by the way. We had moved into a new house in northeastern Wisconsin. Let me explain where my room was. There was a porch, and then the door into our house. To the left was the kitchen, to the right was the laundry room. And if you were to go straight when you entered the door, there was a staircase. It led to the attic, where my room was. The staircase was not very long at all, 12 steps to be exact. When you went into the attic, there was a bathroom if you went straight. My room if you turned left, and to the right was a living room with a TV. One night, while I was laying in bed trying to sleep, I heard creaking up the steps. I thought it was my cat or one of the dogs, so I wasn't scared. I counted the number of steps I heard. There was 12. I noticed it sounded like a person coming up. I remembered every creak the steps made. I looked at the staircase, which I could see from where my bed was. I noticed some sort of dim light from the top step. The lights in the kitchen were off, and so was the upstairs light. I hid under the blankets, hoping for it to go away. I listened closely and heard 12 steps going down the stairs. Every night from then on, I heard the steps. One night, after I heard the steps going down the stairs, I got out of bed and looked at the bottom of the staircase. It was very dark, but I thought I could see a crumpled figure. Then a few days later, I saw a figure in white glide up the same staircase. It actually looked like a floating sheet and sort of resembled the Grim Reaper. I would start to see a lot of different types of spirits moving along the staircase. The last one I remember was a floating head that darted down the stairs. 3 years later, we moved into a new house in Indiana. One night, my mother told me that a little boy had died in the house in Wisconsin because he fell down the stairs. She didn't want to tell me when we lived there because it might frighten me. To this day, I'm still very haunted by that. Back in September of 1982, my boyfriend of 4 years named Keith and I were visiting his sister Julie, her husband, and family in Orneco, Minnesota. He was 17 and I was 21, an odd age range, but he looked every bit my age and was mature as well. Sitting up late, we were talking, and for some reason, we got on the subject of death. I asked him if he believed in the afterlife, and he said that he did not. He believed that when it was over, but he knew I believed, and I asked that in case there was an afterlife of any sort, and that if we were able, that if one of us should die before the other, that the one who died would come back and watch over the one left behind. He agreed. As time passed, Keith needed a space, and I gave it to him, reluctantly at times, to the point where we would get into heated arguments, and I would move out of his house, where we lived together with his father. In June 1983, on a windy, extremely hot Wednesday night, Keith died in a fire that consumed their trailer house. I hadn't been with Keith for about 3 months, as our breakups and makeups were getting more sporadic. I recall trying to hitchhike to his place that night, 12 miles away, but as I stood on the highway for what seemed like 45 minutes, I just wasn't getting a ride. It was strange, because I hitchhiked the highway regularly and never had a problem getting a ride within 5 or 10 minutes. But that night, it was mostly humid and so hot that within minutes of leaving my apartment to go to the highway, I was soaked with sweat, like I had just taken a shower and didn't dry off. So, I went back home. The next day, my sister contacted me, saying that Keith had died the night before. I was devastated. My whole world fell to pieces. I spent the next few days with Keith's dad at Julie's house, preparing and attending the wake. At the wake, I was alone in the viewing room with Julie, and everyone else was downstairs visiting. It was a closed coffin service, but I had written a letter to Keith and wanted to place it in the coffin. But due to the extensive damage to Keith's body in the fire, the funeral home director would not let me see him. So I decided to put the letter in the small groove between the top and bottom halves of the coffin. As I was putting it there, a gust of wind came out of nowhere. It seemed to come right from the groove where I was about to place the letter. It was so strong and sudden that I screamed. People came from downstairs to see what the matter was, and I told them I had seen a mouse. No one in their right mind would believe me, and besides, maybe it could be explained some way I could not figure out. The night before the funeral, I was having a tough time trying to sleep due to the emotional turmoil I had faced from hearing the tragic news. I couldn't stop crying, and I was absolutely devastated. Just then, I felt a cold breeze brush past my face while I was still laying down in bed and hysterically crying. I then felt the weight of the bed getting heavier, like someone else was sitting on the bed. I screamed Keith instinctively and laid up in bed. The bed instantly felt lighter, and I could have sworn I saw a small ball of light move around the room before disappearing. During the wake, I had a 110 camera and took several pictures of the coffin. These pictures I will have to retrieve from Julie, as I've gotten married 6 years ago and gave my photo album the key to her as a means of trying to let go of the past and move forward into my new life with my husband and daughter. But when I do, if I can't figure out how to scan them and get them on here, I will send them in. I believe I have something here. Also, in closing, I realize the depth of the promise we made to each other that night, just months before Keith died, and have spoken aloud, hoping I will release him if we're bound in any way, that I release him of his promise and set him free several times in the past few years. Thank you for reading. In this story, my wife and I had moved, and we rented a 60-year-old plus house because the landlord allowed pets. My wife had misgivings about the house from the first day we viewed it, but she agreed to move in. We lived there for 6 months, August 1997 through January 1998. She had a strange feeling about the staircase, as if something bad had happened or would happen to one of us. I couldn't blame her, for the staircase was dark with no railing and carpeted so that it could be easy for someone to fall down the stairs. She also swears she heard old-time music playing in her bedroom late at night. I never heard it, and I don't believe it was our neighbors. She also said she would see people out of the corners of her eyes when she was alone. This hadn't happened to her before, and hasn't since in our new house, which we have lived in for 9 months. The strange coincidence is this. One afternoon, I was in the bathroom taking a shower when I saw movement about the size of a human move across the floor in front of the sink towards the door. I thought it was my wife, so I opened the door, but she wasn't around. About a week later, we were talking about how cold and where the house was. My wife told me, in addition to the music and odd feelings, that when she was taking a shower, she had seen movement in the front of the sink going towards the door. I told her that the same thing had happened to me. I thought that perhaps reflections off moving cars in the street in front of the house could explain the movement, but it wasn't sunny when I showered. At this point, I was freaked out, so in addition to poor insulation, bats in the attic and mice in the walls, we had ghosts. We moved out within a few months. It started when I was just a little girl. I would see things in my room at night, movement, shadows, in dark forms. I was told that it was a dream and I should not watch scary things on TV. Now that I am 29 years old and I'm not dreaming, I know this for a fact. The ghosts started to intensify when I was pregnant with my first child. I was 21 and still at home. I would wake up in the night with a feeling of being watched. Afraid to open my eyes, I would anyway, and the same man would be there, looking over me, without an expression and cold eyes. I tried sleeping with the light on, but this did not stop it. I knew it could not be a dream, because it was the same image every night. My son was born, and we moved into our own place, about 8 blocks away from my home. The man did not appear for a few months, but he did eventually show himself. Frightened every night as to what I would wake up and see, my husband worked out of town during the week, so I had my best friend come stay with me. I warned her that in the night, I sometimes scream because of what I see. Hesitant at first to believe me, then the screams came, and she too was a believer. My friend eventually moved into her own place. What happened next, I can't explain. My friend has never experienced any ghosts or such, but one morning, while lying in her bed, she felt something jump up on it, like a cat would. The only thing is, She didn't have a cat. Before she knew it, she was frozen, as if someone was lying atop of her and restricting her movement. The incident left as soon as it came, but she was well aware that this was an event that she could not get over. She moved shortly after. The stranger thing was that the man I'd seen for 4 years was gone. Had he been the one at her house? Did he move on with her? I will never know. I've never seen him since. My husband and I eventually bought our own home and began to move. The last night in our apartment, I awoke to at least 6 to 8 apparitions above my bed. The spooky thing was that I was pregnant with our second child. It was as if they came to say goodbye. We got settled into our new home. Incidentally, it's 3 blocks from our apartment. It was about a year before the first incident. We knew when we moved in that the lady of the house had died here. That is who I expected to see, but quite the contrary. It was a man in police dress, like you would see at a funeral or graduation. His image appeared in the mirror next to my bed. He's the only one of the many ones that I've seen here. Now I only see an image once, and never again do they appear. Some months, it is every night. In some months, none at all. Just when I think they are gone, I wake up and scream. They never touch me or try to talk to me. They just stand there and stare at me. The lights can be on or off. It does not matter. I think that my younger son is experiencing the same thing, but I do not know how to ask him without scarring him. Some nights, he sits straight up in bed and cries and points with terror on his face. I look, but there is nothing there. All I want to know is if I'll ever be able to go to sleep and be confident that I won't wake up screaming. Thank you for your time, and hopefully someone out there can relate to me. I've had numerous experiences with supernatural entities, but one that sticks out in my mind happened to my brother and I about 2 years ago. I have a cleaning service and clean many buildings at night, but the case in point occurred at a clinic in an older district of South Fort Worth. One night, my brother and I were finishing up at this clinic. I have a habit of walking through a building before we lock up to be sure everything is secure and the lights are off. My brother was in the lobby area of the clinic, preparing to leave, when I informed him I was going to check the building. There are 4 hallways in this clinic, with many examining rooms, so I proceeded to walk the building. About halfway through my walk, I heard another pair of steps, about 10 foot or so behind me. I assumed it was my brother coming to help me, so I started talking to him. At the last stop of my walkthrough, there was a break room. I reached in to turn off the light of the break room and turned around, facing back towards the direction from which I had come, expecting my brother. What I turned to was not my brother, but the upper torso of a male figure, somewhat see-through and misty white. I blurted out a few choice words, and the figure was gone. After this experience, my brother as well heard many strange things as well as the figure of a female. I was talking to one of the doctors one day in the receptionist area when I noticed a picture on the wall. Instantly, I recognized one of the people in the picture with the figure I had seen. A cold chill came over my body at this point. I pointed out the picture to the doctor and asked who this person was. The doctor stated that he was the doctor who founded the clinic in 1929 and had died in 1985. I thought to myself, I knew doctors worked a lot of overtime, but this was going to an extreme. In the mid-1980s, My wife and I bought a home in Hanover Park, Illinois. It was a neglected house, which had a hard time selling and was being rented. The owners lived in a different state, and the tenants let the place go pretty bad. We saw a lot of possibilities, and the price was right. So we moved in, and things were, to put it bluntly, bad. The place was filthy. There were spiders everywhere. The gas wasn't on in late October, and it was raining continually. So I'm sitting in the living room area questioning my sanity when I see this blob of haze, a little larger than a basketball, round in shape, start moving across the living room about 7 feet away and just sort of floats into the dining room and out the patio door. It just went through the door and out of the house. I'm like, am I seeing things now? Or was that an apparition? It was weird because I wasn't scared. It was more like, wow, what the heck was that? We finally got the place in shape, and it turned out to be a nice home. We had our first child just before moving in, and it was nice to have a place of our own. I never mentioned the apparition to my wife, lest she think I was really losing it. A few months later in the spring, other things started happening. My son, who was now a full year, would wake up in the night, laughing deliriously. My wife thought it was hilarious. I never mentioned what I'd seen to her. She couldn't figure out what was so funny. I remained tight-lipped. This happened on a regular basis for about a month. And then one day, she calls me at work in a panic, saying that Chris, our son, got out of his crib and was sitting on the floor playing with his toys. Fine, except Chris couldn't walk just yet and definitely lacked climbing skills. So how did he get out? If he tumbled out, he would have most likely had been hurt or screaming at the very least. To this day, we don't know how, and he has no recollection of the event. Other events included the TV turning on at night, a strange happening of voices in the night, strong flowery odors, a feeling my wife once described as having passed through by something, and the car shutting down in front of the house once we moved out. We sort of visited, and when we passed the front of the house, the car just shut down. It restarted with no problem, and had no problems before, or any time soon thereafter. Weird. I was dating a guy when I was 14, about 5 years ago. His house had been built over an old well. The story goes that in the early 1900s, 2 children were playing near this well, and the little girl fell in, and her brother tried to help, but fell in too. Their parents didn't know they were missing for a while, but by the time they got there, it was too late. Well, they moved, and another house was built over it. My boyfriend's closet was built over this well. One night, it was raining really hard, and he was playing his guitar. A bolt of lightning struck right outside his window and lit up the whole room. About 10 seconds after that happened, we heard children laughing. I looked in the corner of his room and saw 2 children standing there, staring at us. I just sat there and stared back. They stood there for about 30 seconds and then vanished. After that, you would find things misplaced and then find them later. He came home on several occasions to find his room messed up. He would pick it up, leave, come back, and it would be messed up again. We broke up soon after that, and I've never heard about the children again.
I'd like to start out by saying that, while I am interested in the paranormal, I tend to be pretty skeptical and prefer to think things out rationally before dismissing every little thing as ghosts or the like. This experience, however, has no logical explanation I can think of. I'm pretty new here as well, and I apologize in advance if I'm not doing this right. So yeah, here we go. I was 17 and it was mid-October, nearing Halloween. My family and I had gone to a really small, fairly rural town to meet a group of family friends for dinner and catching up for old time's sake, as my siblings and I had grown up with the children of the other families. After dinner, the parents stayed at the bar drinking, and those of us that weren't of legal drinking age were starting to get a little bored. That's when one of my friends brought up the cemetery. Apparently, there's a cemetery in this town that's said to be haunted. I think some ghost hunter, paranormal type show did an episode about it or something, but the legends are said to have been around since before that. The story goes that a group of teenage boys wandered into the graveyard one Halloween night with the intention of causing trouble and maybe stirring up some spooky ghost action in celebration of Halloween. After digging around for a while with no unexplained phenomena, they decided to sit on top of this mausoleum, which is basically just a big tomb built up around a coffin instead of actually burying it in the ground. They were about to call it quits and head home when all of a sudden, unseen hands seemed to push one of the boys off the top of the tomb and onto the ground. All the boys are obviously scared shitless and hightail it out of there. All of them describe feeling an eerie, ominous energy following them around for weeks after the incident. There have also been numerous reports of orbs, headstones inexplicably moving or disappearing, ghostly apparitions, inscriptions being changed, flashes of lights, strange noises, the whole works. We arrived at the cemetery well after dark, and one of my girlfriends, we'll call her Emma, and I were the only two brave enough to go in. We hopped out of the car, careful to be as inconspicuous as we could since we didn't want the police showing up and ruining our ghost hunting experience, and headed towards the entrance. It was chilly and a bit windy, as autumn in Wisconsin tends to be. We gripped each other's hands and started down the gravel path. As soon as we passed the fence that surrounded the plot of land, everything seemed to get very still and quiet. We couldn't even hear the wind anymore, which was strange as it had definitely been breezy as we got out of the car. It was so silent that even whispering and our steps in the gravel seemed, pun absolutely intended, loud enough to wake the dead. Though there were no lights in or near the cemetery, there was enough moonlight filtering through the clouds to allow us to see pretty well. We soon realized we had no idea where the fabled haunted mausoleum was, but we kept walking anyway. We made a random left turn and, lo and behold, there it was, about 30 yards in front of us. Pretty good luck, right? As we approached, I began to feel almost an electric sort of energy in my fingers and hands, but I wrote this off as just nerves or something due to breaking the law. We reached the tomb, and this thing is huge. It was twice my height and at least made of weathered gray stone with moss growing sparsely on it. We stare for a moment and Emma whispers, "You should touch it." Being the badass ghost hunter I am, I oblige. There's nothing really remarkable about the cool roughness of the stone, so I decided to take it a step further and hop up to sit on the lip of the curved top of the thing. Again, nothing happens, so I jokingly shout, "If there's anyone here, any spirits or anything, come on out." After listening in silence for a second, I think, fuck it, and make my way to the very top where that kid is rumored to have been pushed off by ghostly hands. I have Emma snap a photo or two before climbing back down. Slightly disappointed by the lack of spooky encounters, we agree to head out and are about to do just that when we see a pair of headlights slowly creeping down the road that borders one side of the graveyard. We immediately assumed someone noticed us and called the cops, so we crouched down behind some bushes with the mausoleum directly to our left to hide. Both of us are completely silent except our breathing as we watch the vehicle slowly make its way down the street. I'm watching its taillights turn the corner when I hear a low, creepy, menacing laugh coming from my back right. It sounded so strange, like it was a few feet away but also right in my ear. I'm freaked out, and I'm about to chalk it up to some kind of adrenaline-induced hallucination when Emma, who is standing to my left, whispers, "Hey, did you hear that?" My blood ran cold as I slowly nodded a silent yes I did. I cautiously turned my head to the direction I heard it come from and, I shit you not, see a dark figure stand up from one of the headstones not 10 feet away from us. I scream bloody murder and somehow end up on the ground as the next thing I know, Emma is pulling at my arm shouting, "We have to run, we have to get out of here. Come on, we have to go." I let her pull me to my feet and led me blindly by the hand. We're full out sprinting, tripping over gravestones and plants and who knows what else in the dark, and we can't even find the exit in our panic. We finally reach a gap in the fence, and I can feel tears streaming down my face as I run for my life down the middle of the road, not even paying attention to the oncoming headlights until I nearly run into them. Luckily, it was the car containing the rest of our friends, and we rip the door open and throw ourselves inside screaming, "Go, go, please just drive," before we even bothered to sit in an actual seat or shut the door. I can't remember who was driving, but I think our panic and terror shook them enough that they did what was asked of them and sped away back to the bar. They kept asking us what happened and if we were okay, but we couldn't calm down enough to answer until we were back inside the bar and sat down. Still shaking and out of breath, we recounted our story to all of them, drunk parents included. I think a lot of them were pretty skeptical, and honestly, I would have been too if I hadn't experienced it myself. In the weeks that followed, I felt that same eerie energy the boys in the legend described hanging over my head. Personally, I attribute it more to paranoia after being scared out of my mind by something I couldn't actually see than some kind of curse, but it made me uneasy nonetheless. It's been a few years since this happened, and I still cannot think of a single logical explanation for what happened that night. While I have no idea how credible anyone else's reported experiences with this place are, I know we were without a doubt the only people in that graveyard, or even on the streets for that matter, and we would have heard someone trying to sneak up on us. This sound of that laugh was so unnatural too. I can't get it out of my head, even now. I've never even been more scared than what I was that night. And I know now that people mean when they talk about not being able to fully believe in the paranormal until you've experienced it firsthand. Anyway, just thought I'd share this experience with you guys, as it was my first and most memorable ghost experience. This could have not happened at a better time. The year was 2009, about a week before Halloween. My sisters and I got a call that our grandmother's health had taken a turn for the worst, and that the doctors were calling the family in. My grandmother was in the LaGrange hospital, and we were in Newnan. It would take us 30 to 45 minutes to get there. Each of us 4 girls took off from work, and we all met at my house, where we would ride together to the hospital. Being in such a hurry, neither of us took the time to use the bathroom, so by the time we got to the hospital, me and my baby sister were about to burst. We got parked and Kelly, my baby sister, and I ran into the hospital looking for a bathroom. The entrance that we took, we had to walk through double doors and turn slightly to our right, then slightly to our left before heading down a long corridor. The corridor led us to a gift shop that sat on the right. Just before the gift shop, there were 2 small bathrooms, one for men and one for women, to the left of the hall. My sister and I were racing to the bathrooms when we saw an elderly woman in front of us. She was about 25 feet away from us. She was stooped over a tad and wore an old, outdated black coat and an old black hat with a flower attached to the side of the hat. It was not cold enough outside to wear a coat. The old woman entered the bathroom, and my sister and I raced in after her. The bathroom was so small that it only had 2 stalls and 1 sink, and 3 people would be considered a crowd. My sister beat me to the second stall after she saw the old woman enter the first stall and heard her lock the stall. My sister and I were laughing at each other, and we were talking to each other while my sister was in the stall. I was play fussing at her for beating me to the only available stall. So here I was standing outside the first stall, waiting for the old woman to come out. All of a sudden, the door to the first stall slowly creaked open, and I stepped to the side so that the old woman could get out. Told you the bathroom was very small. After a few seconds, no one came out, and I peeked around and pushed the door open a little bit more. I was scared that I may find the poor old lady sitting on the toilet, and she had let the door come open on her or something, and we would both have an awkward moment. I looked into the stall, and no one is there. My sister was still in the second stall, and I said, "Kelly, wasn't that old woman in this other stall?" My sister replied with a yes, and why. I said, "Kelly, she's not here." Kelly asked, "What do you mean she's not in there? I saw her go in." And I replied with, "Well, she has either gone down the toilet or she has disappeared." I remember Kelly asking me, did I see her go out? And I said, Kelly, she would have had to bump into me to get out, and no, she did not go past me. The conversation went on like this for a few more seconds, ending with my sister coming out of the second stall, fast as lightning, with her pants half buttoned. Flying towards the door, she turned to me and asked if I was coming, and I responded that I have business to take care of. Of course, my sister left me there alone while I took care of business in the first stall. I was either feeling brave or stupid that day. After I came out of the bathroom, my sister was waiting by the gift shop. We knew we just had a ghostly encounter. Retelling the story to the rest of our family members had them thinking we were off our rocker. I retold the story again to the nurse, who was assigned to my grandmother, and she confirmed that there had been several ghost sightings in the hospital.
One day, I had an appointment at Clark at noon. I finished the meeting with my client early, and being near Orchard Road, I went shopping. By the evening, I got ready to go back to the flat. The same flat which is in my story, an invisible housemate. I was filled with dread due to the previous experiences there, and as I boarded the train for NS from Orchard Station, my friend Louise called me on my cell phone. We talked for a while, and she invited me over for a movie and dinner at her house. As we were longtime childhood friends, I was delighted to spend some time with her, and with that, I changed the train. Earlier, I was going in the opposite direction in the NS line, and now I boarded the train to Semebwag on the same NS line. I reached Toapeo station, and loads of people rushed to catch a seat. While the train started, I could see from the window a middle-aged woman standing at the platform, just looking inside the compartment. She was wearing a kemba, kind of a bluish-grayish-white clothing. She had unkempt but jet-black hair. I kept on staring at her because she looked pale white, as if she had severe anemia. I think her face looked almost the same as her blouse. I kept staring at her, as I thought it was a very unusual for any woman to be so pale. And then the train sped away, and I got back to playing Subway Surf on my cell phone. I was distracted by the people getting up to get out at Bishan Station. As the train halted, I saw the same woman on the platform. I got shocked as I clearly saw her on Toapeo platform, and she was here again at Bishan at the speed of the train. It was highly unlikely that she reached Bishan Station so fast, and I kept looking at her. But she just stood on the platform without fidgeting when people passed her by. The train doors closed, and she didn't board the train again. And I wondered why she traveled from Toapeo to Bishan without any intention to board the train and just stand at the platform. I kept staring at her. She was still standing at the platform, from the window, and the train started in full swing. I again went back to another game of Subway Surf, when the lady sitting right next to me elbowed me while opening her purse. I looked at her and she apologized, but that's when I looked towards the right side of the compartment, And to my surprise, the pale woman was standing inside the compartment near the door. Now, at this moment, I still can't explain to myself how that woman defied the laws of physics, as last time I saw her, she was outside on the platform. The train doors are obviously closed shut before the train starts to speed away. Then how on earth is it possible for her to board the train? And she was clearly standing outside on the platform and no way in the train. And I could see her outside, except when she disappeared from my view, from the window's edge, while I sat there in total shock, rethinking what I am seeing. I still kept staring at her. The passengers near her seemed indifferent about her presence, and she had the same expression throughout the time she was standing there. And her hair, which seemed unkempt from the front, was nicely tied in a loose hanging bun, which came until the center of her shoulder blades at the back. But from the thickness of her hair bun, it seemed like she had long hair. Except for when she caught me staring at her, she moved her head to left to look at me. Her movement seemed as if someone was turning a puppet's head on its neck. At that time, when our eyes interlocked, I felt the dread that I have never ever felt in my entire existence. Her eyes' color were the lightest shades of gray. It was like the meanest of all the eyes I had ever come in contact with. I was filled with the emotions of grief, or something on the lines of envy. I lowered my eyes and fixed it on my cell phone and tried to refocus my mind. But I kept looking at her dress's bottom, and then another electric shock ran through my body. I couldn't even see her feet. Normally, someone who's wearing a kabaya, you can see their feet. But it seemed she didn't have any feet at all. And then the train halted at Angmo Kyo Station. I managed to look up to find out whether the incoming passengers can see her or not. And as I looked up, she already left. She was gone. It looked like a nanosecond for her to disappear, even before the train doors had opened. At that moment, realizing that it's impossible to get out without the train doors opening, and that she vanished in the moment, I rolled my eyes up to look at her. I just froze in terror. I looked around to see if anyone else also saw that or not, but nobody seemed to be influenced by the woman. Or maybe they couldn't see her. At this point, I was horribly scared. This was the second incident for me in which something, in this case someone, vanished in thin air. Though I didn't see her vanish, but she was there at one moment, and like a microsecond later, she wasn't there. It wasn't even humanly possible to get out of the train or get into the train in that moment. So I put on my headphones and music and closed my eyes shut so as to not see anything else. I got out at Semabwag Station. At first, she joked that I rode with a Pontiac, and I gave her a smack on her arm. A Pontiac is a bloodthirsty ghost of a woman, and quite popular ghost in Southeast Asia. But after calming me down and realizing that I was actually frightened to my core, she told me that the pale woman could be the white ghost of Angmo Kyo MRT station. And when I checked it on the internet, I found out that almost all the stations I crossed today on my way to Semabwag are supposedly haunted, and yes, White Woman is one of them. It was rather amusing, as how can ghosts haunt a train and station for that matter, but it was written that white ghosts targets lonely people. But I was in a filled compartment, so why did I only see her?
Paranormal is a part of everyone's life, but not everyone noticed it. My first encounter was around 18 years ago, when I was 10. It was Christmas morning when I lost my father. It was a devastating loss for all of us. Since then, I don't want to celebrate Christmas. Anyway, let's get to the point. The day after the funeral, I was sitting in my room. I was bummed. I didn't want to accept the truth. And then it happened. I heard my father's voice, calling my name not once, not twice, but 3 times. I couldn't believe my ears, and I raced out of my room into the kitchen. My eyes were starting to water because I didn't see him. I started to cry and headed back into my room. Then I realized that it was very bright winter's day. I mean, it was freaking December 26th, and then I saw him. My dad was standing before me, smiling, surrounded by that light. I stared at him for what seemed to be hours. Then suddenly, light started to flicker, and I heard him talking directly to me. He said to me, "I'm sorry. Be good. I have to go now. Goodbye." And then he disappeared with the light. That was the last memory I had of him. The next experience was 4 years ago, when I was in my neighbor's house. My neighbor, let's call her Z, lived with her father, let's call him A, who by the way was a creepy guy. However, Z was gifted. She could see the future through cards. I was stunned when she told me things known only by me. I went there oftentimes, but every time I took even the slightest look to A, my head started to hurt like hell. When I shared that to Z, she told me that I was sensitive. Every time, when I get a headache, I was in a way cleansing the negative energy. I shook it off because that couldn't be true. After the seance, you know the cards. She told me that I have a big hole in my heart, a hole full of pain and sorrow. She started to cry and told me that soon, very soon, I will lose someone very close to me, and I needed to be strong at that moment. After that, I stopped going there, and a week later, she died, leaving behind her awful father. I know it's a terrible thing to say, but he was evil. I can't explain how I know. I just do. 10 days after Z's death, A got ill and died. I know my stories aren't as exciting as the others, but they are true. Just letting you know that the person who I was supposed to lose was my mother, who died a year after Z and A. You may say it's a coincidence, but it's not. Every time I pass Z's house, I get the same headache, and I get the feeling that someone is watching me through the second floor windows where A lived. I'm 28 now, and I still get that feeling. About 20 years ago, when we lived in Navy housing on Oahu, Hawaii, my daughter and I experienced something that still haunts me. Honestly, I'm not sure what it was, and that I'm not sure if it was a ghost. At the time, we, my husband, our 2 daughters and I were living in Navy housing. I never believed in ghosts or the supernatural, and we didn't entertain such stories or thoughts in our home. It was a summer sunny day. My husband was at work, my oldest daughter was out surfing with her friend, and my youngest was at home with me. We had just finished lunch and decided to watch some TV. The TV room was just off the living room, dining room, and filled with windows and 2 doors, one to the kitchen and one to the backyard. There was a wall composed of 2 large sliding doors that separated the living and dining room from the TV room. Against that makeshift sliding door wall was a love seat that my daughter was sitting on. I was sitting on a chair opposite the love seat. The TV was to the side of us, on a low bookcase below a bank of windows. While sitting there watching TV, something shimmery, a staticky, sparkly, flashing sort of mass passed between us and the TV. It had entered from the living room into the TV room and then moved across the room and out the back door. Within seconds of seeing it, we turned to look at each other. She then jumped into my lap, and we sat hugging each other tightly for a bit before either of us could speak. I knew by her actions and the panic on her face, she had seen what I had. With fear in her voice, she asked me, "What was that?" I had no idea what it was, but I tried to reason it away. Staying as calm as I could, I told her it was probably the sun reflecting off a car passing the house. With a trembling, soft voice, almost a whisper, she replied, "But all the blinds are down." Not wanting to give in to the panic, I told her that the shades don't fit the window so tightly that light can't find its way in between window frame and shade. I then changed the subject to picking up my oldest daughter and going for shaved ice, a Hawaiian snow cone, but better. Other than telling family and friends for the next few weeks, we didn't and haven't talked about it since. We put it behind us. Fast forward 2 years later, my husband, reassigned back to Rhode Island, had moved back to the mainland to open our old home and get it ready while the girls and I were still in Hawaii. The girls still had a few months of school to finish, so he went ahead without us. The last few days on the island, I spent alone, cleaning our base housing. All our household belongings had been moved out the day before, and we were on our way back to Rhode Island. While I cleaned the house, readying it for inspection, my girls enjoyed their last few days with friends on the beach. I had cleaned the kitchen and laundry the day before and was now cleaning the bedrooms, bathrooms, and on into the living room and dining room. The whole house was floored with floor covering, which I had to sweep and mop spotless. I was mopping the living room and dining room area. The only thought in my mind was how warm it was now that the air conditioner was gone. Then, out of nowhere, appeared that same shimmering, sparkling, wild flashing mass. It crossed the room right in front of me. Being all alone and startled by what I was seeing, I packed up and left. I still hadn't mopped the TV room, nor finished the living or dining room. I didn't care. I was out of there. I grabbed my cleaning supplies, my purse, and locked the door. I left the mop and bucket with the curbside trash and got in the car and didn't look back. I have never ever seen anything like this before or after Hawaii. I've also since become more open-minded to ghosts. Once back in Rhode Island, I started watching the many supernatural and ghost hunting shows that had since started appearing on TV, and although I am open-minded now, I haven't seen any real proof. I say that because I'm still not sure what I saw in Hawaii. I still feel like there might have been a logical explanation. I'm still waiting to come across someone, somewhere, who has experienced the same thing. Someone who can tell me what it was that my daughter and I saw.
I'm an amateur UFO researcher. I say amateur, but I think some might consider me an expert in the field. Anyway, I'm writing here to record what's already occurred. I'm too afraid to post on the forums I usually frequent when discussing my findings because I really don't need the extra attention right now. I'm afraid that something is going to happen, and I have to document it somewhere. So here it is, and I hope you enjoy my story. I know what you're all thinking, no doubt. I'm probably some nutjob that sees airplanes flying at night and thinks they're aliens, and I can respect that train of thought. My purpose here isn't to get people to believe, it's purely selfish. Now, I'm not really in fear for my life. Well, I am, but that's not why I'm writing this. It's my research I'm concerned about. All my years looking into extraterrestrial life, I've had a number of experiences, some more notable than others. I've seen orbs in the sky maneuver in ways aircrafts never could, and I've picked up radio waves with no point of origin on Earth. Those types of things I've looked into, but no real proof has ever come out of it. But what happened the other day changed all that. I live out in California, pretty much the middle of nowhere, out in the desert. Gotta be close to the action, you know? At night, I routinely go out in my pickup and see if I can get a glimpse of anything. I've numerous outposts I go to where I've had experiences and where I know people have known to have seen UFOs. I was at one such place, sitting in my truck in the absolute darkness of the desert, sipping my coffee, when out of the corner of my eye, I saw a bright light streak up into the sky, like really bright. It was coming from the middle of a rock plateau in the distance. Naturally, I revved up the engine and headed over. I parked about a quarter mile away and walked the rest. I didn't want the noise to scare off whatever it was, so I snuck up and wormed my way in between the rocks to get to the middle where the light was coming from. I peeked in, and in an instant, everything I've ever believed was validated. I saw two creatures, pretty short but humanoid, no doubt. They had big eyes with no pupils, pure white, and I could see that their flesh was moist and scaly. I could hear them speak to one another. Their language is difficult to describe. I can't really put into words what it sounded like. It was high-pitched and echoed, though that was more their voices and not the language itself. Hearing an alien language sent chills up my spine. I was so excited. Anyway, sorry, I'm getting sidetracked. There were two pods behind them, and they were both standing around some sort of metallic rod stuck in the sand. That's where the light was coming from. It was shooting out the top, like some sort of beacon. I assume it was transmitting back to the mothership, but I don't really know. To me, it appeared to be sucking something out of the earth. I could hear the device humming. I inched closer for a better look, but I cracked the rock, and they both turned to me in unison. I froze, their eyes cut through me, and my excitement turned to terror. I was so scared, but in that same moment, I could see in them the same thing: fear. One of them reached out and touched something on the rod, and the light exploded out, blinding me for a moment. As my eyes adjusted back to normal, all I saw were the two pods jet straight back up into the air. There was no noise made, only the sound of the sphere ripping through the air. Now, as much as I'd like you people to believe what I've just told you, that's not really my concern, because when they left, lying on the ground was the rod. They'd forgotten it or dropped it. I don't know. All that matters is that I have it. Actual proof of intelligent life, and if you looked at this thing, held it in your hand, you know it came from another world. I mean, with how bright the light on top can get, there's nothing on Earth that could power something like that. You'd think I'd be on top of the world, and believe me, I was, until the next day. I woke up to a knock on my door. It was early that afternoon, but naturally I was sleeping in. The knocking was persistent. It didn't stop, just a slow-paced knock, over and over, until I finally got to the door. I opened it to see two large men standing in front of me. They were both bald and pale, with no eyebrows or eyelashes, and they were wearing crisp black suits. Everything from their ties to their shoes appeared to be brand new, like it was the first time they'd been worn. The man on the left was the only one who spoke. He introduced himself as Agent Quinn and his associate as Agent Reed. Then he addressed me by name, my full name. I didn't think it was odd at first. I mean, he was at my house. I'd buy he knew who I was. But then he asked me the question that almost made my blood freeze. Where's the rod you procured last night? There was no emotion in his words at all, almost robotic in tone. I immediately looked at both their sides and noticed they didn't have guns. I thought it was strange for government agents not to carry weapons, but I was also sort of relieved. I denied knowing anything, saying I'd been at home all night. Agent Quinn, however, didn't seem to have any interest in talking about whether or not I had what he wanted. As far as he was concerned, I had it. It is your best interest if you simply oblige us and gave us the item we have come for. I can assure you it would make life much easier for you. But I stuck to my guns and told them to leave. I stood firm and raised my voice, getting upset with them. But when I said leave, Agent Reed reached out his hand and grabbed me by the arm. Now, I'm not a strong man. I don't work out or anything like that, but the strength in his grip was inhuman. I've no doubt about that. He held me in place while Agent Quinn got in my face, our noses almost touching. I was staring in his eyes, and I could see how lifeless they were, like what made him human had been stripped away. It is unfortunate that you have chosen to lie to us, he said. My sincerest hope is that you will reconsider, and soon. Agent Reed then released me, and the two of them walked back to a black van that was parked out on the street. That was the other day. I'm freaking out. How could they know that I have it? How do they know about it in the first place? I've heard the stories, stuff similar to this, and I'm afraid of what's going to happen to me because I'm not going to compromise myself and give them what they want. I was smart enough the night before to hide the rod, but I'm hesitant to say where. But I do want to. I want someone other than me to know where it is, but I have no family or friends, so I've turned here. I'm not really looking for advice as to what to do, but I'm not adverse to it either. I only want to have what is happening to me be out there. I can't let them cover this up too. As long as they don't find these posts, I'll keep posting about what's happening. I need it documented. Alright, things have gotten pretty crazy. I'm not much of a drinker, but I've since took up the habit. I'm 2 drinks in as I write this. I appreciate the comments and advice I've been getting, but I don't really have any intention of handing the rod over. I've dedicated years and years to investigating UFOs and extraterrestrial life, so to finally have something and just hand it over just isn't an option for me. I left a good job paying and another life to come out here to chase my passion, and that's what I intend to do. After posting the other night, I waited a few hours until a little past midnight and decided to head back out to the rock plateau where I originally encountered the life forms. It had been a few days, and I wanted to get a second look at the site, but after the agents came to my door, my mind had been in a different place. But I refused to let fear change the way I live my life. I went out and crept out, got into my pickup, and headed towards the desert. I half expected to be followed, so I couldn't help but glancing back to my rearview mirrors the whole time. But it seemed I was alright. I got out into the desert, no problem, but as I got closer to the rock plateau, I could see it was illuminated. Not by some extraterrestrial technology, but like the lights you see when they're doing construction late at night on the highway. The entire thing was encased in what looked like a white quarantine tent. I parked quite a distance away and got out my pair of binoculars to take a closer look. The tent seemed to be surrounded by black vans, the same that I'd seen the agents leave in. There were men similar to the agents all around, no hair and in the same fine suits. I have no idea what they were doing, but I got extremely nervous as I watched them. Some were going in and out of the tent, while others stood motionless, as if they were on guard like statues. There was no way they could see me from the distance I was, so I decided that even though it wouldn't be that clear, given my range, I thought I'd record what was going on. I got my phone out and zoomed in as far as I could. It wasn't good enough to see what exactly they were doing, but I could see one thing that didn't show up in my binoculars. The eyes of every single person there were glowing, like some sort of bluish white, but I could see it very clearly through the screen. It sort of disturbed me, but I didn't really know what it meant. Some of you have commented that you have thought that the agents were themselves aliens, and I didn't really think that until seeing that. Though I do also believe they work for the government, there's no way they would be able to churn out an operation like that without people having questions and them having the right answers. I have in the past heard some of the crazier UFO researchers make claims that our government has been working with extraterrestrials for as long back as the 50s, but I never put too much validity into those claims. Seeing this, however, made me question everything. Anyway, sorry, I got sidetracked again. I recorded them for about a half hour for no real reason other than I thought something more interesting might happen at any moment. You couldn't tell what they were doing at all, so it was a half hour of guys with glowing eyes walking around and standing. I would have just kept filming, but all of a sudden, I could see that 2 of the eyes had turned and were staring out into the distance towards me. I didn't think much of it, just that he had moved, but then slowly I noticed the same stationary eyes turned towards my direction. It wasn't long until, on my camera, it was a wall of eyes staring. I immediately jumped in my truck and peeled out of there. As I rushed home, I kept assuring myself it was nothing. There was no way they could have seen me. It was pitch black out there, and I was so far away. I assured myself something else had to have caught their attention. I got home and rushed inside. I just stared out the window for about a good hour, expecting a black van to show up or something along those lines, but nothing. I breathed a sigh of relief and opened up my laptop to transfer the footage from my phone. I hooked it all up and opened the file, and much to my dismay, the video was fuzzy. And not like a normal fuzzy video. This was like the black and white fuzz you'd see when the VHS tape stopped running, something I'd never see on digital video. To say I was pissed is an understatement. It had recorded so smooth, it makes no sense that it was corrupted like that. I was shaking. I was so angry, so I decided to get a drink to calm my nerves, and I just kept drinking till I woke up the next morning, or I guess afternoon on my couch with a splitting headache and a bad taste in my mouth. I looked out the window, and sitting in front of my house was a black van. All the windows were tinted. I couldn't see anything. I was pretty scared, I'm not gonna lie to you, but I had things I had to take care of, and to do that I had to leave my house. I mustered up the courage and walked outside, or I suppose ran is more accurate. I wanted to get into my truck as quick as possible, but the moment I stepped outside, the van drove off. I was relieved, but I knew there had to be more to it, but I didn't have time to worry about it. I had things I needed to do, so after a few hours of running errands, I came back home to my door being wide open, pulled in my driveway, and took a deep breath before heading in. The place was a mess. Furniture turned over and ripped up, books and knickknacks thrown about. I turned my couch back right side up and just sat on what was left of the cushions, looking at everything I owned, broken and beaten. I knew that they thought they'd find, and I knew it wasn't there, so they gave me a bit of relief. Then as I sat there, I remembered the rest of my research. I went back to my bedroom, and sure enough, everything had been tampered with. Cords had been yanked out of my computer, boxes of documents emptied out all over the floor. But as I looked at everything, I noticed nothing was missing. It was all there. They hadn't taken anything. I did notice, however, there was an envelope amongst the mess. I didn't have anything that I kept in an envelope, so I knew whatever it was, it must have been them who left it. I opened it up, and inside was just a single piece of paper, typed up. It said, "It has come to our attention that you are not only continuing to hinder our investigation by keeping what we desire from us, but that it appears that you have begun an investigation of your own. What you saw the other night was not for your eyes. To continue on this path you appear to be on would be unwise." Now I'm just sitting here, 3 drinks deep in what used to be a nice and tidy house, typing this, wondering what to do. I'm at a loss. I don't know how far they'll go. Right now, I think they're just trying to scare me into doing what they want. And since I know I'm not going to, I'm nervous as to what's coming next. I work night audit at this semi-swanky hotel next to the airport. One night, I get a call from a lady in 204. She says there was arguing, loud banging, and crying coming out of 206. Check the computer. No one has checked into that room due to maintenance issues. What the fuck? Called my supervisors to see what to do. She tells me to call on site security and follow them up with a key. I decide to be the bigger man and go up anyways. As we get off the elevator, we can hear the crying. It's loud. My heart starts racing as we near the door, so I hand the key to the security guard. The next 5 minutes seem to happen in slow motion. He opens the door and immediately flicks on the light. Keep in mind 206, we're on the 2nd floor, only door was by me, and this is at like 3 a.m. and there was no one around. As we enter the room, the shower is on, steam is coming from under the door. There is only one lamp on in the room. It's super cold, and there's a lady in red, lacy bra, black panties, with super red hair curled up crying in the bed. She was facing away from us. As Frank approached her, he asked if everything was okay. She sorta just stopped crying and rolled over. When she did, a wave of horror came over me. She was super pale, covered in blood, and was just staring behind us. That's when we realized the shower had stopped and the door was open. There was a man about 6'5" standing in the doorway. As we turned around, cops tased him and arrested him. Turns out he was a rapist who hides in hotel rooms, kidnaps women who stay there, and cuts them open. To this day, I will never go to a hotel again. I'm currently a janitor at a gym. We have a stairwell that leads down some stairs to a door that doesn't open because we lost the keys years ago. One night, there was a loud banging sound coming from the door. Sounded like someone was banging it every second for a couple minutes. I stood at the top of the stairs and listened and watched, and it stopped. It started up again a few minutes later. I went back up there to see, and it stopped again as soon as I got there. Told my manager the next day and had a locksmith come in. He got the door open, and it's just an old supply closet that's empty. Every so often, someone hears a banging sound coming from the door at the bottom of the stairs. Third shift gas station attendant. My first night alone. I'm out cleaning trash around the pumps and refilling the windshield fluid containers. Cop pulls in, drives by really slow, staring at the store, doesn't see me standing near pumps, parks, and walks into the store really fast. He's clearly looking for an attendant, so I walk into store. He jumps when the door opens and I say, "Hey, what's up?" The Dunkin' Donuts, 2 streets over, just got hit and the guy doesn't fit any profiles. We think he just likes to shoot people, so we're letting people know. He gets in his car and drives off. Was sitting at a desk in front of a good-sized window, reading a binder. Sort of had that feeling like someone was watching me, so I looked up, and there was a face pressed to the glass. No idea how long he was there before I looked up. Ran out to the foyer, where there was a glass door on the porch that should be locked. It wasn't. He started shaking the door trying to get in. Ran to the next room, and he just followed me around the house while I was on the phone with the cops, watching me through the windows. They didn't catch him. That night, he came back the next night. They caught him. Creepy as fuck. Surprise. Sometimes patients come in for other problems and don't mention that they sleepwalk. There have been a few occasions where I've been sitting in my office, watching vitals and writing reports, when I turn around to get something and a patient has sleepwalked into my office and is standing right behind me. At 2 a.m. in the dead quiet, that gives one quite a shock. Right out of college, I got a job as a nanny for 2 elementary school-aged girls. For their anniversary, the parents went on a week-long cruise, and I stayed home with the kids. The first few nights, the 8-year-old would come into my room multiple times a night and wake me up. It was obvious she hadn't pre-planned what she was going to give me as a reason for waking me up, so she would stumble through an excuse on the spot like, "I just wanted to make sure we are still going to the park tomorrow," or, "I think I forgot to brush my teeth and wondered if I should do it now or wait till the morning." I figured she was just missing her parents and feeling out of sorts, so I let it slide at first. But by the 4th or 5th time, knowing I needed sleep to keep up with 2 active kids, I told her that she wasn't to wake me up unless there was an actual emergency. I got a couple more hours of undisturbed sleep, but wake up with a weird feeling around 5 a.m. I turn over and nearly piss myself. The girl had brought over a chair right next to the bed and is staring down at me. It didn't help that she had long, dark hair, and this happened a few months after The Ring came out. Her explanation? "I just thought it would be fun to watch you sleep. I didn't wake you." Touché, kiddo.
It was the summer of 1992. I was 20 years old, and I had just completed my junior year of college, and I was staying in the same city as the campus to take some summer classes. I also worked a couple of part-time jobs to handle living expenses. One of my jobs was as a fast food delivery guy. We cooked and delivered steaks, chicken, and burgers instead of the usual pizza or Asian food. One night after completing my shift, I was bored and for laughs, decided to check out an adult movie and novelty store that I had seen sometimes in the course of all my driving for that job. I parked amongst several other cars and got out of my car to go into the store. I saw a middle-aged man with a pasty appearance, with greasy dark hair and receding hairline in the car parked closest to the store. I approached the car on the way in, and he raised his hand hello to me. Not wanting to be rude, I raised my hand in return. As I walked directly by the driver's side door, he said hey, and I said hello. He leaned his head out of his window. He said, "You want to get it off?" I browsed about, and put off by the sheer seediness of the place, quickly left. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the guy in the car in a different parking space. I got into my car and started out of the parking lot. As I got to the road, I saw the guy start his car and start to come out as well. Hoping this was coincidence, I turned out of the parking lot to go home. It wasn't coincidence. Suddenly, this guy was following me very closely and blinking his high beams at me every few blocks. I tried to lose him at some traffic signals, but was unsuccessful. I decided to go an alternate route at that point, not wanting to direct this creep to where I was living. Luckily, my delivery job had made me familiar with a lot of the roads in the city. I headed for a particularly labyrinth neighborhood, turned in, and took as complicated a route as I could, and quickly as I could, and finally lost him in there. I thought that was the end of it. A few weeks later, during work, at the takeout place, I stopped at a convenience store in the course of a delivery to get a soda. After I checked out, I saw this same guy. He smiled and raised his hand hello again. I hurried outside to my car, but this time, I was in my shirt and hat from the takeout place. Now he knew where I worked. By the time I left the convenience store, he followed me again. Fortunately, I was able to lose him again, but spent the rest of the summer afraid to see him pop up at the place of my work, or worse, order food and bring me to his house. Thankfully, that did not happen. But skeevy guy who likes to follow people, let's not meet again.
You believe in ghosts? If so, then boy, do I have a real ghost story for you. Being so involved with the paranormal from an early age on, you tend to open yourself up to experiences that you've never previously had before. I'm of the belief that if you commit to actively hunting spirits, they will start to manifest and make themselves known to you. However, if you close yourself off to this realm, the chances of finding yourself in a paranormal situation are slim. A lack of commitment will result in most spirits ignoring you. Just think about it for a second. If you have absolutely no desire to see paranormal activity, why would a ghost waste their time trying to communicate with you? It would be just like talking to a wall. Just like the saying goes, seeing is believing, or in this case, investing is believing. This story I'm about to share with you, though just a story, is undeniable proof that ghosts are living among us in the human world. These experiences occurred late in September of 2005, and at the time, I was 15. My mother tragically perished in a car accident the year previously, and that left my dad to care for me alone. It was an absolutely miserable existence from then on, as this was the love of his life. My dad ended up being so depressed that I would often find him crying alone in his room at my house, every single day for the next month and a half. I personally have never seen my dad suffer so much, and although I was also hurting, I was more concerned with my dad's well-being. It was then that I would start praying for Mom to return and give us a sign, to at least help comfort my dad, and let him know that she was okay. However, all that praying didn't seem to help. All of the nights begging God to send her back down to us for a message almost seemed futile. I remember doing spirit sessions alone to frantically contact my mom, using a Ouija board, a spirit box, anything I could get my hands on to help. I never got any signs, and the house stood silent, as quiet as it's ever been, except for the faint sounds of my dad crying most nights. It made me start to doubt and think that ghosts and God were imaginary. I lost my faith in nearly everything. I remember angrily saying to myself that God and ghosts don't exist. My dad is hurting so much. I wanted to connect with the afterlife so bad, and yet nothing is coming through. Show me something. I remember saying that in utter and complete frustration. Still nothing. But all that was soon about to change. I remember one late night, I could once again hear my dad sobbing in his room after a hard day's work. He came back later that day, around 10 p.m. He was lying on the bed, and to comfort my dad, I went to sleep with him in his room. We had a bed across from my dad's that I would sleep in. I reassured Dad that everything would be okay, even saying, "Dad, I can't lose you too. Please, you have a daughter to raise. Mom wouldn't let you go on like this." My dad simply smiled and told me that he would never give up on me or his life. So he fell asleep. I tried to fall asleep as well, laying in the bed across from me. This was the moment when I was finally going to see a sign that I had been desperately seeking. Although, this was not the sign I was looking for. An hour or so passes. I was drifting off to sleep when I saw a shadow, outlined in the form of a person. This wasn't a good shadow, because I felt a very negative energy. There were no features, except a shadow person looming over my grieving father. I then got up, turned on the light, and that shadow was gone. I went to wake my dad, and he wasn't waking up. I screamed so hard for Dad to wake up, but nothing. I went and called the ambulance immediately. They rushed him to the hospital. This nightmare just couldn't get any worse. I had already lost my mother, and I was on the verge of losing my father as well. So I waited, and I waited in the hospital. My aunt and uncle swung by to give me the most gigantic hug I've ever felt in my life. We were all waiting on the word for the status of my dad. As the doctor walks out, he has a very somber and stern look on his face. "Your dad suffered a heart attack in his sleep. We are doing everything in our power to make sure he recovers from this." What they didn't tell us in the moment was that he was fighting for his life and receiving life-saving emergency surgery. It turned out that he also died on the operating table, but came back. After hours of surgery, thankfully, my dad recovered and eventually woke up. The crazy part is, years after this incident, he finally told me that he experienced an out-of-body experience and said that he felt like he went to heaven. He remembers being able to see the doctors working on him. Then suddenly, he was in a sunny field with roses and daisies, all these beautiful flowers surrounding him. He then saw my mom in a blue dress, just smiling at him from a close distance. My dad saw his grandfather, who he had been really close with as a kid. He also saw his childhood dog Spike, and he was running around the field. They both waved at him, gesturing him to come forward. He felt nothing but peace as he moved forward. Everything just felt great for a moment. As he approached Mom, he gave her a great big hug, and my grandpa as well. He said he didn't feel like leaving this place at all, but he knew he couldn't stay. Grandpa said with a great big grin on his face, "We will see you later." Then suddenly, he woke up back in his body in intense pain. That same night my dad was having that episode, my uncle took me back to his house. As I waited for my dad to recover, I had a dream. I dreamt of the Grim Reaper, and he was literally trying to drag my dad up into this dark room with red wallpaper. I remember screaming, "No, "I need you, Dad," and trying to physically pull my dad away from the Reaper so he wouldn't take him through the door of the strange room. Eventually, the Reaper gave up and disappeared. My uncle rushed in to hug me, and I told him I had a nightmare. Years later, when my dad told me about what happened to him, I told him my nightmare as well. My theory is that the whole incident, the Black Shadow, the heart attack, the out-of-body experience, and my nightmare, they were all connected. Something dark and sinister was trying to take my dad away from me. And I feel like my dad's grandpa and my mom were somehow stopping this from happening. My uncle believed that my dad was just so worn out and hurt by the loss of my mother that it caused him to have a heart attack because of a broken heart. He does admit, though, that what my dad told us in the nightmare were very eerie, too coincidental to be one. The fact that I was praying for a sign, then challenged something from beyond, and then demanded one, made me feel like I really angered some sort of evil entities. I also believe that in those dark moments, good and evil were fighting for my dad to stay alive. My theory is that these dark forces are trying to take him away from me. I also know that because we're surrounded by so much darkness after we lost Mom, these dark spirits were taking advantage of us in the worst possible way, and I think they were feeding off of us. This whole time that I was hoping for a sign, it was there all along, and I should have realized this. Maybe we were consumed by a dark energy that whole time, and we needed a priest to bless this house. Eventually, that's what we ended up doing, and all felt pleasant and better. My dad slowly started feeling like himself, and the rest was history. I know this sounds insane, but I swear that all this happened, and it is 100% true. Thank you for my long story. Update. Fast forward 10 years. To my surprise, I recently found out that my old house, which was built in the early 1900s, was built on old Indian burial ground. I went to a psychic witch who did a reading on me, and we found out some fascinating things. That I could be surrounded and attached by spirit guides, one that represents good benevolence, and the other which is bad. She said that these two clash with one another, and when the bad spirits get through, they have the power to influence the entire mood of life, and the events occurring. All this could have played a factor into what happened to my dad. She said this, plus the entities that are living in our home, including that dark forest cloud that I told you about, seem to have a spiritual clash, where the good could be fighting evil. Now, I know this sounds wild, and maybe the witch was just making educated guesses, but after what had happened, I truly believe that there was something going on there. She suggested that she come to the house to perform positive rituals with her group of witches, as sort of a good omen, to ward off the bad spirits, even though we seemed to get rid of them. The psychic also stressed that, because I still have these attachments, it is very possible that these things could continue and come back. She also suggested that the road my mom was driving on when she passed may have been cursed. She told me that just in case, they could go to the area of the accident to perform a positive healing ritual for the road. We also invited a group of witches to visit my dad in our old home, so we could defeat whatever darkness looms in our home. Well, they ended up showing up to our house late at night. 3 of the witches showed up, and me and my dad participated in the seance as well. We also used a Ouija board. First, we gathered around the kitchen table and held hands as the witches channeled for the spirits. They encouraged them to appear. They stated that they didn't mean any harm, and they wanted to figure out who exactly lives in this house. The main witch, Cynthia, who gave me a psychic reading and told me about the clashing spirits, told me that she felt a tightness in her chest as soon as she walked into the kitchen. She did not sense any good vibes from the kitchen at all, even though the entire first floor, living room, felt more comfortable and at ease. She called out, "Who is the spirit that is choking me and making it hard to breathe?" That's when the kitchen cupboard opened by itself and slammed shut so hard that it startled all of us. That gave us the confirmation that there wasn't a positive ghost that resided in the home, or at least one of them. It was only seconds later that I heard a voice say "go away" in a very low and guttural tone. It was more of a whisper, but it immediately sent shivers down my spine. I turned to the psychic, who was sitting right next to me, and I asked her if she heard that. She said no, but that she could feel the presence of a dark shadow standing between us both. Cynthia then told us that she was getting messages in her mind that the spirit was named Tim, and that he used to be a very angry man, about middle-aged. What we were able to confirm next was crazy. We used a Ouija board and asked about Tim, and the Ouija board both confirmed that it was exactly him. Cynthia was right. She then said that Tim was a very lonely man after his entire family died in a house fire. We later found out that the house we lived in had been rebuilt shortly after. We asked the Ouija board to confirm, and to our surprise, the Ouija board spelled out yes. We then asked about Mom, if she was still okay, and if she passed on. We never actually got any answers from the Ouija board, nor did Cynthia. However, a few days after the whole incident, and I'm not sure if this was just a coincidence or not, but I ended up getting a random text from some unknown number. The text literally showed up with a YouTube link to the song "Found Out About You," a song by Gin Blossoms. That was my mom's favorite song. The song is also about grieving for the loss of a loved one, so it really seemed to be a direct message that tied into me and my family and what we experienced. Anyway, incredibly lengthy story, but I couldn't leave any details out. Thank you so much for reading. Today, me and my dad are doing great. Stay safe, everyone. This is my first, but not my last experience. I'm a slight skeptic and a psychology major, so I believe in scientific explanations first and foremost when it comes to aliens and ghosts, before classifying it as a ghost story. I've always been overly curious about my family's lineage and who's related to who in my grandparents' tiny town, founded by my grandfathers and grandfather. I was adopted into the family, and I always felt like a bit of an outcast with no background of my own, so I linked to adapt my family's history, despite our lack of blood relation. One day while my father and I were visiting, he asked my grandmother if she wouldn't mind taking us to the graveyards around the tiny town and showing us around. She took us to the family graveyard, another family's graveyard, who's apparently not related in any way. And finally, she took us to a large church in Soldier Shared Graveyard. I was struck by how large this place was and immediately wandered away. It was about 99 degrees that day, with very little wind and high humidity. What happened next could have easily been caused by the heat, but as a half-skeptic, I'm not sure. I decided to tidy up around the headstone, believing it wasn't fair to neglect someone in life or death. As I traveled around emptying out dirty vases, straightening flowers, dusting dirt off headstones, I came across 4 neat little graves in a row. The graves were old, moldy, and worn. Each one had a little weather-worn clipped tulip in front of it, and each one bore the same title, Infant. I don't like to talk about it, but I suffer from an anxiety disorder that causes me to be emotionally numb. It's extremely hard for me to feel empathy or sympathy, but looking at those little graves, I felt my heart break in my chest. I run my fingers over each one and whispered a little prayer for them. I walked away to continue my volunteered grave cleaning duties, and feeling a little strange tug to go back to the little ones' graves and stay there. After a few moments, I stopped under a large tree for a rest, drenched in sweat. Someone had hung a wind chime over another grave. On the same tree, I blankly studied it, listening to my grandmother and father talking across the graveyard. I could see the infant's grave out of the corner of my eye. I reached up to touch the chime. When I froze in place, a cold feeling slid down my spine and consumed my stomach. Without thinking, I turned quickly towards the infant's graves and stopped cold. A woman was standing beside the second stone. She had ebony black hair down to her thin waist, and she was wearing the old-fashioned blue dress that looked straight out of the 1900s. But that wasn't the most remarkable thing about her. Her face was smooth, round, and pale, and literally blank. She had no eyes, lips, nose, nothing. I gasped, involuntarily took a step backwards, flinching at the sight. When I recovered, she had vanished without a trace. The last thing I wanted to mention about the cemetery is another night I actually went back to the cemetery on my own, and I noticed something that was really alarming. What I noticed was something so alarming that it literally made my face turn pale. Now, I'm not saying this was a ghost, but I saw a group of people who were in a circle around a gravestone. Even creepier, they all had what looked like brown robes on and hoods on. It was like some sort of cult. That's why I can't immediately just say that it was a ghost or a group of ghosts, because it's pretty obvious that it may have been something else. Maybe it was just some sort of evil ritual that they were performing out there. But I didn't want to last long over there, so I bolted. How's that for a couple of crazy encounters with some spiritual entities or some cult-like figures? Anyway, I really hope you enjoy these pair of stories. They weren't the longest in the world, but I think they were very effective. What do you think? Let me know. When I was 4, I shared a room with my mother. I slept in a toddler bed that was low to the ground. If I laid on my side, I could see under her bed. One night after she turned out the lights and got into bed, I happened to look over and see these red eyes staring at me from under her bed. I was so scared that I couldn't move and just continued staring at it. The eyes were close to the ground and did not blink. I finally started to scream and cry. My mom jumped out of bed and turned on the light. She looked under the bed, and so did I. There was nothing there. She turned out the light and got back into bed. The eyes were there again. This happened 3 times that night, but never happened again. This is where it gets really freaky. When my oldest daughter was 4, she was playing in her room alone. When she started screaming, I ran in and asked her what was wrong. She told me that there were red eyes looking at her from her toy box. I had never told her what had happened to me. Well, I completely flipped out, and we ended up running from the room. She never slept in there again. I recently asked her about this, and she told me that their eyes were looking back and forth, but didn't blink. I wonder if this is some kind of demon or something. When my middle daughter was 4, she told me that angels talk to her at night. She's 5 now, and it doesn't happen anymore. My son is about to turn 4 next month, and I'm terrified of what supernatural thing will happen to him. My only consolation is that it should only happen when he's 4. This is not my actual personal experience. The house that I currently live in is extremely old and has a lot of history. My aunt had once lived in this house before me and my family. She had never experienced anything out of the ordinary. She had just come back from the hospital, having just given birth to her newborn daughter. The night she had returned home, she had done everything as normal and had gone to bed. The baby's cot stood just across the room. She woke up in the middle of the night, simply terrified by what she saw. A ghost with a small figure at its side stood looking into the cot holding a knife. My aunt first lay frozen in her bed, not knowing what to do. She finally worked up the courage after several minutes and ran to grab the newborn baby and ran out of the house. The room in which this occurred is now my room, and I can honestly say I've never seen an apparition, but I've heard many things during the night, such as when I once heard the banging footsteps of someone climbing the stairs. This had really frightened me, so the next day, I'd asked my sister if she had heard the noises. She replied yes. The weird noises continue up until this day, but we are now used to this, so we never really get scared, as we had done years ago. But just several weeks ago, my sister lay in her room watching TV, and all of a sudden, a black figure emerged in the corner of the room. The figure vanished, and we have never heard or seen anything unusual since. My name is Sam. I've been interested in ghost spirits and other unexplained phenomena for years now. When I was young, between the ages of 6 to about 13, I had experiences in the house I grew up in. I'm now 29 years old, but I know that something happened, and that there are things that we as people can't even explain. My story takes place in Tallahassee, Florida, home of the Seminoles. I was about 6 or 7 years old. I always heard footsteps walking down the hall of my house, and sometimes it sounded like the floor was just simply creaking, like old wood, I guess. The creaking sound moved down the hall like footsteps, though. On several incidents, I would wake up in the middle of the night and hear footsteps in the hallway. I never saw any apparitions, but I'm sure they exist. There is a sleep paralysis where you can wake up from your sleep, but not be able to move. I've seen many accounts of this on your website. I've personally awakened plenty of times in my youth, and could do nothing except look around in my room. I've never felt as if someone was holding me down, but I'm 100% positive I was wide awake, and I couldn't move. On one occasion, a Saturday morning, I woke to the sun shining through my window. I wasn't scared, mainly because it was daytime, about 10 a.m. in the morning, but I was frozen solid. I tried my hardest to move my legs, my arms, and just talk, but I couldn't do anything. In the past, I would just lay there, and in time, the paralyzing feeling went away. This morning, I decided to lie in bed and just wait. What seemed like minutes was only seconds when I heard whispering just above and behind my head. My bed was against a wall, and my dresser was a foot or two away from the head of my bed against another wall. In the corner, the whispers came from that corner. It sounded as if two people were telling secrets just behind me. At this point, I snapped free from my frozen state and immediately jumped out of bed and dashed into the kitchen where my mother was cooking breakfast. I know something was there, but I was so scared that I didn't look back. I clenched my mom's legs, and she asked me what's wrong. I explained to her what had happened, and she kind of blew it off. There's no solid evidence that anything had happened, but I know what I experienced. That wasn't the only thing to happen. If you live in Florida, then you've experienced a hurricane. Hurricane Kate hit Florida in the mid-1980s. My mother was a single mom at the time. It was trapped at City Hall during the hurricane. She worked for the city, so during the bad storm, they didn't want to let them drive in the weather and asked the workers to stay until the storm let up. My brother is about 5 years older than me, so my mom called and asked him to watch out for us until she could get home. The hurricane soon knocked the power out in the entire neighborhood, and probably in several parts of the city. She called again and asked my brother and I to sit in the hall, where there were no windows or doors, until the storm stopped. I, being the younger of the two brothers, felt comfortable with my brother and soon dozed off to sleep. When I fell asleep, my brother said he began to hear footsteps walking up and down the hall. Sometimes the footsteps walked right past us. He also said, no matter how hard he tried to wake me, I wouldn't wake up. So we had to endure the steps and freaky sounds alone. He said it sounded as if 3 or 4 people were in the hall walking around. When I woke up, city workers were outside working on the telephone pole, trying to restore electricity to the neighborhood. My brother was curled up by the front door, almost relieved to see light, even if it was just lights from the work truck and light from the sparks of labor to the transformer on the pole. At this time, my brother told me about the footsteps he had heard and how happy he was the lights were coming back on. Other incidents happened, but nothing really worth talking about. I just wanted to share my story because the site is very interesting. I have 2 experiences that I know are so unusual that I thought I might share. It's a little short, but I know that these were some freaky ghost occurrences, and I simply can't not tell it. My eyes don't play tricks on me, and I wasn't tired or hallucinating. In fact, this first story, especially my friend's experience, was also very real and happened at school. I was about 8 years old. I was riding my bike in trails of the woods near our house. I'd been riding for so long that I lost track of time. And being an 8-year-old kid, of course it was the time of my life. I ended up getting lost in the woods and the trail for quite some time. It had to be a couple hours, and it started to get dark. So as the sun was setting, I tried to make my way back the way I entered. As I was going through the woods, I ended up going through a cornfield, and from a distance, what I saw couldn't be ignored. I saw a short figure of a man just standing in between the cornfield bushes. It almost looked like a leprechaun. Obviously, I know leprechauns aren't real, but it was the best way I could describe this ghost. It was a scraggly looking thing and stood 3 to 4 feet tall. It disappeared after a few minutes and was gone. I am the only person who ever saw this thing. There was never any mention of a ghost near these cornfields. For a while, I didn't even want to say anything for the fear of looking crazy. Plus, at 8 years old, who will take what I saw seriously? Today there are houses where I saw it, so the cornfield doesn't even exist anymore. Another weird thing that happened to my friends at school. Between the Christian middle school and high schools in town, there are some woods here. I never saw this, but some of my friends at the time did. One time, They looked into the brush and saw a pale-faced man in a hoodie or a robe of some sort. I'm guessing that it was some sort of ghost monk or something. They looked lost, but he didn't move at all. He was just squatting in some brush. When I was told about it, it made me realize that my experience might have been tied to this one, and that I wasn't as crazy as I thought. What happened was just odd. It's possible that the guy in the robe just could have been a creepy dude spying on the school. Personally, I think the one at school was just some weirdo, but the leprechaun could be something. However, I wouldn't just write it off, as I know that'd be hypocritical in doing so. Thanks for listening. Let me know what you think. A couple of months ago, I was living in a house with my friends that had a history of strange sightings and stories. I personally had never seen anything there, but had somewhere else. That was about to change. I was standing in the kitchen with one of my friends, and we were the only two people in the house at this time. The kitchen door was slightly open, and all of a sudden, I heard what sounded like a gentle whisper in my ear. As I looked towards the door, I saw a lady walk past the door, wearing jeans and trainers towards the front entrance of the home. At first, I thought it was my friend Laura, who always used to wear jeans, so I popped my head around the corner to try and scare her, but there was no one there. I wasn't scared because it was in the middle of the day. I actually found the experience quite exciting, but also unexplainable. We bought my father's-in-law house with the understanding that he was to stay with us so we could take care of him. He was in his mid-70s and not in the best of health. Before we moved in, we turned the 2 upstairs bedrooms into 3 bedrooms. My husband was upstairs taking the panels off the walls and called me upstairs to figure out how and where to move the heating duct. As soon as I got to the top of the stairs, my husband hung his hammer on a nail that was sticking out of a stud. We were standing right next to the stud the whole time I was upstairs with him. We were the only 2 upstairs. When we were finished talking, he went to grab for his hammer. It was no longer hanging on the stud. We looked for it for about 15 minutes before finding it under a pile of panels about 10 feet away from the stud it was hung on. We just gave each other a raised eyebrow look and didn't say anything about it. The TV would always turn on and off by itself. It was my father-in-law's TV that was sat in the living room. It was the only TV in the house that did that, no matter what outlet it was plugged into. I would turn it off, and by the time I would walk into the kitchen, it would be on again. I would have to say something like, "I don't have time to play right now," before it would finally stop. I was at work the night my father-in-law passed away. It was 3 a.m. on a Monday morning when one of the high-low drivers broke a main water line that caused all the presses to be shut down. I'd been working there for 2 years and had never seen or heard all of the press operators being sent home, as there is always something else for us to do. I went straight home and straight into my father-in-law's room to check on him and tell him what happened. We had a close bond and talked about everything. He was gone. His estimated time of death was 3 a.m. It may have been a coincidence, but man, what a coincidence. After my father-in-law passed away, I experienced only one more thing. I was up in my room and heard my son call me from the kitchen. I was at the top of the stairs, and he was at the bottom of the stairs. He asked me what I wanted. I asked him what he meant, because I heard him call me. He just shook his head and said, "Oh, not this again." I came home from work early again one night, about a month after my father-in-law had passed away. I walked into my son's room to see if he was home yet. He was lying in his bed with the blankets over his head. My son was 18 at the time. I whispered, "Are you still awake?" He popped out his head from under his blanket and told me that he heard footsteps in his room just a few minutes before I got home. Could have been the cat, I told him. No, definitely human, he said. But when he looked to see who it was, there was nobody there. My oldest brother heard me and her brother talking downstairs and came down. She told me about an hour before I got home. She thought she heard someone walking around downstairs. She thought it was her brother. She heard footsteps from his room to the bathroom. She went downstairs and peeked her head in his room. Not in there. She walked to the bathroom, but the door was standing open, so she knew he wasn't in there. She was spooked, so she went upstairs and didn't come back down until I got home. We moved to a big old farmhouse in 2004. In my former residence were myself, my husband, and my teenage son lived. There were lots of paranormal happenings. All three of us experienced strange things, but the one that was the most bizarre happened while I was asleep in my bed. My husband had gone away on business for a few days, so I was alone this particular night. My son was asleep in his room down the hall. I owned a large male cat named Bing, who almost always spent the night on my bed. I also had a hamster that was kept in a cage in my son's bedroom. The cage door was broken, so we tied it up with baggy ties. She had escaped once or twice, so I had planned on buying a new cage the next day. As I lay sleeping in my bed, I could remember hearing someone yelling in my ear, "Wake up," several times. I then found myself standing in the hallway, and to my disbelief, my cat had the hamster cornered and was about to pounce. I screamed for my son, and he came to the rescue before anything could happen. Someone had made sure that I would wake up in time. That's for sure. I know I heard those words "wake up" repeated several times. I was not terribly afraid at the time because I figured that this entity had to be friendly. Before I moved into the house on Willoughby Lane, I never had given the slightest thought to paranormal activities, and had always dismissed it with a wave of the hand and an offhand comment of how such things are scientifically impossible. However, all that changed a few years ago when myself and my newly acquired husband decided to buy an old farmhouse in upstate New York. The real estate agent, while giving us a tour of the home, had in fact related some disturbing information to us. She told us about 20 years ago, a young woman who had lived there with her 2 sons and her father, who apparently was an alcoholic as well as an abusive parent, had gone missing. Her remains had never been found. There had been almost certain proof that her father had murdered her, and was shortly thereafter tried and sentenced to 10 years in prison, where he had almost died. I thought nothing of this, except for the fact that one day I might be gardening and dig up a little bit more than dirt. However, this did not stop us from buying the home, which was gorgeous, with green shutters, a post and beam barn which was in good repair, and a drive that was lined in grand old maple trees. But my friend, who was indeed a strong believer in the supernatural, strongly advised us that there might be what she called restless spirits residing in the home. Again, me being convinced that there was no such thing did not take her warning seriously. After a long day of moving all of our possessions into a newly bought home, I'd fallen asleep in what was soon to be the living room. The movers had helped me bring in our couch, as well as an old rocking chair we had found in the barn. Both my husband and I thought we were able to save the old thing, which was made of oak and not damaged, except for the fact that the seat itself was no longer there. I was snoring away on the couch when I awoke, drowsily, to a consistent creaking. My husband, who was at work, and the movers, who had long since gone home, were absent, leaving me alone in the home. As I looked around, I noticed that the rocking chair was moving, as if someone was in it. Needless to say, I was incredibly scared, and proceeded to throw a book I'd been reading at the chair, or running out of the home. As the weeks passed, more and more of these types of things would happen, all ending with me rather frightened. Things would disappear and reappear without notice, some of which would never be there in the first place. Some of these items consisted of a wide collection of women's jewelry that I occasionally would find in what we found out later used to be a bedroom. Though we converted it into a study, I would hear knockings. Doors would open and shut for no apparent reason. We would occasionally hear the faint creaking of the rocking chair, even though I had insisted it be placed back in the barn. Occasionally, I would hear hushed voices and see flashes of what appeared to be figures out of the corner of my eye. This behavior increased as time passed, till I was starting to get used to it. I even admit to talking with the spirit whenever I was alone in the home. I would always be rewarded with an abrupt cease in all abnormal activity. On the evening of the housewarming party me and my husband were holding, one of my friends came to me in a state of anxiety. They said that they had been in the basement when they saw a woman standing there, staring at them, then turning and vanishing. Myself and a few others hurried down to the basement, where we looked all over, trying to find the woman. What we did find was a hidden cupboard with what was later confirmed to be the remains of Sue Hoover, the woman who disappeared nearly 20 years ago. After this finding, the noises and sightings immediately stopped, and we have yet to hear the slightly disturbing creak of the old rocking chair, which we eventually moved back into the home and repaired. However, I will never forget my experiences that year, and never again doubt the existence of spirits in the physical world again. I'm a great fan of your site, and I've submitted some of my own stories. The other day, I remembered an experience my sister Christy had many years ago. Although I was not a direct witness to this, I was there when she came home in hysterics. She was in such a state that we all thought she was attacked, and we could not get any sense out of her. The story goes like this. Christy had been walking home from a friend's house down a long lane called Langley Lane. On the right-hand side of this lane, there was a field which was used for cattle from a local farm. There was also a book with a large tree hanging over it. The summer before, I think this happened later in the year, as it was quite dark early, a young man had hanged himself from this tree during a fit of depression. I recall that other people have hanged themselves there too, at least one other one that I know of. I think I was about 16 at the time. I'm now 36, and Christy would have been about 11. Anywho, myself and my brother were sat in the house one evening, and that's when we heard Christy loudly banging on the front door to be let in. She was crying hysterically and was trying to talk but couldn't. She was obviously very distressed, and we thought that she had been attacked. When she eventually did calm down, which was sometime later that evening, She told me what had happened. She said that she was walking down Langley Lane when she looked over at the tree and saw a figure hanging from it. She said that the figure was glowing white and had a bend in its neck, like its neck had been broken. She then proceeded to run all the way home, which was a distance of about a quarter of a mile. She did not want to tell her brother, as she thought he would not believe her. Having had experiences myself, I am open-minded and certainly don't feel like she made it up. She has always stood by her story. I was looking at your haunted places in Houston, Texas. I grew up there. I came across the Jefferson Davis Hospital, and it reminded me of something. Once, after a good night of hanging out, a group of friends and I decided to go and check it out. When we got there, I immediately felt unwanted. My skin crawled with fear. I kept telling everyone that we were not welcome there. We were only equipped with several lighters, so the shadows were unbelievable. We kept hearing people talk, thinking it was someone else in the hospital. Someone would call out, but nobody would answer. I kept feeling something touch my back, thinking it was my boyfriend. I turned around, but he was a couple of feet away from me. The entire time I was there, I kept telling him that we needed to leave. My friends got annoyed with me, so we decided to leave. As we were leaving the building, I was holding my boyfriend's hand, and something shoved me. I fell so hard that I twisted my ankle. It was swollen for weeks, and my doctor couldn't tell me why. Nothing was broken. It finally healed after 6 months. I still have problems with my ankle to this day. I have an experience that I would like to submit to the website. I've attached it below. After my encounter one late night in August with my sister, I found out that we'd always been around ghosts. My family has moved 5 times, and in every place, there had been at least one ghost there with us. When I lived in Texas, I moved from Houston to San Antonio. In that move, a ghost that we'd had for a year followed us to our new apartment. After living there for about a year, we discovered a new ghost. This one would hold the bathroom doors closed and knock over items we had on display. The event that completely changed my view of the paranormal happened in August of 2001. It was the early hours of the morning, about 4 a.m., and for some reason, I couldn't sleep. My older sister was on her computer, and she found a bunch of old music files she had downloaded for her history of rock class. Then she came across a Britney Spears parody song, downloaded from a radio station's website. The song itself was actually an E-clip, about 30 to 40 seconds long. We played it, and for some reason the file was corrupt. The words were garbled, playing in a slow, deep, incomprehensible voice. I had chills listening to it play, and when I looked at the counter, it had been playing for over a minute. My sister finally turned it off. She was just as spooked as I was. We moved on, laughing about the look on each other's face. Then about 5 minutes later, we heard 3 soft, solid pounds on the back wall in the far back of the apartment. Neither one of us said a word. We just listened, trying to explain away in our minds. We lived on the 2nd floor and shared only one wall, and that was not it. Another couple seconds passed by, and the banging jumped to the one long wall we shared, still towards the back of the apartment, but getting closer. We couldn't help but to stare at each other. After that one, we finally decided to ask others if she'd heard that. Of course we heard the same thing, and not a minute later, the banging jumped to the room next to us, on the same wall. 3 solid bangs escalating in amplitude. My heart was racing, waiting for the next set, afraid of where it would jump next. A couple of minutes passed, and just as it began to calm down, and blame the banging on the maintenance worker that we shared the wall with, the banging suddenly jumped forward to the wall behind the computer. I looked above me to see the ceiling light shaking. Moments later, the banging shot across the room to the balcony. It sounded as if the entire wall was pounded on with one giant fist. 3 echoing pounds later, everything stopped. I checked the sliding doors, and they were locked, thankfully. We both ran into my mother's room, and somehow she was still sleeping. She hadn't heard a thing. That was something I never understood. My baby brother was in the same room with her, door closed, and he heard a soft rumble, and my mother heard nothing. After that experience, I've always been a little on edge. I always think about what would have happened if I'd left the sliding doors unlocked that night, and what the thing was trying to get in. One thing I know for sure is that my ghost from Houston left that night, and the one already there seemed to get more active. Everyone started to hear their name being called, even when no one was around. Luckily, no one ever attempted to communicate with whatever it was. As a matter of fact, we rarely began to answer unless we saw the person who was calling us. 2 years later, after I finished high school, we moved to Iowa when I was accepted to college, and so far, we have not had any strange paranormal occurrences. "8 years ago, myself, my husband, and my brother lived at this home. We were told by the neighbor that no one ever lasts, and we didn't either. Not because of the haunting, but because we needed to come back to Massachusetts for family reasons. Anyway, we lived in this house for 9 months. We were told the AC was broken, and in the Valley of Folsom it gets very hot, but not in our living room. It was always very cool in that part of the home. On one occasion, I was in the bathroom, and after my shower, I was looking towards the mirror, and I saw an orange blur over my shoulder. I turned to look, but it wasn't there. It looked as though it was a face, and it would have been standing at the right height, to where a head would be on a grown man. After a few weeks, I mentioned it to my brother and my husband, and my brother relayed a story about one night, while sound asleep, he was awoken by a very large thud on his bed. He said it felt like a bowling ball had landed on the bed, like someone sat down. He said he was too scared to look, so he fell back to sleep. After a few more months, we found out that the house used to belong to the town doctor that treated inmates from the Folsom prison back in the 1800s. After putting all the info together, we realized we were living in a haunted home. I was hoping to see other stories about the house on this website, but maybe my story will start to flow. When I was 11, my father died from a heart attack in our home. Because of the trauma on my little sister, she witnessed people trying to resuscitate him. Our mother decided to move. We ended up moving just a little bit further down the road, into an older house that had been built in the early 70s. The owner of the house also died in the house many years before. It was a 2-story house, and the bottom level was made of cinder block. I'm guessing because of this, it was the reason that it was always cold downstairs. Luck or unluck would have it that the bottom level would be mine and my sister's rooms. It always was a creepy feeling downstairs, It always felt like you were being watched, but I always just chalked it up to an overactive imagination. Me and my sister both felt uncomfortable in the downstairs area. It consisted of our 2 rooms, a laundry room, and a cellar. One morning, when I was 14, I was standing in front of my dresser and putting on my makeup. Then, I heard a voice come up to my right ear and whisper my name. The fact that on my right side was a wall really freaked me out. I ran upstairs and asked my mom had she called for me. She told me that she had not. I hated sleeping in that room from that time on, and always tried to sleep with the light on, even though it drove my mom nuts. My sister had a similar experience. I was staying at my friend's house one night, and my sister went upstairs to make sure the door leading outside was closed. She said that as she went to place her foot on the bottom step, she said something came up to her and whispered my name. She said that she also experienced things being thrown in the dark when there was no one to throw them, such as a sock. My mom lives there by herself now, and as far as I know, she has never had anything odd happen to her. But whenever I visit, she knows that I will not sleep in the lower bedrooms. I still feel odd in the lower level, but not as bad as I used to. If anyone has any thoughts or suggestions on this, I would love to hear it. Feel free to email me. Hi, I'm 40 years old, and this story is very true. When my brother, sister, and I were young, about 7, 8, or 9, maybe even younger, we used to see what we would call the brown man. He was brown from head to toe. We came to the conclusion he was a shadow spirit, but with a literal brown look, not tucking skin, but visibly brown. His hat, his face, his clothes, and his shoes were all brown, different shades, but all brown. We would see him periodically and take off running when we did, but our parents never would see him. We'd walk from the kitchen and turn the corner, and he'd just be standing there. Sometimes we'd hear the toilet set drop, just little things. After we grew up, my sister was about 25 when she had her first child. She had a girl. My sister's daughter used to what we thought talk to herself when she was about 2 or 3 years old, and my sister decided it was time to ask her who she was talking to, and her daughter told her, Mr. Burgess. This went on for some time. She would play, have tea parties, and sing with him just about every time she was in my parents' home. Well, one day, my niece asked my sister why Mr. Burgess wore brown all the time. Needless to say, that really shook us up because we thought we saw the brown man. We would tease each other and say, the brown man's behind you, and get a real kick out of it. I've since had 3 children, and my sister another daughter, but they have never come in contact or ever seen the brown man.
We live in a haunted house. It is really not bad once you get used to it. In fact, at times, when there's no activity, you can actually get a little lonesome for them. We moved here in 1982. It wasn't long after we settled into our new house that we bumped into the former owner at the local church. She asked us if we had seen the ghost. We didn't know what she was talking about. She said it sometimes appears in the front bedroom, our daughter's room, as a shadowy figure of a woman in a rocking chair. Our daughter overheard us talking about it and she said, "Oh, that must be the lady who sits in the chair at my desk at night. She doesn't bother me, just sits there kind of watching after me." We had noticed some strange things in the house, but put them off to natural causes such as the reoccurring footsteps in the hardwood floors after we went to bed, the strange way the television would turn on and off by itself, other electric appliances doing funny things, and objects disappearing then turning up somewhere else. But we dismissed the idea of it being ghosts until one late night.
My wife woke up thirsty in the middle of the night, so she went to the kitchen to get a drink. When she got to the living room, she saw someone in the shadows in the middle of the room. Thinking one of the kids had gotten out of bed, she hollered, "Get your butt back in bed." The figure streaked off and disappeared. It didn't go around the sofa, it went through the sofa. It didn't walk, it glided. It was the figure of a woman with long black hair. The kids were sound asleep in their beds. My wife came back to bed without her water. My first experience with her was about 10 p.m. one night. I was walking home from next door, and as I approached the driveway, I saw a figure of a woman walking in the drive. She was cutting across the edge of the lawn on the north side of my shop about 20 feet away. The light on the north side of the shop was on, illuminating her faintly. I could make out no details of her, only a dark figure of a slender woman walking briskly towards our house from the west. As I got in range of the motion detector light on the east side of my workshop, it came on. The figure vanished. This phantom female I saw matched the description of the dark woman other family members have seen in our house. But the dark woman is not the only spirit in our home. We have discovered there are others. Some are shy and reclusive. Some are a little mischievous and playful. They like to play with stuff, just to let you know they are there, I think. They hide things. You put something down and a minute later it is gone. You search all over and then find it right back where you laid it in the first place. They turn things on and off. TVs, radios, just about anything, even water faucets. One morning, my son went into the kitchen to get a drink of water. Dad, come here. I went into the kitchen to see what was wrong. "What's this all about?" my son asked. He was standing back from the sink, pointing to the faucet which was running full blast. My wife was standing beside him. "The knob is turned off, but it's still running," he said. We stood and watched it for a minute. Figuring a faulty valve, I started to walk towards the sink to try to turn it off by myself, and suddenly, it just stopped. Turned off all by itself. I looked it over, turned it on, and then turned it back off again. It worked fine. I checked the valves the next day, and everything was functioning properly and has worked fine since. TVs are a real favorite. I was waking up from a nap one evening when I heard the television on in the living room. I assumed my son was home and was watching a movie. As I arose, I heard the television turn off. When I went into the living room, the lights were off, the television was off, the door was still locked, and my son was not there. My wife and I were the only people in the house, and she was still sleeping. I turned on the television, and the same movie I had heard from the bedroom was playing. Radios are popular with them too. On another occasion with my wife, my daughter and I were watching television in the living room. All of a sudden, the CD player comes on and starts playing a CD at high volume. My wife got up and turned it off. Reaction from all of us was very casual. "Go to grandma's if you want to listen to music. We are watching TV," I jokingly said out loud. At the time, my mother was living in a mobile home behind the property. My sister was staying with her. I found out the next day they took my suggestion to heart. My sister called. "I went out to go to work," she said. "The radio in the van was playing. I thought someone left it on. Oh great, now the battery will be dead," I thought. Then I realized the radio doesn't work unless the key is on. I was holding the key in my hand. That's weird, I thought. I unlocked the door, and I reached in to turn off the radio, and it was already off. It quit playing when I touched it, so I put the keys in the ignition and turned on the radio, and it came on. I turned off the ignition, and it went off. Ignition on, radio on. Ignition off, radio off. Does not work without a key. How was it playing without the key in the ignition and the knob turned off?" she asked. We have all gotten used to our ghosts now. Our children have grown up around them and have their own stories. Their friends and ours have all been scared out of their wits a time or two, but are accustomed to it now. New friends take a little time to get acclimated though. My son was in his teenage years and most of his friends knew about our house. His new friend Jason did not though. My wife and I had gone out for the evening and my son was having a party. All his friends were over. Everyone was having a good time but Jason. He was tired. Jason was new to Tommy's parties. Jason was also new to our house. If he had known about the things that happened here, he might have not left the main group and gone to the game room where it was quiet. Most of our friends know and have experienced eerie things while here with enough frequency that it really doesn't surprise them. But Jason was new, ripe picklings from a mischievous ghost. So Jason left the party and went into the game room by himself, where he laid on the floor to get a little rest. My son and his friends were only a little surprised to see Jason run into the living room pale and frightened. The pinball machine, Jason said. Flash Gordon, it came on all by itself and started playing itself. There's nobody in there, and it just came on and started playing. Yeah, so? Responded my son's other friend, who was so accustomed to such things here. Flash was Philip's favorite machine, my son explained casually. Philip was our nephew who died in an accident a short time before. He was probably just enjoying a round of pinball, said my son. He is a nice guy. He won't bother you. Everyone went on about having fun, except for Jason. He stuck close to the group for the rest of the night, but he never came back to our house. There have been times when these spirits have saved the day for us. We once awoke to find a fire had started on our patio by a candle left burning when we went to bed. About 15 square feet of one wall covered in rattan was charred from the flames, but somehow, mysteriously, it had gone out by itself. The dry rattan, though very flammable, had just stopped burning. This was not the only time. It had only been a couple of weeks since we buried my wife's brother, Virgil. Tragically, he was killed by a car while walking home. My wife had been cleaning out his mobile home next door. A terrible task, but she faced it with courage and fortitude. Sometimes I think she is operating on automatic pilot. She came home and told me, I saw him, Virgil. He was just standing there in the doorway of his trailer while I was sorting out his things. He said nothing. Then he disappeared. A few days after that, my dad came into the shop where I was working. Do you know the door on Virgil's mobile home is open? He asked. No, I replied. I'll check it out. The home was vacant since Virgil died. We were watching his property while probate proceeded. I walked over and saw the front door ajar. I feared the worst, that the vacant home had been broken into. We were careful to lock the door, and no one else had a key. I carefully entered the premises. The overwhelming odor was unmistakable. Propane, strong. I had to exit immediately. A gas leak. The house was full of it. I went to the rear of the home and found the main gas valve. I turned it off. Covering my mouth, I entered the home again. Quickly, I began opening windows. I could not stay in there for very long. I can't believe this place didn't blow up, I said to myself. It's a good thing the front door was open, but how did the front door get open anyway? Sometimes they go with us, sort of a spirit field trip, I suppose. In 1998, my wife and I took on extra jobs. I was managing and bartending at a local hotel bar, and my wife was the cocktail waitress. I guess they got lonesome for us. No one at home to pester and all, maybe just bored. So they started going to work with us. We were at the lounge. It started out small, TV on, TV off, glasses doing funny stuff, that sort of thing. We had closed for the night. It was clean up time. I was walking to the kitchen when I heard a noise from the juice box. The pages of cards, which show the selections, were flipping on their own. Page after page flipped, all in one direction, then it would switch and go back the other direction. This was just the start. They seemed to prefer after hours at the bar. We were cleaning up one night when we decided the small table and chairs would look better if I moved them farther away from the pool table. I moved them over near the dance floor. I proceeded to clean the rest of the bar. When I turned around, the table and chairs we moved are back in their original positions by the pool table. The next night we decided to mess with them. After closing, we rearranged the entire setup in the bar. Tables, chairs, everything. Then we went to my office, got our stuff together to go home, and walked out to find everything back where it was originally. What had taken us a couple of hours to do, they had accomplished in a few minutes. We have lived here in the magic spot about 25 years now. I have notebooks full of activity, notes about ghostly occurrences, sightings, etc. We've never tried photography, but being an artist, I've done paintings of some of the entities we have here. We also experience really odd weather patterns, most often in the winter. Radios and televisions, actually just about any electronic device, is likely to act up when used here, and we have learned more about the history of this area. A local Native American medicine man once told me this place gives them the willies. Teenagers refer to this place in the surrounding area as the magic spot and have many stories about it. Over the years, we have actually had a good relationship with our ghosts, though at times mischievous. For the most part, they just go about their own business and we do the same. We do at times bump into each other, however. Sometimes it is as much surprise to them as it is to us. Sometimes it is nice to have them around. Other times it can be quite frightening. I was actually surprised one late night, and it and I streaked off in opposite directions. I don't know which of us was more surprised. They have become as much a part of our home as our family members. It wouldn't be the same without them. As the youngest of 5 children, all boys, and the son of the 7th daughter, of the 7th daughter, of the 7th daughter, supernatural followers will know that means a white witch. I've seen many strange things. I and my brothers grew up in what would be described as a haunted house. At a very young age, I loved to play in my parents' bedroom, which overlooked the landing, first 2 steps, and small landing at the top of the stairs. On an almost daily basis, I saw shadows walking along the landing. They were not ordinary shadows. These were floating. They were not cast on the wall, but were in midair, but I could see through them. As I got older, they seemed to happen less frequently. I still see these shadows occasionally, out of the corner of my eye. In the early 80s, my brothers discovered the Ouija board method of entertainment, which heralded some very interesting results. On one such session on the Ouija board, the spirit known to us as Paraga put us in touch with a chap called Ray with a message for my father. I can't remember the surname that we were given, but we passed the message on to my father, who accused us of conspiring with my mother to try to persuade him that Ouija board works. Of course, this was simply not the case. It turned out that his friend Ray had committed suicide while my eldest brother was very young. Therefore, it would be impossible for us to know anything about it unless we were told by someone. We simply had no knowledge prior to the session of events that had taken place so many years before. On another occasion, when I was 11 or 12, we had a very strange encounter. My mother and father were out for the evening, and my brothers were left to look after me. The session took place in the dining room, which had one exit into the kitchen. From the kitchen, you could exit to the hall towards the front door, or a door latch with one bolt lock to the back garden and side entrance to the property. There was a window looking into the garden that the strange phenomena took place in. It was a strange session that seemed to pick up an angry persona. All of a sudden, there was a bluish glowing light out the back of the house, and the window started to shake violently. As we made a mad dash for the kitchen, the door to the back garden also started to shake violently. We all ran for our lives out the front door and scattered in all directions up and down the road. There was snow on the ground, and I was dressed in PJs and no shoes. It was almost half an hour and much deliberation before we returned to the house and went in. There were no signs of any strange happenings. We used playing cards with letters drawn on the back, and yes and no written on separate cards and numbers in the middle of the table in a row, and some excellent shaped wine glasses that were virtually impossible to push. In an early experiment, the glass zoomed round and round with great speed. All of a sudden, it left the table lifting up to the top corner of the room and smashing into small pieces. Even the stem and base broke into pieces, the biggest the size of your little fingernail. Anyone who has ever broken a wine glass will know it takes a tremendous force to break the stem and base to that extent. In 1985, at the age of 15, I was walking home to the family home around 10 p.m. from a friend's house. It was a wet and windy night, and I walked with the collar up on my coat with my chin tucked into the top of my zip, only looking up every now and then to see where I was going. There was a small village in the outskirts of the city, just down the road from the family home. I was walking towards the village, where I would have to turn right to go in the right direction to get home. Approximately 1,000 yards before the road I was walking along came to an end, there's a 10-story block of flats, and next to that, a retirement home. As you get nearer to the end of the road, approximately 500 yards from the end, there was a row of tenant bungalow flats going along the road I was approaching and intending to turn right towards home. To the left was a large grass area between them and the main road. I passed the end bungalow flat, heading to the T-junction with the grass area to my left and approximately 100 yards of space all around me to the nearest object, some small bushes. All of a sudden, I saw a pair of brown shoes come into view a couple of steps in front of me. Startled, I looked up to see an elderly gentleman in front of me. I took a step sideways and went around him. Something struck me as strange, and after a few more steps, I turned around to see nobody behind me. There was absolutely no way that the old man walking slowly with a walking stick could possibly have moved quick enough to get behind something to obscure him from my view in such a short time. In fact, the distance between me and the nearest object was too great for Ben Johnson at his prime to reach before I turned around. It wasn't until I thought about it while walking home that it struck me what it was that was so strange about the gentleman when I first laid eyes on him. Despite being quite persistent, rain and strong wind driving the rain, the man was dry and there were no drops hitting him. He was all dressed in brown shoes, suit, and flat cap. I can't remember the color of his shirt or if he was wearing a tie, but I will never forget his face as he smiled a gentle smile of thanks as he moved out of his way. His features were very clear. I've never seen him since. This village was quite a friendly community where most people knew everyone else, but I did not recognize this gentleman. There were many strange things that happened in the family home, from power cuts that were localized to just our house and the whole street. We had electricity meters that took coins to pay for the electricity supply. If the electricity went out, it should need to be topped up by popping a coin in the slot. Even after putting money in the meter, the electricity would not work. It would be found to have been switched off, and in those days, there were no such things as circuit breakers that would trip the switch. When my father knocked out the dining room window to put in a patio door, we found 3 patio negatives of an old gypsy man. The first of him, out the front of his caravan. Another of him stood on the caravan steps, and the last of him laid out dead. We intended to have them developed. They were missing from the place we put them. We assumed they fell down behind the kitchen cabinet where they were left. When the kitchen was remodeled, there was no signs of them, and other things we assumed had fallen down behind the cabinets. On many occasions, I've told certain people to answer the phone because it was for them, and it was. The problem was the phone had not actually rung until after I had told them, but within a few seconds. I can't explain it, but it still happens. It was in October of 2004, around 3:30 in the morning. I was slowly waking and was in the state where I could hear the TV, but wasn't quite awake. I remember having this eerie, scared feeling, and in my sleep started singing Jesus Loves Me, the old childhood Sunday school song. Anyways, I remember feeling a presence on my legs, real heavy, and I felt something was watching me. I snapped awake and moved, and the thing made a swooshing noise, and my cat even looked up in the air where this went over my head and out the door. I was on the couch and the front door was behind me. My cat was acting funny even before this, and at times, I would come home and feel a nervous, scared feeling like someone was in the house. That's when I saw it. It was the silhouette of the Hat Man. I looked petrified, and I couldn't just shake the feeling. It was almost inside my head, like it was screaming voices at me. The voices released from the Hat Man into my head were all mumbled, so I couldn't really understand any of them. A split second later, there is silence, and the Hat Man slowly fades into the abyss, actually fading into the TV screen, once and for all. I don't know if this has anything to do with the paranormal, or if I'm just losing my mind. Was it sleep paralysis? Was the Hat Man real? Or was it just all in my imagination? I have no idea, but I'm kind of hoping and praying to God and Jesus that this doesn't even exist and that I'm all hallucinating this just to make myself feel better. As I previously stated, my cat has even noticed weird things that have occurred in this house, and I'm just not sure what to trust anymore. Are my senses going crazy? Am I just in touch with the paranormal? Am I opening up another portal to the paranormal dimension in which beings and spirits, including the Hat Man, come to greet me with demonic images and voices in my head? I don't know, but I'm just hoping that I will never find out the true answer to this mystery. Thank you so much for reading. I know it's short, but thank you. In my life, my family and I had numerous paranormal incidents. There were always heavy footsteps, sounding like a person in boots upstairs in the attic. Sometimes I heard them coming down the stairs or on the front porch at night, but oftentimes I had trouble keeping them. They said the TV kept going off and on. One said she saw a man in the attic through the window. My boys were afraid to sleep in their room alone sometimes because they saw people in the backyard. There were 2 very strange occurrences that happened in the winter of 1991. I was married at the time to a man who was abusive to my children and myself when he drank. One night, I smelled something burning in the bedroom, and the bed was smoldering. I woke up my husband, and he pulled the mattress off the bed. There was a burning area right in the bottom of the top mattress. He had not been smoking in bed, and wouldn't have been there anyway. Another night, I took the kids to get ice cream. When I got back, the doors were all deadbolted and windows locked to where I couldn't get in.
I looked through a crack in a curtain and saw my husband lying unconscious on the floor, and the heavy dining room table was turned over. The phone was dangling from the wall. I pried open a window and climbed in. I called for an ambulance and called the police. My husband was taken to the hospital, and the police detective was totally baffled. Later, my husband said that he was talking on the phone to his mother when he was hit hard from behind and knocked out. His mother called to check in on what had happened, saying they had been talking, she heard noises, and he was no longer there. I felt like maybe we had a ghost that was protective towards us, but angry with my husband for his actions. I usually felt safe in the house, but on occasions, I was very frightened. After my husband and I divorced, I felt the need to move. While checking out the history of the house later, I found that it was originally owned by a doctor who kept his ill patients in his home with him. This was in the early 1900s, around 1907. After he left, there was a terrible train wreck just outside of town where some Mexican immigrants and a couple of local workers were killed in a train collision. Their bodies were badly burned and thrown into a massive grave, which turned out to be in the back acre of our yard. I feel certain that we had multiple spirits, though before this time, I never believed in ghosts. I was visiting California on a school trip. My friends and I were hanging out in the hotel's hot tub. We were playing Truth or Dare. I was dared to leave the hot tub and dive into the cold pool, then run back to the hot tub. I got out and went to the edge of the pool. Looking at the clear water, I dove in. Next thing I knew, I was face to face with a dead body. He was face down at the bottom of the pool. It was like it was slow motion. He turned to me with his eyes closed. He slowly opened his eyes and stared into my eyes. He was missing his left eye. I was scared. I breathed in to scream and breathed in water. I pushed through the dead man on accident, and in my struggle to get to the top, I was thrashing around quite a bit. A friend came and helped me out. Panting, I said I didn't feel like playing anymore. Me and my two friends went back to our hotel room. One friend was taking a shower, and my other friend was watching TV. We noticed our phone blinking. We checked the messages. We had 362 messages. We were only out for an hour. We had no way to trace the calls. No one even knew our hotel phone number. We listened to the first few messages. They seemed like they were all blank. Finally, we heard something. One word, hell. This freaked me out. I haven't told about the man at the bottom of the pool. I tried to downplay the message. Later that night, we went to sleep. I don't recall any of this next part, but my friend said that at 3 a.m. I got up, turned on the curling iron, and turned on the faucet. I then hit my head really hard on the headboard of the bed and went back to sleep. I woke up that morning with nothing but an eerie feeling, which was soon forgotten since the next day we went to Disneyland. A week later, we drove home. The thought of this man still terrified me. I just pushed it to the back of my mind and continued on. I did not believe he wanted to harm or scare me, though. Weeks went by. I remember doing chores around the house. I was putting laundry away in my mother's room. Her dresser has a huge mirror. After placing the clothes in the drawer, I looked up into the mirror. Standing behind me in the back of the room was this man. I could see him very clearly. He was young, long blondish hair. His skin was grayed and almost green, waterlogged, and a little wet looking. His good eye was brown, and where his other eye should have been was just a hole. It seemed to go on forever. It was almost hypnotizing. I noticed this all in an instant, because when I turned around, this young man turned and walked away. I sensed that his name was William. I didn't see William for a very long time, although I felt him following me. Our house began to change. Radios would turn on when they weren't even plugged in. A music box would start to play randomly. Shelves would fall off the wall. Everyone noticed it. Everyone was afraid. I wasn't. Years went by. I started to feel a difference over me. At night, I would wake up to voices in my room, like a crowded room where you could hear only a few words that made sense. I tried to ignore the voices. Sometimes, I would wake up with a single voice in my ear talking to me. They seemed to never make sense. It was like the end of a sentence or the beginning. I remember waking up one night. I felt scared for the rest of the time. It was very late at night. I knew no one was awake.
A blue light was outside my closed door. My door began to shake very violently, but the beads on my door didn't even sway. I kept all of this to myself. Who wanted to tell their friends and family they heard voices in their head and see people in swimming pools? I don't think so. Later that year, I moved out and started going to college. My family said that since I left, the strange happenings seemed to have moved out when I did. Strangely, my roommate said that since I moved in, strange things started happening. Pictures falling off the walls, TVs turning on, shadows, and the feeling of being watched. I still heard voices at night, but never anything scary. I learned to live with it all. Now, in 2009, I'm married. I still hear voices at night, but they're making more sense now. Sometimes the voices say things to me like, "Get out, I'm not kidding, get out," and laughing followed. Evil laughing. I tried to go back to sleep. One night, a few weeks ago, I woke up feeling like someone was in the room with me, a different energy than my husband's. I looked up and saw a dark figure standing over me. My dog started barking and growling like crazy. The dark figure turned his head and walked out the closed door. I went back to sleep and woke up to a voice telling me, "Your destiny will be at the Valley of Thunder, then all the voices shall be heard." I haven't ignored that one. Sometimes I will go to Yosemite National Park, Valley of Thunder, and see what my destiny is. It just doesn't seem right yet. 2 nights ago, I had a dream. William came to me. He didn't say anything, but I sensed he was telling me it was okay, not to be afraid of him. I feel as if since I've met William, I've become sensitive to spirits and energies. I've met other spirits beside William. I feel as if now I have the ability to read energies and sense thoughts. I almost regard William as a friend. As an avid EVP researcher and long-haul truck driver, I've had many opportunities to get EVP recordings from all over the country. My research has revealed some startling results lately. On the 20th of January this year, an EVP has attached itself to me somehow. Now, no matter where I am or where I go, this EVP named Desmond Heathers is in every recording I make on my Olympus digital voice recorder. Even when I'm traveling down the road at 65 miles per hour, Desmond is there ready to talk when I turn on my recorder. I know a lot about them and where he is now. One startling development occurred when I asked Desmond if he knew anyone that I knew. He said, "Yes, Joe." I said, "Joe, my brother?" He said, "No, Joe who is with me." I asked him if Joe was with us now, and he said, "He is in you now." So I asked, "Joe, are you there?" And I got this voice in the recording that was very deep and gruff sounding. I can only say it sounded like Mr. T from the TV show The A-Team. Joe said, "Go away, leave me alone." Well, I don't communicate with those who don't want to, so I just do what I always do with the ones I get who I don't think deserve my attention. I just ignore them. Here's where the story takes a strange turn. The week after that, I was talking to my doctor about a fatigue problem I've been having lately. Nothing serious, just tired during the times of the day I don't think I should be. He asked if I was sleeping okay, and I said I tend to wake up several times during the night. He recommended I get a sleep study done. After finding the only sleep research center within 100 miles of where I live, I was told the study would cost in excess of $1,600 for one night. Well, I thought this was ridiculous, so I figured I would do it myself. I was on the road the night I decided to do my sleep study, and set up my digital voice recorder and DV camera on the sleeper of my big rig. I fell asleep within 15 minutes. When I reviewed the recordings the next morning, I was so startled at what I had recorded, I could hardly listen to it. The recording revealed that I snore rather loudly. What was startling, though, was the EVP Joe was using my snoring sound to speak to me in my sleep. With every rattling snore, he formed words. He said things like, "Don't you know you love me? Don't leave me. Don't wake up. I'm not done yet. Don't you remember me from the Navy? You know you're listening to me. You know you love me. How did I get in here? What happened to me? I need you. I'm just jealous of you, Tony. Tony, please, help me." Not just that night either. Every night I've recorded, he's talking to me in my sleep. It concerns me because
I don't know if there may be some subliminal influence with him talking in my sleep like that every night. I think I know him. I vaguely recall a friend I had in the Navy named Joe back in 1980. I remember feeling sorry for the guy because of his drinking problem and was always trying to help him when he got in trouble. I used to buy him gifts for his birthday and Christmas because his family wanted nothing to do with him. Other than that, I can't recall very much about him. When I asked him how long he has known Desmond, he said about 5 years. That's how long Desmond told me he's been dead. Actually, Desmond didn't even know he was dead until I convinced him he was. He kept trying to tell me he was alive. So I asked what it looked like where he was, and what did he see around him. He said nothing but a faint amber and turquoise colored light that was all around him. He desperately wants out of there. He says he can see me sometimes. One day, when I was sitting at my office desk at home, I asked him if he could see me, and he said he could. So I reached in my pocket and pulled out a $20 bill and asked if he could see what I had in my hand. He said $1. Thinking it was just a lucky guess on his part, I dropped the bill and picked up a Bic lighter. I then asked again, what am I holding in my hand right now? And he said, a light. I reached in my desk for it and had my hand closed around it so I couldn't even see it. How did he know? Many times Desmond will ask if I can see him. I've never been able to do so, so I got out my digital camera and asked if he would let me take pictures of him. He said, I will try. I told him where to be in my living room at home while I snapped a few dozen pictures. Nothing showed up on review, so I asked if he would mind trying something else. I explained what white noise was to him, and he was already familiar with it. He helps me to adjust the levels and spectrums of white noise to be able to hear him better. I explained that I could generate a different type of noise that is not audible, but that I might be able to see him with. So I set up my DV camera to form a video feedback loop with my Sony Trinton 32-inch TV, manually adjusting the focus in such a way that the feedback picture was focused on the pixels on the screen, as it oscillated slightly due to some technical reason I can't explain now. After talking with Desmond during the setup and adjustment period, I told him where I thought he could best try to show himself. Desmond appeared to me only once for about 2 seconds in the video. He had very plain symmetrical features and was shown from the waist up. He seemed to be in his mid-30s with dark sunken eyes. He was wearing a bowler hat and a 1940s type jacket with wide rounded lapels with an open shirt that had no collar. Further research with Desmond shows he can see me and some things around me when his energy level is high. For example, I can give him instructions on how to travel somewhere. One time I showed him a map on my Microsoft Streets and Tips and showed him the same roads and satellite photos taken from Google Earth. With this information, I am able to ask him to get a specific place and get information I desire. One time I sent him to the Powerball lottery drawing headquarters located at Urbandale Drive in Urbandale, Iowa, to see if he could see the Powerball numbers being drawn 6 hours before the draw. I have reason to believe he is not bound by time as we know it, and thought he could travel through different threads of time and different timelines. Well, I asked him to go and do this one for me, after about an hour of instruction on what to look for and how to get there. Then, when I asked if he was ready, he said, I'll try. Then, I'll be right back. He returned in approximately 30 minutes and gave me some numbers. I was all excited and purchased our ticket. Later the next day, I went to check the ticket and realized I had sent him on the wrong day. I explained to Desmond how sorry I was for the mistake and how much time and energy we wasted. I asked him what the numbers were he gave me because he was there 24 hours too early to see the actual drawing and realized he must have witnessed one of the practice draws they do to check out the machines. Lately, I've been having some other problems. I injured my back seriously at work and have not had the desire to record anymore due to my pain and medication. I've been recovering well and expect my research to continue. My new job doesn't offer me as much travel and time to do the things I'd like. I just hope when I start recording again, Desmond and Joe will let some other people talk to me. I wanted to share my experience with you guys. I'm not sure what it means or anything, but if you do make it to the end of the story, you can decide for yourself and let me know what you think. One night when I was 13, I couldn't sleep, so I tried to turn the other way, on my side, to try to get myself comfy. As I turned around, I saw a figure of a woman against the wall in front of me. She was kind of a black figure, and she seemed to have a hunchback and a hump on her back from the way she was standing. This, of course, freaked me out, especially since I was only 13 at the time. I lay in shock and not knowing what to do, and after like 2 seconds, I put my head under the covers and called for my mom. She came in, and I was really afraid to tell her in case she thought I was crazy, so I just told her that I had a really bad dream. I was definitely not asleep. I couldn't sleep for a few nights as it freaked me out so much. This kind of went away after a few weeks, and I was gradually able to sleep again. However, a few weeks after this had happened, I was getting pains in my back and I went to the doctors to get scans and things. I then found out I had sclerosis, curvature of the spine. I eventually started getting a slight hump in my back because of this. It has been 10 years since I saw this woman, but I can never get it out of my mind. I've since told my mom about this and she seemed freaked out about it as well. I'm not sure what this means or if it was a ghost or spirit trying to tell me something. I have no idea, but it really did freak me out. This is just a short experience I had at about 17. A group of 4 friends and I were sitting at my house, bored out of our minds. My buddy Joey, not his real name, was literally banging his head against the wall out of boredom. Tommy, also not his real name, was reading a book he brought. His sister Alexis, of course not her real name either, was teasing my dog with a flashlight. Henry had his earbuds blaring. Finally, my friend Annie was on my laptop looking for something that might be fun. Annie came across a story a few guys had posted on a ghost website about an abandoned local farm. They posted how they went exploring the farm and got the hell scared out of them by a black figure. Annie is into the paranormal and asked if we wanted to investigate it. I said sure, better than sitting around waiting for my dog to bite Alexis for teasing him. The others agreed, so we hopped into my truck. It's a single cab with 3 seats. The girls rode in the cab with me, while Henry, Joey, and Tommy rode in the truck bed. I didn't believe in ghosts. If someone told me they saw a ghost, I would have to say stop watching Scooby-Doo and return to reality. Annie told me how to get there with the directions the guys posted on the ghost site. When we arrived, we all hopped out and walked up to the gate. We hopped the gate and started talking about where to go. We agreed to split up. Tommy and Joey were with Alexis. They went to the old barn, while Annie was with Henry and I. We went into the 2-story farmhouse. I looked in the upstairs window. All the glass looked like it had been smashed out of the windows. The house looked wrecked. It looked like whoever lived there had been a hoarder. While Henry and I were exploring, we heard what sounded like footsteps upstairs. We were intrigued, so we took off upstairs. When we got to the 2nd floor, it was empty. While walking down the stairs, I felt like someone had been pushing me. I was mad. My right shoulder was cut thanks to the old wooden steps I had twisted my ankle on. I asked Annie and Henry, "What the hell are you guys trying to do? Are you trying to kill me?" Annie said she and Henry were in the bedroom to the right, looking through some of the old junk when they heard me scream, and they came running. Henry held me up, and we were about to leave when we heard something slam hard in the kitchen. We went in and saw a toolbox we had seen on the table on the floor with various tools around it. Henry said no way in hell that toolbox had a damn padlock on it. We all looked around the lock. It was on the table now, besides where the toolbox used to be. Henry tried to get in the toolbox earlier, but the lock prevented him. We heard footsteps upstairs again. Annie said screw this and ran outside along Henry while I hobbled out. The jerks left me behind. When we were out of the house, we saw Alexis, Tommy, and Joey. They were panting out of breath and looked terrified. We asked what happened. Alexis said that they saw a black figure with red eyes and it charged at them. We all heard a loud snarl like a big dog, and we took off towards my truck on the way there and said, "Look." In one of the upstairs windows, we saw 2 glowing eyes go from the middle of the window to the top. Then they separated. One went left and one went right. We all hopped the fence and peeled out of there as fast as everyone could.
I am not currently experiencing any hauntings, but I do have a tale of a spiritual encounter. I will begin by prefacting story with the events leading up to the event. My grandfather passed away in hospice care in July 2000. I spent his last night on Earth with him, holding his hand and reading the Bible to him, which was his favorite literature. He was an artist and a carpenter, and spent his last remaining years up in his home carving beautiful artwork out of wood. He loved his simple life and carved because he wanted to, never once selling his museum quality work. He would only give it away to anyone who truly appreciated it. At 88, he was about 80% deaf and completely blind in one eye, and nearly blind in the other. After a stroke 6 months earlier, his health declined quickly, and he simply gave up on life. As he lay in the bed, I sang to him, although he probably could not hear me or even knew that I was there, and he was in a coma-like state with his eyes open. He had stopped eating, and he was severely underweight, and it was hard for me to see him like that, knowing how much he loved life and living. Many times he cried in his last few years, saying that he loved his life and didn't want to die. During his last living moments with me, I looked down into his distant, foggy eyes, knowing he couldn't hear or see me, and told him that the baby goose that he held at my house the last time he visited had grown up now and had 4 babies of her own. His eyes filled up with tears and turned red, and his mouth began to quiver as if he was trying to say something. He hadn't spoken in nearly 2 weeks. His love for animals and nature transcended through his limitations that night. I knew he would probably die that night, so I sat next to him with my hand on his chest, feeling his every breath and heartbeat. He didn't pass away until the next day, after I left. He was alone, which is what I didn't want. I didn't want his spirit to leave his body and to look down at an empty room. That bothered me for a long time. In an attempt to comfort ourselves, we turned to his Bible. He was much more dedicated to the word than we were ever, but knowing that it was so close to his heart, we thought it would ease our minds. My mother said to read something that he had underlined or highlighted, which is something his Bible was full of. I read the first thing I opened that was underlined. You do not have to understand the Bible to feel the power behind these words, which read, "For the Lord himself shall descend from heaven with a shout, with the voice of the archangel, and with the trump of God, and the dead in Christ shall rise first. Then we who are alive and remain shall be caught up together with them in the clouds, to meet the Lord in the air, and so shall we ever be with the Lord. Where there, comfort one another with these words." We all felt a chill run through us. At his wake, I waited until everyone left, and I cut a small lock of his beautiful, thick white hair and placed it in an envelope. As myself and my friend walked to the vehicle to leave, I opened the door, and a mourning dove flew into me as if trying to enter the truck with me. It injured its wings, and I brought it home. I rescue and rehabilitate small animals all the time, so I mended its wing and let it go about a week later. I took that as a sign from my grandfather, as we had that bond of loving all creatures, great and small. A couple of weeks later, in August, my best friend was at my house, and I was showing her videotapes of Pawpaw, that is what I called him, because she had never met him. I wanted to share with her the kind of person he was. For nearly 2 hours, we watched him talk about God, Leonardo da Vinci, his childhood, his 24 brothers and sisters, his beloved mother, and we saw him play his guitar and sing old, sad songs about homeless children and hobos, songs that made grown men cry, including himself. After the tape was finished, I got up to go to the kitchen for something to drink, and my friend went to the restroom. At that moment, we both heard a loud musical tone that sounded like a doorbell. Since I do not have a doorbell, we both said, "What the heck is that?" We both re-entered the living room where we had been watching the tape and searched everywhere where the sound had come from. My heart sank as I realized what it was. About 2 years earlier, I had one of those cheap doorbells that you plug into the wall, using a battery-operated button at your front door to operate the sound. I became so irritated by all the neighborhood kids ringing it that I just took the button off and put it in my piano stool. The battery had gone bad anyway. I never unplugged the part that rings. I'd forgotten it was there because it was hidden behind a chair. That was eerie enough, but what really got me thinking was when I explained to my friend that I had the ringer set to only ring one long tone. To change it to the traditional two-tone ding-dong, you had to take the back off of the unit and set the switches according to the manual. Needless to say, it did ring in the ding-dong fashion. Oddly enough, it was my friend who said, "Maybe it was your grandfather saying hi." It hadn't even occurred to me. Shortly after that, I was explaining what happened to my mother on the phone, and it happened again. She could hear it, and we both fell silent. He was letting me know that his fears of leaving his family behind were pointless, and that he was with the rest of his family in heaven. I believe he was thanking me for being there for him when no one else could. It has been 3 years since his own death, and the doorbell has not rang since. Hey, my name is Maddie. Today, me and my best friend Summer had a strange encounter with a malevolent spirit. Let me explain what happened. A few months ago, me and one of my other friends, Alicia, met an 8-year-old spirit named Reese through a Ouija board. She seemed like a very sweet and innocent girl. She told us at her own will, and I repeat her own will, how she met her death. She apparently got beaten to death by her abusive father. Then a few weeks went by, and I introduced Reese to my now best friend Summer. They got along very well. It didn't seem like she had any sorts of problem with her or anyone she met. The next day we were playing when we got a call from my friend Amy. Long story short, she had an encounter with a spirit named Sarah. She claimed that Sarah was a very stubborn spirit. It took her hours just to get her to say goodbye. Amy also stated that Sarah seemed like a very lonely and clingy spirit who did not want to let her go. Then we made an attempt to contact Sarah through the board. It was a success. After we talked to Sarah for a bit, we asked her if she knew Reese. Sarah suddenly stopped moving the planchette. We asked her if she was alright. She answered no. She also said that Reese isn't Reese. She said that Reese is actually a man named Roger. Sarah also told us that Roger was the one who killed her at the age of 27. The final thing she said about Roger was that if we ever told him that she was the one who told, that he would send her straight to the gates of hell. We tried to contact Reese, Roger, on December 10th, 2016, around 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time. We successfully contacted Reese. At that period of time, he didn't know that we knew who he really was. Then, we did something that we both regret. We asked if she was hiding anything from us. He responded this in his own words. "Fine, you fucking caught me." Then right after that he said, "Who told you two idiots?" We simply responded the internet in hopes to keep Sarah safe. Then Roger responded by saying, "You are a liar." Then the planchette started to circle around the alphabet counterclockwise, excluding the letter M. It did not touch the corners whatsoever. Summer and I started to panic, wondering what it was trying to do. I thought he simply lost control over the planchette, but Summer thought it was something more, because at that time, it was spinning around continuously for about 30 seconds. So I suggested that if we put pressure on it, it might stop it. It just kept going even with pressure, but just slower. But after we lifted the pressure, it continued to spin and got even faster. After a while, it just randomly landed on Dubai. Maybe it just got tired or got sick of us panicking. I really need to know your thoughts on this, and if this occurrence was really legitimately something evil, because I don't know what to explain it for. Thank you for reading. I didn't believe in the Ouija board because they sell them at Toys R Us.
so I didn't think they would sell something dangerous to kids and adults. I've read stories about the Ouija board, but I don't know if it's true. People do make up stories, so it's hard to tell if it's true or not. Some people say the Ouija board is just a game. Others say it's not just a game, and some say it's dangerous. I had to find out for myself if the Ouija board is really dangerous. On Sunday, I decided to go to Toys R Us to buy the board. I drove my car in the morning to Toys R Us, and I was just looking around at first for about an hour. After looking around, I went to the game section and I purchased the Ouija board. I drove back to my apartment and put the board in the closet. The same day, about 10 p.m., I decided to try it out. I took it out of the box and put it on my bed. I didn't have any candles, so I just dimmed the light. I put the board on my lap and the planchet on the board. I put my fingers on the planchet and I started around in circles for about a minute. I stopped and I started saying, "Is anybody out there?" I kept saying it for about 15 to 20 minutes, and then, all of a sudden, I felt a strange presence right above me. I was so scared that I ran out of my room, and I threw the board in the garbage. I was very shaken. I went back to my room and turned the lights on, and I didn't sleep at all. And that's why I don't mess with Ouija boards. I have had several experiences, but I will tell you two of my most frightening. A friend and I had started playing with the Ouija board, and it ended up turning our lives upside down for the span of around 2 years. One night, my friend Judy, her husband Luke, Loma, and myself were watching a movie called Witchboard right in the middle of a winter storm. All footprints had been covered at this time, and the streets were empty. About halfway through the movie, the front door blew open, and we heard running footsteps come into the house, up the stairs, down the hall, and into the bedroom where Judy's 2-year-old lay sleeping. We were all just sitting there frozen in shock and fright when we heard a loud slam, which turned out to be the bedroom door, and the poor little boy started screaming, "Monster, monster." Luke took off up the stairs, only to find a very upset little boy, and nothing or no one else. As things started to calm down, Judy and I went to shut the front door, and there were still no footprints in the snow. The only snow that had come into the house was blowing from the wind. It was around March now, and one day, as I laid down for a nap, I felt the bed start to shake under me. I was uncertain if I had really felt what I thought I had, so I was not frightened, but I got up anyway. That was only the beginning. Not long after that, it became a constant thing every time I tried to lay in my bed. The shaking started to get more violent, and it also felt as if someone was punching up at the mattress from beneath. I complained several times, and no one believed me. It was now to the point where I was afraid to go to bed. I began sleeping at my friend Loma's house because her bed didn't shake. After staying at her house for 2 weeks, my mom said it was time to come home, and I did agree, but not until she promised to spend the first night sleeping in bed with me. That night, we had only been in bed for about 10 minutes before the bed started its usual shaking. It was very minor at first, so my mom started to make excuses for why it was happening. By the time 5 minutes had passed, it was now undeniable, and I could tell my mother was getting scared, but was trying to stay calm for my sake. The last straw for my mother was when the punching started. It was harder than I had ever felt before. We laid there for a moment while my mother mustered up the courage to peek under the bed. Of course, she didn't find anything, and we promptly left the room and set ourselves up in the living room for the remainder of the night. My bed continued to shake and punch for some time thereafter, but it eventually quit. However, once in a while it will start, to this day, and I just get up or ignore it, and it stops. This encounter involved a Ouija board, and possibly my guardian angel. Years ago, a friend and I were goofing around with a Ouija board. Being a bit ignorant of the unknown, I mistakenly asked it how old I would be when I died and how. It replied that I would be 16 and that I would die in a car accident. A month or two after I turned 16, I was asked if I wanted to go out with my parents the next day to run errands. I said yes. That next morning, I woke up to discover that my parents left without me. I was annoyed. An hour after I woke up, my mother called me from the hospital. They had been hit by a transport truck an hour before. When I asked why they had left without me, my mom replied that her and my dad had tried for a half hour to get me up, and then they gave up. What makes it so scary is where the truck had hit. My one brother has to sit behind my mom, and my dad does not wear a seatbelt. Had I been in that car, I would have been sitting behind my dad with the seatbelt on. The transport truck hit the car on the driver's side, almost imploding on the driver's and left backseat side. That's where I would have been sitting. Guardian angel? I think so. I was celebrating Halloween around my best mate Felicity's house. We usually have a laugh and a joke, but neither of us had played with a Ouija board before, so we gathered about 7 friends from the neighborhood. First, we lit candles, 1 black, 1 red, 1 green, and 1 clear. Fliss had purchased the board from an old shop in the Stoke Town Center. We sat down in her dining room and placed the board right in the middle of the dining room table. We all placed our fingers on the gold planchet. I was the reader, so I asked the questions. At first, we did not get any response, so we all giggled and made fun of the silly people who got themselves worked up about these silly boards. About 5 seconds after we stopped giggling, we heard a massive bang on the floor. I thought it was one of the boys playing a trick, so I suggested that we all sit legs crossed on the chairs. I made sure we were all cross-legged, and I said, "If it was a ghost that made the bang on the floor, can you please do it again?" And it did. I spoke again. We will now try to communicate using the board. So we started to use the board again, and I again asked if anybody was present who wanted to communicate with us. The planchet moved to yes. I asked for a name, and it replied, "I am unclean." Fliss's uncle had passed on, so I inquired if we were talking with her uncle Ian. The response was no. Again, the planchet moved to the following letters, "I am unclean." We had made contact with an apparent demon. We decided to say sorry for disturbing, and we thanked the spirit for its presence. However, it did not go. The spirit of demon flung Fliss back into the wall. Then it came for me. I had a vision of hell itself at that moment, and I remain grateful to this day that it did not hurt me.
In telling the story, let me assure the reader that it was passed to me by my grandmother, Eileen. Eileen is in failing health, but her memory is untouched, and her ability to spin a tale is uncanny. This particular story is about her father, Joe, his first wife, and a house that will never be forgotten. My grandmother is a devout Christian, but she believes these tales of the unexplained to be completely true. Judge for yourself. In the late 1800s to early 1900s, it was common practice in the coal fields of Kentucky and West Virginia for a miner to spend the majority of the week at the mines while leaving his wife at home alone. This is exactly what Joe, my great-grandfather, did during his first marriage. After a hasty marriage, Joe bought a small, quaint home for himself and his new wife, Sue. Sue quickly alerted her husband to a potential problem. The house was directly across the road from the local cemetery. Joe, being a firm disbeliever in such superstitious nonsense like ghosts and spooks, had a good laugh when Sue begged him not to make her stay alone in a house so close to a graveyard and told her to get used to it. When Monday morning arrived, he left her alone and laughed as she sobbed on the porch. That night, after completing her tours, she settled down in the bed for a good night's rest and doused the lamps. As soon as she had climbed into bed, a strange noise became apparent outside. As she pulled the covers up around her head, she could hear something like barrels rolling or horses galloping around the house.
She tried to sleep and eventually, as the sunrise drove the mysterious sounds away, found some comforting slumber. Every night, the noises started getting louder and louder, seeming to get closer to the house, and, on Friday night, Sue heard 3 knocks on the door. In a terrified fit, she screamed, "Leave me alone," and suddenly, the noises faded. The next morning brought Joe's return, and the first thing Sue did was beg him to let her leave the house, telling him of the haunted noises. He laughed unsympathetically and told her to get over this stupidity. In desperation, she bitterly screamed, "Joe, I hope to God it gets you." Joe wasn't the least bit frightened and told her that it was Cheryl's local men playing tricks on her. Later that night, Sue slept well in Joe's arms, but some subtle suspicion began to eat at the unbeliever. As he drifted into a shallow sleep, he was startled at a loud crack coming from the fireplace that startled him, and as he sat upright in the bed, he saw the apparition of an elderly woman staring at him from the rocking chair at the foot of the bed. My grandmother says that Joe knew exactly who the woman was, but he took the knowledge of her identity to his grave because simply, she had been dead for 6 months before they moved into the house. Joe shuddered with fear and her bony, cold hand stretched to clutch his ankles as she latched onto his foot and began pulling him towards her and the footboard of the bed. Joe fainted with fright as he felt his foot slide down to the foot of the bed in the dead hand of the spirit. The next morning, Sue roused her pale husband and sat up in the bed as he opened his eyes and screamed with terror. The footbed of the bed was broken and the rocking chair had been toppled during the night. Joe immediately promised his frightened wife that not another night would be passed in this restless house, simply telling her, "Sue, whatever it was, it got me." Thank you for reading my grandmother's story. I hope you found it entertaining because, well, I thought it was pretty frightening. See you later. I have told this story to people who are not there to witness the actual event, and some look at me as if I am just telling a story to get a good laugh, but I find nothing funny about it. Everything I'm about to relate is true, and I guess in some bizarre way, I feel that by retelling this story to anyone who is willing to listen to it will bring me some comfort. On July 6, 1990, a high school friend shot himself in the head with a rifle in a nearby local baseball dugout. The act shocked and saddened everyone, especially his parents, of course, who did not want to believe their only son would take his own life. The days that followed his death were happening, for me, as if in a dream. Fearing this act would spark some sort of chain reaction, school's counselors were sent in to help the students grieve and discuss their feelings of loss. Days went by, and there seemed to be a cloud of despair and confusion hanging over our entire high school class. If he had lived, my friend would have graduated from high school with the rest of us that same year. When he died, he was 2 months away from his 18th birthday. About a week after his suicide, I was visiting my best friend at the time, we'll call her Anne, in her home. We were both still very affected by the death of our friend, and we began to talk late into the night about his possible reasons for taking his own life and how crazy and unexpected it was. We had been discussing the whole chain of events and basically trying to make sense of something we couldn't even imagine when I suddenly became very uncomfortable talking about our deceased friend. I was sitting at the time in a desk chair across from Anne, who was sitting comfortably on her bed facing me. She was looking directly at me, and she could see the discomfort on my face. She assumed I was just overreacting, and our discussion had gotten to me, so she stood up and moved towards the door of her bedroom and gestured in a sweeping motion with her arm for me to follow her into the kitchen down the hall. There was a single small desk light on behind me when she made this motion with her arm, so that when she moved, her body created a shadow on the wall. This is going to sound ridiculous, and I'm no physics expert, but when Anne swept her arm up into the air, gesturing me to follow her, her shadow did not follow her arm. Instead, there was a strange kind of delay, and I saw her arm move, and about 5 to 10 seconds later, the shadow of an arm moved, mimicking the same gesture she had just made. I, of course, thought my eyes were playing tricks on me and ignored the shadow, and I would have kept it to myself if only Anne had not turned to me and asked, "Did you just see that?" I answered yes, of course, and we fled out of the room and into the kitchen. Anne's house was large, and our frightened voices bounced off the columned walls, but nothing ever occurred after that. My friend Anne and I no longer speak, and I'm sure that if she knew I was relaying this story to strangers, she would think I was crazy. But I remember the death of her high school friend as if it were yesterday, and I can't help wishing that the shadow we saw was indeed a sign from our friend, but I will never be too sure. I write this story in his memory, and in the hope that he's in a place where his problems have been all taken away. Thanks for reading. This story I'm about to tell you has been talked about in my family for years. Now it has been passed down to my own daughter, who tells it to her friends at slumber parties. It begins with the first time I ever saw anything, when I was around the age of 7. It happened in a house that we lived in years ago in western New York. I shared a room with my sister. We both had the feeling something was always watching us, but being so young, we never really worried all that much about it, until one night, while I was trying to sleep. My bed was up against one wall, and my sister's bed faced the other. I turned, so I was facing the wall. When I opened my eyes, after getting that feeling of being watched again, there, standing in the wall, was a woman. She was a young woman, dressed all in black, high white lace collar, wearing a cameo, and hair pulled up neatly in a bun. She stood there with her hands folded in front of her, smiling sweetly at me. Now mind you, I was 7 years old, so I pulled the covers up over my head and then down again to take a peek just to see if she was still there, which she was, and this time with a bigger smile. I got so scared I jumped from my bed and ran across the room to my sister's bed. I landed right on top of her, waking her up, of course. I told her there was a lady in my wall, but when we looked again, the woman was gone. The next day I told my mom about it. She said it must have been just my guardian angel and left it at that. She refused to talk about it any further, or even years later. Then recently, my brother and I got to talking about that house. He said, "Don't you remember what the neighborhood kids used to say about our house?" And of course, I didn't remember a thing. He told me that apparently a couple had died there years ago. Then he asked me if I remembered the time that he and I were in the backyard and we saw the old man in the attic window. And all of a sudden it rushed back. Bam. Right when he told me about the old man in the attic window, I had a major flashback and remembered it like it was yesterday. I don't even have to tell you, even after all these years, it scared me. Well, many years have passed since we lived there, but I still have dreams about that house, and I wish the dreams would stop. I have many other scary stories to tell, but I freaked myself out telling this one, so the others will have to wait. This incident happened about 2 years ago. I was 17 at the time, working at a restaurant motel in Old Saybrook, Connecticut called The Castle. The scariest thing about this place, besides the low pay, was the old story of what happened to one of its original owners. From almost my first day working there, I was told that one of the members of the family who built the house had killed himself on the grounds. The story was that one night, the son had discovered that his fiancée was cheating on him with one of his close friends. Deep in depression, the son climbed to the tallest tower of the castle, tied a rope to some type of pole on the roof, and hanged himself. The next morning, as the parents were leaving the home, they saw him hanging. They immediately sold the mansion, and it has been a hotel ever since. Many employees said that they had heard and seen things, yet I, as most people believe at first, didn't believe the stories. That is, until one night, I was working a late shift with a friend of mine named Katie. We were cleaning up the dining room after closing when we heard the kitchen door slam shut. I had popped them open, but as the wind off Long Island Sound is pretty strong, I figured they had been blown shut. Katie yelled at me to get over there and look at the kitchen. When I arrived, I saw a weird green light pouring through the round window of the door and flooding out the crack at the bottom. Still unconvinced of any supernatural going on, I tried to open the door, but it was not happening. I thought someone was in there, and I knew if the place got trashed, I would get fired, so I reared back and tried to put my shoulder through the door. At the time, I was about 6'2", 200 pounds, played football and lifted a lot of weights. The door should have popped right open, but not this time. Katie and I peered into the window, and there, plain as day, was a man dressed in antique clothes with a noose around his neck looking right back at us. He walked by and the green light left us. We instantly figured, forget the boss, it's quitting time. We ran outside and could barely light our cigarettes. Our hands were shaking so badly. From then on, I was a believer, and I knew I would never, ever doubt ghosts ever again. My aunt and uncle had a passion for restoring old country houses, the last of which had been at an end at the turn of the century. The house sits on 50 acres at the top of a hill, next to a historic old church with an equally historic old graveyard. I can't claim to recall for certain, but I think the church was used as a field hospital during the Civil War. My uncle would tell us the stories about the months after they moved into the house. Their bedroom was on the second of 3 floors, near the large, almost spiral staircase that emptied into the foyer to 2 sitting areas. Late in the evening, while they were in bed, my aunt and uncle would hear what sounded like a distant crowd of people in conversation. Living in quiet country houses most of their lives made them fairly light sleepers. The local volunteer fire department changed that over time. I'll get to that. My uncle would get up to check out the noise and find nothing, but since it was an old house with a boiler, and that it was more or less near town, there were many possible rational explanations for the noise. Still, over the course of a few months, the noises grew louder and louder until it sounded like a party was being thrown in their own house, and my aunt and uncle weren't invited. This had grown so gradually that my uncle was much more annoyed than fearful. One night, he went to the stairs and shouted for them to shut up so we can get some sleep. That seemed to scale back the noise enough to satisfy him, although it didn't go away completely. The next weekend, he took a walk for the first time through the local graveyard and noticed many of the stones were overturned and some of the plots were neglected. He righted the headstones and cleaned up some of the plots that weekend and never again heard the noises in the house. My uncle passed away in that house 1 year ago this October. Subsequently, I spent a great deal more time there last winter than I had before taking care of a few things for my aunt. I slept on the top floor across from the game room. Many nights an air raid siren would go off, summoning the local volunteer firefighters to the station house. I never did get used to sleeping through that. Then one night, the siren wailed at about 2 a.m., and I was having a hard time going back to sleep. I was wide awake when I heard something. It lasted only an instant and seemed to me to be a crowd in the distance that had just been told the punchline to a very funny joke. Whatever it was, it reminded me of one of my uncle's stories. As an epilogue, I should mention that my aunt is trying to sell the house. So far, the most likely buyer is the local funeral home. While sitting around looking at photo albums with my grandmother, we came across some newspaper clippings. The clippings were from a newspaper in Indiana. They were about an old brick house being torn down. Since we live in Mississippi, I found it strange that my grandmother would have these clippings, so I questioned her about them. She then told me one of the eeriest stories I have ever heard. In 1946, my grandmother lived in Mobile, Indiana, with her husband and their child. They lived in an old brick house that was built before the Civil War and stood on the outskirts of town. It was a large house with very high ceilings and wooden floors. In the master bedroom was a closet with a heavy wooden door that did not have a knob, only a wooden latch to keep the door closed. My grandmother would shut and latch the closet. When she would leave the room and return, the closet door would be standing wide open. She would shut the door again and go about her chores. When she returned, the door would be open. She did this several times a day. She said the door stayed open more than she could keep it closed. She was more annoyed than scared by this strange event. About 8 months later, she and her husband divorced and she moved to Mississippi with my grandfather. The house she had lived in did not cross her mind until 10 years later when her Aunt Bonnie wrote her a letter and sent her the newspaper clippings. The clippings talked about her old house and reported that it had been torn down. While they were tearing down the house, a hole was discovered under the closet floor. They had found the remains of a man in the hole. It was believed to be the body of a soldier from the Civil War. After lurking around here for ages reading everyone else's story, I finally got up the nerve to post one of my own. My story isn't as dramatic or interesting as some of the other stories posted here, but I feel confident enough to post it because 3 other people have had experience in this particular house, so here it goes. This happened a few months ago while I was visiting a friend's house one evening. I'll refer to my friend as G. A mutual friend of ours, J, was also present. This was my first and only visit to the house, and no one else was home at the time apart from the 3 of us. The house in question is an old wood villa, which would be, at a guess, 80 to 100 years old. It's a rather large one-level structure with 2 long and connected hallways, one that leads from the front door to the back of the house and another that spans across the back of the house. Together, the hallways form the shape of a T. While eating dinner in the kitchen, dining room area located in the back portion of the house, something drew my attention to the right, so I glanced down to the top section of the hallway. As I watched, a dark shadow moved across very quickly from right to left, as though it just moved up the other long hall, through the center of the house, then straight ahead crossing the top hallway. I didn't say anything at the time, although I was curious about what I had seen. I have to say that while I definitely believe in ghosts, I didn't want to get too excited about something which could have a very logical explanation for. After dinner, G invited us on a tour of the house, and while exploring the rooms off the back hallway, I carefully checked to see if there were any windows that could have let car headlights in to cause the shadow I'd seen, but I couldn't find anything to explain it. Sometime later, G left the lounge to make coffee and, while she was out of the room, I whispered to J that I had seen a shadow cross the back hall. She surprised me by telling me that she too had seen a ghost moving from right to left in the same exact place, only she's seen it twice before in broad daylight. We were intrigued and quite excited about this, but didn't say anything to G as we didn't want to frighten her. Interestingly enough, G approached J recently to ask her opinion about ghosts because a young woman who also lives in the house claimed to see a shadow move up the hallway. She was concerned because she too would be spending several weeks alone there, and understandably, she was frightened. G explained that while she hadn't seen anything herself, there was one occasion when she was walking up the hallway and she felt like she accidentally pushed someone out of the way, even though she couldn't see anyone there. I've been in various places before where I've been able to sense unseen presences. I've had one experience where I used to get a feeling of overwhelming fear every time I went into one particular room in a house my parents owned. With the shadow that Jay and I saw, we didn't feel any strong feelings or emotions connected with it. At this moment in time, I haven't heard any more events in that house. When I was about 12 years old, my brother, sister, and I moved into my grandparents' house. Ever since we could remember, we heard stories about the house being haunted. Nothing too big, but strange things happened a lot. Rumor had it that there used to be a horse track room stable where my grandparents built their house, and a little boy had been trampled in there. We have never actually checked into this story, but it is what we heard. At least it is what we were told. Anyway, all of us grandkids were petrified of going upstairs. It was always so cold up there and just freaky, but that was where all the bedrooms were, so when we moved in, we had no choice. Actually, I had no choice. My little brother and sister had beds set up downstairs and I slept upstairs. When I was about 4, I had taken up smoking cigarettes, but no one knew about it. I used to turn off my bedroom light and smoke cigarettes. I turned off my light just in case my grandparents happened to come up the stairs. They always turned on the hall light to help their way up the stairs. This way, I would know how to put out my cigarette and spray air freshener. One night, I was upstairs alone smoking when I heard someone coming up the stairs. It was late and everyone had been in bed. The hallway light never came on, but all the same time, I butted out my cigarette and waited, but no one ever came up. This happened quite a few times, and I just got used to it. This house is about 50 or 60 years old. The doors are the old latch type and made of nothing but wood. They are solid. To close the door, you have to lift the hook and latch it onto the other part of the door. To open the door, you have to lift the handle and pull the door open. On my bedroom door, I also had an eye hook lock to keep my room locked and my little brother out. I would be laying in bed at night watching TV and my bedroom door would just pop open, but it would never open all the way because of the lock on my door. I never thought anything of it. I just thought it was a breeze until my brother and I started sharing stories about what was happening in that room in the house. I've since moved out and my brother moved into my old room. We have all grown up and started sleeping upstairs, and we have gotten over our fears pretty much. There were 4 bedrooms upstairs, and they were set up weird. The house was square, 2 bedrooms on each side of the house with a staircase up the middle. To get to the 2 rooms, you have to walk through the main 2 ones. When my little sister finally decided to move upstairs, she moved into the room behind mine. She swears to hearing a little boy crying in her room at night. Recently I bought a Ouija board and have been using it at my new house. One night my cousin, brother, sister, and boyfriend were using it when my cousin and I started talking about how we used to use the board when we were younger at my grandparents' house. My cousin remembers talking to a little boy who died at this location, and she remembers the little boy telling us his vision of the story of what happened to him. He told us his name was Brandon, and his father beat him in the tack room, and that unlike the story being passed around, he hadn't been trampled at all. Which story is true, I don't know, and I guess we'll never know. My little brother is the only one of us left living with my grandparents, and he is now living in my old bedroom. He has heard the footsteps coming up the stairs when he was doing something he wasn't supposed to be doing. He has heard whimpering, and he has talked to this little boy. Not literally talking, but questions will pop into his head that he already knows the answers to, like, what year is it? And he will answer out loud. He will not even be thinking about a certain thing, and then all of a sudden, he'll have a question. The door pops open on him, but he doesn't have the latch, so it pops open and closes again. Now, here's the last we have heard from the spirits in our grandparents' house. He was sitting in his room talking to his girlfriend on the phone when he heard someone coming up the stairs. The footsteps stopped at the top of the stairs. He hung up with his girlfriend and went into the hallway, but nobody was there. Now, what happens next makes us believe that the little boy was beaten to death and not trampled as everyone had been told. The footsteps were heavy ones, definitely not of those of a child. When my brother realized no one was there, he just assumed that it was the father because of the heavy footsteps. He told the father that if he didn't leave Brandon, the little boy, alone, that he was going to kill himself and haunt his butt down. He would then beat him to a fine pulp, then come back to life, yeah right, dig up his grave and burn his mangy hide. My brother has become attached to Brandon and has not heard anything from him about his father or heard his father around the house.
I'm here to tell you about the strange occurrences that happened to my mother at the Lawrence family mansion on Teddington Park Avenue in Toronto. The first thing you need to know is that my mom is a down-to-earth, no-nonsense type, and she believes that the house was, as all its tenants have believed in the past, that it is haunted. My mom lived in an apartment, dirt cheap because it was haunted, at the top of the mansion. It was, she says, extremely beautiful. High vaulted ceilings, many rooms, and spacious too. In the kitchen, there was a mirror called the talking mirror. This was because anybody who stayed in the kitchen long enough started randomly talking to themselves in the mirror. My mother says no matter who passed it, they started to babble. My mom even talked to herself without realizing it, until something brought her attention back to where she was and what she was doing, making her realize that she had been talking to herself. On the bottom floor, a German man named Hans, I don't know how to spell it, he was the most serious man my mom had ever known. My mom visited him sometimes, and oftentimes she would go into this bathroom that was there and just study the CLW footed tub that dated back to the 1930s. She got the most creepy feeling looking at it, like she could almost see a body lying in it. She compared it to the Portrait of Murder of Merit, which is a painting of a man with his throat and wrist slit. She told the man, and he said that he heard noises coming from it at night, and that he knew it must have been haunted, because he said you could almost see the outline of a body in it. They looked into the history of the home, and sure enough, somebody had hurt themselves in the tub around the 1950s. Another thing near the bathroom was a hall,
or people would say they felt a deep desire to run to get down it, and that before going down it, you had to stop and brace yourself, getting up your courage, like there was a wall there stopping you from going that you had to get through. Another place in the house was a great living room. It was in the apartment of a policeman and his girlfriend. They always argued, mostly in that room. And one night, the girlfriend took the man's gun and held it to his head as they argued. People always reported that happy couples would always go into that room and just start arguing. Cold spots were numerous in the house. I could tell you many other stories about various spots, but I have to get going. My mom says the house is sold for over $5 million, and that she suspects that someone tore the house down to get rid of the hauntings and built a replica. My name is Lindsay. I've lived with my family in this home for 4 years now, and ever since we've lived here, we've experienced some things. It seems though that most things have happened in my bedroom, and I often thought my parents did not believe the things I had told them about. The first month of living in my home, my mother awoke in the morning to find a painting of a woman. This painting was lying on the floor in the closet. It appeared overnight. She had questioned all of us in the home, and nobody had seen it before. The music boxes would play randomly in the middle of the night. Doorknobs, turning seconds before turning them yourself. My bedroom door always sounded like it was opening by itself, when it was really shut. It wasn't for a while when I actually started to see people, or should I say ghosts, in my room while I was sleeping. I have seen a translucent woman wearing brown rags several times. The first I'd ever seen her, she was standing at the foot of my bed with her mouth wide open, as if she was screaming, but I never heard a sound. It felt as though my heart had stopped. I was frozen with fear. I had rolled over and told myself it wasn't actually there, and that I was seeing things. Then about a month later, the same lady sat in my chair, in my room, just watching me. I then covered my face with my pillow and went back to sleep. In the morning, I told my mother about both times this lady being in my room, and she just mocked me. She just kind of laughed and joked about it. She told me that the first time that the lady was there, it was because her teeth hurt, because I'm planning on becoming a dentist after schooling. I didn't think my mom believed me at all. Sometime after that, a tall man stood next to the head of my bed, once again, just staring at me. When I awoke, I started screaming, and my mother came running into my room. She told me it was just a dream and to go back to bed, but I knew it wasn't. She was just saying what parents would say, just to make me feel better. It was strange how my room was the only room I'd ever seen them in. My family would just make fun of me and would make stupid jokes about the ghost in my room. Later one night, my sister was across the hall from me sleeping when she woke to a flash that lit up the room at 1 a.m. This was when she was 20. She then ran into my room and slept next to me. She was not sure that it was a flash from a camera, since we were upstairs and everyone was sleeping. We never figured what the flash was. When my mother was away on vacation, and I was the only one home, I was sleeping, and when I woke in the middle of the night, I found myself eye to eye with a young girl who had to have been at least 10. She had a wound in her head where her eye had been. Terrifyingly, there was a hole through her head. It was the right eye that had been gone. This was the most frightening thing I'd ever seen. I once again couldn't do anything. I was the only one home, so I laid there and went back to sleep. Once again, I see the woman lady, except this time, I find myself fighting her in my dream. The weird thing was, a mobile that was hanging above me on my ceiling had fallen and hit me in the stomach while I was sleeping. I still found that my parents didn't believe me until one night, my dad went downstairs for a drink at 1 in the morning. That's when he heard some girl humming a song. He thought it was me, until he realized that he and my mom were the only ones home that night. Later the same night at 3 in the morning, my mother awoke and had to use the restroom. While she was walking down the hall, she heard a lady talking. My parents told me about this when I arrived home the next morning, and now they believe me. We don't know about who these ghosts are, but we are trying to find some history about our house, as it was built in 1890. Maybe the history will reveal who these ghosts are and why they are there. I grew up in a typical Maryberry-ish small southern town in southeast Tennessee. Our home was less than 80 feet from the Norfolk Southern Railroad line. The tracks were on a rise in the hill, and from the second-story window of our home, you would be parallel with the tracks. The town I grew up in was once a coal mining camp, and then grew to be a coal mining town. Point of fact, the town's name came from the original proprietor of the first train depot. It was called Daisy, after his only daughter. From my house, the original train depot was situated just about a mile north, and the area of the train tracks in between was often referred to as Black Track because there were several curves in the railway, and coal was often spilled in these curves, leaving the soil covered in the black, chalky coal residue. It is purportedly haunted, and there are several ghastly and ghostly tales attributed to that area of track. From what I'm able to gather, one story is that a female slave was once accused of leading other slaves to freedom via the train tracks, and when her trajectory was discovered by her owner, she was tied to the tracks until a train came through, chopping off both of her feet. Once this was done, she was carried to the slave quarters as an example of what would happen to all others who attempted escape or assisted others in escaping. Slowly she bled to death, despite the other slaves' best effort. I know several people have laid their hands on the Bible today and testify seeing her feetless body in the area. Other stories about a train wreck that happened about 15 yards from the back door of my old home. In southern Tennessee, we do not get much snow, but we can get quite a bit of rain. Apparently in the late 30s, a weather front came through, bringing a lot of rain and flash flooding to the area. One night after the rain had slowed to a drizzle, a fully loaded train was slowing to stop at the depot, not knowing that the ground below was giving way under its weight. During the initial wreck, several railroad workers and hobos were trapped in the rubble. Many of the rescuers were local farmers and residents who perished as the mud shifted under the weight of the debris, and ultimately, a large landed debris slide halted all rescue efforts. As many as 50 people perished, and the old-timers would say that they could hear people moaning and screaming for help for days after the wreck, and how help never came. Some people swear that they could hear the sorrowful screams and moans of the trapped on bright, still nights. Lastly, another story about the area tracks has to do with teenage hormones and stupidity. Along the section of track is an old paved road that weaves back and forth across the tracks. In the 50s and 60s, this area of road was used by teenagers to prove the muscle in their machines and the guts in their drivers. More than one person has perished in their efforts to outrun the train. Many people say that those untimely deaths are the culprits of strange flashes of light that are often seen in that area. I am new to this site, and I've read many of the stories posted. I wanted to share my experiences. For the past 5 years, myself, my son who is turning 6, and my daughter who will be 2 this fall, have lived in a small cottage-style house with a full basement. The first weekend that I moved in, I of course had a party. My son stayed with my parents for the night. I also had a roommate for the first 2 months that I moved into the home. She had a cordless phone in the basement, and I had a regular phone upstairs. After our guests left for the evening, I took the cordless phone upstairs to make some calls. When I went to bed, I left the phone on the floor in my room. The next morning, I heard someone walking up the basement stairs. My bed was on the other side of the wall that led to the basement. I heard the footsteps walk through the kitchen, small dining room, and into the living room. I had my bedroom door shut, and I tried to call out to my roommate to tell her to come in. I thought that she was looking for the phone. It was then that I realized that I couldn't open my eyes, move, or even speak. I heard the footsteps pass through my doorway. The door never opened. I noticed that the closer they got to my bed, that the floor appeared to be shaking, hence the shaking ghost. The only auditory comparison I can give is it sounded like when my dad would do laundry and try to cram 20 pairs of jeans in a washer that had 5. The whole machine would shake, and you could hear it all over the house. The bathroom floor would even vibrate. That is what it felt like to me. I realized that whatever it was standing over me, and soon I felt a hand resting on my hip. It was just a gentle pressure. I think that he was trying to see who was in the house. At that moment, I was extremely terrified and still couldn't move, speak, or even open my eyes. There was a banging on my window. The noise stopped, and whatever had touched me let go. I jumped out of bed, and there was nothing in the room. Apparently, my dad had been standing outside for 10 minutes banging on the door. I never heard him pull into the driveway, which is right outside my window, or knock on the door. He also said that he tried to call us, and I'd never heard the phone ring. I never had this happen again, until just 2 nights ago. My daughter and I share a room, and around 2 in the morning, she woke up. I could hear her cry out, "Mama," and I tried to get up. I was paralyzed. I couldn't move anything but to lift my head off the pillow briefly. I realized that the floor was shaking again. I tried to open my eyes to look at it, and I couldn't. I believed that it was looking to the crib at my daughter. I didn't feel anything evil, but I don't think it wanted me to see it. After about 5 minutes, the shaking stopped, and my daughter was back asleep. It all happened so strange that I even considered that I was maybe dreaming it all. When I checked the crib, my daughter seemed fine, and nothing was out of place. Some other just normal haunting things I've experienced are footsteps in cabinets open when I know that I left them closed. The ghost seems to like my kids, and likes to check up on them. I smoke, so during the winter when it is cold, I go down into the basement and smoke by the back cellar steps. I have often heard footsteps go from one bedroom to another, but they never go back out of the last room they entered. Also, when my daughter was in her baby swing, Anytime I went downstairs, I would hear footsteps walk over to the swing and stop. They are always too heavy and slow to be my son's. Also, whenever I hear them and go back upstairs, he is soundly asleep in his room, so I know that it was never my son. There have been a few times, though, that I felt that I was unwelcome in the basement. I feel like I'm being watched in there, and that something doesn't like me to be there. I have also felt that feeling walking past my kitchen at night. It's like something is standing there watching me, and this thing seems very cold. I have never been harmed or felt completely threatened by anything. My son has complained of being scared, but if he has seen or heard anything, he doesn't tell me. I just wanted to share my story. We are moving in a month, so it'll be interesting to see if the people that end up renting my house have any experiences too. When I was about 6 or 7, I woke up in the middle of the night for a strange reason. I had a loft bed, and I had looked down in my closet. As I was looking, I saw my bead curtains that were hanging over my closet starting to sway. I then felt something brush the side of my arm. I flipped out and almost ran into my parents' room. About halfway to my parents' room, I came to the realization that maybe my fan was on. When I went back to my room, I noticed that my fan had been unplugged the whole time. I knew then that my curtains were definitely moving on their own. I didn't even own any pets, so I had no logical explanation for what had happened. I remember always seeing someone in the corner of my eye. I would turn to see who it was, but when I did, no one was there. Things would disappear, such as homework and school supplies. Then they would reappear on the kitchen counter and on my dresser. I would always feel someone is watching me. Then I turned around to see that no one was there. I remember one time in particular, I had a friend sleep over. We were up in my tree fort, and it was dark out, and we were hiding inside. We had dared each other to turn off our flashlights so that it was pitch black. We were getting ready to open the side door when a pair of red eyes appeared on the door window. We rushed inside and started to shake from fright. I have moved from that house 5 weeks ago, and have lived in that house for 7 years. I'm glad not to be in that house anymore. I feel a presence here, but I don't know if it's good or bad.
I've never personally had a paranormal experience, but my older brother has, and this is his story. First, you have to know that my brother is a very practical person, an engineer in the army to be exact. No one in my family really believes in ghosts, but I believe this story because he called me the next morning freaked out and said, "You're never going to believe me and think I'm crazy." But he lived in Texas, is in Iraq now, and his apartment complex was located on the same road as an old cemetery. This is exactly how he told me what happened. One night, he was laying in bed on his back, having trouble sleeping. He said the covers on his bed started getting tight as if they were being pulled down from both sides. The covers got so tight that he could barely breathe. He was wondering what was going on, but couldn't move. Then he got really hot, and then really cold. All of a sudden, he says he felt tingling, and then his mouth flew open, and a long rush of air was being forced out of his mouth. He said it didn't even feel like it was his own breath. He felt like it was coming from someone else. After that, the temperature returned to normal, and the covers loosened. Then he heard footsteps going towards the door of his bedroom, and then he heard the sound of a little child giggling. After that, he said he laid awake for hours, just scared, and trying to make sense of what had happened to him. To me, this sounds almost unbelievable. In fact, I'd never believe it if it wasn't my own brother, who would not make something like this up. He was really afraid when he told me, and I just have to believe that it happened. Now that I've read all the other stories on this website, I can definitely tell him he isn't crazy. Probably just had a ghostly encounter. I've had many ghost experiences through the 14 years I've been on this earth. Well, my first happened at the second house I lived at. My younger sister and I used to share a room. She's always rocked and made noise. Well, one night I was asleep, and she started crying and rocking in her crib. I couldn't stand the noise, and needed my sleep for school the next day. So I grabbed my blanket and pillow, went into our living room, and crashed out on the couch. I awoke to a strange presence. Something that was watching me. I opened my eyes, and across from me, on a brown chair, was a hazy yet solid figure. I can only describe him as well dressed. A gray suit, a tie, buzz cuts, and a mustache. He sort of looked like my great-grandfather, who had passed away. I couldn't believe what I was seeing, so I shut my eyes and opened them again. He was still there. He just sat there, staring back at me. After a while, I started to fall asleep again. I didn't have any nightmares, but I woke up to the door of our garage being opened. I looked around, and the figure was gone. I later discussed it with my parents. They said that weird stuff happened in the house to them too. They told me that they woke up to our back door being shut. They said that they thought it was me letting out the dog, but I was sound asleep in my bed. Out of all my experiences, this is one I can't forget. I found out later on about the history of the house. An old man who lived there before us died of a heart attack. He was kind to all the kids of the neighborhood. His wife had already passed on, and he was just waiting for his time to go. My dad was in the army in the 60s and 70s. After he was out of Vietnam, he was assigned to Okinawa in Japan to guard a chemical weapons storage there. Each night, him and 4 others would patrol the area. My dad and 2 others had guard dogs with them. One night, one of the other ones that was patrolling called for backup that he had spotted someone on top of one of the chemical weapons mounds. They were buried underground. The 3 with the dogs led the way, and as they approached the mound, the dogs would not go one more step. These were German shepherds who were mean and were never scared, and none of them would go past a certain point. They decided to tie them up and go ahead without them. The plan was, the guy with the shotgun would go back up the mound and flush the guy down the front towards the other 3. As the guy headed up the back, this thing that they said was misty and dark colored came running down the side. All of them started chasing after it. These are 19 to 20-year-old guys, and the thing they said was moving in slow motion and was pulling away from them. One of the guys yells at it to stop and pulls out his pistol and puts 5 shots right in the thing's back from point-blank range. It did not even faze it. They were headed towards a 10-foot fence with barbed wire on the top. The thing just glided up and over the top of it, like it was not even difficult. On the other side there was a big muddy area, and by the time the patrol got around to it, the thing was gone, and there was no footprints. Okinawa was the site of a major battle in World War II, and this is one of only many experiences that he had while there. When we first moved into my house on Navajo in San Francisco, everything seemed normal. We all felt safe, and nothing seemed off or weird. In 2000, we started to encounter odd sightings and sounds at the house. My mom was doing laundry in the garage. Usually she only has one light on, but this time, she turned both of the garage lights on. As she was getting the clothes from the dryer, she saw a young teenage boy standing near a parked car we had inside. He slowly moved towards the garage door and disappeared. Later on, a few weeks passed. We didn't make much of it. One night, my sister was sleeping alone in her room. It was just me and her at home.
I had been watching TV with the mute on, waiting for my parents to come home. I then saw the doorknob slowly move. I had the door locked, and I could look under, and no one was there. The following day, I woke up with bruises on my arm. After that, my sister felt and saw someone all in black, sitting at the edge of her bed. My brother had seen the same young boy my mom saw downstairs in the guest room we have. After my sister got married, she and her husband stayed with us. Every night, she recalled being awakened by someone. She would feel like someone was lying next to her on the opposite side of where her husband was, and touching her. It got so bad that we had to call a spirit channel person. She took the ghost away, but it wasn't over. Every night in my room, I see objects change from place, or things on the floor when I haven't touched anything. I've heard repeated voices calling my name, knocks on my door, someone walking in the kitchen, turning on the faucet. The last sighting I saw was at night. It was 10 p.m. No one was home but me. I was doing exercise, and I turned around, and I saw a woman standing at the doorway for my kitchen. As I winked and blinked, I saw the faucet running, and I felt a cold chill, when it was really hot weather that day too. Whatever it was, it just won't leave till it gets its message across. Me and several friends and family members have come to believe that my house is haunted. These are a few of the incidents that have occurred in my home just over the past few months. My house is very cold and old, dates back to the 1800s. After a short time, we started to notice strange things happening, and sounds, footsteps, whispering, thumps and slamming doors. Let me first say that these things are unnerving for other reasons than the obvious, that it is a ghost, but it is also frightening, because you can never be sure if it is only a ghost, or that someone is actually breaking into your home, which is something I fear more than the dead. The dead aren't going to steal your TV, or kidnap your children. Ghosts I can live with. I just hate it when they are so dang nosy. Okay, story time. My husband works third shift, so I am often alone at night in the house. When I can, I opt for company. Usually a family member will stay with me. One night, my husband was leaving for work, and with our children away, remember that part, I asked my cousin, Nicole, to stay with me. Eric, my hubby, was doing his usual routine of running about, getting ready, and saying his goodbyes. As he was leaving, he kissed me and said, "Bye, baby. I love you. I'll see you tomorrow morning," which I said right back to him. He said later, Nicole, and she waved goodbye to him also. This was the normal run of things, except for the absence of our daughters, who are usually the last to say goodbye to their daddy. Eric exited the back door. A few seconds later, Nicole and I heard the voice of a child emanating from upstairs, saying, "Bye, Daddy." It was as clear as a bell, and as real as me or you. I looked over at Nicole, who was just staring ahead with a frozen look of fear on her face. I, of course, said, "Did you hear that?" Even though I knew she just did by the look on her face. She said, "Yeah, I did, but I don't want to talk about it until the morning." I think we were both a little freaked out for the rest of the night. We had known that the house was haunted, but we did not expect an actual interaction with them. My second experience happened just a few weeks ago. I told you my husband, Eric, works the late shift, so he basically sleeps during the day while our daughters are in school. On that particular day, I had a few errands to run, so my sister Maggie decided she would tag along, and we would go have lunch together. We were away from the house for about 3 hours, and when we arrived home, we entered the back door that leads to my kitchen, so we would not disturb my husband, who was fast asleep on the couch in our living room. As it happens, our kitchen is separated from the rest of my house by a big wooden swinging door that leads to our dining room. Now please note that when we shut the back door in the kitchen, the air from it will cause a suction and make the swinging door swing back and forth on its hinges. I'm used to seeing this happen so many times. As I said, we entered the back door, Maggie going in first and sitting some groceries down on the kitchen table. I came in last, sat down my things, and proceeded in shutting the door behind me. I automatically look up, as did Maggie, to see the swinging door moving on its hinges. No biggie, I knew what caused it. But as the door swung outward, I saw a man standing about 6 inches away from the door frame. He then grabbed the door and held for about 3 seconds and just stood there, looking back at me. I gasped and he let the door go. I told Maggie to get out of the house, that I saw a man in the dining room and without a phone in that room. There is no phone jack there due to the fact that my dog decided to eat it. I did the dumbest thing I could. I grabbed the nearest object, which was the frying pan. I then did what came natural, and holding the frying pan out in front of me, I pushed through the swinging door using every stealthy move I had ever seen on all those cop shows. I know it sounds funny now, but I was so scared that all I could think that there was someone in my house, and my hubby was asleep on that couch. I pressed my back to the swinging door, so if anyone was standing behind, they would be flattened to the wall, in which case if they were, I guess I could have smacked them one with a frying pan, but who knows. I was running on pure adrenaline. I then ran to the living room, looking all directions at once, and woke my husband. We searched every room and found nothing. I told Eric exactly what the man looked like. I seen him plain as day. There was no trace of any forced entry of any kind. I've never been so terrified in all my life. It was like the man had vanished. I'm still not sure what to think of it. I've moved back to my hometown in Michigan after being away for many years. I've many stories to share, but this is a recent one that stands out. A fixture in my town was a burly guy named Bronco. Bronco was the typical bar bouncer type. Not surprisingly, this was his usual job. When I was younger, he used to drive his blue Ford Bronco. My family knew him well, as my mom ran the after-bar breakfast restaurant where all the party people congregated when the bars closed. Since I had moved away years before, I lost touch with the old party crowd. I did hear, however, that Bronco sold his beloved truck a few years after I moved. Anyway, it was June of 2002, I think, and I was driving on I-94. I saw Bronco's old blue truck driving on the opposite lane and mentioned it to the person who was in the car with me. I hadn't seen Bronco in a few years, but knew I would run into him at our upcoming Ventenian festival, and would mention the sighting to him then. A few nights before the Ventenian festival, a friend and I went to a local bar to hear the band rehearse. As I walked into the place, I spied Bronco on the far side of the bar. I raised an eyebrow at him, and he acknowledged me in his cocky way from across the room. My friend and I went to look for a space to sit. Once we found a table, I told my friend that I saw Bronco and wanted to go say hi and tell him that I spotted his old truck the weeks before. As I made my way through the crowd to the bar, I heard the band dedicating a song. They were dedicating it to Bronco and said he had passed away. I was sure it was a joke. I finally made it to the bar where he was sitting. No one was there. I was absolutely perplexed. I walked around, trying to see where he went, to no avail. Finally, I questioned a ton of mutual friends, and they confirmed that he died of a heart attack or something the previous April. I was in total shock. He was only in his early 40s when he passed away, and one of those muscle-bound types. Even now, when I look back on this incident, I'm so amazed, because I saw him clear as day. Anyway, I thought it was pretty nice of him to remember me after he passed like that. I guess he knew I would appreciate the drama and the irony. About 3 years ago, I was at my grandpa's house, getting ready in the bathroom for school. I saw a woman walk down the hall towards the living room. I just thought it was my grandma, so I just brushed it off. Then a few moments later, I was looking out the door into the hallway, and I saw her again. I didn't recognize her. I ran into the living room screaming at the top of my lungs, "There's someone in the house! Hurry!" My grandpa took off into the house, searching for an intruder. He looked in every room, under the beds, and in the closets. He even looked in cabinets big enough for someone to hide. There was no one there. Later that day, he said an old boarding house used to be on the same spot as the house was built a long time ago. He said that I more than likely saw the woman who owned it. He took out his picture box and showed me an old book that he had the town's history in it. He turned to the page where it had information on the boarding house. As soon as I saw the picture of the owner, I was speechless. It took me a while, but after I caught my breath, I told my grandpa, "Oh my God, that's her." It seems that this place is only active when Christmas time comes around. In a very small town called Whitewright, Texas, there's a very old house that now belongs to my uncle. The structure of the house is very stable. As a matter of fact, it has been lived in a lot longer than usual. It is now used as a storage by various family members of mine. First experience was when I was 11, and 2 days before Christmas. It was late into the evening, and instead of my parents driving back home 27 miles, my grandparents offered their old house for us to stay the night in. It had been raining a little bit, and it didn't take long for the 3-bedroom house to warm up, so we went to bed. I had 2 younger brothers. One of them was still a little baby, so he slept in the same room in a little crib that my grandmother put together for all of the grandchildren. I was quite tired and almost fell asleep immediately when it started thundering and lightning. The first crash woke me up, and precisely the loud crash, the outside screen, sounded as though someone had kicked the door. The house had a horseshoe-shaped porch, and at each end of the porch was a door to the house. Another door was for the living room. I screamed, and Mother came in. I had woken up my baby brother she had claimed, but the thunder had woken him up. My mother picked my brother and took him with her to get him back to sleep. I tried to calm myself to go to sleep and convince myself that it was just a cat that got scared and jumped up against the door. Many times, though, to convince myself, I would check outside through the window of the door and then run back into the bed. I was starting to drift off again when another thunder blast went off and lightning followed. But what I saw next terrified me even more so, because I saw a figure outside the window through the window curtain. I screamed out again and scrambled off the bed to look into the next bedroom and tried to tell my mom that someone was outside. She didn't believe me, and upon the suggestion of my father, I was escorted to the living room to sleep on the couch, which made the very front part of the porch even closer to me. All the windows were huge, and pretty much most of the living room was hallway. Nothing but windows, but had dark brown curtains. The storm subsided a little bit for an hour or so, and I tried with everything to stamp down the fear that wouldn't let go of me, no matter how hard I tried to shake it off. I forced myself to close my eyes. At that moment, someone or something stepped onto the porch, stomping, and then started walking. I stepped into my parents' bedroom and asked my father if he heard the walking on the porch. He said it was the house settling. Look, I know it was just a kid, but settling of the house didn't sound like a heavy man with big boots either. I pleaded out of the window. I threatened. When I threatened, it would stop for a while, but start back up again. My last resort was praying to God for this to stop, to make whoever or whatever to go away. A few minutes later, the rain drizzled, and the walking faded away. It didn't stop immediately, just as though someone had stepped off the porch, but as though it was going away slowly. I fell asleep, and the morning came. I stepped out on the porch, and the whole porch was covered in mud clumps, from one end of the porch to the other side. I talked with my aunt, and she told me that the only knowledge of the house was an old lady had lived there, and that some neighbors had found her dead in her bed, and her dog was missing, but that no one really cared about the dog anyhow, so the missing dog wasn't much thought of after the lady's burial. The second activity was when I had moved in with my aunt in the same house. She moved into the house a year before I moved in with her, and my cousins, of course. My parents and I had very considerable disagreements. Anyhow, as usual, just a little before Christmas, one of my cousins and I were just about to go to sleep on the couch in the living room, which is the center of the house, when my cousin rose up off the couch and told me that someone was standing right beside me. I got off the couch and made a mad dash to jump on the other side of the huge circular couch and jumped right beside her. At that precise moment that I jumped up, at the corner of my eye, I saw a very faint light move very fast in the center of the room, not on the wall or on the floor. Dishes were knocked over in the kitchen, and my aunt turned on all the lights. To explain this away so that we wouldn't be scared, and for all of us to get some sleep, my aunt told us that a cat had found its way into the house, and we scared it. The next morning, my aunt went and talked to my grandfather, and a few weeks later they were digging in the backyard and discovered a well and the remains of a dog. They filled the well with rock and concrete. The activity stopped. Later it was told to me that the Christmas before I moved in, my aunt was alone at home in the same house, and she had been watching TV. Someone stepped on the porch very heavily and tried to break into the house by first turning a doorknob and then trying to force themselves through the door. She threatened whoever, and they went away. The house is now being used as the family storage house, and whoever's friend of the family storage as well. It has not been lived in since my cousin Shane. The story I'm about to tell you is one of a disturbing nature. It absolutely chokes me up every time I tell it. If my grammar or language skills are not up to par, it's only because I'm caught up in the horrid memories of that night. It was New Year's Eve. My cousin and I waited for our girlfriends to arrive, as we were having a party that night. Yes, there was alcohol, and say what you want, but I know what I saw. The same thing we all saw. Anyway, later that night, we were all in my room, drinking and singing, just having fun. It was a party. Time passed, and more time passed, and it began to get late. Something startled my cousin's girlfriend. She quickly eased her mind with the thought that it was a household pet. A large dog, she thought. Little did she know, we had no pets. When she later confronted me about it, I told her just that. A little shaken, but mostly tired, she and my cousin went to lay down, leaving my girlfriend and I alone in my room. We watched TV for a while and just talked. We brought up how drunk my cousin's girlfriend must have been and laughed. Well, it wasn't funny long. As we sat there on the bed, half paying attention to the television, a thing slothed across the floor in my room. We both sat stuck with fear, holding each other as tight as we could. When it got to our feet, it stopped, looked up at us, and almost smirked at our fear. We got a better look at it then. It was a bloody, bludgeoned mess. It seemed to be walking on nubs of his knees and elbows, and finally dawned with a bashed-in skull. It made my poor girlfriend sick to her stomach. It continued its path to my closet and disappeared. We didn't sleep 1 second the whole night. If we hadn't all seen the godforsaken creature, I wouldn't have believed it myself. The next morning, the black lights were still on, music was still going, and bottles were everywhere, so I decided to clean up. When I moved the speakers back to the other wall, the black light shone down on the wall. Streams upon splashes upon streams, upon handprints of bright green trails, were on my wall. It looked as if someone with green blood was bludgeoned to death, and I remember watching Forensic Files and the luminol that they put on the surfaces to detect blood showed up green wherever blood was. This really choked me up. So finally, I went and asked my stepdad if he knew the house's history. His exact words were, "No. Why? Is the house haunted?" This is the first time I've ever publicly shared this story. I've only told 2 of my closest friends, and sadly, they looked at me like I had gone crazy. I've never even told my family this. It happened when I was very young, so that could be a reason why my friends looked at me like I was insane or something. But the weird thing is that the memory of these strange encounters has stuck with me until now. I don't even remember half of what happened to me at that early age, but this experience is so vivid still that it makes me believe that it actually happened. I was 5 years old, turning 6. I was living in Providence in the Philippines, and my dad had come to visit me and my mom. He left 2 years earlier when he moved to California to find a job from the United States, and a year and a half later, I moved to the US also. I have a big family with a lot of aunts, uncles, and cousins. My dad coming to visit was a big deal, so the whole family slept over my grandma's house. My cousins and aunts and uncles occupied the available rooms, so me, my mom, and dad had to sleep in the living room. The living room is on the ground level, so if you open the window, you'd be looking straight towards the street. It was around 10 p.m. that night when I fell asleep, and I don't know how long it had been until I woke up because I needed to use the restroom. Some restrooms in the Philippines are located outside next to the house, and since I was only 5, I needed my mom or dad to accompany me. I sat up and asked myself, who should I wake up? As soon as my eyes darted from my mom to my dad, a figure caught my attention. He, or it, was tall, but I could make out a shape. It was a dark shape, but the scariest thing about it was that it was just there, leaning against the window, looking straight at me. I could make out 2 distinct points where its head was. Horns, maybe. I don't know. But how it could have opened the windows without waking anyone up, I thought, was kinda crazy. I didn't panic or anything. I just sat up and watched it looking at me for about a minute or 2, and then laid back down. I forgot that I had to use the bathroom. I pulled the covers over me and went back to sleep, hoping that I was still dreaming. Since I never really mentioned it to my parents, I can't be sure what it was. It was either a demonic figure, hence the pointed horns, or maybe a drunk relative who couldn't open the door, so he had to go through the window. Why did he stare at me though? And shouldn't he have had a face and maybe some color to him? No, that figure was straight black, like a shadow. Some people might argue that I was dreaming, and if I was, then that was a pretty vivid dream that still makes me remember what happened 16 years later. It gives me goosebumps every time I think about it. My ghost experience occurred at the trailer home that my family and I used to live. Several weird things have happened to us. Often, both my husband and I would be sitting on the couch watching TV, and the hallway light would be on, and out of the corner of our eye, we would see a shadow in the hallway that would briefly walk through the light, causing a second of darkness as if it was passing directly in front of the light bulb. My husband usually sleeps on our couch because he prefers to have the room icy cold, so he'd sleep on the couch in front of the living room. One night, in the middle of the night, he hears someone stomping through the living room. The sound woke him from a deep sleep. He woke up yelling, thinking it was one of our kids, yet he found no one there. Another time he heard someone stomping once again, and then he heard the beads on their daughter's door shaking, like someone walked through them. He turned around to look at our daughter's door, and the beads were perfectly still. Several items, such as toys, clothes, and jewelry, would come up missing, only to reappear at a later time, long after you decided you would never see them again. My daughter once saw a figure in the hallway. My daughter and brother are very close, so one night, her brother and her made a tent in my son's room. This tent was right in the doorway of my son's room, and his room was down the hallway that my husband and I frequently saw shadows. My daughter said that she woke up in the middle of the night and saw a tall, thin man walk in front of the doorway as if he was walking towards the living room. At first, she assumed it was her father until she started thinking about it and realized her dad is a much larger man than what had just walked by the doorway. We have since moved out of this place, and we have not had any unusual experiences at our new home. When I was younger, probably around 12, I had what I later surmised may have been a paranormal experience. My brother and parents slept upstairs in our 1.5-story house in Waukesha, Wisconsin. One evening, I was awakened by one of my cats meowing quickly about 5 times or so. Her last meow was cut short, and I then heard footsteps quickly approaching my room. The footsteps stopped, and I heard what sounded like heavy breathing, like one out of breath, just inside the doorway of the room next to mine. The two doorways formed a corner. I was quite scared, as I thought someone was in my house. I also thought it could have been my brother, but didn't want to take any chances. I lay scared for a few hours until I fell asleep. Before falling asleep, the breathing slowed and stopped, but I never heard anyone walk away. Years later, I took into account that my cat never meowed like that. It would not likely stop so suddenly in mid-meow. She was fine, and I never saw any clues regarding this incident. Another time in that same house, it was an older house, probably from the 40s. I was walking down my hallway, and for a brief second, saw that the doorways were arched instead of the normal squared look. Imagination, who knows? My next incident took place when I was around 18 or 19. Two of my friends and I took a walk around my friend's neighborhood. The night was right out of a scary movie. Very dense fog that stopped probably 10 or feet so above our head. We could make out the full moon if we looked closely, and sounds of geese echoed when they flew overhead. We walked to a small graveyard, of course, where one of my friends proceeded to run ahead of us. My other friend and I stopped at a rather young grave. The death date was only a couple of years previous to this incident. As soon as we stopped, I felt an energy, for lack of a better term, in my head and chest, but not quite physically there. More like in my mind and soul, if you will. This lasted a couple of minutes. About a half a second after the feeling stopped, my friend said, "Whoa, did you feel that?" He and I described the exact same feeling to each other. My other friend had been hiding to try and scare us, had looked back at us, and saw us standing in front of the grave with blank looks on our faces. My final incident happened to my wife and I. She was using the bathroom, and as soon as she was done, called to me. She said that she saw the wall bulge out, like a bubble, she stated. The bulge then moved up the wall, and then sunk back in. The walls were plaster and solid. The bulge was about as big as a fist. Shortly after that, she had to go, I think to a function at church, leaving me home alone. A little while later, I saw something black fall from the ceiling out of the corner of my eye. I then heard what sounded like magazines slap on the dining room table, which was below the spot where I saw the black, falling thing. When I looked at the table, there were indeed magazines on it, which already had been there before I heard the sound. Nothing was disturbed, besides me. I've always had a fascination with things like this, but due to my beliefs, don't quite hold the same views as many of our readers or contributors regarding ghosts and spirits. Nonetheless, I like this site. I am a strong believer in ghosts, considering the fact that I used to see them a lot in my old house when I was a kid. When I tell people my stories, they do get very skeptical, so I'm going to tell you the story in which me and a lot of other people that proves that ghosts do exist, and it is unexplainable. I had found a stray cat back in 1996, and his name was Blackie. Anyhow, my grandma didn't like my cat at all, considering that she hated animals, and she used to kick him every chance she could. Of course, I would have a fit about it, and try to protect him every chance I got, but it was inevitable. So if Blackie was around her, she would kick him away, and as a result, every time Blackie saw my grandma, he would hiss and run underneath the table in the living room, all the while staring at my grandma and growling until she would leave. To make a long story short, I live in Illinois, and my grandma had taken a trip to see her daughter in New Jersey and ended up passing away there. And then the day finally came, when they finally brought her body to Illinois for her final funeral. Of course, my grandmother's body was at a funeral home, but the very first day that her body had arrived in town, my cat began to act as if she was around again. It all started when me and my family were all sitting down in the living room with Blackie and getting prepared to go to the funeral, when all of a sudden, Blackie got up and looked at the doorway. His whole body arched as he hissed and ran underneath the table. The very hairs on my neck and back rose up, and I tried to ignore the thoughts of thinking that my grandma was in the very room with us. However, it was hard to ignore because he kept growling and hissing and watching something that we couldn't see. He would stare at the very chair she would sit in and hiss at it and avoid it as much as possible. Like I said, he was acting as though she was there, and his eyes would be moving about as if he was watching her walk around the room. He did this for exactly 3 days. He didn't stop until they finally shipped my grandma's body to her original home in Europe. After that, he never fussed over anything ever again. So, Blackie proved to me and my family that ghosts do exist. Hi, my name is Tariq, and this is my supernatural experience. It happened to me when I was about 5 or 6 years old. I seem to remember it was quite a sunny afternoon. Nothing particularly unusual about that day. My mother asked me to go upstairs and wake my father, who often took afternoon naps. I remember feeling quite lazy, and I could not really be bothered going all the way upstairs to attempt to wake my dad sleeping. However, my mom insisted, so I did. I was about to walk up the stairs when I suddenly was overcome with fear, as what I had saw made no sense to me. There, at the top of the stairs, was the biggest dog I'd ever seen in my life. It appeared to fill the whole space of the landing and was near the height of the ceiling. The dog appeared to be aggressive and was barking and growling so loud that it could have woken the dead. I was so shaken and scared that I just froze in the spot. I shouted for my mom. I said, "Mom, I can't go upstairs," and she told me not to be lazy. I told her no, there was this big dog at the top of the stairs, and it would not let me pass. My mom came out to me, and she said, "Tariq, we do not even have a dog." Of course, this is what I already knew. I quickly told my mom to get over here and see what I was seeing, but by the time she arrived and looked up the stairs, it was gone. This perplexed me even more, and being the age I was, I couldn't even understand it. I started to doubt myself, wondering if I ever even saw it at all, and I trusted and believed in my mother. So if she didn't really see it, maybe I was just hallucinating, and it really wasn't there. Obviously, the dog disappeared, and after a while, I forgot about it, and never resurfaced again. However, these memories came back when I was about 12 years old, and I spoke to my mom about it. Looking back on it, I do believe I saw something paranormal, But any ideas on why my mom or dad could not see it or hear it? And why was the dog being so protective? Beats me. I don't know, but it was sure a scary sight. It just sucks that I feel like I was the only one who had saw it, and it makes me crazy. But what can you do? I don't know. I recently had an experience that I can't explain, and decided to tell my story here. In June, my boyfriend Ian, our then 15-month-old twins, of course me as well, we all went to his family reunion. While we were there, we had a wonderful time meeting his family and getting to know everyone really well. We stayed at his father and stepmother's home with the immediate family. One night, while everyone was asleep, one of the girls started crying, most likely from being in a new place or losing her pacifier. I woke up and, still groggy, I sat up in the bed. I looked over to the crib. Next to the crib, there was a little old woman standing there looking into the crib. When I saw her, she didn't scare me, and I thought nothing of it. She looked at me, put her finger up to her mouth, kind of bent down, and whispered, "Shh." So I laid back down and fell back to sleep. Brianna slept through the rest of the night. The next morning, I got up and remembered what I saw. Not sure if I dreamt it or not. I pulled Ian away from the family and asked him if he had a picture of his grandmother. The family had spoken a lot of her the previous day at the reunion, but I had never met her. Ian was very close to her and was very upset at the time of her death. It would have been almost 9 years ago. They found one, and after I saw the picture, I felt this warmth, the only way I can describe it, and it filled my body. It was the lady I saw the night before. I wasn't sure if I should tell anyone, for fear of them thinking I was insane, but I decided to tell Ian. When I told him, he kinda gasped. Like I said, he was very close to his grandmother. I'm glad I told him. Well, later, as we were talking to the family, someone said, "Oh, it would have been so wonderful for her to be here and see all the family together." Speaking of the grandmother, Ian looked at me and asked me to tell everyone what I saw. I'm still new to this family and wouldn't want to be dubbed as the crazy one just yet, so I kept it to myself. Thanks for giving me a place to share this. In 1983, we moved into a home that had suddenly been vacated by the owners. The man had suffered a heart attack at the front door and died. His wife went into serious shock and suffered some emotional distress. After the funeral, her children decided to take her back to Missouri. I'd personally known the couple in 1971, as I had lived in a house on the connecting street. Our backyards were contiguous. Mr. Williams had been the water superintendent for the city for many years. He was an upstanding citizen, a loving family man, and a friend to many people. Shortly after moving in, he got the feeling that Mr. Williams had never really left his home. At night, after everyone had turned in, footsteps could be heard throughout the home. It sounded like heavy footsteps stomping up and down the hall, outside the bedrooms. I would get up and check to see if the children were awake, and would find them sleeping soundly in their beds. Once in a while, doors would open up wide, as if someone was entering a room, and then the door would slam shut. One night, my wife at the time awoke to see the form of a man standing at the end of our bed. He woke up on her side and leaned over a little. She laid there terrifying, knowing that I was very hard to wake up, and that if this were a burglar, I would not suddenly spring into action against the intruder. She maintained her position and just peered through her eyelids. Suddenly, the figure just faded away. These occurrences persisted for about a month. One morning, at around 2:30 a.m., we were suddenly awakened by the bedroom door slamming open with a violent force. We were very tired of Mr. Williams' nightly tirades, and I was running on my last nerve. I got up and decided to try to talk with this confused soul. I addressed him as Mr. Williams and told him that he had suffered a heart attack and had died. I told him that his wife had gone to Missouri to live with his children. I told him that we were paying rent to his children to live in this house, and we worked hard for our money. I started to get angry with him and told him that if he wanted to rant and rave and stomp about the house, he needed to do it when we weren't there, as he was disturbing our sleep. If he continued, we would be forced to move, and his children would have to find other renters. I suggested he go to Missouri, because that is where he would find his wife. After that, we never heard from Mr. Williams again. In August of 1997, I was helping a friend deliver some things for a post-funeral reception that was to be held in the officers' quarters number 1 at Fort Concho in San Angelo, Texas. Fort Concho is the best preserved and reconstructed cavalry fort in America. This is where the Buffalo Soldiers were stationed. It was very early in the morning, and we had to get the key to the building from the curator. We drove to the other side of the parade ground and parked the van. We went inside, and I took some things up to the staircase to the second floor, while my buddy worked on the first floor. I walked into the west bedroom upstairs, and immediately felt like I had just walked between two people that were standing shoulder to shoulder. I was walking into a tremendous field of static electricity. I had a cold sensation, and the hairs on my neck and arms stood straight out. I put the vase down that I was carrying, and found myself compelled to say, "Excuse me." Then I proceeded to the east bedroom. When I entered the room, I saw a little girl out of the corner of my eye, playing on the floor to my left. I placed the vase, and when I turned around, she faded away. A couple of days later, I was again with my friend. We stopped by the house of the lady who was responsible for financing the restoration of Officers' Quarter number 1. My friend mentioned that I had felt a presence and saw a little girl. I told her that I had seen her in the east bedroom, and she told me that a little girl had died in that very room. Maybe it was her parents that I felt in the west bedroom, or just someone else watching over her. A few months later, I had the opportunity to stop by the officers' quarters number 1 when it was open to the public. I was walking around, and a staff member volunteer came up and asked me what I thought of the building. I told her I thought it was haunted, and repeated the story of the little girl. The lady took me into the dining room and pointed to a portrait on the wall. It was the same little girl I had seen upstairs. I would first like to say, I was not a believer in ghosts or spirits. I was in the Navy at the time, and had been just transferred to Japan. My family and I arrived there in August of '91. I felt very lucky, because the Navy had just opened Harrio, a new housing complex about 9 miles from the naval base. This meant that my family and I would not have to live off base. My wife and I were taken out to the Harrio to pick out a house. Being newly opened, we basically had the pick of the litter. My wife and I chose a nice 3-bedroom room townhouse in the center of the housing complex. We moved in within 3 days and began to settle down. Nothing much happened for the first month or two. Then one night, my daughter, who was 3 at the time, started waking up at night crying. She would point at the wall and tell me to make the snake lady go away. This happened about once a week. Of course, I thought she was just having bad dreams. We let her sleep in our bed when this happened. My wife became pregnant at the time, and we were allowed to move into a 4-bedroom house. I was hoping this move would solve the snake lady problem. As we moved into the new house, I assured her the snake lady was gone forever. Boy, was I wrong. It was about 2 weeks before our encounters with the snake lady started again. This time my wife and I could actually feel some sort of electrical charge throughout the house. These encounters intensified, and my daughter started to see more and more apparitions. She would tell me that the snake lady wanted to take her away. I, being a skeptic, thought the electrical charge was sort of funny, but never gave much thought about my daughter's nightmare being real. Then one night, my wife and I were awakened by my daughter, screaming at the top of her lungs. We rushed into her room to find her pressed against the far wall, her feet approximately 1 foot off the ground. My wife and I both grabbed her arms, and with one of my feet pressed against the wall, I pulled with all my might. She wouldn't budge. I'm not a small man, 5'10", 191 pounds, and I worked out all the time. I could not get her off the wall. All the while she was screaming that the snake lady wanted to take her away. Scared to death, I started praying in my head. My daughter started to slide down the wall, and she fell into our arms. I don't know what it was, but I believe there is something out there that we don't know about. The next day I blessed every room in the house with olive oil. This seemed to do the trick, because my daughter never had another experience. My wife is Japanese, and she did some investigating of the area's history. Harryo was once an internment camp for the sick and dying Japanese soldiers of World War II. There is a shrine just outside the back gate for the soldiers that died there. And that's what we found out. Thanks for reading. It's funny, really, because I've been reading your site for quite some time and have marveled over the experiences people have had, but never, ever thought I would be emailing you my story. This experience is mainly my 2 friends, but I experienced it firsthand last night. They live in RAF, Royal Air Force Quarters, in Middlesex in England, and have never really mentioned anything before. A couple of weeks ago, Susie and I were chatting about various things when the subjects of ghosts came up. Funny enough, the handprints have come back since Elena was born, said Susie. Handprints? What handprints? I replied. It seems that since they moved in over 3 years ago, they've had various things happen. So she took me upstairs, and there, clear as day, was a set of huge handprints on the wall just above their bed. Apparently, she has tried everything to get rid of them, and they disappeared when she was pregnant. As soon as the baby was born, they came back, and when I saw Susie and Jay last night, they casually informed me that the handprints had moved. By now, I was getting quite spooked out. We went outside for a cigarette, with one of the music channels on the TV playing. When we came back in, the channel had changed to some gruesome true murder documentary. The hairs on the back of my neck were standing on edge at this stage, and it took Susie a good 5 minutes to change the channel back. Also, they've both watched a candle that stood on top of the telly very casually move from the middle and drop off at the end. Things have been moved around, never hidden, and the TV also turns on and off. Susie and Jay were very relaxed about this, and the ghost obviously means them no harm. Last night, it was Susie, Jay, and me, and they told me what happened last Sunday. Apparently, Susie had gone up to change Elena, and had set out her pajamas and nappy out in the changing mat in the bedroom. She was bathing Elena, and thought that perhaps she could use one of the smaller nappies instead of the big one that she had pulled out. When she went back into the bedroom, the pajamas and the big nappy had been thrown onto the chair, and in a perfect arc were 3 of the smaller nabbies on the changing mat. Poor Jay got it right in the neck for that, until he explained that he hadn't been upstairs at all. Again, the hairs on my neck were standing on end, and when I had to go upstairs to use their toilet, Susie had to come with me. We then went out for a cigarette, and as we were sitting there, I saw the shadow of someone walking to the kitchen. Didn't think anything of it until I realized that we were all sitting outside. I told them, and Susie said that she sees shadows out of the corner of her eye all the time. We then went back in, and I was sitting on the sofa next to Susie, talking to Jay, when I noticed that she was staring at something right behind her. I asked her what she was looking at, but she said nothing at first, knowing how freaked out I was getting. She then began to tell me that she noticed a transparent man with an axe lodged into his forehead casually move from the room we were in and into the kitchen, then disappear. She had told me that when she was alone in the living room, another time, that she also saw a man sitting down at the kitchen table, as if he was writing on a piece of paper, then disappear shortly after. Apparently, they are not the only ones to experience things. It seems that quite a few people in the row of houses had strange things happen, and the couple on end have seen a shadowy figure. She asked me to babysit Elena next week. Must admit, not too keen on having the extra company though. When I was about 10 years old, my family lived with my great-grandmother and me, and my brother had to sleep in the basement. Half was for storage, half was an extra room. So one night, at like 3, I had to walk to the top floor to take a pee. On my way down, I hear the voice of a little girl say goodbye. Then I noticed that same voice, and it said die. I immediately freaked out and ran back into my room, absolutely terrified. There was another incident with my brother. He was in the basement, and he heard the same voice coming up the stairs from it. It said die as well. And he turned back, looked down the stairs, and the apparition of a girl was standing right there, and then materialized and disappeared in an instant. When I was 15, we moved out to New Jersey. When I was 16, I heard horribly violent screaming. It sounded like a woman, and it sounded like it was coming from behind me. 3 days later, my brother, he was 19. He heard the same screaming coming from our bedroom closet. Nowadays, we don't hear any mysterious voices, but we both know they had to be ghosts. And not only that, they had to be evil. And I don't want to experience that ever again. I'm sure my brother doesn't want to either. Thanks for listening.
Hey Phantoms, and welcome to another video that you may or may have not liked. Well, hopefully if you got to the end of this video, you did enjoy it and you listened to every second of this video. They take a long time to put together, so I hope you appreciate it. But guys, we're really marching along in April 2024. So if you could please leave a comment, leave a like, share, support the video. And the keyword, so I know you got to the end of the video, is poop. So put poop in the comment section below. I don't know, I'm feeling kind of silly. Let me know if you're enjoying the springtime, if you're enjoying the stories, if you have any requests, or if you have anything of note that you would like to mention in the comment section below. I'm all ears, and I'll get to your comments soon. Love you guys, and I'll see you in the next video.